You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 451. See it yourself. Some people saw their workplace as a runway. Others saw it as a coliseum, but Han Fei's workplace was more like a slaughterhouse. 2 days ago, they were still arguing, but now one of them was literally opening his stomach to the other. This was a rare working experience. Han Fei felt pity for the guard, and his hand tightened around Rest in Peace. You must be in great pain, right? Let me save you. To heal his colleague, Han Fei decided to give him powerful medication. After a person's soul perished, so would the pain. That would solve the problem. He swung with all his force. Sparks flew in the night. The flash cut through Li Daxing's neck. The splatter of blood didn't happen. The man didn't collapse to the ground either. Instead, after being cut, two pale arms grabbed Han Fei's shoulders. He's gone. He's really gone. But he was there. I have placed him there. The eyes were only several cm from Han Fei, and the ghastly face exuded a light stench. Han Fei glanced at Li Daxing's neck. Han Fei realized the man's neck only had a small cut on it, and the wound was already healing. Rest in Peace will be sharp against enemies with great sin. Does this mean Li Daxing doesn't commit much sin? Staring at the man's face, Han Fei's mind spun. Since Rest in Peace couldn't kill the man, it meant that Li Daxing was not a normal ghost. Even if he is an illusion, as long as he contains sin, Rest in Peace should be able to kill him. Looks like Li Daxing hasn't committed the sin of murder. This can be considered good news. Being interrogated by a man whose stomach was cut open, Han Fei was still smiling. This was a skill he had cultivated to survive. He held Li Daxing's arms. They were chilly like a dead body in the morgue. Try to remember, when was the last time you saw him? Last time? It was here. Li Daxing grabbed at his open stomach. He begged me. He was so afraid, and asked me to hide him somewhere no one could find him. Someone was chasing after him. Yes, someone was targeting him. But you're the only one looking for him at this mall. No, that's not true. Li Daxing's eyes were completely white now. He flung Han Fei's arms away. He tore open his shirt and stomach like he was trying to drag Han Fei into it as well. Come, help me go inside to look. See if he's in there. Han Fei stopped the man and started to run to the 3rd floor. Even though Li Daxing hadn't killed anyone, he had lost his mind and couldn't be communicated with. Han Fei rushed up the escalator. Li Daxing stood at the bottom. His shirt and stomach dangled beside him. His skin was shriveling. What is he doing? Li Daxing pressed the switch beside the escalator. Han Fei assumed it would activate the escalator, but he had overestimated the kindness in Li Daxing. Sticky saliva appeared between the steps, and tongue coating appeared on the surface. Han Fei's feet lost purchase. The escalator became very slippery. Li Daxing knelt down at the bottom. His open stomach was like a giant maw, waiting to consume Han Fei. This ghost is quite creative. Han Fei ran as fast as he could. He arrived at the second before the escalator became a death trap. He didn't stop and continued to run upwards. Li Daxing was not the only abnormal human at the mall. He was merely one of the victims. What is the key to completing this mission? Face my fear. Feed myself to Li Daxing or insist that they are all fake. Han Fei tried to convince himself that Li Daxing was not real, but when he turned around, Li Daxing not only had not disappeared, he had appeared closer. Since Rest in Peace can't work, how about soul depth touch? When he passed a female boutique, Han Fei slowed. He wanted to see if he could use soul depth touch to injure Li Daxing. This was the first active skill Han Fei acquired in the cryptic world. Han Fei had inputted all of his skill points into it. It was now a masterful level skill. If he wanted to level it up further, he needed to complete a mission related to it or use some kind of special item. Come, I found a way to help you find your partner. Han Fei stared at Li Daxing. I will help you shove your head into your stomach. That way you can look for him yourself. When Han Fei stopped, Li Daxing's eyes stared at him. When they were only 3 meters from each other, they both sped up. Neither one hesitated. With a pounce, Han Fei kicked at Li Daxing's chest, but the latter didn't tumble backwards. His arms grabbed at Han Fei's right leg. Just as Li Daxing intended to drag Han Fei into his stomach, Han Fei grabbed Li Daxing by his neck. His hands pressed into the back of the man's head and yanked him downwards. Han Fei's left hand had inherited the altar owner's broken fingers. Han Fei thought the reward would only make his left hand stronger, but now he realized he had greatly underestimated it. The 5 fingers pierced into Li Daxing's skin and stuck like nails. Li Daxing wanted to stuff Han Fei into his stomach, but Han Fei had a gridlock on Li Daxing's head. Han Fei used his force to bend the man's head towards his chest. You care about your partner that much, so you should be the one to go look for him. Holding Li Daxing's head with his left hand, Han Fei grabbed rest and peace on his right. The scene was extremely scary and strange. Han Fei chopped at Li Daxing's neck. Li Daxing's head slowly lowered. When he saw his split-open stomach and the fleshy insides, the man appeared to be triggered. Han Fei didn't need to do anything more, and Li Daxing started to literally dig into himself. He is hiding here? This is the place where he said no one can find him? This place is so familiar, but why can't I go deeper? Let me help you. Han Fei pressed on the man's spine. We're colleagues after all. Li Daxing crawled into his stomach happily, while Han Fei slowly retreated. He was curious why Li Daxing would appear like this in the altar owner's mind. Was it purely because he had bullied the deliverman? Han Fei slowly calmed down as he moved away from Li Daxing. The 3rd floor was equally unsafe. This was where Huang Li was possessed, and the floor where the mall boss' ex-wife killed herself. With that in mind, the gears in Han Fei's mind started to turn again. Technically, we have the same enemy. Perhaps I can try to get her approval. Chapter 452. The mall. Standing on the corridor of the 3rd floor, staring into the windows of the shops, Han Fei noticed that the mannequins were dressed in different colored clothes, but their faces had the same expression. They were looking at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked at them until one of the mannequins blinked. Goosebumps broke out on his neck. Han Fei had no idea how many ghosts were hidden on the 3rd floor. With a mustered courage, he headed towards the boutique where Huang Li once was. A new mannequin had been placed in the window. She wore a similar outfit as Huang Li. When Han Fei looked closer, he also realized the mannequin looked just like Huang Li, from the open eyes to full lips, as well as the blood that trailed down from her stomach. At that moment, Han Fei felt like all the mannequins were looking at him. Each of the mannequins had their own lives. They had no malice towards Han Fei, they just wanted Han Fei to stay. They bent their arms and legs, trying to fold Han Fei into a mannequin just like them. Eyes stared at Han Fei from the dark. Initially, they were just looking, but as the darkness spread, the heads reached out through the windows. They wore brand new clothes, opening their arms at Han Fei. The curtains in the dressing room kept shaking. Han Fei came to the place where he first met the woman in red. The floor was scattered with tested outfits. However, the customer was still not satisfied. Perhaps she was not looking for suitable clothes, but her missing skin and body. Blood and flesh were the clothes of a soul. The mall boss had taken away his wife's favorite clothes, so now she was back to look for it. The broadcast system at the mall had this static voice. It sounded like a child laughing. The mall music was switched on. The dark melody enveloped every moving creature in the mall. The song was soft and mellifluous like a trapped oriole singing. However, blades had been shoved down her throat, so her every note was bloody. The altar owner's illusion was getting more and more severe. The sounds in Han Fei's 2 ears changed from completely distinct to somewhat similar. When the real and the fake overlapped, Han Fei had fallen. He could hear his heart beating along to the rhythm of the music. It raced like it was about to jump out from his chest. The feeling of anxiety came from all sides. The mall was turning into a prison and a maze, and he would be trapped here forever. You will die here, just like me, just like all of us. The laughter echoed inside the boutique. In the mirror, a woman was testing out one after another red outfits until she plucked her human skin off. The chest had a hollow where it had been punctured by the steel pipe. The hollow in the mirror framed Han Fei's face perfectly. The woman slowly turned around. All the women in the mirrors turned to look at Han Fei. She raised her hands, and Han Fei could feel pressure around his neck. This was a power that he couldn't rival. Li Daxing was scary, but he was the weakest one here. Han Fei's feet left the ground. The feeling of suffocation turned Han Fei's face purple. If he didn't do anything soon, he'd die. He swung rest in peace and scratched at his own neck with the altar owner's broken fingers. When his neck started to bleed, the suffocating feeling lightened. I can't stay too long on the third floor. Abandoning the idea of talking to the mall boss ex-wife, Han Fei ran upstairs. All the escalators became salivating tongues. The banner and fairy lights that dangled from the ceiling turned into strands of black hair. The chandeliers hanging from the ceiling became blinking eyeballs. Absurd, strange, and scary. Running on the tongue, Han Fei finally reached the fourth floor. The first thing that Han Fei saw was an old man. The old man wore the same employee's outfit and ID as Han Fei. When he saw Han Fei, the old man was shocked. He quickly staggered towards Han Fei. His mouth opened like he was about to tell Han Fei something. Han Fei noticed that the man's uneven yellow teeth were stuck with wooden chips. "You're finally here to take over my shift? I thought you had forgotten all about me." The old man moved faster. He was like a bug. His limbs wiggled swiftly and his body was heavily twisted. "The person who will take over your shift is called Li Daxing." Han Fei continued to move upwards. He climbed onto the escalator and glanced at the back of the old man's head. The back of the old employee's head had been hollowed out. A giant hole was left there. Wooden chips with a horrible smell kept falling out from the hole. Wait for me." The old man climbed onto the escalator too. He used his hands and legs, the expression on his face turning more and more twisted. Is this the culture of this mall? Everyone is so passionate. Han Fei couldn't shake off the old man. He had to be exceptionally careful because once he fell, he probably wouldn't get up again. The benefits of having a high stamina showed then. Han Fei reached the fifth floor before the old man. A light stench lingered in the air, and different from the other floors, there were some weak lights on this floor. Han Fei decided to stop on the fifth floor. When Han Fei first saw Li Daxing, the man was on the fifth floor. Han Fei suspected that the big object Li Daxing was holding was his missing partner. The smell that came out from the restaurant was enough to daze Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the small shop with the lit lanterns. Before he entered it, he could hear the sound of a cleaver hacking against the chopping block. Pieces of meat splattered against the wall. The chef appeared to have lost his mind. Han Fei entered the shop and glanced into the kitchen. The chef who stood facing away from Han Fei was tall and muscular. The counter in the kitchen had stuff like swords, axes, and so on. The chef didn't pull ingredients out from the fridge, but from a luggage bag. After he was done chopping the meat, the chef kicked the luggage bag aside. He pulled open the door of the kitchen cupboard, and the cupboard was filled with black luggage bags. The chef pulled out a random one. The bag was stained with black blood. The chef unzipped the bag, and then he suddenly stopped. The luggage bag was empty. The chef slowly turned around. His neck drew longer as the bloody face focused on Han Fei. "Oh, there you are." Dragging the luggage bag in one hand and the cleaver in another, the chef charged out from the kitchen. "Have you gone crazy from working overtime?" Han Fei turned and ran. More than one person had died in this restaurant. After the chef exited the shop to chase after Han Fei, all the luggage bags inside the cupboard started to move as if the food inside was trying to come out. The mall turned very unfamiliar. Han Fei looked at the paths before him, and every one seemed to lead to a dead end. He can run so fast, even when dragging a luggage bag? If I am caught, then all the stamina I have will be wasted. Han Fei had no impression of the chef at all. He had not encountered the chef before. However, he could speculate his identity through his experience. The fourth floor was for male fashion. The old man who wore the employee outfit was probably Fei Yang Sr., the old man who died inside the second-hand shop. Perhaps it was the altar. Everyone who died inside the mall would be trapped inside the mall. There was more than one restaurant on the fifth floor. Even though the other shops didn't have a crazy chef, they did have customers seated at the table waiting to be served. They all sat facing away from Han Fei. When Han Fei saw Li Daxing on the fifth floor, he was probably a customer here already. As Han Fei continued to run, the customers that originally faced away from Han Fei slowly turned around. Their red eyeballs stared at Han Fei. The bloody buns that they held fell to the ground. Red tongues lolled out from their lips to lick at the cracked lips. They had discovered something more delicious. The customers stood up one after another. They were dressed differently, some in suits, others in tatters. They came from different backgrounds, but when they saw fresh human flesh, they showed the same excitement. Some of them pretended to be gentlemen, but knives were hidden behind their backs. Others tossed lasso at Han Fei, claiming that they were trying to save him despite the greed on their faces. Every customer had put on a disguise. None of them openly admitted that they wanted to eat Han Fei, even though all of them had that same thought. Han Fei had no idea why the altar owner had this illusion. Han Fei believed that the altar owner had started to become desperate and deranged after his experience, and he couldn't stop himself from falling into the abyss. I can't let them capture me. Using all of his might, Han Fei escaped from the customers. He could barely keep himself safe, much less to look for Li Daxing's colleague. The stench from the restaurants lightened, and the light from the little lanterns dimmed. Han Fei held his heart and gasped for air. Intense running, stressed nerves, Han Fei's body and mind were under great duress. Han Fei doubled over. He didn't know where to hide. The voices in his ears had started to mix. The aureole in the broadcast had stopped singing. Instead it screamed in pain. With his heart beating, just as Han Fei was about to reach his limit, a static suddenly came above him. A weak square of light landed on the floor before him. Han Fei turned around. The television which was placed on the shelf had been switched on. A woman with tousled hair and bleeding stomach appeared on screen. She wore bright red clothes, and she sounded like she was laughing. She took one after another step and point, like she was dancing. The slender arms unfurled to the sides as she danced towards the unfinished concrete platform. Everyone looked at this madwoman, this beautiful elf, in shock. Her wounded feet stepped onto the ashy ground. She looked up at the giant scaffolding around her. Her mouth opened like she was saying something. She missed a step and fell through the air. The woman in the screen flew, but Han Fei could hear the sound of wind in his ears. He looked up, and the ghastly face was right above him. The woman's face was almost torn apart by the wind. Han Fei waved the blade upwards, but he hit nothing. He looked around with fear. All the televisions had been switched on, and the red screens repeated the process of the woman falling. She doesn't look like she was trying to commit suicide that day. The woman's final moments were too abnormal. She was laughing too madly. It was even more horrifying than if she was crying. And Han Fei saw very clearly that she didn't leap, but she fell because she missed one step. She was dancing like a puppet. Han Fei rushed out from the electronics zone, but where could he run to? The entire mall was like a demon's lair. Everything was mutating. The altar owner was slowly losing his mind. His illusions were based on his memory of reality. Without the mother's blessing, perhaps the entire memory world would eventually end up like this. The mission requires me to survive for 30 days, but that is impossible for a normal player. I have to become the altar's new owner before the world mutates to its worst form. The screams echoed in his ears. Han Fei was forced to continue running upstairs. He didn't dare stop. The mall had sunken into chaos. Han Fei had reached the end of the escalator, and he slowly turned around. There were paths everywhere, but there was no exit. The hungry customers, the slowly moving luggage bags, the crazy chef, and many more unimaginable monsters crawled out from the dark. They were endless. I assumed these things would appear slowly so that I could be prepared. The shadows gushed at Han Fei like waves. They were slowly approaching, planning to drag Han Fei down with them. If everything has fallen into darkness, who will save you? Chapter 453. The Price of a Soul. Standing on the wooden table on the 7th floor, Han Fei had the abyss behind him. This was the first time he was so cornered since he entered the memory world. The shadows were like rising sea water, attempting to submerge Han Fei. Soon the mall would lose everything that glowed. I know you've experienced something similar, but if you don't break this cycle, the tragedy will continue, and no one can break the curse. Pain came from his legs. Bloody fingers grabbed the edge of the table. Worms that crawled out from the rotten skin bit at Han Fei's legs. There were too many scary things hidden in the dark. Even for Han Fei, who had survived in the cryptic world for so long, he couldn't describe the ugliness of the monsters at the mall. Have you all lost your mind? Han Fei could feel the shadows at the mall were imperfect. They were incomplete. They were missing parts of their soul or body. Some of them had no brain, and their heads were stuffed with wooden splinters. Some were excellent chefs, but they could only cook with human flesh. The customers on the 5th floor had retained their human shapes, but they had lost their humanity. What is wrong with all of you? The banners at the ceiling turned to black hair, and giant eyeballs stared down at Han Fei. He was the only sane person at the mall. When the whole world was crazy, the sane person was the odd one out. Darkness invaded and madness spread. Han Fei was forced closer to the edge. Dong! The bell chimed inside the mall, shrouded in darkness. It was like a call from hell. The jumpers on the 1st floor started to spread. Their expressions took on great sincerity. The old man, whose head was filled with wooden chips, knelt to the ground. He placed his hands before him and stuck his face to the ground. Beside the old man was a pretty-looking girl. She was tall, but there appeared to be some problem with her brain because her expression was lifeless. Her limbs were tied with ropes like a puppet. Behind the girl was a drunkard. He was covered in mud, and his clothes were bound with long hair. Dong! The giant banner strung in the middle of the mall started to bleed. As the blood froze to blackness, the banner, which was about 40 meters large, started to slide downwards like a black cloth covering the earth. Dong! The moment the black cloth fell, a black altar appeared on the 1st floor of the mall. The altar was severe and intense. It ascended beyond all the darkness. No one dared to look at it. Accompanied by the oppressive bell chimes, the wooden doors of the altar slowly opened. The screams and wails stopped. Behind the black doors, pairs of trapped arms reached out. Inside the altar was like a world made up from arms. Like a flower blossoming, enveloped among the endless palms was an arm carved with human faces. The human faces on the arm took on Han Fei's appearance. When the arm lifted up, all the darkness rushed at Han Fei. The mall trembled, and Han Fei's world collapsed. His soul and consciousness were grabbed by that arm. An invisible force was pulling him towards the abyss. He couldn't resist. When a person had completely fallen, any word was pointless. No one could save him. No persuasion or comfort was going to work. At that moment, death became the only salvation. His feet moved. He stepped on the edge of the rails. His body slowly tipped forward. He was about to fall with the world. The hand that reached out from inside the altar held Han Fei's heart and drilled into his skull. The fingers covered in blood, and sin pierced into his soul. Dong! The bell shook people's souls. As Han Fei felt like he was about to get dragged into the altar, the memory in his mind actively separated itself out. Perhaps it was his subconscious coming into being, or it was his 3 souls. The split memory escaped from his mind, carrying his most unfortunate and negative emotions. It slammed into the palm of the hand. An evil and cold soul was grabbed by the arm, painted with human faces. As the bell chimed, the evil soul replaced Han Fei to jump down from the 7th floor. Han Fei watched his other self fall down. The man's eyes were filled with evil and madness. Instead of saying he was being dragged away, it was more like he had volunteered to embrace the darkness and despair. The altar has taken away one of my souls. Han Fei didn't make any deal with the altar, but the deal was forced into completion. The evil soul was grabbed by endless hands. They tore at him madly, melting him into the endless darkness inside the altar. The crazy world was still mutating. The arms from the altar spread everywhere. None of the figures dared to raise their heads. Just as the altar's attention moved away from Han Fei, a light crack came from his chest. Han Fei looked down, and he noticed the children's wooden doll which he had hidden in his pocket was covered in cracks. The doll's face was crying. The doll's hand was pointing to the left side. Turning to the left, a slender arm reached out from the darkness to grab Han Fei. It pulled him out from the endless shadows. "Uncle, keep on running down the left side," the familiar voice said. The altar realized the problem, and the endless arms started to crawl again. At that moment, Han Fei didn't dare to slow down. He rushed down the left side like crazy. The shops beside him receded, and the safety door of the 7th floor appeared before his eyes. Without any hesitation, Han Fei charged through the door. However, the next second, his face paled. There was no staircase beyond the safety door, only an empty abyss. The altar owner had trapped everything inside the mall. There was no exit at this maze, only death. Han Fei fell downwards, but before he was claimed by the abyss, a weathered arm reached out from the other side of the abyss. Holding the arm with all his might, Han Fei looked up. The darkness was like falling snow as they cascaded around him. The scene that he saw from both of his eyes slowly overlapped. A wrinkled face entered his eyes. Pain came from all sides of his body. Han Fei widened his eyes and looked around. Half of his body was hanging outside the rails of the 7th floor. His right arm was dangling downward while his left arm was holding onto a slender arm tightly. I almost died. Han Fei, who regained his senses, quickly pulled himself up. He leaped over the rails. Han Fei collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. He turned to study the senior beside him. The old woman's face was covered in wrinkles. A tattered rucksack lay beside her, and red sweaters could be seen from inside it. Even though Han Fei was already safe, the old lady was still holding onto Han Fei's wrist. Perhaps she was too scared to let go, or she was afraid that Han Fei might do something stupid again. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, it was Han Fei who shattered the silence. "Granny, thank you." Han Fei thanked the old lady. However, the old lady appeared to be quite confused. She looked at Han Fei and kept shaking her head. Perhaps Han Fei had reminded her of her son. Before her son died, he had done many inexplicable things as well. "I will not go near the rails again, don't worry." Han Fei tried to make the old lady let go, but without hurting her, he couldn't really do that. In the end, Han Fei stood up from the ground and helped the old lady get up. Letting her hold on to his wrist, Han Fei led her downstairs. "Granny, why were you on the 7th floor earlier?" When they reached the 1st floor, the old lady finally recovered from her shock, so Han Fei tried to communicate with her. "I came to donate clothes, the sweater from when my son was 7, but there was no one in the shop. A boy said you were on the 7th floor. He was drenched. It was him who led me to find you." The old woman's hand trembled. She finally let Han Fei go. "It was the boy who came to buy the toys who helped me." Han Fei took out the wooden doll from his pocket. The doll was cracked and looked fragile. The customers of this shop might be my hope of solving this conundrum. They entered the second-hand shop. Like usual, the old lady walked towards the fake altar. She mumbled something to herself and then handed the rucksack to Han Fei. "Granny, actually this altar." Before Han Fei could finish, the old lady staggered away. She left without turning back and disappeared into the darkness. The old lady would come every night and then leave after doing a good deed. She believed that her son would return after she committed 1,000 good deeds, but she had no idea the altar she worshipped was actually a fake one. There should be more people like her. They have all been scammed by the mall boss. Han Fei saw the wounds on his left arm. He remembered he had lost a soul. "I need to expose this fake mall boss to everyone." This demon in disguise. Sitting behind the counter, Han Fei opened the menu. When he saw the old woman's face, he had already escaped from the altar owner's illusion. However, at the time, he was hanging outside the 7th floor, not really a good time to check the system notifications. Notification for player 0000. You've completed a random mission, Illusions. You didn't succumb to the illusions as I had hoped, but you have carved a path of your own. You managed to do something I couldn't. Perhaps your answer is the right answer. You've rectified 45% of the altar owner's regret. You've obtained a large amount of EXP and a free trade with the altar. You do not need to pay anything for this trade. Warning. Using your soul as leverage, you've obtained this trading chance. But a trade is always of equivalent value. Please consider the value of your soul and then accept a trade from the altar. After completing the mission, Han Fei realized he was getting close to the core of this world, the altar. After completing the mission at Western City, he gained the altar's preliminary approval, and now he gained one chance to use the altar. All the missions were progressing forward. As they tortured him into a devil, they also fashioned him to become more like the altar owner. My evil soul has been taken by the altar. Without his help, I wouldn't have escaped from the illusions. Han Fei leaned on the counter. He had no idea how much his evil soul was worth, and honestly, he didn't even want to use his evil soul to trade for anything. He wanted to release his soul from the altar. A very scary creature lives inside the altar. Can my evil soul leave the altar unscathed? This mission had provided Han Fei with some hidden benefits. It had allowed Han Fei to look into the fears within the altar owner's heart. It also introduced him to the other workers at the second-hand shop. Perhaps Han Fei could find the mall boss' weakness from them. After overcoming the illusions, Han Fei turned his attention away from the job. He needed to start a counterattack, to use everything he had to shatter the mall boss' false mask of kindness. Chapter 454. White Rice. Han Fei, who had walked out from the illusions, was clearly different from before. Han Fei managed to do things that the altar owner was unable to. The changes that he brought to the memory world started to have future consequences. The door of the second-hand shop opened and Han Fei turned to the door. A man holding a delivery box stood dumbly at the door. His expression was dull and his mouth was slightly tilted. Pingon. Han Fei was surprised to see the deliveryman. What time is it? Why haven't you gone home? Wang Pingon raised the delivery box and shouted. I brought fried chicken. You've brought food for me. Han Fei's heart warmed, and he quickly invited Wang Pingon into the shop. After he opened the delivery box, Han Fei saw that the boxes of fried chicken had cracked, and there was a visible shoe print on them. Someone has attacked you? Han Fei walked around Wang Pingon. The man's clothes were stained with mud and sauces. Fried chicken. Wang Pingon didn't care about his dirty clothes. He carried the hot packs of fried chicken like treasures and placed them on the table. I can't finish them. Give you some, give father some. Staring at the two giant boxes of fried chicken, which were heavily damaged, Han Fei shook his head. Wang Pingon wouldn't have bought so many fried chicken for no reason. Something must be behind this. Can I borrow your phone? Han Fei accepted Wang Pingon's phone and logged into the delivery platform. Wang Pingon had gained 2 new bad reviews and compensated the customer full price for their orders. You're still so happy after you've lost money. Han Fei made some calculations. The earning Wang Pingon that night was nullified by that one compensation. Fried chicken delicious. Wang Pingon opened one of the packs and handed Han Fei a bottle of cola that had lost its fizz. Then he started to enjoy the food on his own. Wang Pingon had no worry and no fear. He munched on the fried chicken, his lips stained with oil. Looking at Wang Pingon, Han Fei had a surreal feeling. He didn't expect that there would be such a normal person inside this abnormal world. Thankfully, I've walked out of the illusions, or else I might have accidentally killed you. Destiny had changed. Han Fei ate the chicken. These 10 minutes were the most relaxed period of his entire day. After they finished the first box, Wang Pingon took out the second box of chicken. He wanted to have a taste of the other flavor, but he also wanted to save the second box for his father. You better go home and share the second box with your father. Han Fei grabbed the second box of chicken and placed it back into the delivery box. When he reached into the delivery box, he realized the bottom of Wang Pingon's delivery box was filled with bowls of white rice. Why are there so many bowls of white rice? And they're all cooked. Han Fei was confused. Pingon, did you buy these white rice yourself? Delivery, all delivery. Wang Pingon pointed at his phone. Can't find address. House full of dead people. Han Fei suspected he had heard wrongly. The previous minute he was enjoying a warm moment with Pingon, and now everything changed. Dead people? Dead people ordered the delivery? Dead people. Wang Pingon was still smiling happily. The fried chicken lost its flavor immediately. Han Fei handed the napkin over to Wang Pingon to help him wipe his hand. Then he had Wang Pingon sit before him. Where are you supposed to deliver all these white rice? Upstream, Head River, White City. Wang Pingon answered with difficulty. Han Fei grabbed the man's phone, and soon he discovered something terrifying. Every night, someone would order bowls of white rice from Head River, and they would order the rice from the same shop. Han Fei took out his own phone to call the number of the restaurant. It rang for a long time, and there was no answer. He tried to call the same number with Wang Pingon's phone, but it only rang twice before it was picked up. Did something happen to you? A man's voice came through the line. The man sounded very nervous. Han Fei's eyes darted about. He took the phone and walked deeper into the shop. The address you gave me is not right. Why is the house filled with dead people? There was a crash on the other end of the line, and then the call ended. After a while, the same number called Wang Ping'an back. Once Han Fei answered it, he could hear the boss worried breathing. Brother, I didn't mean to scam you, but only you would accept the order now. So, why are there so many dead people? I really don't know. Head River is where the rich people live. There was a family who liked to order from us, but from a certain day onwards, they only ordered white rice and stopped ordering the dishes. I was curious, so I asked around. I found out the whole family was kidnapped and then killed by the kidnapper. However, the other delivery men swore the family was still alive when they made the delivery after the supposed massacre of the family. The people are dead, but they still order rice every day? I don't know. Regardless, until now they will still order white rice every night. And recently more customers started to order white rice at night. They came from all over the place. Many delivery people didn't dare to accept such orders anymore. Only you didn't seem to care about it. Wait a minute. Why do you sound different from before? Guess who I am? As Han Fei said that, the man hung up the phone. The boss didn't sound like he was lying. Han Fei returned to Wang Ping'an's side. He looked at the bowls of white rice that covered the bottom layer of the box. The boss said that the number of customers who ordered white rice at night has increased recently. Are they all dead people? Looking through the info on the shop, Han Fei realized with a shock that the shop was also owned by the mall boss. The boss also had a lot of real estate along the river. However, for the past 2 years, his luck had been sliding. Most of his businesses shut down, and the only ones that remained were the mall, Five Grains Restaurant, and River Private Hospital. Ping'an, how many of such orders have you received? Orders for just white rice. Wang Ping'an scrolled through his phone and proudly showed Han Fei his delivery records. When Han Fei saw the records, his face was green. No wonder Wang Ping'an had worked through the night. Most of his delivery involved delivering white rice. It's the ghosts who have been keeping this man alive. Han Fei looked through the phone. Wang Ping'an had even made a delivery to Han Fei's neighborhood before. The address was the room on the 3rd floor where the hanging woman was. Are there any problems with these white rice? Han Fei took out a pack and looked through it with chopsticks. The rice was half-cooked and the rice was mixed with joss sticks and paper money ashes. Ping'an, you need to stop accepting orders from Riverhead. You might survive once, but it doesn't mean you'll survive every time. Wang Ping'an, who always listened to Han Fei, hesitated. He asked a very strange question. Must dead people be ghosts? Why must we be afraid of dead people? Those who bully me are living people. The living people might be after your money, but the dead will be after your life. Then Han Fei was suddenly reminded of something. Be it Wang Ping'an who made the night delivery, or the old lady who did good deeds every day, they didn't seem to be afraid of ghosts. And the ghosts in the memory world also left them be. The altar owner was taught that good people have good karma since he was young, but when he tried to do good things, bad things kept happening to him. He was corrupted to become the scariest monsters. However, in his memory world, his subconscious has protected these good people. Until now, he probably still believes good people have good karma. At least that is true in his memory world. Han Fei glanced at the good people title that he had. Then he turned to Wang Ping'an. Ping'an, if you insist on making these deliveries, then you have to promise me one thing. You will bring me to visit these people after the sun comes up. Which people? Wang Ping'an didn't quite understand Han Fei. His eyes were glued to the other box of fried chicken. All the people who have ordered white rice at night. Bring me to their homes. If there is no danger, then you can continue taking these orders. Han Fei had his own plan. He had seen the people who had died to the altar in the altar owner's illusions. Now he planned to meet them in person in the memory world. Chapter 455. While after getting the promise from Wang Ping'an, Han Fei told the man to go home early, but Ping'an took his phone and scrolled up the delivery record. He pointed at the shop. Here, ordered a lot of rice. Han Fei looked at the screen. Wang Ping'an's first white rice order was from the second-hand shop. I made the delivery, but the rice was abandoned. The employee said no one had ordered it. Wang Pinggan uttered slowly. He was trying to express something. Our shop has ordered white rice. If only the dead would order white rice, then it meant that the second-hand shop had dead people too. The shop is filled with recycled antiques. It's normal for them to contain some spirits. It proves that they are authentic. Perhaps the boss likes to collect such things. A normal worker would have panicked from fear, but Han Fei thought this was nothing. After Wang Pinggan left, Han Fei returned to the counter, stood at the camera blind spot, and switched off the surveillance. I love my job and see the shop as my home. There shouldn't be any problem for me to check the items around my house. Han Fei put on the landlord's ring from his inventory. Once the ring was on his finger, the familiar chill returned. I knew these recycled objects aren't normal. The boss built this place not out of feelings, but had an ulterior motive. Raising his hand, Han Fei used the ring as a compass. The ring led him to the altar. A fake altar was placed deep inside the store. The real altar was underground. Ever since Han Fei found out about the real altar, he forgot all about the fake altar. However, the landlord's ring was telling Han Fei otherwise. This altar was radiating a cold presence. Han Fei pulled back the black cloth. The wooden altar looked normal. It was no different from the altars Han Fei had encountered before. It was like an aged art piece. The altar's doors were nailed shut. Han Fei leaned closer, and he realized the wooden planks were written with many curses, like whoever opened this altar would be cursed with tragedy and misfortune. The altar above ground and below ground had the same size, but they couldn't be more different. You could feel the strange presence of the underground altar when you got near. Once the black cloth was pulled back, the whole underground storeroom would become strange. However, the altar before Han Fei, even though its doors were sealed, didn't give off any presence of danger. Should I open it? As Big Sin's owner, Li Zai's friend, and the carrier of several unmentionables curses, I should be the unluckiest person in the cryptic world, right? Han Fei put on the gloves and found the toolbox. Since the surveillance was switched off and there was no customer, Han Fei started to remove the wooden planks. The landlord's ring kept warning Han Fei, but he didn't care. Like Big Sin, Han Fei didn't target the front of the altar, but started from the sides. When the small door was almost detached from the altar, the lights inside the shop started to flicker. A wounded arm reached out from the altar to grab at Han Fei's finger. Han Fei was prepared. He already reacted very fast, but he still couldn't avoid the arm. His body was dragged towards the altar. Han Fei could barely maintain his balance. His bloodshot left eye glanced into the dark altar. There was a wounded man stuffed inside. The man's limbs and body were twisted together and shoved inside the altar. His pale face was directed towards the front door. His mouth was left hanging half open and black mist kept rushing into his body. He's wearing the same uniform as I am? While he struggled, Han Fei's brain spun quickly. He then shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm here to deliver red sweaters. Your mother has been looking for you. Because of you, she comes to the shop daily. She wants to be reunited with you. His body still leaned towards the altar, but the force became smaller. It's the boss who did this to you, and now he wants to kill me. It was your mother who saved me. I am here to thank her. Han Fei was not fully acting. He was not reading lines. He really did mean the words he said. The force dwindled further. Han Fei found the opportunity to roll away. He didn't aim to escape. Instead, he grabbed at the rucksack not far away. After the old lady dragged him out from the illusions, she left the clothes she wanted to donate that night not far away from the altar. Han Fei reached in to grab the bloody red sweater. He ran back to the altar. Your mom has been tricked by the boss. She thought doing 1,000 good deeds will free you, but the boss never intended to let us go. After he has made use of us and exhausted every drop of our worth, he will kill us. I had no other choice but to take the risk to open the altar. Han Fei placed the red sweater before him like a shield. Your mom has saved me. So even if I die, I will fulfill her wish. Let me suffer the boss' anger. You can use this time to reunite with your mother. She has waited for you for a decade already. We mustn't let her wait any longer. Han Fei shouted without any reservation. He had stunned the man inside the altar. For the past decade, This was the first time the man had seen the light of day, and the first person he saw was this strange man. The wounded arm stopped dragging Han Fei. The folded man opened up his mouth like he was trying to say something. However, his teeth and tongue had been removed, so he couldn't make any sound. He struggled inside the dark altar, but he couldn't even move his body. His flesh had grown into the altar. What is it that you want to say? If you can't leave the altar, I can bring the altar to her. Before Han Fei finished, the man inside the altar struggled. He didn't want his mother to see him like this. Then how can I help you? The man's only movable arm slammed at the bottom of the altar until he exhausted himself out. The lights returned to normal, and the man disappeared. The fake altar only had a death portrait left. The man inside the black and white picture was quite handsome. He was mature and melancholic, like he hadn't smiled for a long time already. Looking at the picture and comparing it to the folded man, Han Fei shivered. They are the same person? He took out the picture and hid it inside the red sweater. Then Han Fei moved the altar to see if there was anything hidden underneath. The wooden altar was much heavier than Han Fei anticipated. He tried his best to move it. After the altar was moved, strange-looking bugs crawled out. Their cries sounded like children crying. Han Fei continued to apply force. After the altar was completely moved out of the way, a dark hole appeared before him. The altar on the surface is to block off this hole. Capillaries like roots grew near the hole and the bottom of the altar. When Han Fei moved the altar, he snapped off most of the roots. It looks connected to the basement. Han Fei leaned on the hole and looked down. He saw a well, and the water surface was floating with trash and photographs. Han Fei found a fishing line in the store. He wanted to hook the stuff up. However, when the fishing line touched the water surface, something emerged from underwater, and then a powerful force pulled the fishing line into the well. Seeing the bloody cut on his hand, Han Fei was shocked. Before he could react, the fishing line was already dragged away from him. Thankfully, I didn't go down there myself. Han Fei gauged the distance between the mouth of the well and the water surface. Han Fei turned to close the shop. And then he found an iron shovel and pickaxe at the shop. He carried the tools and went into the underground basement. He stopped at the last row of shelves. The altar was on the other side of the shelves. It seemed to sit facing away from the well. After moving the shelf away, Han Fei tapped on the dusty wall. If I open a hole here, it should lead me to the well. Chapter 456. Third finger. Han Fei had spent most of the time in illusions, so it was a bit late to break the walls now. To prevent himself from being discovered by the boss, after Han Fei memorized the location of the well, he replaced the shelves. He carried the axe and shovel and walked around the underground storeroom, feeling the chill from the landlord's ring. There were so many more haunted things down here than above. What is this? There was a carved wooden box placed on the shelf near the altar. It looked like an antique. When Han Fei got near, he felt a chilling wind. Han Fei used his gloved hands to open the box. Inside the box were several blackened sheets of rice dumpling leaves. The leaves were covered with rotten rice and jujube, but strangely enough the leaves were unaffected. These leaves looked so strange. Their veins looked like human blood veins. Han Fei moved the leaves out of the way and noticed there was a letter placed at the bottom of the box. Barely legible on the envelope was the sentence, "For an old friend." Resisting the strong discomfort, Han Fei found a piece of plastic to grab the envelope. He wiped away the blood on the surface and saw an address. Number 19, White City, Riverhead? Isn't that the same address which orders white rice every night? White City was where the rich people lived, and Riverhead was the richest among them. The family must have known the boss well to send rice dumplings during festivals. Han Fei placed a piece of leaf and the letter into the plastic bag. He planned to visit Riverhead with these things after dawn arrived. Other than the leaves, Han Fei found many items with Yin energy in the storeroom. Things like expensive silk cloth, used meat mincer, old television, and so on. Every shelf has at least one dirty thing, and they are placed facing the altar like they are worshipping it. Han Fei scanned the shelves. He planned to bring the haunted things out from the storeroom, for them to see the light again. In the altar owner's illusion, all the ghosts are controlled by the altar, and they are all accomplices to the boss, but is that really the truth? He was in an extremely despairing state and was dominated by depression. With the influence of the altar, he saw that hopeless world. Perhaps that world was the one the mall boss created for him. Every single goodness that encountered the altar owner would be corrupted into ugly despair. He was trying to slowly turn the altar owner into a monster, one that would kneel, enslaved to the altar. After experiencing so many things, I could be considered the person who understands him the most, but that doesn't mean I would take the same path as he did. In the illusions, Han Fei was also cornered by the ghosts. However, Han Fei didn't hate the ghosts. He even wanted to help them. They are bullied by the altar and can't even have peace after death. If I am to find helpers in this world, it will be among them. Han Fei couldn't carry everything at once, so he picked a few convenient ones, things that he could hide easily, and placed them inside the old lady's rucksack. When Han Fei left the storeroom, there were extra things in the rucksack. They included a paper plane folded from a love letter, a wig covered in spider web, and the letter, as well as rice dumpling leaf. Han Fei recovered everything at the shop. Then he carried the old lady's rucksack, walked out from the shop, and came to the donation box behind the mall. Huang Li had brought him here before. The mall boss had the donation box built not far from the trash cans. Perhaps the mall boss found this an easier way to deal with the old lady's donation. Taking out the key, Han Fei opened the donation box and kept the old lady's rucksack inside it. Perhaps it was because he had been involved in too many murders. Han Fei was very good at dealing with crime scenes. Thankfully, he was not a bad guy, or else with his skills, Xian Lu would have another supercriminal. Han Fei returned to the shop and continued to sleep at the counter like nothing had happened. Just as the sky was about to brighten, there was a customer. A man in black walked in. From the hat to the shoes, the man was in black. It was like he just came from a funeral. The man ignored Han Fei and walked around the shop before he stopped before the altar. "How can I help you?" Han Fei stood at the counter and inquired with a yawn. "I wish to purchase this altar, but the server said that he couldn't make that decision. He needed to verify it with the boss." The man slowly turned around. "It has been days since then. I wonder if your boss came to a decision." The weather was cold, but the man was dressed in a very thin shirt. There was a complicated black tattoo on his neck. It was like a giant snake consuming several human heads. "Can you tell me which server has told you that?" "I can help you contact him." Han Fei tapped his face lightly, like he was trying to keep himself awake. "Thank you, but I believe he should be here soon." The man glanced at Han Fei and then soon lost interest. Compared to humans in this world, the man cared more about the old stuff on the shelves. About 10 minutes later, the door of the second-hand shop opened again. Fei Yang with bloodshot eyes appeared at the door. His clothes were unkempt and his hair stuck out in places. It looked like he was woken up right about the time he was about to sleep. "Why are you here?" Han Fei was surprised. Fei Yang waved his hands and rushed towards the man in black. They whispered among themselves. Fei Yang kept glancing at Han Fei as if afraid that Han Fei might discover something. About 10 minutes later, Fei Yang walked towards Han Fei. "Brother, your leg is injured, so why don't you get off work early today? Go back and rest. Then come back later. Are you sure you can handle this? You left at 11 plus yesterday night, and it is now barely dawn." "I'm fine. You better hurry back to rest." Fei Yang urged Han Fei. "The man doesn't look like a good person. Be careful and don't be scammed." Han Fei reminded him kindly. Okay. Han Fei was quite happy that he could get off work early. He worked the account and then left the shop rubbing his sleepy eyes. However, the moment he left the shop, Han Fei's eyes sharpened. He saw very clearly that the human head tattoo on the man's neck was similar to 7 fingers. How did Fei Yang get entangled with 10 fingers? Fei Yang and the man in black spoke very softly, but Han Fei possessed the altar owner's right ear, so he heard everything. Fei Yang had discovered parts of the mall boss' secret. He had a feeling that he would die next, so he voluntarily sought help from the man in black. The man in black was a private investigator. He had been investigating the mall, so he was glad to take on Fei Yang as a client. After 7th finger and 8th finger are killed, the other fingers started to make their move. Fei Yang is very clever, but he has found the wrong person to cooperate with. Working with 10 fingers is no different from signing your own death certificate. Han Fei warned Fei Yong with the risk of exposing himself, but Fei Yong was too panicked to heed Han Fei's advice. Hopefully he can survive until the end. When tragedy struck, everyone would try their best to save themselves, but certain people would make the wrong decision. The sky outside the mall was brightening. After making sure there was no one around, Han Fei turned to the donation box and retrieved the old lady's rucksack. Time to go home. Walking past the bridge, Han Fei lowered his head to study the gurgling river. His reflection in the water was blurry, and it didn't look that much like Han Fei. It was like there was another person looking at him from under the river. After I take a quick nap, I will go take a look around River Head with Wang Pingon at noon. Han Fei rubbed his hands. The weather was turning cold, so he should get some heavy layers for himself. Han Fei walked around the garden and entered the alley, but he soon stopped. There were 2 alleys between the mall and his rental. The homeless guy would normally stay at the first alley, but today he had appeared at the alley closer to the mall. When he saw Han Fei, the man crawled towards Han Fei and extended his palms like he was asking for food from Han Fei. It had been a day since Han Fei saw the man. He noticed that someone had broken the man's leg. He was limping just like the dog inside the wooden box. His clothes were tattered and his hands were stained with mud. In the past, the homeless man would never actively block Han Fei's way to ask for food. He was acting strangely today. The sun hasn't come up yet, and the breakfast stall is not yet open, so I can't purchase any food for you. Han Fei continued to walk forward. The homeless man suddenly grabbed Han Fei's shirt. His dirty hands left stains on Han Fei's employee uniform. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything harsh to the homeless man. He didn't shove him away either. Instead, Han Fei grabbed the man's wrist lightly. Looks like you must be extremely hungry. Okay. Let me return to the mall. I remember there is a 24-hour convenience store at the mall. Han Fei smiled warmly. After Han Fei turned back to the mall, the homeless guy finally let go. 2 minutes later, after Han Fei disappeared from sight and the homeless guy prepared to return to his wooden box, the door of the nearby house suddenly opened. A man in a nurse's uniform charged out. He was holding a sharp knife. You saved him? The man squeezed the homeless guy's neck and slammed him into the wall. Since you like to do charity so much, then you can die on his behalf. Just as the knife was about to pierce into the homeless man's stomach, footsteps echoed down the alley. Han Fei didn't really return to the mall. He had been hiding at the corner. Without considering the consequence, Han Fei charged and knocked the man over. You are indeed suspicious. I was wondering why I haven't seen you before. When the man saw Han Fei turn back, he was excited. A stranger has appeared in this unchanging world. Whose memory are you based on? The nurse couldn't feel pain, and he was stronger than a normal man. He easily detained Han Fei by grabbing one of his arms. Not going to tell me? Fine. I'll make you into a can and trap you inside my bedroom. The man's other arm reached for Han Fei's neck. As he tried to squeeze the life out of Han Fei's right arm punched at the man's chest. Don't you even know how to fight? You are making me laugh. Do you think a fist is going to pierce through my chest? The smile on the lips slowly froze. The man felt a chill from his chest. How can the body, made from memory, feel cold? He lowered his head to look. The light of dawn gathered in Han Fei's hand. A shining blade appeared in the man's eyes. Grabbing the knife, Han Fei swung the blade. The nurse's head fell to the ground. His body melted under the sun. The nurse looked at Han Fei in surprise. Before he got the chance to activate the tattoo on his neck, he was already beheaded. I have remembered you. Shush. Massaging his wrist, Han Fei stood up from the ground. There are 6 human heads around his neck. Does that mean he's 6th finger? Putting away rest and peace, Han Fei looked at the corner. The homeless man cowered in fear, hugging his dog, afraid that Han Fei might harm them. Chapter 457, Be My Father. Thank you for saving me earlier. I will bring food for you every day after I get off work. Han Fei's blade only cut through sin. As dawn showered into the alley, Han Fei put the hilt away and crossed his arms. The homeless guy retreated with fear on his face. Moments later, Han Fei took out 500. The weather is getting cold. You should get some thick blankets for yourself, or perhaps find a place to stay. The homeless guy didn't dare to take Han Fei's money. He dragged the wooden box and rushed down the other side of the alley. A drifter that doesn't accept charity? I wonder what he did for a living before he became homeless. Han Fei noticed the homeless guy cared about the stray dog a lot. As unkempt as the man was, he would still play and clean the dog every day. It was like the dog was the only pride he had left in the world. The most sensible thing to do is to silence all the witnesses so that 10 Fingers couldn't get to me through this homeless guy. But doing that is no different from 10 Fingers. Han Fei turned around and returned to his rental. Since the nurse was dead, he planned to visit the man's home. When he was about to walk upstairs, a paper plane covered in black stains landed beside his shoes. Han Fei lifted his head up to look. The window on the 3rd floor was left half open and a woman stood at the window. She looked at Han Fei expressionlessly. The hands that hung on the window were scorched from fire. "Hello." Han Fei raised his hand to greet her, but the woman disappeared in the blink of an eye. It doesn't feel like she was looking at me, but the second-hand shop uniform I am wearing. Han Fei bent down to pick up the paper plane. It was written with symbols that no one could understand. Are these words? What is she trying to tell me? There was a dead person who lived in the same rental who greeted one daily. Most people would have moved away already, but Han Fei wanted to visit the woman so that they could have a good chat. I believe I saw her among the illusions. Han Fei first returned to his room to grab the toys the nurse had tossed away. He placed them inside the old lady's rucksack and then ran to the nurse's room. 7th Finger and 8th Finger were independent ruffians, but this particular finger had a wife and son. This confused Han Fei. Why was that? Han Fei knocked for a long time before a child's voice answered. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm your downstairs neighbor. We've met before." Han Fei said slowly. "Kid, you dropped your toys on the ground that day. I've kept them for you." "You're here to return my toys?" "Yes, I noticed that you quite like them." The doorknob wiggled. The door was pulled open from inside. A strange smell drifted out. The boy hid behind the door, and his eyes were glued to the rucksack. "You're the only one at home. Father hasn't come back from work and Mommy is still sleeping." The boy was at ease around Han Fei. Han Fei didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the room like he owned it. After Han Fei entered the living room, the boy became quite flustered. He scratched his head, confused by the situation. He didn't know if he should close the door or not. "Here, the toys are quite expensive." Han Fei took out the puppets from the rucksack, and the boy's attention was immediately drawn to them. While the boy played with the toys, Han Fei started to look around. The room only had the simplest furniture, and they were all worn and old. Other than that, ever since Han Fei entered the room, he noticed every object in the room exuded this horrible smell, like the whole place was rotting. "Boy, how long you haven't seen your mother already?" "Very long time." The boy was still playing with his toys. His favorite was the puppet that represented his father. "Then do you want to see her?" "Father won't let us into her room. He will hit me." The boy lowered his head, and he slowly pulled the puppet's head out. "It's fine. After all, he's not here." Han Fei walked towards the bedroom. When his hand landed on the door, he caught the picture frame that was tipped over on the television from the corner of his eyes. He righted the frame and noticed the picture only had the woman and the boy. There was no sign of the nurse. "Why isn't your father in any of the photos?" The boy stopped talking. He continued to try to pull the puppet's head out. Since the boy didn't answer, Han Fei didn't press. He tried to turn the doorknob and realized the bedroom door was locked. "The key is on Father. Without his permission, Mommy will not open the door for you." The boy's voice appeared to be changing. "Your mother loves you that much. How could she bear to not see you for so long? I suspect your father has done something bad to your mother." Han Fei smiled. "Do you mind if I use some force to open the door?" "Okay, but a locked door can't be opened without a key." "Well, I'm going to give it a try anyway." Han Fei aimed at the doorknob and kicked. The giant sound shattered the silence of the morning. Curses came from downstairs, but Han Fei couldn't care less. He resisted the stinging stench and turned to look into the bedroom. A woman covered in 4 drips lay in bed. Various medicinal bottles that released horrible odors scattered around the bed. The woman's eyes had gone blind from all the crying. Her eyes and ears were stuffed. If not for her slightly convulsing body, Han Fei would have assumed the woman was dead already. 6th Finger is experimenting on this woman? Han Fei immediately took out his phone to call for emergency rescue. He didn't dare to touch the drips lest he injured the woman. As Han Fei tried to communicate with the woman, the boy appeared at the bedroom door. He held the puppet that represented father. He grabbed the puppet's legs in his left hand and the puppet's head in his right. Father said he is treating mommy's illness. If the treatment doesn't go well, mommy will spread the illness to us, and we will be in great pain. The boy repeated the statement Sixth Finger had taught him. The expression on his face slowly became stranger and stranger. Then did your father tell you what kind of illness your mother has? In Han Fei's left eye, the boy's body was slowly changing. Han Fei was suddenly reminded of something. The boy before him was friends with the drowned boy. The drowned boy once witnessed his father murder his mother, so the boy's mother puppet was beheaded. Now, this boy was holding the same set of puppets as the drowned boy. Once he got the puppet, he started to yank the head off the father puppet. It felt like he was trying to use this way to kill his own father. It was a simple thought, but also quite scary. Father said there is a person hiding in mother's heart. This is the only way he can lure the bad person out. The boy slowly walked towards Han Fei. Father only became my father not too long ago. He said that he would become my father every time he enters this world. He has watched over me for 10 years already. He knows everything about me. He wants me to be his son, but I've only seen him for a few weeks. The boy's tone was strange as his mouth opened and closed. Father knows everything in this home. He told me that my original father has died for a long time already. Since he has died, how could he linger in a living person's heart, so the new father needs to treat my mother? He said mother and I only belong to him, and can only belong to him. The boy reached Han Fei. He walked around his mother's bed. The boy didn't seem surprised by the scene inside his mother's bedroom. Han Fei didn't expect this to happen. He started to calmly analyze the boy's words. The boy sounded like he was rambling, but he had actually revealed a lot of information. The boy's real father was not Sixth Finger, but someone else. The boy's mother still missed her husband and raised the boy alone. However, Sixth Finger appeared. Sixth Finger used every method available to make the boy's mother forget about the boy's real father. Unfortunately, even after 10 years, he failed to murder the man inside the woman's heart. Seeing the woman in bed, Han Fei could imagine the torture she must have been through. This created a lasting impact on Han Fei. Combine that with the way Seventh Finger and Eighth Finger had ruled the Western city, Han Fei came up with a terrifying conclusion. When 10 fingers enter the memory world, it is no different from a normal player entering perfect life. They can do anything they want, even to kill the people inside the memory world thousands of times. This memory world is based on an altar and anchored by the unmentionable's deepest resentment. Then could perfect life be based on an altar too? To be able to support such a huge gaming world, as well as a surface and cryptic layer, a normal altar wouldn't suffice, but what if it was the black box? These mad hypotheses slowly crowded Han Fei's mind until he felt someone pull on his shirt. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Han Fei's mind was interrupted, and he turned to the boy. Today, father didn't return home on time, and he didn't feed mother medicine. The boy raised the beheaded father puppet. His face had a creepy smile that a child should never have. Uncle, would you be my new father? Han Fei retreated. In his left eye, the boy had already mutated. Flesh kept growing out from his left brain. The flesh became a cage to envelope Han Fei and the boy. Without any hesitation, Han Fei grabbed the boy's arm and rammed into the bedroom window. There had to be a reason why Sixth Finger chose to be this boy's father. Perhaps the boy might become scary after he mutated, or the boy knew some secrets. Regardless, Han Fei needed to stop the boy from mutating before him. He tried to drag the boy out from the flesh cage and bring the boy out from the bedroom, but the window was nailed shut. Bang! Han Fei felt like his bones were about to shatter. Be my new daddy. Mommy needs someone to look after her. I beg you to stay. Ignoring the boy, Han Fei continued to slam into the window until the puppet the other boy gave him bounced to the ground. The already cracked toy smashed into smithereens on impact. Han Fei reached for the puppet, but another hand was faster than he was. Why do you have this toy? A drenched boy appeared from the broken toy. He stopped the mutating monster. Using this chance, Han Fei finally tore two planks out from the window, and the sun hit the two boys. The drowned boy disappeared, and the mutating boy slowly returned to normal. Han Fei stood by the window, nursing his beating heart. He realized he had greatly underestimated the danger of this world. As time progresses, the crazier this world will become. The monster in people's hearts will be released. The mission to survive for 30 days was impossible. Perhaps it was a wish that couldn't be fulfilled. This boy is scarier than Li Long and Li Hu combined after he mutates. Perhaps that is why Sixth Finger chose to adopt him. I have to maintain a good relationship with this boy. That way I'll have some aid after this world has fully mutated. Chapter 458. The boy had returned to normal. He held the dismembered puppet and sat on the cold floor. Han Fei didn't dare to approach the boy recklessly. The boy looked normal on the surface, but an extremely scary monster lived inside his heart. After experiencing so many things, Han Fei finally understood what mutation meant. Instead of calling it mutation, it was more like the monsters had shed their disguise to become what the altar owner remembered them to be. The sun showered into the room. The boy lifted his head in confusion. His young face was filled with tears. Then he crawled over to his mother's side and started to cry. For now, the mutation will only occur in the dark and sunlight can return them to normal. Han Fei frowned. He remembered the diary that the altar owner had left behind. The date I entered the memory world is December 1st. As the month progresses, the weather will get colder and the days shorter. Han Fei had no idea what kind of danger he would face. However, to have the world around him slowly collapse, that was not a good feeling. Please don't cry, your mother will be fine. After consoling the boy, Han Fei planned to visit the landlady, hoping that she and her husband could help look after the boy. Han Fei carried the rucksack to the stairs. As he was about to walk downwards, he felt a chill from his finger. The landlord's ring gave him a warning. Upstairs, Han Fei turned around to look and happened to see a woman in white walking up the stairs. Isn't that the tenant from the third floor? Han Fei gave chase immediately. He saw the woman open one of the doors and entered it. Wait, that room is... Han Fei stopped at the third-floor corridor. The woman had entered room 13, the room where someone had committed suicide. The sun is already up. Why is this corridor still so gloomy? Han Fei slowly nudged his way to room 13. He realized with a shock that the room door was left half open as if welcoming him. With a shiver, Han Fei slowly pulled the door open. This was the second time Han Fei entered room 13. But different from last time, this time he was alone. Is anyone home? Holding a full rucksack in one hand and a hilt in another, Han Fei's every nerve was pulled taut. Suddenly the sound of glass crashing came from the kitchen, and then a rat scurried from between the shards. There are living creatures in this room? Just as Han Fei said that, the rat started to convulse like it had been poisoned. Its beady eyes leaked with blood, and then it collapsed among the glass shards. You can hear me? I know you're here. Han Fei slowly retreated. He felt like he had stepped on something, but he remembered clearly that there was nothing near the door. The floor was supposed to be clean. Resisting the urge to look down, Han Fei continued to retreat. The previously opened door had been closed. The rusted lock was stuck and Han Fei was trapped. The tenant died several months ago, and nothing happened for a long time. This means that she is not a vicious ghost who goes after innocent people. When you run into supernatural events, do not panic. If the other party still has traces of humanity, try to communicate with them. If the other party was fully dominated by murderous intention, then you have to be even calmer to figure out how to die in the least painful way. Many thoughts bounced in his mind. Han Fei knew the door was locked, so in that case, he walked forward. I heard you were once a worker at the mall too? So technically you are my senior. I've encountered many strange events at the mall, so I can understand why you have made the choice you did. Honestly, I share your views. The mall boss is a devil in human skin. He is fake and crazy. He has me cornered already. Han Fei was trapped by the ghost in room 13, but the words he said made it sound like he visited room 13 on purpose. I have no other option. No one in this world believes me. Everyone sees the mall boss as a philanthropist, but I have seen the real person under the mask. Han Fei shook the rucksack he was holding. The devil's hands are bloody from the sins he has committed. Every item here represents a soul he has claimed. The bloody red sweater, several photographs, and a paper plane folded from a love letter fell to the ground. When the paper plane touched the living room floor, the temperature started to dip. Is this paper plane yours? Han Fei picked up the paper plane with shaking hands. Actually, when Han Fei saw the paper plane in the storeroom, he decided to take it with him because the paper plane looked similar to the paper planes the third-floor woman threw out the window. It merely was made from different materials. At the time, Han Fei believed the paper plane was connected to the woman on the third floor. It was why he had carried the rucksack home. The bathroom door was pushed open and toilet paper rolls tumbled out. Moments later, a scorched palm grabbed the edge of the door. It appeared like the ghost in room 13 was about to show herself soon. Holding the paper plane, Han Fei slowly approached the arm scorched by flames. I believe I've seen you in the illusions. I was confused why the underground storeroom would have a paper plane. Then I realized you have been staring at me in my illusions. I have received a paper plane from you. Han Fei used soul-depth touch and felt intense pain, hatred, and regret from the scorched hands. I am in deep regret, but it is too late now. I am being targeted by the mall boss. I am his next prey. I know I am not long for this world. In these last few days, I want to help you. Han Fei's real meaning was, please don't kill me. I am almost a walking dead. Allowing me to live is going to be more helpful for you. The same meaning uttered in a different phrase and combine that with some acting, it would have a completely different impact. That was the power of language. The ghost in room 13 didn't exit the bathroom. The hands grabbed the paper plane from Han Fei and crumpled it up into a ball. The burn marks started to flake and melted into the love letter. The promises of love were slowly replaced by burnt skin. The loving words now looked so disgusting. The love letter brings you so much pain? Who is the writer? After I leave, I will bring him to you. Han Fei gave his promise. However, to complete that promise, he had to be alive. The sun rose, but the temperature in room 13 continued to fall. With a shrill scream, Han Fei was shoved away by the hands. The waste paper inside the bathroom fluttered about. A flickering woman was howling. Her neck was hung on the window frame. Her scorched hands tore at the waste paper on the ground. The sun slowly shone into the room, and the woman's face blurred. Before she disappeared, a paper plane folded from a love letter floated out from the bathroom. The temperature slowly returned to normal. Han Fei looked at the blood-stained paper plane and carefully unfolded it. The previous words were blotted out, and only a sentence written by finger remained. Truth is a monster. It has a mouth which can't speak. Whenever the philanthropist leaves his house, he would lock truth at home, trapping it with conscience. There were a few large words written on the back of the letter. Can you help me piece it back? Piece what back? Han Fei lifted his head, and he realized there was a pair of eyes watching him from the gap among the waste paper. You want me to use the patterned waste paper in the bathroom to piece together a complete picture? Even though Han Fei had solved the human jigsaw case, he was not that good at solving puzzles. If only Wei Youfu was here, he liked puzzles when he was alive. Thinking about his neighbors, Han Fei took a deep breath. He didn't expect that there would come a day where he would miss them. The home for him was not the rental in real life, but the scariest haunted house at Happiness Neighborhood. They have cured me. If I can walk out from the memory world alive, I should see if I can bring this puzzle with me. It'll be a great present for Wei Youfu. Resisting the urge to sleep, Han Fei sat in the bathroom and studied the pieces of waste paper on the ground. He didn't play puzzles that often, but Han Fei had extraordinary memory and observational skill. Normal people couldn't make heads or tails of the strange symbols, but Han Fei noticed the small differences immediately. As Han Fei was getting into his groove, footsteps came from the corridor. The landlady and her husband rushed to room 13. When they saw Han Fei sitting inside the bathroom, working on their puzzle, their faces were white. Perhaps it was too scary. The couple only dared to enter the room after grabbing the mop and broom. Has the kid lost his mind from pressure? I already told you not to pressure him with the rent. See, now you have turned him into a madman. Shush! The landlady entered the living room with the mop. Her husband followed closely behind her. Could he be possessed by that hanging girl? Why else would he come to mess with these papers so early in the morning? And is he smiling? Shut up. The landlady picked up speed. Han Fei turned to look at him. Uncle, Auntie, what are you doing here? Patting the dust from his body, Han Fei climbed up from the ground. What are you doing here? Who opened the door for you? Did you print another key for yourself? You might not believe me, but when I came home from work, I saw a woman standing before the boys' room on the second floor. Her hands were burnt, and she looked pitiable. However, she was very kind. She told me that the boy's mother was trapped in the bedroom and hoped that I could go save her. Han Fei said sincerely. No sign of lying could be seen on his face. And then, so I went into the boy's room to take a look. I did find his mother trapped inside the bedroom, and she was covered in drips. I was so scared, so I immediately called the hospital. Han Fei explained colorfully. The landlady and her husband felt like they were there with him. Wait, you were scared? The couple looked at Han Fei in confusion. After saving the boy's mother, I came out and saw the girl walking upstairs. So I chased after her trying to thank her. So you followed her right into room 13? The couple was shaken. They had experienced similar supernatural events in the past. Indeed, the girl was sad. There was something curious about her death, and I suspect it has to do with these waste papers in the toilet. Han Fei showed them the different symbols on the paper. If you piece them together, you can see the rough shape of a well. There is something written on the side. I believe I can tell what the message is after I piece the papers together. The landlady was about to say something when the ambulance arrived. The boy downstairs was still crying, so the couple hurried downstairs. Being the landlady and landlord is not easy, especially when you have a tenant like me. After the couple left, Han Fei resumed his work on the puzzle. He needed to decipher the girl's message as soon as possible. Puzzles were hardest at the beginning. After 40 minutes, Han Fei spread the shredded waste paper all over the room, and he made an important discovery. When all the waste paper was pieced together, they formed a well, and many strange funeral cultures were written around it. Han Fei didn't understand these things, but not too long ago, Huang Yin did mention something to him. There was an old man who studied history that died in perfect life. The biggest discovery he made in the game was that the NPC would observe a different set of funeral culture after they died. The culture was completely different from the ones in real life. It was like there was a completely different deity that governed the matters of death in the game. Memorizing all the strange symbols, Han Fei was almost done with the puzzle. He didn't understand the symbol, but he did grasp the rough meaning of some of the pictures. The legend is that once you toss something important into the well, you will get blessing and good luck. Someone has built an altar for the well. Buying into the legend, people started to throw their most important things, like their family and friends, into the well. Chapter 459, Kind People. The more important the thing you drop into the well, the better the reward you can get. After endless attempts, the people started to get crazy. Han Fei used about 1.5 hours to piece the picture together. He pieced together a tragedy. Inside the endless well, some people were climbing to the surface, others were falling. Some knelt beside the well worshipping it, others wanted to destroy it. Is this well the same as the one at the shop? After memorizing all the important details, Han Fei jumbled up the waste paper again. The lesser the people who know about this, the better. The picture didn't record the thing that happened to the woman in room 13, but she was the one who painted the picture. All the patterns were sticky with black hair that exuded a horrible stench. The woman knows about the well's secret? She has seen that well? Han Fei was curious why the tenant chose to commit suicide. What had forced her to do so? Picking up the paper plane folded from a love letter, Han Fei read the message again. The truth is a monster with a mouth, and it has been trapped at the philanthropist's home? The philanthropist here should refer to the mall boss. Does this mean that the truth can be found at his home? A few days ago when Han Fei chatted with Huang Li, he found out the mall boss had many houses, but his favorite was the one at White City. The haunted houses that order white rice every night are also situated at White City. I should go take a look when I'm there. After putting away the love letter, Han Fei grabbed a few key papers with him. That way, no one could piece the well back together. The sudden death of Sixth Finger might attract the other fingers to come look. Perhaps I should just burn all these things. Han Fei quickly put his plan into action. He was about to return to his home to get a lighter when the landlady and her husband returned. "What are you still doing here?" The landlady had met many people, but this was the first time she encountered someone like Han Fei. "Aren't you afraid? I have to piece the paper together today to return justice to the dead. There is no justice in this world. All you need to do is to work hard and cure your mother's illness." The landlady frowned, looking at the paper that scattered the ground. "Later I'll burn all these papers. If you ask me, you're probably possessed. But won't the ghost get angry after you burn her stuff? We can't avoid the problem forever." Han Fei stopped the landlady. "Actually, why did the tenant of room 13 commit suicide?" "Don't know. If you tell me, I will go sell my blood and return you my owed rental today." Han Fei rolled up his sleeves and said seriously, "Is this really necessary? You don't even know her. Why create so much trouble for yourself?" The landlady was getting annoyed. The husband rushed in. "Calm down." He closed the door. "Pipe down. Do you two want the entire building to hear you?" He stood between Han Fei and his wife. "I can tell you everything you want to know. There's no need to rush the rental. Curing your mother is more important. What happened to the tenant of room 13 before she died?" Han Fei didn't waste time and cut to the chase. "It's a long story. The tenant of room 13 was a worker at the mall. Even though she was young, she already owned this place. She had worked very hard. When she went to work, she would lock her child at home. There were no toys for the child to play with, so when the child was bored, the kid would fold waste paper into planes and throw them out the window. The other tenants hated the child for littering. So the woman had no choice but to bring her child to work with her." The landlord sighed. "Actually, the woman was quite a nice person. How shall I put this? When your actions don't affect others, everyone will exist peacefully with you, but the moment your existence brings others inconvenience, no one will care for you." The landlord felt the temperature around him dropping. He took out a cigarette to try to warm himself, but he put it back into his pocket once he felt a sharp gaze from his wife. The neighbors found her to be easily bullied, and the colleagues were annoyed by her child. A few weeks went by. One night, the woman ran back to the apartment in a hurry. She found us and told us that her child had gone missing. She asked us if we had seen her child. Even though we were not that close with her, this was a missing child, so we helped her. We searched until late midnight, but we couldn't find her child. From that day onwards, the tenant started to get a little crazy. She went to work in the morning and came out to look for her child at night. Gradually, she lost her mind. The landlord sighed. He wanted to light the cigarette, but was afraid of his wife. Lost her mind? Yes, she started to mumble nonsense to herself. She said that there was a way to find her child. She only needed to pray to the god, and the god would show her the way. The landlord's eyes shone with regret. I've persuaded her and called her family to come get her. However, she refused to listen and her condition worsened. And then what happened? The woman lost it. One day, she burned her arms because she said she had traded her arms for her child's location. When the landlord said that, Han Fei shivered. Has she mentioned a well to you? How did you know that? The landlord was startled before he continued. She had severe burns on her arms. When she was sent to the hospital, her mind was already gone. She kept mumbling things that no one could understand. Things like hatred can light up the fire that burns in the water. She was willing to use her arms to trade for her child's location. She said that she had reached her hands into the well, and her arms were burned by water. In the end, she said that her wish was fulfilled. The god gave her the location of her child, and her child was inside the well. The woman lost her mind, and she didn't even find her child. The landlady said. She had a sharp tongue, but she really did care about the girl. After the woman was discharged from the hospital, she returned here, and that night, she hanged herself. The couple didn't blame the woman for doing that. They even preserved her room. They probably thought there was something strange about her death. Did she ever bring up the child's father? Did she fall in love when she was working at the mall? We have never heard of her husband before. She came from the countryside. Perhaps her husband was working in another city. The landlord urged Han Fei to leave. Come on, let's not stay here anymore. Wait a minute. Han Fei opened the musty dresser in the bedroom. There were many old clothes, and some of the children's clothes had the logo of a charity organization. The logo was very familiar. Han Fei had seen the same logo on the donation box behind the mall. Han Fei looked through the pile of clothes, and a red sweater caught his attention. Wait, this is similar to the red sweater knitted by the old lady. The tenant in room 13 and her child had accepted donations from this charity organization before, but this organization was built by the mall boss. The boss had no kindness in his heart. Everything was a business transaction. All his donations came with a price. Once the woman arrived here, she found a rental near the mall and started working at the work. Did she know someone at the mall? Or even had a special relationship with them? Han Fei studied the clothes with the charity logo inside the dresser. The philanthropist lacks conscience and truth at his home. Many speculations appeared in his mind. Han Fei didn't stay in room 13, but rushed back to his own home. My mood points have dropped a lot. I need to find time to rest and head to Riverhead around noon. Han Fei stuffed the waste paper into the old lady's rucksack and went to sleep. Han Fei was woken up by the alarm at noon. His stamina hadn't fully recovered, and his mood point only rose back to 49. It'll be even more dangerous after dark. I don't have much time left. Han Fei carried the rucksack and left his room. When he was downstairs, he called Wang Pinggan. Half an hour later, Wang Pinggan arrived wearing his delivery uniform and riding his bike. He smiled innocently. Since he was young, not many people would call him out. Han Fei was his only friend. Your uniform is bright yellow. It'll be impossible for people not to notice. Han Fei looked at Wang Pinggan. He was about to take on the whole world, but his only teammate was a man with intelligent deficiency. The mall boss is extremely cunning and wicked. If he spots you, he will come after you. How about you lend me your uniform and equipment? You should go back home. Wang Pinggan didn't understand the complicated sentence. He patted the back seat of his motorcycle, and he smiled brightly. My father said, you have helped me, so I help you. Then we should get this done quickly. Brother, I have your favorite rice. Pinggan said proudly. I've accepted a few more orders yesterday night. With bad feelings in his heart, Han Fei opened the delivery box. Half of the box was filled with rice. They ordered the rice, but they didn't want it. They gave them to me. Aren't they good people? Wang Pinggan wasn't nervous at all. This was a happy outing for him. He rode very slowly. In fact, Han Fei probably could run faster than the motorcycle. If only everyone is so kind. Han Fei signaled for Wang Pinggan to stop. Go sit at the back, I'll drive. Han Fei was in a hurry. After the swap, Han Fei rode the motorcycle like he was racing. Han Fei managed to reach White City before 1 p.m. When he arrived, he could feel the difference immediately. The road was wide and clean. However, the place was quite deserted. How did you enter the neighborhood before? Han Fei noticed there were a lot of guards at the gate, and there were cameras everywhere. I walked in. Wang Pinggan pointed at the delivery box. Delivery? Pretend to be a deliverman? Not a bad idea. Han Fei nodded. Exchange your jacket with mine. You should wait here for me, and don't wander off. Chapter 460. Fresh meat dumpling after endless training. Han Fei's acting skill had reached a unique state. After he put on the delivery uniform, he looked like he had been in this field for years already. His mannerism and actions were flawless. When he passed the security post, the guards not only didn't stop him, they even offered him a bottle of water. He successfully entered the Riverhead neighborhood. This was the location with the best environment in the memory world. The neighborhood was like a park. The boss lives at Zone 1. The family that orders the white rice is at Zone 9. The neighborhood was split into 9 zones. Zones 1 to 4 were on the right side, 5 to 9, the left side. The right side was clearly livelier than the left. Following the address, Han Fei arrived at the apartment building at the deepest corner of the neighborhood. There was basically no one here. Carrying the delivery box, Han Fei walked up the stairs and pressed the electric bell at the door. The bell chimed, but no one answered. The exterior of the building looks similar to the other buildings. The lawn and garden are kept nicely, but it doesn't seem like the place is occupied. Han Fei called the number of the person who ordered the white rice. The dial tone was busy. The door is locked, so how did Wang Pinggan enter it yesterday night? Someone opened the door for him. While Han Fei was pondering what to do, footsteps came from the corridor. He lifted his head with shock. A 60-plus old man was moving down the stairs holding his phone. He is the one who ordered the rice? He's still alive. It was noon, but the stairwell was unnaturally dark. The old man reached the first floor and spoke into the phone. If you are really that busy, then it's all right if you don't come back during the holidays. I'm quite fine being on my own. Then he hung up. He walked towards the door and looked out. Who are you looking for? I'm here for delivery. Han Fei's call hadn't gone through, but the old man had already finished the call, so he wasn't the one who ordered the white rice. Delivery? The old man stared at Han Fei for a long time before he opened the door. Come on in. Thank you, uncle. Han Fei carried the delivery box and was about to enter the building when a chilling wind swept past him, causing him to shiver. Kid, the tenants here have almost all moved out. Who ordered the delivery? The address given is Riverhead Neighborhood Zone 9, 4th floor, and number 19. Han Fei took out his phone to pretend to look at it. 4th floor? The old man was already turning to walk away, but when he heard Han Fei, he stopped. Are you sure? There isn't anyone living on the 4th floor anymore. But that's the address I was given. The old man said nothing, but only nodded. Bang! When Han Fei reached the 3rd floor, there came the sound of doors slamming from the 1st floor. It sounded like someone had locked the building. It's daylight, so there shouldn't be any problem. The landlord's ring didn't react, and his mood point was normal. Han Fei adjusted his emotion and came to the 4th floor. The high-class apartments at Riverhead neighborhood were not that high. For example, this building only had 5 floors. Is anyone home? Standing before room 401, Han Fei's voice echoed throughout the entire corridor. Your delivery is here. Han Fei looked around. The corridor was darker than before. The sun was bright outside the building, but inside the building, it was dark. Is anyone? Before Han Fei finished, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He was spooked. Wang Pingon. Why is he calling me now? Han Fei accepted the call, worried that something had happened to Wang Pingon. However, on the other end of the phone, Wang Pingon didn't say anything. He just continued to laugh that silly laugh of his. However, this only made Han Fei even more worried. Pingon, are you okay? Hello? Hello? The signal suddenly worsened. After some static, the call disconnected. Holding the phone, Han Fei was pondering why Wang Pingon had called him when his phone vibrated again. The caller ID showed that it was the person who ordered the white rice. Holding his breath, Han Fei didn't make any noise as he accepted the call. He focused on capturing all the details from the other end of the line. There was the sound of rice being washed, vegetables being chopped, things being fried, and so on. The person sounded like they were busy in the kitchen. Something's not right. Various sounds came from the phone, but as Han Fei leaned against the door, he couldn't hear any sounds coming from inside the room. Am I in the wrong place? The person called Han Fei, but he didn't say a word, so Han Fei didn't dare hang up. This continued for about 20 seconds. Then a man's voice said, The dishes are all ready. Go and set the table. Second brother, father is not home yet. He has gone out to purchase some stuff. We are not low on anything. What has he gone out to buy? Meat perhaps. We have more than enough meat. We still have a whole fridge of frozen meat to finish. Why buy so much meat? This is such a waste. Father wants to have fresh meat dumplings. Does it really matter? Go and set the table. I'll go and find father. Footsteps came from the phone. The sound came closer and closer to Han Fei. Soon it approached the door, then the sound of the door opening came from the phone. As the doorknob twisted, the door before Han Fei also opened at the same time. Listening to the strange noises coming from the phone and watching the door behind him slowly open, Han Fei tightened his grip on the strap of the delivery box. The moment the door opened, the noises from the phone disappeared. Han Fei stood at the door with the phone, wondering if he should enter the room. Why did I pick the time of the day when the Yin energy is the strongest to come here? Riverhead neighborhood was a high-end living location. The room was huge, and the interior design was lavish. However, the place was covered in dust. Clearly, it hadn't been occupied for a long time already. Your delivery has arrived. Han Fei slowly walked into the room. He noticed the living room table was placed with fruits that had gone dry. He turned to the dining table and saw that it was filled with rotten dishes. So many dishes? Looks like they were preparing for a reunion dinner. Holding the delivery box with one hand, Han Fei walked to the dining table. As he studied the food on the table, he suddenly felt gazes upon him. He turned to the bedroom to his side, and his spine tingled. The wooden table in the bedroom was arranged with a row of black and white portraits. The pictures had both young and old, male and female. They were all staring at Han Fei. Sucking in a cold breath, Han Fei touched the landlord's ring and his Adam apple trembled. Resisting his fear, Han Fei walked towards the bedroom. The bedroom's windows were firmly shut, so it was extremely dark. Stopping beside the table, Han Fei opened the delivery box. He placed the rucksack to the side and slowly arranged the bowls of white rice before the death portraits. I mean, no disrespect, I'm just here to deliver the white rice. If you like the rice from this restaurant, I can deliver them specifically for you in the future. I can even bring the chef to you. Perhaps he was too nervous. When Han Fei served the rice, he accidentally knocked over the old lady's rucksack. The love letter, the dumpling leaves, and the letter for an old friend all tumbled out. I'm sorry, this is my first day at work, so I'm quite nervous. Han Fei talked to himself as he picked up the stuff. As he reached for the letter for an old friend, a pair of pale hands reached for it first. Han Fei looked up, and a group of expressionless and bloodless people stood at the bedroom door. They all stared transfixed at Han Fei. The door in the living room closed. The pale faces slowly approached Han Fei. Wait a minute. Han Fei unzipped the delivery man's uniform to show the second-hand shop's uniform underneath. You might not believe me, but I am here to take revenge for you. However, once Han Fei showed his uniform, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. The frost from the landlord's ring cut at Han Fei's finger like a knife. I brought out the letter and the dumpling leaves with me. I am the boss next target. I have no other choice. Since I am going to die anyway, I've decided to make my death more valuable. Seeing the reaction of the people in room 19, Han Fei knew what to do next. He prepared his emotions and was about to speak, but an accident happened. Han Fei's phone vibrated. He lowered his head to look at the number. Han Fei had seen the number once before. When Han Fei borrowed Huang Li's phone to call Wang Pinggan's father, he looked through her contact list. This number was among that list, and Huang Li marked the number as boss. The mall boss is calling at a time like this? Has he discovered the problem with the altar? Han Fei hesitated. It would not be a good idea to answer the call of the murderer before his victims. Chapter 461. Best friend Han Fei didn't anticipate the sudden call from the mall boss. He looked at the number on his phone. At that moment, the family in room 19 was at the verge of madness. If the boss said something wrong on the phone, Han Fei would be torn into pieces. To accept or not to accept. While Han Fei hesitated, a pale face saw the caller ID on Han Fei's phone. The ID and number had special meaning for the people inside the room. Just the sight of it caused all of them to mutate. Black capillaries grew out of the bodies like roots. They expanded to cover the entire room. The sound of crying came from the 7 death portraits on the wooden table. Everyone in the picture cried bloody tears. They stared at Han Fei. Their bulging eyes filled with hatred. The previously empty room became crowded. The rotten food was colored with fresh redness. The children dragged the black roots and raced around the house. The giant TV in the living room switched on to show a New Year program. In this celebratory background, bloody people sat around the table. This was their final reunion. The landlord's ring snapped, and the crack grew bigger. The hatred of this family is too strong. Han Fei knew he couldn't allow this to continue further. He pressed the accept button before all the people. Hello, how can I help? Han Fei sounded tired. There's a problem at the shop. You need to come now. The boss sounded stern. This was the first time he used that tone. Normally the boss would hide behind a false mask of kindness and pretend to be approachable. Boss Gu? Han Fei stood in the middle of the mutating room. Surging blood vessels moved under his feet and ghastly faces approached him. However, he didn't show any trace of fear. I'm in the middle of a delivery. I might not be able to return so soon. Fei Yang has disappeared and the shop is a mess. Did something happen yesterday night? Boss Gu's voice was dark and scary. If it was just Fei Yang missing, the boss wouldn't be so mad. Something important at the shop must be missing. Before dawn, Fei Yang came to switch shifts with me. At the time, there was a customer at the shop. He was all dressed in black and had a human head tattoo around his neck. He didn't say anything when he was inside the shop, but he stood in front of the altar. Did he pull off the black cloth on the altar? The boss voice suddenly grew. No, but he did wish to purchase the altar, and he said he had already discussed that with Fei Yang. Han Fei was telling the truth. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the altar? The altar is still here, but the thing inside has been stolen. The surveillance from the night before has been tampered with as well. The boss voice darkened. Did you enter the storeroom yesterday night? I did twice. Mainly, it was to restock the inventory. That was also the truth. When Han Fei arrived, most of the shelves in the shop were empty because Fei Yang didn't dare to go underground to restock the items. Then did you see a basket filled with dumpling leaves in the storeroom? The basket contains a letter that my benefactor has given me. Boss Gu had been trying to suppress his anger and asked Han Fei in a peaceful tone. A letter? Han Fei said in a confused tone as he looked at the letter held by the ghost. His voice was befuddled like he had heard about this thing for the first time. Never mind. As if afraid that he might expose more things, the boss stopped asking. Come back to the mall soon, we're understaffed. When the people in the room heard the mall boss voice, they couldn't even maintain their human shape anymore. The blood capillaries that grew out of the family bound them together to weave a blood cage. It trapped Han Fei inside it. The cage slowly decreased in size. The indescribable hatred was reaching the peak. There is so much static on your end. Why is it so noisy? The boss said with impatience. Many annoying things had happened to him that day. Probably because my phone is too old. Han Fei raised the phone and allowed the faces to get close to his phone. He hoped that the ghosts could travel through the phone line to kill the boss. Work for me and get a new phone after I give you the salary. The boss didn't have time to chat with Han Fei. He soon hung up. After the call ended, Han Fei placed the phone on the floor. You heard it yourself. I took the letter back to you while risking my own life. I really want to help you. Most danger could be turned into an opportunity. Before Han Fei arrived, he didn't expect the hatred of this family to be so scary. He was a player who had been through a lot. He was always on full alert. He would retreat once something didn't feel right. However, he didn't expect that things would change from normalcy to extreme danger in mere seconds. He barely had the time to react, much less run. However, Han Fei didn't give up hope. Wang Pinggan had been here yesterday night, and he wasn't injured. This meant that the ghosts in room 19 didn't harm Wang Pinggan and even helped him get out of the neighborhood safely. So this showed that the ghosts in room 19 still had a shred of humanity. Han Fei was already very careful. He had considered many things before he decided to visit this place in person, but even so he had found himself in extreme danger. The human skin-like dumpling leaves and the letter triggered the ghosts, and then hearing the mall boss voice was like adding fuel to the fire. The mall boss said you are his benefactor, but he is now living in a big mansion with his children and grandchildren. He has a lot of real estate, but you have ended up in this state. Are you satisfied with that? I even heard the man say that he planned to level this apartment building. He doesn't even want you to have a home in death. Once this root is removed, how do you plan to be reunited with your family? Unable to reunite in life is a regret, but unable to see your family after death is a torture. Even after death, you are a threat to him, so he will not let you go. Han Fei persuaded the family. The mall boss doesn't have much time left, so he needs something to help prolong his life. This is his craziest moment, but also his most vulnerable moment. If we do not grab this opportunity, the tragedy will just repeat itself. Han Fei utilized his masterful acting to its maximum. He pleaded inside the bloody cage. Despair is a bottomless abyss. You believe you have already suffered the deepest pain, but destiny will show you that if you don't resist, even greater despair will be waiting for you. Han Fei took the chain covered in animal fur out of his inventory. He gripped the chain. His bloodshot eyes stared at the death portraits. I am the mall boss target. I am the next person who will die in that shop, but I have no other choice. My mother is waiting for me to gather money for her at the hospital. I can't die like this. I will not submit that devil in a philanthropist disguise either. You have your family to protect. I have mine too. The roars were close to losing control. They produced tears and sweats soaked in despair. The fists that held the chain tightened, strangling the unfair fate. Even when he was surrounded by ghosts, Han Fei stood up straight and didn't retreat even once. He knew he needed to protect the altar owner's mother. Behind the mother was the abyss. If he retreated, he would send the mother down into the abyss. A normal person might not understand this feeling, but ghosts who could only reunite in death could empathize with him. They were all victims. They had the same family to protect, and they had the same enemy. There was knocking, and the living room door suddenly opened. The old man whom Han Fei saw earlier appeared at the door. He held a black plastic bag, and his muddled eyes turned to the bedroom. With a sigh, the old man walked towards the bedroom. As he approached, the capillaries on the ground and the blood stain on the wall disappeared. "Give the letter to me." When the old man entered the bedroom, the chill in the room disappeared. All the monsters returned to their human shape. This old man was the real owner of room 19. The pale fingers handed the letter to the old man. The old man held the letter and sank into silence. Room 19 returned to normal. The difference was there was an old man joining Han Fei in the room. "Your boss wrote this letter to me. When we were young, I treated him as my best friend. He left this place and even made a business for himself. We lost contact for more than a decade. One day, he suddenly returned to Riverhead and invited me to invest in a business with him. At first, the business was booming. He was very lucky. No matter what he did, he would be successful. I sold everything I had to invest in him, and I did earn many back. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know that every benefit that you gained from him would have to be repaid with interest eventually." The old man stopped talking. He seemed to age at that moment. He sat down on the bed and looked at the death portraits arranged neatly on the table. "I treated him as my best friend, but he only saw me as merchandise. After a few years of good business, suddenly things took a turn for the worse. He invited me to go drinking with him every day. He said he needed to borrow something from me, but he never specified what. Not long after that, my eldest son who helped me with my business disappeared. My second son and youngest daughter came back to visit me during the dumpling festival, and their two families died in a car accident. It was a day of celebration. I prepared a table full of food. I waited until midnight and only received one after another bad news. My heart broke and I was hospitalized. I left all the business with my best friend. All my family had died. Other than the nurse, only my best friend came to visit me. He found me the best doctor and the best medicine, but my body kept worsening. Living was a very tiring thing for me. Eventually, I lost the concept of time. I spent my life in a blur. It was then that my best friend came to find me again. He said that he had a method that would enable me to reunite with my family, but I had to pay a price. At the time, I was too muddled to reason with him. I bought what he was selling and borrowed him one last thing, my life." Chapter 462. Here the old man looked at the death portraits on the wooden table, and his wrinkles folded together. "My wish was fulfilled, but then I realized it was my best friend who killed my family." Room 19 was filled with ghosts and spirits. When they were alive, they were busy with their own lives, but after death, they had all returned to this room due to their familial bond. So how could I not hate him? Even after so long, the hatred in the old man's eyes never decreased. His best friend's betrayal was his deepest resentment. "Sir, if you want him to pay, now is the time." Han Fei sat beside the old man with the delivery box. The boss good luck is traded with a water well. The greater his luck, the more important the object he has traded with the well. When he runs into failure, he will sacrifice others. That is why he has no close family anymore. Han Fei took out his phone. Recently, the employees at the second-hand shop have died one after another, but the boss business didn't turn for the better. The well cannot provide him with help anymore. Someone as selfish as him will eventually end up dying alone. The old man's gaze slowly moved away from the death portraits to Han Fei. "I really want to help you, but my family can't leave this room." "Can't leave this room?" "That is the condition of the trade." When I had given up on all hope, he brought me to the mall. He said it was to show me the business that we have fought for together. In reality, he wanted me to see the altar, With the altar watching, I personally dropped my family portrait into the well. He said that it was the only way for my family's souls to be together. But the price to pay is that they can't ever leave this room. Once they do, their souls will be sucked into the well and become the altar's nutrients. The hatred of the old man's family was very scary, but individually they were not scarier than Sixth Finger's son. Does that mean that if I fish your picture out from the well, your family can leave this room? Han Fei remembered seeing a lot of pictures floating on the surface of the well. I will risk my life to retrieve your family portrait so that you can have your freedom. But I hope that after that, you will come with me to seek revenge with the boss. The old man didn't answer immediately. He studied Han Fei for a long time. The Dragon Slayer will become the new dragon. I hope you will make a different choice than he did. The statement appeared to contain deeper meaning. This memory world was made up of different choices. Does that mean you've agreed? Han Fei picked up the delivery box and stood up. I will try my best to return you the family portrait by tomorrow morning. With his goal completed, Han Fei stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. The old man raised the letter in his hand. Aren't you curious about what is written here? I'm not, but I know the mall boss values that letter a lot, so it must contain something unfavorable to him. It's too dangerous for me to carry it with me, so the best solution is to return it to its original owner. The envelope was severely rotten. The handwriting was blurry. Attempting to open it would destroy the letter. The letter contains your boss' last shred of penitence. He mentioned a woman's name to me in this letter. The woman is his ex-wife. Her name is Su Ming. She likes dresses. Your boss kept her favorite dress at home. But when I was led to the well, I saw that dress inside the well. The old man's face paled. His blood vessels were like chains running through his body. Su Ming. Han Fei had met a woman who was trying out dresses on the third floor of the mall. She appeared to be the boss wife. Understood, I would grab the dress together with the family portrait. Not only her. The old man raised his finger. I noticed a wig in your box. Your boss' younger brother had a wig like that. He was responsible for helping your boss organize various charity activities. In a few years, he managed to purchase a house at Riverhead without a bank loan. The mall boss has a younger brother? But I've never seen him before. Even his younger brother didn't escape from his clutches. You should visit Zone 4 and room number 10. The old man picked up a dumpling leaf. Looking at the bloody veins, the old man caressed it gently. Take this with you, it might help you. Thank you, I will go now. Remembering everything the old man said, Han Fei departed. When he exited the building and felt the sun on him, Han Fei's heart finally returned to normal. The family applied a lot of pressure on him. If not for the appearance of the old man, he would have died already. It's like walking on a tightrope, one careless step and I'd die. Han Fei realized that if he failed as an actor, he could join the police and be an undercover officer. Avoiding the cameras, Han Fei carried the delivery box and headed to Zone 4, room number 10. There were a lot of white flowers planted around this building. It was now winter, and to Han Fei's knowledge, no white flower would bloom in winter. The strangest thing was the flowers looked completely different in his two eyes. The white flowers in his right eye turned into swaying baby skulls in his left. These flowers are cursed. When Han Fei reached the door, he noticed a middle-aged woman trimming the grass in the garden. Auntie, can you open this door for me? Han Fei stopped beside the middle-aged woman. I don't live here. I came to water these plants because I noticed no one cares for them. The auntie was very kind. Her voice was soft and mellifluous. Did you get the wrong address? I remember this building is vacant. Huh. That's impossible. The earliest owner of this building was a very young billionaire. He was very kind and had helped many children. He formed a charity foundation with his older brother. But he drowned on his 30th birthday. His older brother was heartbroken, so he preserved this building as a memorial to his only family. The middle-aged woman said with pity. Sigh, many of the children he helped return here after they grew up. They brought many things to their benefactor, but the man's older brother refused to let them waste their money, so he had them plant a flower around the building instead. Eventually, this building becomes the most beautiful at Riverhead. The middle-aged woman was chatty. She kept introducing Han Fei to the good things the building owner had done. It is quite impressive that he managed to purchase the building with full price only after 3 years of doing charity. After the middle-aged woman left, Han Fei walked to the door. Huang Yin had sent Han Fei a skill book for lockpicking, and Han Fei had been reading it whenever he had free time. Han Fei leaned down to check the type of lock, but with a push, the door opened. The iron door wasn't even locked. The mall boss brother had been helping him with charity. I might find some clues here. From the outside, the building was the prettiest at Riverhead, but inside the building, it was filled with wilted white petals and various trash. The mall boss had the children plant the flowers here because he was scanning them for potential targets. Picking up a flower petal, Han Fei saw it as a flower petal in his right eye and a white moth in his left. What an absurd world. Han Fei walked to room number 10. He raised his hand to knock when the door opened on its own. There's someone in. Han Fei hesitated whether to enter when a strange sound came from the living room. He looked, and a picture frame hanging in the living room fell to the ground. A yellowed photograph landed before Han Fei. 2 men with wildly different personalities were featured in the photograph. The shorter one was the mall boss. The other man looked handsome, but there was a patch of discolored skin on his face. It looked like he had a skin transplant. He is Boss Gu's younger brother? Taking out the wig, Han Fei pulled the door open and reached his upper body into the room. Inside the living room, a man's pictures were strung all over the ceiling. He liked to look pretty, but he was not satisfied with his face. In each of his pictures, his face was slightly different. Don't just stand at the door, come on in. A very tired voice came from the deep end of the room. The owner sounded like he was very sick. Sorry for disturbing you, but I have a delivery for you. Stepping on the dusty ground, Han Fei didn't take too many steps when he saw a strand of black hair squeezed out from the door of the bedroom. Come here, I'm here. The voice sounded strange, like the person was choking. The bedroom door slowly opened, but it wasn't a person who walked out, but a fountain of black hair. Help me, I can't breathe. Black hair pours out from my stomach. Help me. The black hair stuck to the wall and swept down the corridor like waves. I'm here for a delivery. Helping you with your hair problem will require extra payment. The landlord's ring didn't react, so Han Fei grew braver. He gripped the bladeless knife. Sunlight burst inside the dim room, and Han Fei stepped over the black hair to the bedroom door. With a cut, the gushing black river was stopped. Han Fei swam against the current and grabbed the man who was drowning in the black hair. Using soul depth touch, Han Fei sensed regret and pain from the man, but not a shred of resentment. Even at this state, you don't have hatred in your heart? The man was as powerful as a young lingering spirit, and this gave Han Fei confidence. Finally, he found one he could bully. Han Fei tried to drag the man to the living room, but the man's hair had grown to join with the bedroom. After severing them, they would soon regrow. Thank you. I already feel much better. Whenever the man spoke, hair would come out. He was extremely thin, but his stomach was large. You are the mall boss' younger brother? You look so handsome in your younger pictures. What happened to you? The man looked listlessly at Han Fei. Then he asked Han Fei a question. Is my brother dead? You siblings sure care about each other. Han Fei shook his head. If he's dead, I won't be here. He's still alive? He has thrown his wife, children, best friend, and only family into the well, and someone like that is still alive? The man lay in bed. His eyes winked out. There was a clear scar on his head. It looked like it was caused by fire. Chapter 463, A New Beginning. Bad guys will die, but not necessarily before the good guys. Han Fei used rest and peace to trim the hair that gushed out from the man's mouth. I noticed that you don't have much resentment despite what your big brother has done to you. You only have regret and not hatred in your eyes. He has given me a choice, and I made the wrong one. The man tried his best to shake his head. He turned to the boarded-up windows. It's been so long since I have to speak that I can't even remember how to talk anymore. It was like I was a young kid all over again. I was very shy and introverted. I looked like a girl and would be nervous around strangers. So I followed behind my brother. He was my complete opposite. He was proud and never took orders from others. He always had his own way of doing things. I view him as my role model, and I did everything he said until one day, he was burning something at home and burned the whole house down. The thick smoke immediately filled up the house. I was locked in, and I only knew how to cry. I was too stunned to do anything else. It was my big brother who knocked down the door to save me. He was the one who caused the fire, but he was also the one who saved me even though I had been severely burned by the flame. After the fire, we had to move. It was then that my parents' attitude towards my brother changed. They would scold and beat him for no reason. My brother was a stubborn person. Some might say he was psychotically stubborn. He would never admit he was wrong. During one argument, he left home and never returned. My parents eventually caved and tried to find him, but he was gone. After a few years, my parents heard that he had opened a small shop in the southern part of the country. They wanted to go see him, but on the way there, they died in a car accident. It was at our parents' funeral that I saw my brother again. He had changed a lot. His eyes were like a bottomless well, and he was very fake. It was like he was wearing a mask that he couldn't remove. My brother became a stranger to me. A few years later, he moved back to Riverhead. He was now a rich boss, but he was still alone. He voluntarily sought me out. The passion that he showed frightened me. Lured by the money, I started to work for him and became his right-hand man. Because of that, I got to know a lot of his secrets. My big brother trusted me unconditionally and told me everything. I thought that was because I was his family, but later I found out it was because when he met me, he had already written my ending for me. After reuniting with my brother, I had a life that I didn't even dare to imagine in the past. I had reputation, money, and envy from others. I didn't mind the changes happening to my big brother because I was slowly turning into someone like him. The years passed by, and my brother's business started to face some problems. This happened without any warning. It was like all of a sudden he had exhausted all of his good luck. I remembered very clearly, that night, we were drinking at home when my big brother suddenly apologized to me. He said he was sorry for the fire which ruined my face and almost took my life. He wanted to give me a present to make up for it. He took away my phone, room key, and wallet and placed them on the table. Then he told me that he was going to give me two choices. 1. Leave Riverhead immediately without anything that I had earned through him. 2. Listen to his deepest secret. I thought he was drunk, so I chose the second choice. My brother told me his deepest secret. He led me to a water well and told me to look for my own picture inside the well. I looked inside it for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. I only saw my body slowly sinking. Yes, I saw another version of myself sinking. However, that version of myself didn't have a wig and the scars on his head were all exposed. I started to feel fear and panic. When I was completely surrounded by darkness, my big brother fished me out from the water. The man looked at the wig Han Fei was holding and revealed a sad smile. I thought I was safe, and just as I wanted to open my mouth to thank him, hair started to flow out from it. I looked at myself in fear. Turns out my real self had been dropped inside the well. The thing that my brother saved was the wig that he had once given to me as a present. My consciousness had lingered on it. My brother told the altar beside the well many things. He was begging the god inside to take me away, and in exchange, he would put more things inside the well. Then I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I was back in this room. I was trapped inside this room and continued to enjoy everyone's envious gaze. Han Fei looked at the delivery box. He merely followed the landlord's ring and took out several items with the heaviest energy from the storeroom. He didn't expect there would be human lives behind each of them. There is so much more merchandise in the storeroom. The boss is collecting them for a reason. The second-hand shop was just a front. Everything was in service of the altar. Han Fei contemplated it seriously, and he helped the man cut off his hair for the last time. It is time to end this tragedy. I believe it was your big brother who killed your parents. Impossible. Why is it impossible? You know your brother better than I do. Han Fei placed rest and peace on the man's neck. In any case, I'm not here to listen to your stories. You know all of your brother's secrets, so you should know how to release him from the charm of the altar. Killing him is not going to solve any problem because the altar and the well are still there. The man shook his head with a sad smile. So you want me to destroy the altar? You can destroy the altar at the mall, but can you destroy the altars in human hearts? As long as someone believes throwing important things into the well will get them a corresponding reward, the altar will exist forever. The man's eyes moved away from the wig and stared at Han Fei. After my brother dies, there will be a next person to take his place. You mean I should kill everyone who knows about that legend? Han Fei was very straightforward. The man didn't reply. After some time he said, "Remember, the fact that you knew about the altar is not because my brother has chosen you to work for him, but the altar senses that you two are similar people. In conclusion, the solution is to kill everyone who knows about the altar. After that, I'll decide what to do." Han Fei repeated. Or perhaps there is a less violent solution, like making sure that no one in this world continues to trust in the altar. Make people believe that the altar doesn't exist. The man said slowly, and he looked at Han Fei with pleas. Make people believe that the altar doesn't exist? Han Fei frowned. In this memory world, the only real thing was the altar. In other words, he was to deny the only truth in this fake world, but then that appeared to be the altar owner's wish too. I think I get it now. If one still hopes to be the altar owner, one will never be the altar's new only. Only by getting everyone to forget about it can there be a new choice and a new beginning. Chapter 464. Sacrifices. No wonder the 10 fingers have failed even after 10 years. Their aim is to take over the altar, and they will never be able to do that. This memory world was left behind by the altar owner, and his trace could be seen everywhere. Everything that happened here was his regret. The appearance of the altar had changed the owner's life. It turned him into an unmentionable. In other words, the tragedy happened to the altar owner because of the altar. To gain the owner's approval, the only way was to rectify his regrets, and becoming the altar owner was one of his biggest regrets. I think I know what to do now. Han Fei grabbed the hilt tighter. You better be careful. The man felt like he had wasted his words on Han Fei. Han Fei was a very self-reliant person. He even saw a trace of the devil on Han Fei. Killing is not going to solve any problem. If you have the chance, you can try to enter my brother's room. There are 2 monsters trapped inside his house, a monster with mouths called Truth and a monster with eyes called Conscience. As if Han Fei might become a monster scarier than his big brother, the man voluntarily exposed his brother's weaknesses. After he uttered his brother's secret, 10 times more hair gushed out from the man's mouth. He had touched some kind of taboo. The 2 monsters are afraid of fire. Find them. Find out why my brother became like this. You need to stop yourself from walking his path, or else you'd be bound by the altar and lose everything important in your life. The black hair tore open the man's mouth and drowned him. Han Fei tried to save the man, but he almost got swallowed by the black hair. He barely escaped from the bedroom. Looking at the pictures around the house, Han Fei picked up the frame on the ground. Boss Gu's brother has also mentioned the monster called Truth. This verified the hint given to me by the tenant in room 13. Looks like I need to go there to take a look. Han Fei gained valuable information from the man. He needed to find out how the mall boss slowly became deranged so that he could avoid doing the same thing when he inherited the altar. A bad person who had a violent tendency could be educated and influenced to become a good person that fitted the general morality. An innocent moral good person could slowly spiral into sin. In Han Fei's era, there was a branch of psychology which studied this. It was called psychopsychology. Han Fei happened to know this field because he believed he had been studied by experts in this field before. Han Fei had encountered many bad people and even pure evil like Butterfly. These humans without conscience had something in their psychopath that triggered them. After leaving the man's house, Han Fei rushed to Riverhead Building 1. As Han Fei walked through the neighborhood streets, Han Fei noticed something. Riverhead Building 1 to 9 formed a circle. It looked like a well. There is a man-made lake in the middle of the neighborhood. The water is siphoned from the river. Han Fei took a detour to head to the lake. Before he even got near, he had a bad feeling. The lake represented misfortune and death. Han Fei had felt the same thing before on the night he sent Wang Pinggan home. When he passed by the river, he was very afraid. It was like the slowly moving river would eventually swallow everything, including one's memory. The surrounding of the lake is covered with cameras. What are they watching? They're afraid that people might come fishing? Or afraid that people might steal from inside the lake? Han Fei walked along the lakeside to reach Building 1. There were 2 teams of patrol here. The moment Han Fei got close, he was stopped. No one could get close to the mall boss house without permission. One had to prepare an appointment to visit the mall boss. Han Fei didn't think it was wise to barge in, so after some consideration, Han Fei turned to leave. He would rescue the pictures from inside the well and save the old man's family before he made his next move. This world is already mutating. I need to gather more allies. Han Fei exited the gate and found Wang Pingon. The man wore Han Fei's jacket and was watching a fight between stray cats. "Brother, have you dropped off all the white rice?" "I did." "You were right. They are a family of good people." Han Fei swapped his jacket back with Wang Pingon. He placed the rucksack inside the delivery box and only kept the smaller items on himself. After he was done, he rode the bike and rushed towards the mall. When Han Fei was about to arrive at the mall, he returned the bike to Wang Pingon and told him to go home to rest while Han Fei rushed to exit C. Even in the morning, the mall was rather deserted. There were not many customers. Most of the shops were closed and the doors had signs that said, "For rent." The boss business is getting worse. No wonder he is so desperate. The borrowed fortune would eventually run out. After all, it didn't belong to him in the first place. When Han Fei entered the mall, his expression and presence changed. Even the injury on his leg worsened. He limped. The customers all evaded Han Fei, afraid that Han Fei might trip and fall on them. "Why are you so late?" Zhu Wei was angry when he saw Han Fei. "Did you know we were robbed yesterday night?" Han Fei was very familiar with people like Zhu Wei. Once they had a little power, they would shout at the people underneath them. His subordinates were tools for him to vent his anger. "When I was at the shop yesterday, everything was fine." Han Fei didn't care about Zhu Wei. He didn't even look at the man as he walked forward. What kind of attitude is that? Zhu Wei grabbed Han Fei. "Your superior told you to come immediately. Look at the time now. If you don't let go, I'm going to call the police." Han Fei pointed at his injured leg. "You are the manager, not the boss, so don't use that tone with me. I need to watch my tone when I'm talking to you." Zhu Wei was so angry that his flabby cheeks shook. However, he couldn't do anything to Han Fei because the second-hand shop was run by the mall boss, and technically Zhu Wei had no right to manage its employees. "Zhu Wei, the shop that I work at has already lost so many employees. How long do you think I will last?" Han Fei tapped Zhu Wei on his face. "I have nothing to lose now, so you better watch yourself." It was just one night, but Han Fei had become completely different. Yesterday night, he was lucky to survive the altar owner's illusion. He knew yesterday was a big turning point for the altar owner. He experienced his father's betrayal, endless torture, and was dying. He started to actively embrace darkness. Dragging his tired body, Han Fei walked past Zhu Wei and opened the second-hand shop door. Inside the shop, there were several large men. They were the mall boss bodyguards. Just how many bad things he has done that he needs so many bodyguards. Once Han Fei entered the shop, several eyes landed on him. The bodyguards glared at him like he was something dangerous. "All you do is to stand there?" Han Fei glanced at the merchandise on the ground and the tipped-over shelves. "Can't you help clean up this place?" Han Fei wanted to say something more when a cough came from deep inside the shop. Han Fei turned to the cough and saw the boss standing beside the altar. The black cloth was on the ground, and the altar was heavily damaged. The symbols inside the walls had all been wiped away, and the altar doors were smashed. Bosku stood facing away from Han Fei. His focus was fully on the altar. Seeing the boss so vulnerable, Han Fei had the urge to take out Rest in Peace and gave his boss a quick release. "Boss, did we suffer a lot of loss?" Hearing Han Fei's voice, the man slowly turned around. He stared into Han Fei's eyes and then asked, "Have you seen God before?" Han Fei didn't expect this question. He slowly shook his head. "I haven't seen God before either. However, I heard that once you have placed enough sacrifice on the sacrificial table, God will appear. People in the past liked to use animals like cows, pigs, and goats to sacrifice to the gods. I've tried them, but I failed each time. Then I realized the most important thing is to have a sincere heart. As long as you are sincere, no matter the animals you put on the table, the gods will hear our voices." Boss Gu caressed the broken altar and appeared to mumble to himself. Han Fei initially didn't notice the problems in the boss words until he realized something. In the memory world, he had encountered several people, and their names all had the Chinese characters of animals. It was like the boss was hinting that these people were all sacrifices. Once they were placed on the sacrificial table, God would appear. I treat my employees as family, but who would have thought the normally harmless little lamb, sounds like Fei Yang in Chinese, would lead the wolf into the room. The mall boss didn't show any emotions and his tone was even, but he exuded a very cold presence. It was true that the boss treated his employees like his family because his employees ended up in the same place as his family. I don't get it. Boss Gu slowly walked towards Han Fei. Why do you think he needed to steal from the shop? Han Fei had a feeling there was a hidden meaning behind the boss words. Boss, what has Fei Yang stolen? From what I see, all the valuable items are still here. It doesn't matter what he stole. The important part is when he had that bad idea in his mind. He had already strayed from the good path. Boss Gu's phone rang. He answered it before Han Fei. Boss, we've searched Riverhead. They are not here. They are probably in other parts of the city, the voice said through the phone. Boss Gu appeared to purposely let Han Fei hear this. I don't care about the method. Find him before nighttime. Boss Gu gave the order, and the man obliged. The two continued their conversation, but Han Fei was unaffected. 10 Fingers wouldn't let Fei Yang go that easily unless he was already a dead body. After hanging up, Boss Gu stared at Han Fei. Then he took out an envelope from his pocket. There was 5,000 renminbi inside. Before I can hire a new employee, I need you to look after the shop. You can stay here, and I will pay you double. Okay. Han Fei accepted the envelope. Thank you, boss. I should be thanking you for helping me at this time of need. Boss Gu and Han Fei smiled. I will try my best to find a new replacement as soon as possible, Boss Gu said, and prepared to leave. When he was at the door, he stopped. Right, from today onwards, try not to go down to the storeroom at night. Okay. As the boss and his bodyguards walked away, Han Fei placed the money envelope under the counter. I can't spend this man's money too carelessly. Han Fei started to clean up the shop. In the morning, there were no customers. There were passing mall goers who would point and whisper at the shop. Some said the shop was cursed and all the employees would have a bad end. With this rumor, no one dared to come into the shop. The other employees at the mall didn't come to help Han Fei either. Han Fei worked alone like he was abandoned by the whole world. He worked until dusk. As Han Fei lifted up the heavy shelf, suddenly the door opened. This is such a coincidence. You work here? A familiar voice said, and a pair of hands grabbed the other side of the shelf. Han Fei lifted his head and saw Lin Lu in white fur coat enter the shop. She looked at Han Fei in surprise. Lin Lu? Han Fei looked at the woman. She was pretty and lively. Her skin was as fair as the sun. Whenever she was around, the darkness would be chased away. I'm surprised that I'd run into you at the mall. Speaking of, why were you taken hostage by those 2 gangsters earlier? Did you owe them money? Lin Lu rambled nonstop. However, Han Fei didn't find her annoying. If anything, he relaxed listening to her. They are my friends. You are friends with those 2 gangsters. Wow, that's unexpected. Lin Lu helped Han Fei clean up the shop and chatted with Han Fei. However, Han Fei was distracted. He kept glancing to the door because the bell that should chime whenever a customer entered or left the shop didn't sound when Lin Lu walked into the shop earlier. Sorry for the mix-up. You can always contact me through Discord if there's any problem. Chapter 465. What a crowd. Some people say that love needs to be cultivated, but Han Fei didn't anticipate the altar owner would cultivate a lover that didn't exist. When all the customers refused to come near the second-hand shop, Lin Lu appeared. She didn't care about the rumors or the curse. She only cared about Han Fei. She was so perfect it was unreal. The shop only has second-hand items. Why would the burglar target this place? Have they lost their mind? Lin Lu held the other end of the shelf and helped Han Fei right the shelf. Your boss is also crazy for leaving you all alone to do all these jobs. He has earned so much, but he doesn't care about his employees at all, and people say he is a charitable man. Lin Lu's appearance filled up the missing part of the altar owner's heart. Even though he was abandoned by the world, as long as Lin Lu was there, The altar owner could still eke out a living. The boss might have his own difficulties. Han Fei focused on the cleaning and was cold towards Lin Lu. You are still defending him? You must be the best worker I've ever met. If I am starting a business in the future, I'll be sure to hire you. Lin Lu was very kind. She could sense Han Fei's low spirits, so she kept cracking jokes, hoping to make Han Fei smile. However, Han Fei didn't respond to the jokes, and his brows were deeply furrowed together. Based on what the mall boss said, Lin Lu might be another sacrifice because her Chinese name sounded like an animal, a deer to be precise. Han Fei didn't want to harm Lin Lu. He was never one to harm the innocent. He also didn't want to ruin the only goodness in the altar owner's life. There should be another way. By 6 p.m., Han Fei and Lin Lu finished cleaning up the shop. Han Fei stood at the counter to do the inventory. He removed the more heavily damaged items while Lin Lu sat in the shop's second-hand lounge chair. The day is getting late. Aren't you going home? Han Fei glanced at Lin Lu. The girl didn't show any sign of leaving. I remember you're a nurse at River Hospital. It's not easy being a nurse. You should go home to rest. River Private Hospital is closing soon. They still owe me half a year of salary. Speaking of, I'm pissed. The management gets their bonus every month, but they can't afford the salary of intern nurses. Clearly they are trying to bully us. Then will you go back to work? Work? The only reason I'll be going back is to see the place demolished. Lin Lu leaned against the chair. She looked tired. After making the last inventory, Han Fei walked out from the counter and stopped beside Lin Lu. Are you going to chase me out? Are you hungry? I'll treat you to dinner. Han Fei used the key to temporarily lock the shop. He led Lin Lu and walked through the mall. There are many restaurants on the 5th floor, but I suggest you go for the vegetarian options. This was the first time Han Fei walked through the mall during normal working hours. For some reason, the other people kept throwing shocked glances at him and Lin Lu. How come it feels like people are staring at us? Lin Lu followed behind Han Fei and whispered, They're envious of me. Han Fei took the elevator to the 5th floor. This place was completely different from when it was at midnight. The delicious smell of food wafted in the air. There were many customers milling about. Anything works for me. I'm on a diet, and I'm not that hungry. Lin Lu carried her purse. Wherever she went, she would grab people's attention, the complete opposite of the altar owner. Then we'll eat here then. Han Fei's standard for choosing the restaurant was not the menu, but whether it had appeared in his illusion. Han Fei would never frequent any of the restaurants that operated like normal in the altar owner's illusions, because he might be served human meat. After the two entered the restaurant, they found a window seat and sat down facing each other. Han Fei hadn't been in a relationship before, so in this manner, he was similar to the altar owner. However, the difference was, Han Fei had predicted Lin Lu's ending, so no matter how great the altar owner's reliance on Lin Lu was, Han Fei didn't want to get too close to her. They ordered a few dishes. While they waited for the food to be served, suddenly a chef came out from the kitchen. He looked around before heading to Han Fei's table. The strangest thing was he sat down opposite Han Fei, beside Lin Lu, like he couldn't even see her. I've been a chef in this memory world for 10 years already. I've cooked using every single one of my patrons. I can remember their faces and identify their screams, but I have not seen you before. The chef removed his hat. He looked very polite and his skin was very pale, like he was sick. He didn't smell of oil and smoke. Just from appearance, he didn't look very much like a chef. Is this some kind of Halloween event? Han Fei scanned the man's neck. There were crying human skulls hidden underneath the chef outfit's collar. You have very good acting, but you can't fool me. The chef looked at Han Fei with a smile. I can smell my partners on you. The intense smell of rot and resentment. Han Fei smiled and shrugged. He knew that the man only sensed the problem, but he couldn't confirm it, or else with the personality of 10 fingers, they wouldn't sit down to chat with Han Fei. Picking up the teacup, Han Fei didn't even want to speak anymore. It was like conversing with the man would lower Han Fei's IQ. Lin Lu, who was forced into the corner, was helpless. She pointed at the chef and mouthed, Is he crazy? I'll take your silence as an admission. You should be related to their disappearance. The chef's lips curled, and he smiled darkly. Enjoy this meal. And I hope you'd enjoy this night too. Then the chef stood up and returned to the kitchen. After the chef left, Han Fei called the manager over and scolded him. Then he tried to get some info from the manager. The chef was new, but his food was very delicious. Many customers got addicted to them. After knowing that, Han Fei naturally wouldn't eat there anymore. He led Lin Lu away and out of the mall. The streetlights had already come on. They found a roadside stall and had a delicious dinner. After they were done, Han Fei started to look at Lin Lu seriously. Have you had too much to drink? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm afraid that you will disappear, so I need to imprint you in my mind. Han Fei wouldn't leave the altar to 10 fingers. If he couldn't inherit the altar, he would destroy the altar. Regardless of the ending, this memory world would collapse and Lin Lu wouldn't appear again. She was the altar owner's manifestation of goodness in the world. Remembering her should be one of the altar owner's desires. Why would I disappear? Lin Lu's face was flushed from the alcohol. You better stop drinking, I'll walk you home. No need. I can walk back on my own. Lin Lu rejected Han Fei. She stood up and ran across the street like she was afraid Han Fei might find out where she lived. Han Fei tailed the girl, but she soon disappeared among the crowd. She still disappeared. Lin Lu would only appear when the altar owner was feeling especially down. Han Fei hadn't figured out the mechanism behind her appearance yet. When Han Fei returned to the mall, most of the shops were already closed. As he pushed open the second-hand shop's door, the system notification and the door chime sounded at the same time. Notification for player 0000. Your current hunger level is 0, your physical condition is bad, and your mental condition is very low. Your mood points is 45. Are you going to start your work today? Yes. Standing at the door, Han Fei cracked his stiff knuckles. What day is it already? Han Fei scanned the pictures of the employees of the month on the wall. They were all once living humans, but now they were either missing or lying at the hospital. Han Fei was the only one left. Bosco hasn't contacted me or come back to the shop. Looks like things aren't going so well on his side. Han Fei entered the shop and started to ponder the things that had happened recently. 10 fingers have entered the memory world many times already. They each have their own responsibility and have interacted with every person of this world. They have taken away Fei Yang, probably because they feel Fei Yang has a high chance of inheriting the altar. It was normal for 10 fingers to think that because before Han Fei's appearance, Fei Yang would be the last employee at the second-hand shop. After 10 fingers confirm that Fei Yang is not the person they are looking for, they will turn their full attention to me. Then I will face both pressure from Bosco and 10 fingers. Han Fei stared at the paper on the counter and started to wonder how to remove the pictures from the well. At around 10 p.m., all the lights inside the mall were switched off and there were no more customers. It's time. The chance of Han Fei being discovered if he did this after midnight would be smaller, but he didn't dare to make that bet. The mall after midnight was too dangerous. Using the gloves, Han Fei inspected all the cameras. Most of the cameras had been destroyed by 10 Finger and Fei Yang, but Bosco still hadn't had the chance to repair them. At least they've helped me with that. Han Fei blocked the door of the shop from inside and calculated the time. When someone shook the door would chime. Han Fei had around 20 seconds to rush out from the storeroom. That is more than enough for me. After everything was ready, Han Fei grabbed the tools and entered the underground storeroom. Yesterday night, he had calculated the location, and tonight he swore to get to the bottom of the well's secrets. This place is so cold. The storeroom was like a morgue. Energy pooled at the corners. Han Fei's left I could see the truth, so he didn't even open the lights as he moved to the deepest part of the storeroom. Moving the shelf, Han Fei used the tape to triangulate the location and then took out the axle and hammer to slowly make a gap. Han Fei worked very slowly to make as little sound as possible. After he had made a small hole, Han Fei went back to the shop to drink some water and to show himself on camera. After a quick exercise, Han Fei returned to the shop and moved the saw and electric drill into the storeroom. Using these tools will be very noisy, but before midnight, no ghosts should appear. There are no people in the mall either, so no one will hear me. Han Fei grabbed the drill and started working. After drilling through the cement, Han Fei grabbed the hammer and slammed at the weak points. After several swings, the wall had a crack about half a meter wide. The large piece of the broken wall fell into the well. The water splashed, and a drop hit Han Fei's arm. At that moment, Han Fei felt like his soul was scorched. It was as if the thing that dropped on him was not water, but liquid flame. Pieces of the broken wall sunk into the well and soon disappeared. Han Fei realized that he could use the well as a trash can. The water surface is half a meter away from me. I can reach it with my hands. Success was before his eyes, but Han Fei didn't let his guard down. He wiped down all the tools and replaced them. Then he started to clean up. Using just 20 minutes, Han Fei had removed all the traces. Even if Boss Gu returned now, he wouldn't imagine Han Fei had used the tools inside the shop to gouge a hole underground. There's still some time until midnight. Han Fei grabbed a book, brewed a pot of coffee, and wandered around the mall. After making sure no one was coming to get him, Han Fei returned to the second-hand shop. Compared to before, there were no changes to the storeroom. Moving the shelf again, Han Fei reached his upper body through the hole. Soon he saw the old man's family portrait on the surface of the water. Resisting the urge to go grab it, Han Fei found a candle from the shelf. He lit the candle and used the candle to approach the picture. When the flame approached the dark well, Han Fei saw the crowded human faces inside the well. Chapter 466. Come down with me beside the gouged-out wall. Han Fei held the candle and looked into the well. Many pictures floated on the surface of the murky water, human faces crowded underwater. The pair of eyes turned to the small flame. Their mouths opened and closed like fish. Han Fei's arms froze in midair. He could feel a very dangerous presence. If he was not careful, he'd be dragged directly into the well. The hand that held the candle slowly retracted. The human faces followed the flame. Just as the candle was about to move away from the water's surface, something leaped out from the murky water. The icy water splattered everywhere. Han Fei immediately let go and retreated. The candle fell into the water, and the fire was extinguished immediately. Han Fei cautiously went back to the side of the well. A candle floated on the water surface, but the human faces had all disappeared. The pictures are right before me, but I can't take them. Han Fei turned back to the storeroom to find some tools, but as he turned around, he realized the black cloth on the altar had slid to the ground. The altar was like a silent man standing on the other side of the shelf. The temperature in the storeroom had dropped to an unbearable level. The crack on the landlord's ring grew. When did the black cloth slide off? Is there another person here with me? Han Fei scanned the rows of shelves. The place was extremely quiet. Han Fei placed the hammer beside the altar in his pocket. When he tried to switch on the storeroom's lights, the light bulbs above flickered and then went out. It's about midnight. The place will get a lot more dangerous after midnight. I need to be fast. Last time Han Fei used a fishing line, and the fishing line was dragged off. After that lesson, Han Fei chose a rope this time. He attached a hook to one end of the rope and tied the other end to the altar and the shelf. If the thing inside the well dragged the rope, it would drag the altar until the altar would get stuck at the hole. There should be no problem this time. Since the lights had gone out, Han Fei lit 2 more candles. One he placed outside the hole, and the other he held in his hand. Han Fei took a deep breath and slowly approached the hole with the rope and candle. The temperature was still dropping. Han Fei could feel the chill crawling up his feet like it was trying to freeze his heart. Han Fei slowly knelt down to study the murky water. He aimed the hook at the family portrait. Adjusting his breath, Han Fei slowly nudged forward. After his arm reached through the hole, he tossed the lit candle to the left of the wall and then flung out the rope at the same time. Flame danced above the water, lighting up the faces under the water. When the candle touched the water surface, Han Fei's hook also reached the picture. The human faces were all distracted by the flame. Using this opportunity, Han Fei pulled. Half of the family portrait was out of the water when a bloated arm reached out from the water to grab the rope. Indescribable force pulled Han Fei towards the well. Han Fei's body tipped forward, and he saw many human heads hanging on the rope. They bit on the rope. Their eyes filled with hatred. The shelf was dragged forward, but the altar remained unmoved. The rope was pulled taut. The people inside the well wanted to pull the people outside the well into it. The rope about the size of one's finger snapped in the middle. The part with the picture fell into the well and disappeared. The part tied to the altar hung limply by the hole. It dangled downwards, about a few cm from the surface of the water. The well is filled with people who have been sacrificed. This well has collected all their hatred and resentment. Perhaps at the start, the well was only a normal well, but as more important things were dropped inside the well gained more power. It was the endless greed and sin within the human heart that created this monster. Standing between the well and the altar, Han Fei's eyes moved. Could this be the way God has been created? With confusion, Han Fei turned to look at the black altar. With shock, he noticed that the altar's door had opened a gap, and there appeared to be a pair of eyes looking at him. A bad feeling rose within him. Han Fei picked up the black cloth to cover up the altar again, but at that moment, the system notification came. Notification for player 0000. You've triggered the random mission, Wishing Well. Wishing Well. According to legend, once you drop something important to you into this well, you will get a corresponding reward. However, the thing that you drop into the well can't ever be redeemed. Therefore, the well has gained another name, Regret. Mission requirement. There are no second retries, but you can do your best to fix your mistakes. To retrieve the items inside the well, you have to use yourself as an item to trade. Please retrieve any 3 things from the well before midnight. Han Fei's eyes twitched when he heard the notification. The system wants me to jump into the well. Han Fei took out his phone to glance at the time. It was 11:50 p.m., and there was only 10 minutes to midnight. The doors of the altar slowly widened, as if the thing inside the altar would come out at midnight. Opening the menu, Han Fei read the mission details again. The system really wants me to jump into the well? Even the rope will be snapped into 2. Once I've fallen into the well, is there a way for me to come back up? Earlier, Han Fei saw endless human heads biting the rope. If he was the one in the well, the human heads would be biting his body. The system wants me to die? Shaking his head, Han Fei decided that he'd rather fail the mission than to jump into the well. It's too dangerous. I better think of something else. Time passed by. Han Fei tried many methods, but he couldn't get the picture. To make things worse, he noticed the water level inside the well was rising. It was as if the human heads inside the water wanted to climb out. One last try. If this fails, I'll have to leave. Han Fei glanced at the altar. Bad things happened every time he entered the underground storeroom after midnight. The first time, he was trapped inside the storeroom, and the second time, he fell into the altar owner's illusion. Using a mountain climbing rope and bungee jumping lock, Han Fei affixed them to the altar. Just as he was about to drop the rope into the well, a knocking sound came from above. Someone is at the door? Is it the boss? Draping the black cloth over the altar, Han Fei quickly replaced everything. He ran towards the door and realized the door was locked. Damn it! It wasn't midnight yet, but an accident still occurred. The only exit to the storeroom was blocked off. What to do now? Several ideas occurred in Han Fei's mind. Run back to the shelves to pretend to arrange the merchandise, collapse on the ground, and claim that he had been ambushed, or he could ambush the person who had come into the shop. Footsteps came from above him. The person had entered the shop. Han Fei listened closely. After stopping for a while at the counter, the footsteps moved towards the underground storeroom. Holding his breath, Han Fei took out rest in peace, but at that moment, there was that knocking sound again. Another person had entered the shop. Han Fei could ambush one person, but if there were 2, he needed to be more careful. Are you sure an outsider has entered this world? The footsteps stopped, and the 2 people stood near the storeroom door and started to chat. We can't contact 7th and 8th finger, and 6th finger has suddenly disappeared. Yes, some of the memory fragments in this world are powerful enough to kill them, but they will definitely leave behind some messages before they die and not disappear like this. We've explored this world for almost a decade already, but we haven't really understood it. I believe their disappearances don't have anything to do with the outsider. Maybe someone has triggered the crucial part of the memory. 5th finger, I didn't call you here to argue with me. The icy voice said with impatience. Han Fei recognized the voice. It was the chef. The others have found Fei Yang, and 10th finger believes Fei Yang is the real sacrificial lamb. I'd advise you to follow the protocol. Do not interrupt the altar lest you destroy the ritual. The other person didn't care about the chef's warning and gave a warning of their own. Remember what has happened outside. A new unmentionable has appeared in the cryptic world. We don't have the time to keep trying. I will not touch the altar. I'm here to catch that patron. Compared to Fei Yang, I believe he is more likely the last sacrifice. Then the door of the underground storeroom started to twist, and the cold presence gushed everywhere. Bang! The door was forced open. Fifth finger, I will be kicked out by the altar world after I use my power. When that happens, I need you to send that person a 10th finger. Even if he is not the last sacrifice, we need to find out why he has appeared inside the altar. The chef walked down the ladders and entered the storeroom. The 4 human head tattoos on his neck came alive. They swam under his skin like black fish. There are so many people in this memory world. It's normal if we haven't seen all of them. A dwarf followed behind the chef. He was dressed like a primary school student, but he sounded so old. I've smelled various kinds of meat before, so I can tell you with certainty that the scent on that man is very special. The chef scanned the rows of shelves. Be careful. There's a meat scent lingering in the air. He should still be here. Even if we die here, our soul won't be harmed. I don't get why you are so worried. The dwarf climbed down the ladder. The skin underneath his shirt was filled with human head tattoos. I'm helping you because we're quite good friends, but next time, before you start cooking, can you let me play with the ingredients first? Shush. The chef closed his eyes, and his nose twitched as he picked out the scent in the air. He slowly turned around. He turned to the dwarf, who was still on the ladder. The smell comes from this place. Opening his eyes, the chef saw a shadow standing behind the ladder. He wore a gnarly beast mask and held a bladeless blade. Be careful. The warning came too late. Han Fei plunged the knife into the dwarf's heart. The blinding light pierced through the dwarf's body. His hands barely had the time to touch the tattoo on his skin, and his body was split into half. The cracked lips widened. The dwarf felt like his memory and soul were burning up. He can harm us who are outside the memory. The dwarf fell from the ladder, and he disintegrated before he hit the ground. The dwarf's scream echoed in the storeroom, but Han Fei and the chef ignored him. After the successful attack, Han Fei launched another one at the chef. Rest in peace could injure 10 fingers in the memory world. That was Han Fei's trump card, so he had to make sure no one knew that secret. I knew you'd be a problem. The chef screamed. The human heads on his arm broke into blood droplets, and energy gushed into his body. Han Fei already reacted very fast, but he was still too late. Han Fei had predicted that the chef would come that night, but he didn't expect the man would bring reinforcement. You were the one who killed 6th and 7th finger, right? The chef's arms started to bleed. His skin rotted, and he absorbed the energy in the memory world. Why don't you guess? Han Fei retreated. He slid the paper doll silently behind one of the shelves. After capturing you, all the problems will be solved. The presence of the chef was greater than a lingering spirit. I hear that you'll be forced out from the memory world once you use power that doesn't belong here. Let me calculate how much time you have left. Han Fei's beast mask could eclipse his presence, and the power of his altar was to hide his presence as well. However, even so, the chef managed to pick up his scent. The chef's power should have to do with the heightening of his 5 senses. Looks like you know quite a lot. To stop you from disrupting 10 Fingers' plan, I'll have to kill you. The chef stepped forward and materialized before Han Fei. I will kill you here first, and then destroy your soul in the cryptic world. The chef's skin started to melt. Every inch of his muscle was covered in resentment. Standing there, Han Fei felt great pressure. Han Fei waved his knife, but before the blade could touch the chef's flesh dissolved. It bound around Han Fei's body like a tentacle. No matter how sharp your blade is, if it can't cut me, it's a piece of useless steel. Han Fei's body was slammed on the ground. The power level between them was too wide. Han Fei was no match for the chef. After touching the human head tattoo, 10 fingers could release their real power, and that power would continue to grow until they were forced out from this world. I can't drag this out further. Climbing up from the ground, Han Fei staggered deeper into the storeroom. Han Fei was picked up and slammed on the ground repeatedly. He became so weakened that he could barely stand. Such a curious soul, and this is all you can do. I haven't even used all of my power yet. The chef grabbed Han Fei by his neck. He slammed Han Fei into the last row of the shelf. You can't escape anymore. The chef pulled out a cleaver made from blood from his own flesh. I will cut open your body and observe the color of your heart. Only animals will be interested in the color of the human heart. Han Fei's weak voice came from under the mask. The angry chef grabbed Han Fei by his neck and crashed him into the shelf. Han Fei had lost any power to fight back. He was wounded everywhere, and he could barely grab on to rest in peace. The chef cackled. He looked at Han Fei like he was admiring a wonderful piece of meat. I've memorized your appearance. After leaving the memory world, you are going to die. You can't escape. The cleaver formed from blood raised, and the chef aimed at Han Fei's chest. At the last minute, Han Fei raised rest in peace to block, but the chef was ready. He evaded the attack easily. Even at death, you refuse to let that knife go? Fine, I'll just chop off your arm. The chef stopped hesitating. Just as his cleaver was about to fall on Han Fei suddenly kicked at the tipped-over shelf. The merchandise on the shelf fell forward, temporarily blocking the chef's sight. He was afraid that Han Fei might have other tricks, so he continued his attack. This time Han Fei didn't evade. He grabbed the chef by his arm and then leaned backwards. Isn't there just a wall behind the shelf? The black hole appeared before him. When the chef saw that, Han Fei had already dragged half of his body into the well. Water splashed everywhere, and they burned like liquid flame. Pain locked around his heart. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Using soul-depth touch, he held onto the chef. Midnight Butcher's talent kicked in. Han Fei's various attributes started to rise as his life points dipped to a dangerous level. Come down with me. The clock announcing the arrival of midnight chimed all through the mall. The chef couldn't react in time and fell into the well with Han Fei. Chapter 467. The chef was one of the 10 fingers. He had been inside the memory world many times and was familiar with every inch of this underground storeroom. Therefore, it came as a surprise to him that there would be a hole where the wall was. As his body fell into the well, the chef looked at Han Fei in the beast mask and the uniform he was wearing. As the employee here, why would you make such a big hole in your boss shop? When his arms touched the water, the chef realized something was wrong. No humans could kill them in the memory world, but it didn't mean the altar couldn't kill them. There were several taboo places in the memory world, and the wishing well was one of them. The chef immediately abandoned half of his body and tried to escape, but he was still too late. The flesh that dropped into the water was bitten by the floating human faces. Han Fei alone wouldn't be able to stop the chef from escaping, but there were endless resentful spirits in the well. The sacrifice inside the well bit at the chef like crazy, dragging every piece of the chef into the well. Noticing Han Fei, who was pulling at him with the endless spirits, the chef turned red with anger. Even if you die, you want to drag me down with you? The chef knew the consequence of falling into the well. He dissolved all the tattoos on his neck and used them to shield his heart. Retreat was impossible. The only chance now was to protect his core before the well soaked into his soul. The chef's heart was the key for him to become a pure hatred. Everything else could be abandoned. As long as the heart was still present, he had a chance to be reborn in hatred. While the chef was trying to save himself, Han Fei had started to make his wish. It was not easy dragging his most important enemy into the well, so he decided not to waste it. I wish. Han Fei just had that thought when he heard a voice in his right ear. Do not wish for anything from him. Once you make your first wish, you will never be free again. Even a free wish will have you bound forever. The price of the free wish is your everything. Han Fei's right ear was the reward given to him by the altar owner. It contained the owner's memory. Since it had spoken, then Han Fei had to be careful. The wishing well was bottomless like human desire. Once you fell into the hole, you would keep sinking. Han Fei lowered his head, and he noticed there were swimming heads around his legs. The people who were pushed into the well turned into a fish-like monster. They bit on Han Fei's legs and clothes, dragging him madly deeper into the well. The light from the mouth of the well blurred like a cloudy night. The human-head fishes swam around Han Fei and the chef. But they were not even the scariest thing in the well. The system will not give me an unsolvable mission. The water in the wishing well was condensed from resentment. It had gathered the most negative emotions of the human world. Everyone thrown into the well would be transformed by hatred before becoming a total monster. Compared to Han Fei, who was surrounded in mist, the chef who radiated resentment was more popular with the monsters in the well. The tattoos on his body were triggered. The chef's power was increasing. He was waiting for the moment when he was pushed out from the memory world. He shielded his heart and waited for escape. Han Fei grabbed the chef. He could guess the man's thoughts. If the chef left, then Han Fei would have done all these for nothing. Han Fei was so furious that he had forgotten he was inside the well because of his mission. Technically speaking, the chef was the innocent party. He was dragged into the well by Han Fei. Pulling out Rest in Peace, Han Fei plunged it into the chef's leg. Weak light burst in the water. It scared off the human face fishes. This was a pleasant surprise for Han Fei. The people who were trapped inside the well had joined with the resentment. They had gotten used to darkness, so they were afraid of sudden light. The chef didn't expect aggression from Han Fei. He shook from anger, but there was nothing he could do. There was limited space inside the well, and that made evasion hard. The chef also had exhausted all of his energy to protect his heart. Wounds appeared on the chef's legs and stomach. He realized the wounds made by Rest in Peace were hard to heal. More monsters surrounded the chef. The chef was feeling tired. They had been sinking for a long time already, but the well appeared to be bottomless. It was tiring to use the knife underwater. Plus Han Fei was already injured. He too had reached his limit. Death formed a noose and tightened around his neck. Opening the menu, Han Fei used his last hope to look through his inventory. He had one more chance to take something out from his inventory, but there was no item which could help with his situation. His skin was scorched by the water, and his body felt like it had been dropped in a sea of fire. Pain came from all parts of his body. Han Fei's mind was suffused with negative emotions. Pain and despair heightened them. The trembling pupils scanned the menu quickly. There was a voice helping Han Fei, and his eyes focused on one talent. Spiritfarer. While water gushed into his right ear. Fire burned inside his ear, weakening the warning voice. At the same time, another voice echoed in Han Fei's left ear. There is no other choice but to wish at the altar. Use an important person to trade for your life. When you are alive, you can save more people. One person's life to trade for many more people's survival. Is there a better choice? The voice drilled through Han Fei's left ear and echoed in his mind. The important people to Han Fei appeared in his mind. Place your life and more people's lives on the scale. Each soul has their own value. This is your last chance. The image in his memory clarified. Huang Yin dominated Han Fei's sight. He is your best friend, so he will understand your choice. Use the smallest leverage to gain the biggest reward. Why are you still hesitating? The water was extremely cold, but it also burned at one's soul like flames. It was too painful. The warning in the right ear had almost disappeared. The voice in the left ear echoed endlessly. Han Fei was too weak to hold on to the chef. His body sunk into darkness, and his consciousness wavered. The water flowed into his right ear, soaked his left eye, and pickled his internal organs. Memories that didn't belong to Han Fei appeared. A long time ago, another person had jumped into the well like Han Fei. That person was the altar owner. After escaping from the western city, he was fatally wounded. His only leverage was himself. After losing his humanity, he lost all hope for this world. He used his body to make his last wish. The altar owner's memory overlapped with Han Fei's. Han Fei was like the altar owner back then. They jumped voluntarily into the well and sank into the darkness. Before death, they made their wish. The altar owner in the memory fragment slowly opened his mouth. Han Fei used his last shred of consciousness to chase Huang Yin's shadow away. He would never use Huang Yin to trade for his own life. In the same despair, The memory of the altar owner opened his mouth and uttered his internal desire like many years ago. I wish for the power to change everything. The owner's memory fragment made another wish while Han Fei chose to protect Huang Yin. After the altar owner made his wish, Han Fei's left eye, right ear, and internal organ dissolved into the well water. At the same time, Han Fei could feel the gravity pulling him disappear. The memory that didn't belong to him dissipated as well. Han Fei's eyes widened as the thought flashed across his mind. When the altar owner was forced to jump into the well in real life, his left eye had been dug out, his right ear was pierced, and his internal organs were harvested. Therefore, when he made his wish in real life, his body was missing these organs. After I entered the memory world and helped the altar owner rectify his regrets, he rewarded me with these broken body parts, and now he is using these broken body parts to make another wish. From this moment on, the altar owner will lose his agency. All of his memory has been taken by the altar. Deep inside the well, Han Fei didn't sacrifice his best friend to make a wish to save himself. He once again made a different choice from the altar owner. The altar's random missions were slowly directing Han Fei for him to experience all of the altar owner's past and to rectify his regrets. The wishing well let Han Fei go. Han Fei swam upwards. When he passed by the chef, he took out rest in peace. Han Fei initially wouldn't escape so easily, but the appearance of the chef had helped him shoulder most of the pressure. Currently, there were about 10 fishes biting on the chef, and endless pale arms reached out from the wall to grab at the chef. These things were originally meant for Han Fei. Thank you for your help. I will help you rest in peace now. The blade stuck into the chef's chest. The chef who was detained by the monsters couldn't even evade, and his chest was punctured. Resentment burst out from the heart, and this excited the monsters even more. Han Fei didn't stay. He quickly swam upwards. Han Fei's eyes were on the rope dangling by the mouth of the well. His body turned heavier as the monsters in the well realized what was happening. They started to swim towards Han Fei. The well water rocked as more terrifying things awakened. The talent of Midnight Butcher came in handy again. He swam faster as his life points dropped. With one last push, he broke through the surface. Before he grabbed the rope, Han Fei didn't forget to grab the floating items. The mission required Han Fei to leave with 3 items, but Han Fei was not going to waste this chance. He grabbed the red dress and used the dress as a makeshift net to salvage most of the pictures and small items floating on the surface. Han Fei gasped for air. But as he prepared to leave the well with the red dress, he felt incredibly weighted down. The pictures looked normal, but they each weighed as heavy as a living person. They could float on the surface because the water was unique. The chef had already been consumed, so the monsters charged at Han Fei. Quick, pull me up. Han Fei held onto the rope. A paper doll appeared in the hole. She looked just like Su Qin. When the dwarf and the chef came underground, Han Fei had already planned everything. He would kill one and then use the well to deal with the other. To fulfill this plan, he hid the paper doll among the shelves. With the paper doll's help, Han Fei escaped from the well with plenty of pictures. Without stopping, Han Fei replaced the shelf. Then he collapsed on the ground. His left eye and right ear had returned to normal, but the strange power remained. Notification for player 0000. You've completed the random mission, Wishing Well. You jumped into the well before midnight and successfully took out 21 items, surpassing the mission requirement. You've rectified 60% of the altar owner's regret. You've obtained a large amount of EXP, the right to use 21 items, and a personality fragment of the original altar owner. Personality fragment. After an unmentionable is vanquished, his memory has a small chance to leave behind a personality fragment. When the player's soul melted with sufficient personality fragments, they might get the original altar owner's broken personality or awaken a new personality. Warning: each personality will affect your future. Good personality will increase your life. Bad personality will ruin everything. Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 18, gained 1 free attribute point. When the system notifications ended, Han Fei sighed in relief. I've protected my friendship with Brother Huan. Climbing up from the ground, Han Fei removed his drenched uniform. His uniform was soaked in well water. The resentment and hatred lingered on it like needles as it prickled him. The chill has infiltrated my body. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Han Fei glanced at the altar. The doors on the altar were open 2 fingers wide. It was blackness behind the doors, and it made Han Fei feel uncomfortable. Is the thing inside coming out? Covering the altar back under the black cloth, Han Fei dragged the red dress to the ladder. This time the door opened easily. Han Fei hugged the items and exited the storeroom. When the lights of the shop fell on him, Han Fei's heart fell back into place. He opened the menu and added the attribute point into stamina without hesitation. Thanks to the buff from Midnight Butcher, his stamina was now 30. When his stamina reached 30, Han Fei received another system notification. Notification for player 0000. Your stamina has reached 30, the level a normal person wouldn't reach without the influence of drugs. You've awakened a stamina-based talent. Choice 1, Super Strength. Choice 2, Super Speed. Han Fei chose Super Speed easily. He knew he couldn't be stronger than a pure hatred, but he could outrun them. One day, I'll be faster than all the ghosts. With Super Speed and the patrol talent provided by Ziggurat's guard, Han Fei's movement speed was incredibly high at night. Han Fei exited the shop and tried out his new talent. While he was adjusting to this talent, he almost crashed into the shop next door. As expected, every 10 increase in attribute will be a categorical improvement. Han Fei then turned to check the mission reward. He couldn't find the personality fragment in the inventory. It felt like the thing had entered his soul. The altar had retrieved the altar owner's broken left eye, right ear, and internal organs, but Han Fei could still use part of their powers. That probably had to do with the personality fragment. The plastic surgery hospital has ruined so many children to create a child with the perfect personality. In the cryptic world, after an unmentionable perishes, there is a small chance for them to leave behind a personality fragment. Is a perfect personality really that important? Han Fei noticed that once he collected enough personality fragments, he could awaken his own personality. Han Fei wanted to see if his healing personality really did exist or not. Han Fei returned to the shop to go through his other pile of rewards. The system only required him to retrieve 3 items, but he had almost salvaged everything on the water surface. Now I have 21 new items. The items were assorted. Han Fei didn't know what to do with most of them. He took out the old man's family portrait and the bright red dress. The sister on the 3rd floor has been trying on dresses. This should be the one she is looking for. He found a bag to keep all the other stuff and left the shop with the red dress. His destination? The 3rd floor. Chapter 468. New Hidden Profession? Ever since Han Fei arrived at this mall, from 2 of the night guards, one went missing and the other died in unnatural circumstances. His colleagues were either injured or kidnapped. Basically, anyone who interacted with him had gotten into some trouble. When I first arrived at the mall, I at least had a few friends I could communicate with, but after only a few days, I am the only one left. I can't tell if this means I'm lucky or they are unlucky. Stopping in the middle of the mall, Han Fei looked up. The banners dangled from above. There was no wind inside the mall, but they fluttered in the dark. They fit in this world. Carrying the rucksack, Han Fei slowly ascended the floors using the escalator. As he climbed up, the temperature continued to drop like he had awakened the things in the dark. Han Fei himself didn't have that much charm. It was thanks to the pictures inside the rucksack. Looks like it's not pure coincidence that the boss has built the altar at the bottom of the mall. He wants to use the altar to suppress these people he has killed. When Han Fei stepped on the 3rd floor, he felt something change. All the mannequins in the shops turned towards him. It felt like there were endless eyes staring at him from the dark. A good actor will be the spotlight wherever he goes. Han Fei put on the uniform soaked in well water. Even though the water would bring him pain, it would also prevent the ghosts from getting close. Han Fei headed towards the shop, where he saw the woman. He was only halfway there when he encountered another person standing in the corridor opposite him. The person maintained the same speed as Han Fei. The person was hunched over and looked very strange. I come in peace. I'm not going to create trouble for you, so I hope you won't trouble me either. When Han Fei walked past a shop, he saw in the mirror that other than himself, there was a walking red dress following behind him. In the dark corridor, a bright red dress was slowly following a man. Han Fei didn't feel the need to turn around. Many people had tailed him before, and none of them had managed to go home safely. There are only mannequins in Shop 1 and 2. Shop 3 is where Huang Li was found. Last time, the boss ex-wife was trying out clothes in Shop 4. Han Fei only worked at the mall for a quick period, but he had remembered the location of all the shops. He entered the fourth boutique. A faint perfume lingered in the air. This boutique was the most high-end on the third floor. Even after her death, the woman had a very high standard. This showed that she still had part of her living memory. What Han Fei needed to do now was to use the red dress in his hands to help that memory grow and expand. After Han Fei entered the shop, the red dress behind him and the human figure on the other side of the corridor stopped. It was clear who the scariest presence on the third floor was. Rustling noises came from inside the store with modern artistic decor. It didn't sound like someone changing clothes, but more like someone scratching their skin. Han Fei turned to the sound and noticed every curtain of the dressing room was shaking like there was someone inside each dressing room. Compared to last time, this place is even creepier. Looks like the dead will get crazier as the time goes on. With the items hauled from the well as his talismans, Han Fei summoned his courage to enter the shop. Holding the rucksack tight, Han Fei turned to the giant mirror outside the dressing rooms. Night dripped down the mirror like ink, carrying intense anxiety with it. Han Fei in the mirror became a blurry shadow. He couldn't even tell if the reflection was himself. After entering the memory world, I have not taken a serious look at a mirror. Whenever I pass the mirror, it feels like the reflection is not mine. When I want to see the face of the person in the mirror, the face feels so strange and unfamiliar. Han Fei felt like he had forgotten something. Why do I mind mirrors that much? The longer one was inside the memory world, the easier one would be assimilated into it. However, Han Fei didn't feel like that had happened to him. He still had all of his memories. It felt like another person had helped him shoulder the curse of the altar world. His eyes stopped on the mirror. Han Fei walked towards it, but when he got close, the mirror suddenly cracked. The crack looked like a scar, and strangely enough, it started to bleed. Han Fei touched the blood, and something came to him. Other than myself and 10 fingers, there should be another outsider, but how come I can't remember him? As the mirror cracked, Han Fei's reflection splintered. Just as the mirror was about to shatter, the reflection raised his finger. Han Fei didn't move, but his reflection started to bleed as he tried to write something on the broken mirror. However, this had violated some kind of rules. When the finger touched the mirror surface, the mirror shattered completely. The glass shards burst like it was raining glass. The loud crack shattered the silence of the mall as well. Energy floated out from the corner, and they frosted into a mist on the boutique's windows. The curtains of the dressing rooms stopped moving. In this oppressive silence, a hand pulled back the curtain. The blood that flowed out from the wounds dyed the blue dress red. The black hair dropped down to her waist, as if trying to cover up the open wound around the chest. The woman stepped on many clothes. The dresses were all exquisite, but they were not the ones she wanted. The clothes stuck with her blood were cursed. They lay there like people she had cursed. In the blink of an eye, the woman materialized before Han Fei. Her head slowly lifted. The bones cracked, and the pair of bloodshot eyes looked at Han Fei through the curtain of black hair. I found your dress. Han Fei took out the red dress from his rucksack and showed it to the woman. This is the dress most suitable for you, and it represents the goodness the world has owed you. When the red dress was pulled out from the rucksack, an indescribable presence expanded in the boutique. It swept through the third floor before slamming into the ground. Pulling back the woman's hair, Han Fei saw a face twisted by hatred. It was scary and eerie, but Han Fei didn't show any fear or disgust, only regret. The person who pushed you down the water is now the most respectful boss at this place. He sits on dead people, but he calls himself a philanthropist. Han Fei handed the red dress to the woman. We should correct this inverted world. What is wrong? What is right? You are more familiar with that than I do. When the red dress came close to the woman, a thread painted with strange symbols appeared at the bottom of the skirt. The thread pierced through the wound on the woman's chest and bound with her soul. If she didn't reclaim the red dress, the woman would be bound by the well and altar, never getting released. Everyone who had been pushed into the well had their souls priced and became owned by the altar. Only by entering the well and reclaiming their items that they could find freedom. However, even so, they wouldn't completely escape the altar's influence. Once the transaction had been completed, it couldn't be changed unless someone would destroy the altar and restart everything. The red dress was graceful and exquisite, but it had well water on it. When Han Fei took out the dress, the woman and all the mutated clothes stopped moving. Water dripped to the ground. The woman moved her hands away from her chest wound to accept the dress from Han Fei. The well water pierced into her skin like poisonous needles, but she didn't mind. The pale arms which held the dress shook violently. Her face started to reveal a maddening smile. The blue dress she had on was washed away by blood. Han Fei turned his head away. Several seconds later, the landlord's ring gave a warning. When Han Fei turned back, a woman about 3 meters tall and had black hair pooling around her stood before him in a strange red dress. The deep red dress covered the wound around the woman's chest. The dress was specifically made for her. The bloodstain was embroidered on the dress and became a cruel decoration. The woman absorbed the Yin energy at the mall. Her skin and face started to return to normal, and light returned to her bloodshot eyes. The people of the memory world couldn't be delineated using the standard of the cryptic world. Han Fei could only draw a comparison from their mutated state. Using Sixth Finger's child as an example, this woman before him was at least 10 times stronger than the child. Shouldering the pressure that oozed out from the woman, Han Fei waited for the woman to vent her anger. It was a good idea, but he had underestimated the resentment collected by the woman and the Yin energy collected at the mall. The windows shattered and Han Fei turned to look out the shop. Once he did, he broke out in cold sweat. Among the dark mall, many figures in bloody clothes walked out of the shop. They stood at the edge of each floor and looked down at the empty space in the middle of the ground floor. What are they doing? Soon Han Fei's question had an answer. The woman walked past him and stepped over the rails of the 3rd floor. The tall woman looked down at Han Fei. She had a cruel smile on her face. The red dress fluttered before the woman fell. Then what happened next shocked even Han Fei. The figures that stood at the edge of each floor started to fall like leaves in fall. They jumped down one after another. They fell soundlessly until there were only blossoms of blood flower on the ground. The woman stood amidst the sea of flowers and consumed the endless pain and hatred. The falling figures were like rain. The mall had been covered in clouds for too long. This blood rain was a release for all the souls. This is not good. Han Fei only returned the dress to the woman. He believed he had done a small thing, but it had led to this unpredictable result. The boss wife was the first person to die at this mall and was probably the first person thrown into the well. She had the deepest regret. She was the original sin, the start of all the despair. The windows on the 3rd floor are all cracked. What excuse can I use tomorrow? Han Fei looked back down. He soon realized he was worried for no reason because the woman's goal was not to destroy the mall, but the altar underground. Human figures fell like rain. Han Fei even saw the 2 night guards among them. Living humans now turned into drops of resentful rain. To Han Fei's surprise, many people appeared to jump willingly. They had reached a consensus on this night. The blood flowers bloomed, and the blood coalesced into roots. They bound around each other and weaved out a well in the center of the empty space on the 1st floor. The woman in red stood beside the well. Once the rain stopped, she started to attack the ground of the mall madly. The bell at the top of the mall kept chiming. The shadow of an altar appeared at the bottom of the blood-red well. Han Fei had seen this image inside the altar owner's illusion. However, different from the illusion, no one at the mall worshipped the altar, but they all wanted to destroy the altar. As scary as the illusion was, it was not real. What he saw now was real. Han Fei knew this was a rare chance, so he took out Rest in Peace and slid down the escalator. The shadow of the altar had its doors half open. The woman stood in the middle of the blood well and used her mutated body to slam against the altar. "Let me help you." Han Fei noticed that there were several weak points on the blood-red well. It was the former employees of the second-hand shop that basically built up the blood well, the drunkard who drowned, the old man who knelt before the altar, and the female employee whose limbs were bound by ropes. Han Fei rummaged through the rucksack and returned to them their pictures. The blood well became more real. The blood that leaked out from it felt like it was trying to drown out the mall. The bell at the top kept ringing. Angry howls came from underground. "I assume the altar can't be defeated, but it looks like that is misdirection by the boss." The altar's shadow started to flicker. The doors opened and hands reached out like vines to grab at the woman. The two parties got into a standstill, but as the blood well started to dry, the woman was slowly pulled towards the altar. She couldn't escape her fate and could only wail shrilly. "It doesn't seem like I can be much help even if I stay here." Han Fei retreated back into the second-hand shop. Then a wonderful idea entered his mind. Since all the dead are fighting the altar's shadow, then the real altar wouldn't have much energy to defend itself. Han Fei knew this was dangerous, but he had to give it a try. Opening the door, Han Fei didn't heed the boss' advice and entered the underground storeroom after midnight. The storeroom, which was as cold as the morgue, had its temperature return to normal. Han Fei reached the deepest part of the storeroom, holding Rest in Peace. He pulled back the black cloth covering the altar. "Previously I would feel uncomfortable when I was near the altar, but now I feel nothing." A smile appeared on Han Fei's face. To destroy a god, one must destroy its altar so that no one will believe in its presence again. Picking up the hammer, Han Fei did something the altar owner had been meaning to do. "I do not believe in God or destiny. If everything is predestined, then allow me to shatter it." The hammer was the other choice that only existed in the altar owner's memory. Han Fei raised this choice, carried the altar owner's endless regret, and slammed at the altar. The wood splinters flew everything and blood leaked out. The altar was like a monster that had fed on human blood. Grabbing this chance, Han Fei continued to swing the hammer. The blood from the altar splattered all over him. The altar wanted to seduce Han Fei to make a trade, but Han Fei wanted to destroy the altar. This was like the devil meets the demon. They each wanted something different. Screams echoed in his ears, but Han Fei didn't stop. He knew this opportunity didn't come easy, so he had to grab it. The top of the altar was punctured, and the time in the memory world appeared to pause for a second. Just as Han Fei was going to yank the roof right off, suddenly an indescribably horrible presence appeared. Without any hesitation, Han Fei retreated. He couldn't stay at the storeroom anymore. The floor shook and the well water poured out. Han Fei was quick to react. He moved fast and escaped from the storeroom before the energy returned to the altar. At the same time, the door chimed. An old lady entered the shop holding an umbrella and a stinky rucksack. As usual, she headed towards the fake altar. "Granny, your son is not inside the altar." A hole was made in the underground altar, and it had caused a chain effect. No one could stay inside this second-hand shop anymore. There was no time to explain it to the old lady. Han Fei carried her and charged out from the second-hand shop. The old lady was stunned as she was picked up by Han Fei. The wind rustled her hair. She wanted to say something, but as she opened her mouth, cold air kept rushing into it. "Granny, I have your son's picture. You will be reunited soon." Han Fei consoled the old lady as he rushed towards the woman in the red dress. Han Fei had just destroyed the altar, so temporarily there should be no one to suppress the ghosts at the mall. When he reached the center of the first floor, the battle was already over. The blood flowers on the ground wilted. Only the woman in the red dress and the 3 employees from the second-hand shop remained. They were extremely weak. Part of the well was branded on their incomplete bodies. After paying a large price, they seemed to have escaped from the altar's control. "We need to leave this place." Han Fei took out a can from his inventory. He placed the 3 employees inside it, and then he resisted the discomfort to approach the woman in the red dress. "I was the one who destroyed the altar. Please trust me one more time. Perhaps I can bring you real freedom." The woman was the most powerful presence at the mall. Most of the dead at the mall had become a pattern on her dress. She had gathered everyone's hatred. Han Fei looked at the woman sincerely. When she heard the strange noises from underground, the woman stopped hesitating and entered the wishing can. Closing the lid, Han Fei raced out from the mall when the system notification came. Notification for player 0000. You've gained the trust of 3 spirits after harming them. You've completed the prerequisite to unlock the hidden profession, Lapidarist. Would you initiate the next mission? No. Han Fei raced ahead and didn't even turn his head back. One midnight butcher is already crazy enough. Who dares to touch this Lapidarist occupation? Notification for player 0000. Hidden profession, Lapidarist, is extremely rare. After obtaining this career, your life will become more complete. It will expand your horizon, increase your experience, and you will unlock this personal ability. Lingering spirits and pure hatreds of the opposite sex will be intensely more attracted to you. Would you initiate the next mission? No. I'm in this state because I've trusted you too much. Han Fei raced out of the mall like a shadow. Pattering rain entered his ears. Han Fei looked up, and the memory world started to pour as if a hole had opened in the sky. It has always been sunny. Why did it suddenly rain? Is it because I've shattered the roof of the altar? Han Fei remembered 10 Fingers saying that destroying the altar would heavily impact the memory world. If the things in the memory world could be changed, does that mean certain predestined things will change as well? Carrying the old lady and hugging the wishing can, Han Fei looked at the rain-washed city and his mind started to turn. The mall is a mess and I have damaged the altar. There is no reason for me to stay here anymore. Why not use this opportunity to find out the mall boss and 10 Fingers' weakness while they are investigating each other? Everything in the memory world would mutate at night and become very dangerous, but Han Fei had noticed something a long time. The old lady and Wang Pingon can move through the night freely. The monsters wouldn't attack them. Granny, can you help me with another small favor? Chapter 469. Questions. The old lady was carried out from the mall before she knew what happened. She held the rucksack and looked confused. Granny, don't worry. You've saved my life, so I won't harm you. After Han Fei was sure that the monsters in the altar didn't chase after them, he put the old lady down. When the old lady's feet touched the ground, she turned and shuffled away quickly. Han Fei placed his hands lightly on the old lady's shoulder. Let me show you something. I've risked my life to grab this for you. The old lady shook her hands. She was not interested until Han Fei pulled out a death portrait from the rucksack. The old lady saw the picture from the corner of her eyes. When her eyes landed on the man in the picture, they couldn't move away anymore. The old lady's world became silent. She couldn't hear anything. Her muddled eyes fixated on the man in the picture. My son, that's my son. The boss mall has killed him and trapped him inside the altar that you worship daily. He has turned him into a lid to seal up the well. Han Fei told the old lady the truth. Doing 1,000 good deeds is only Boss Gu's lies. He is using you to collect good karma for himself. This is my son. He is already so big. The old lady raised her hand to caress her son's face. The weather is cold, but he doesn't wear much. I've knitted many sweaters for him. Is it because they are too small for him? The old lady was aged. She had trouble communicating normally, much less when her emotions were so agitated. Granny, even after death, your son cannot find true freedom. To give him release, we have to destroy the altar. You mean my son will return after the altar is destroyed? The calloused hands held the picture as the old lady looked up at Han Fei. Han Fei's lips opened, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to lie to the old lady. No one knew what would happen after the altar was destroyed. No one had done that before. Since Han Fei didn't answer, the old lady carried her son's picture with both hands and turned towards the road. I need to go home. I need to go home with my son. Han Fei caught up to her with the umbrella. He walked beside her. The rain continued to pour, but the old woman didn't seem to notice it as she walked ahead with the picture. The memory world was extremely dangerous at night. After leaving the mall, Han Fei didn't dare to wander, so he stuck close to the old lady. The heavy rain had dampened everything. Even the mutated monsters didn't appear. The old lady was physically weak. Every few minutes, she needed to stop and rest. They continued at this pace until they reached a junction when the old lady suddenly raised her head to ask Han Fei, "Do you hear that? The rain is too loud." Han Fei had strong five senses, but even so, he couldn't hear anything. "Someone is calling me." The old lady suddenly became desperate. She hugged the portrait and looked around. Han Fei was confused. Everything looked normal to him. "Are you sure about that?" Han Fei turned to the old lady, and when his eyes scanned the death portrait, he noticed the man on it had disappeared. "Mom." A voice came from the opposite side of the road. The old lady and Han Fei turned to look. The man in the picture leaned against the streetlight. He gasped for air as he waved at the old lady. "The rain is too heavy. You need to go home and stay indoors." "I will return home tomorrow." The man's voice echoed in the rain. The old lady stood there motionless, staring at the opposite side of the road. "I'm not cold at all. Don't worry about me. I will be back soon." The man smiled. He waved one last time and turned from the streetlight to head into the darkness. Han Fei didn't anticipate this. After the man disappeared, he glanced at the death portrait again. The man had returned to the portrait, but his expression was no longer that gloomy. There were water droplets on the picture. "Granny, your son will return home soon. Don't worry about him," Han Fei uttered. The old lady kept staring at the opposite side of the road, her eyes fixating on the streetlight. "What's wrong?" The old lady rubbed her eyes and wiped away the rain from her face. Then she pointed at the streetlight in the rain. "Is that the moon?" Han Fei had no idea why the old lady would ask a question like that. Perhaps the old lady already knew the truth. Her son was dead, and she was only lying to herself. So when her son really appeared, she suspected she had imagined it. "Granny, before my big brother returns, let me accompany you." Han Fei carried the old woman. "He will return after we destroy the altar." Everyone's fate was changing. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. Han Fei felt like he at least had to rectify the old lady's regret, something he should do after she had saved his life. The old lady and the young man walked through the rain, sharing the same umbrella. The whole city was mutating, but strangely enough, no monster came after the old lady. Han Fei, who carried the old lady, felt at ease, and his mood points remained high. They walked past big streets and small alleys. When they almost reached the old lady's home, Han Fei's phone rang. He accepted the call, and an urgent voice said, "Li Long and Li Hu have disappeared. I think they are kidnapped. You better come to the Western City so we can talk in person." Han Fei thought the voice sounded familiar. Then he remembered the caller was Brother Snake. "Seventh Finger has left an imprint on Li Long. I plan to go look for him tomorrow." "Looks like I'm still too late. You seem to know Seventh Finger and his friends well." Brother Snake spoke quickly. "Ever since Seventh and Eighth Finger disappeared, strange things keep happening at the Western City. Overnight, several merchants went missing. There is not even a dead body. I sent my people to look for clues, and none of them returned. Don't act recklessly. You are no match for 10 Fingers." 10 Fingers? They do belong to a crazy, murderous gang. Brother Snake hissed, but his tone was laced with anxiety. As an acting master, Han Fei was familiar with Brother Snake's mental state. He probed, "If only Li Long and Li Hu had gone missing, you wouldn't call me to go to the Western City in person. Has someone else gone missing?" Brother Snake was silent before he admitted, "That's right, my only daughter is missing too. The group of murderers is now coming after me." Then there was a scream and the sound of the cup being shattered. "Damn it, less than 3 people know about this safe house. How did they find me?" Brother Snake sounded worried. He told Han Fei, "Of the people I know, only you know how to deal with these madmen. Help me deal with them, and I will give you everything." "No problem. I will go to the Western City now. I've already told my people to intercept you at the tea shop. I've lived enough, but please, you have to save my daughter." Footsteps approached, and Brother Snake hung up. 10 Fingers is moving fast. When Han Fei heard the boss say that the sacrifices had to be animals, he knew this would happen to Brother Snake. He was one of the sacrifices. Li Long, dragon. Li Hu, tiger. Brother Snake, Fei Yang, sheep. Are 10 Fingers fighting for the sacrifices with Boss Gu? Han Fei was reminded of another person. He tried to call Huang Li, Oriole, and to his surprise, the call went through. Sister Huang, you're awake? Han Fei said in shock, but then Boss Gu's cold voice came. Huang Li is still unconscious. I am discussing with the doctor how to save her. Thank you, boss. The rain sounds so heavy on your side. Are you at the shop? Boss Gu's voice changed. The signboard outside the mall fell from the rain, so I'm trying to salvage it. Just ignore that. Return to the shop now. Has something happened at the shop? Don't worry, boss. Everything is fine. Han Fei promised. I still don't feel that reassured. You better don't leave the shop tonight. By the way, did you enter the underground storeroom? Boss Gu added with uncertainty. No, but what? There are 2 strange customers at the mall tonight. They had human head tattoos on their bodies, and they keep pacing before the shop. They don't look like good people. Han Fei reported to his boss. Human head tattoos again. Boss Gu sounded agitated. Close shop now. You just stay inside the shop. But the 2 haven't left yet. Shall I chase them out of the mall? You are no match for them. Just close the shop. Boss Gu said firmly. Okay. After hanging up, Han Fei carried the old lady to the western city. He didn't return to the mall. The old lady patted Han Fei's shoulder and looked at him with confusion. Granny, the boss only wants good news. This is a skill I've picked up from my other jobs. I've ruined several businesses because of it. They walked for a long time before they found a taxi. Afraid that the taxi driver might harm them, Han Fei placed the wishing can and the death portrait on the passenger seat. The pair of eyes looked at the man. The man drove like he was racing and arrived at the western city in record time. Looks like the monsters will not mutate when I am with the old lady. They got down from the taxi, and Han Fei carried the old lady through the deserted western city. He passed through the abandoned construction sites before arriving at the tea shop. Pushing open the door, and the lights lit up. Several men in black rushed out. Han Fei had seen the leading man before. He was the waiter who served them last time. Don't harm us. It was Brother Snake who called me here. Han Fei raised his hands in surrender. We're not going to harm you. We're just... The man didn't expect Han Fei would carry an old lady to a gang lair in the middle of the night. Anyway, Brother Snake has told us to listen to your orders unconditionally. How many brothers do we still have? 30 are available, but I'll contact the other bases after dawn. We should be able to gather around 200 people. The waiter took out his phone. Also, some retired members have agreed to help. They are scattered all over the city like the missing Li Long and Li Hu. Normally, they help as informants, but they will return to help during emergencies. Okay, sounds like we have enough people. Han Fei placed the old lady beside the heater and found her a blanket. We cannot contact Brother Snake already. He might have run into that group of people. The waiter and the men were nervous. They were loyal to Brother Snake. There's no point being nervous. I can tell you now that Brother Snake has been captured by those people. They know the location of the safe house. Han Fei looked for pen and paper on the table. Fuck, then what are we still doing here? We need to go rescue him. We'll fight to the death with them. After all, it was Brother Snake who gave me my life. The men roared, but Han Fei shook his head. You aren't going to save Brother Snake like this. You'll only harm him. Standing up, Han Fei walked to the male waiter. Brother Snake told you to listen to my order because he knows I'm the only one who can save him. I know that group of crazy people well. Their real goal is not Brother Snake, but Boss Gu from the mall. Boss Gu? The people looked at Han Fei with confusion. What does this have to do with Boss Gu? I'll explain this to you in a simple manner. All the bad things that happen here are due to Boss Gu. The group of crazies is his people, but because they couldn't split up the money equally, there has been internal strife. Internal strife? But remember this, be it Boss Gu or the group of crazies, they will only kill Brother Snake at a preset time, so we need to be prepared to deal with both parties. Han Fei walked around the room to look for paper and pen. The crazies will fight with Boss Gu, so we will have them exhaust each other out first while we look for their weaknesses. The madmen are easier to deal with because everyone knows how crazy they are. The real problem is Boss Gu. As this city's most famous philanthropist, everyone loves and respects him. They believe him unconditionally. If he says that we're killers, then we would be treated as killers even though we didn't do anything. Then what should we do? The waiter didn't expect things to be so complicated. Have part of our people keep an eye on 10 fingers, but don't get too close. The rest should go and reveal the truth about Boss Gu. He has forced his own wife's death, consumed his friend's wealth, and killed his own younger brother. Han Fei had done a lot of research when he played the role of Spider, so he learned how to write a good story. Here are the things the public will respond to. Just do what I say. Han Fei finally found pen and paper and wrote down Boss Gu's sins. That's all. The waiter was ready to fight for his life. But now he put down the blade and picked up the script. Of course not. We need evidence. Han Fei's goal was to destroy the altar, and to destroy the altar, he had to bring down the altar's biggest benefactor, Boss Gu. When he was a famous philanthropist, everyone would believe him, but after he was exposed as a monster and killer, everyone would hate him. Before all the sacrifices are collected, Brother Snake will be kept alive. He is safe for now, so we will use this time to seek out the truth. Are you sure we can find evidence that Boss Gu has done these things? He is famed for his charity. The waiter shivered once he read Han Fei's script. He had no idea a human could be cruel. You don't need to worry about that. After all, the truth itself has a mouth. Han Fei removed his soaked shirt. Triggered by the well water, the ghost tattoo on his body surfaced. It shocked all the gangsters present. They had not seen such a scary tattoo before. Why a normal employee would have such a tattoo? Putting on the black coat which belonged to Brother Snake when he was young, Han Fei looked at his arm covered in a ghost tattoo and revealed a cold smile. Come, we'll go to Riverhead tonight. When he called Huang Li, Han Fei found out through accident that Boss Gu was at the hospital. He was probably worried that the last sacrifice would be stolen by 10 fingers, so he stayed beside her. This gave Han Fei the perfect opening. Riverhead? But that is where the rich people live. The waiter was initially worried that Han Fei couldn't mix with them, but now he was worried that Han Fei might go overboard. Don't ask that many questions, just follow my instructions. Han Fei had rest in peace inside the coat. He stood beside the window. Outside, the darkness was thick. Okay. The waiter lowered his head. Even Brother Snake didn't feel as imposing as Han Fei when he was young. The waiter didn't even dare to look right at Han Fei. Why are you people still standing here? Go to prepare the car. The other men shuffled out. Then the waiter seemed to show regret. He stood alone beside Han Fei, and he started to sweat. Are you that hot? No. The waiter wiped his forehead. He asked carefully. We parted too hurriedly last time, so I haven't gotten your name. Han Fei. Good name. After saying the praise, the waiter added another question. Then what did you do for a living in the past? You don't feel like a normal shop worker to me. You have a lot of questions. Han Fei turned around. The lightning flashed out the window. He stared at the waiter's neck and told the man the uneasy truth. Butcher, Midnight Butcher. Chapter 470. Conscience and Truth. A van drove through the rainy night. The waiter sat at the driver's seat. He drove carefully while stealing glances at Han Fei. He had been a mafia member for at least a decade already, but he had not encountered someone as unique as Han Fei. When he was in his shop uniform, he was polite and scholarly, but when he put on Brother Snake's coat, he was vicious and imposing, especially that ghost tattoo. It looked scary. Focus on the road. Han Fei knocked on the window with his eyes closed. Yes. The waiter turned his eyes away, but he still couldn't control himself from looking at Han Fei. Several mafia members were in the chair. Other than the old lady in the passenger seat, everyone was an infamous gangster. Fighting was an everyday thing. Normally they would quarrel when they saw each other. But today, once Han Fei got into the van, everyone quieted down. The atmosphere in the van was heavy and no one dared to speak. Han Fei enjoyed this silence. For a person with social anxiety, it was best if no one spoke. Half an hour later, the van arrived at Riverhead. They switched off the lights inside the van and slowly approached the residential area. Riverhead no longer appeared that clean in the night. Instead, there was an indescribable strangeness about the place. It felt more like a cemetery than a residential area. Do you need us to come with you? The waiter offered, but Han Fei rejected him. Stay here and be prepared for any emergency. Do not wander too far from the old lady, and don't get out from the van either. Putting on a black raincoat, Han Fei carried the rucksack into Riverhead. In the morning, there were guards at the guardhouse, but at night, the place was silent and dark. Han Fei moved forward and realized there were red eyeballs hidden inside all the cameras. Once something moved, the red eyeballs would lock onto it. The design is quite unique. Using his superhuman memory, Han Fei pulled out the location of all the cameras in his mind. With the aid of the rain, he easily slipped into the neighborhood. All the buildings appear to have their own lives. The underground pipe is the capillary joining them together. Once Han Fei entered the neighborhood, the wishing can made a noise. The dead were growling. They couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Just hold on a bit more. I'll give you the chance to unleash your resentment soon. The mall boss was still a well-loved philanthropist, and he had the protection of the altar. However, not long after this, the entire city would see the boss for who he was. Then it would be time for the boss to pay his debt. Han Fei just arrived at Building 9 when the entrance opened on its own like it was waiting for Han Fei. An old man squatted on the stairs. His face was frighteningly pale. "Sir, I found the things you wanted." Han Fei didn't feel fear. If anything, he was proud. He took out the rucksack from under his raincoat and took out the old man's family portrait. The old man was shocked. "One has to enter the well to take this picture. The well has collected endless hatred and resentment. Once one touches the water, one will be dragged into it. So how did you manage to do this?" It was indeed very dangerous. Han Fei thought of the chef. "I guess you could say I had help." "Help?" The old man nodded. "I thought you were lying to me to escape from this place. I didn't expect you to come back. I will fulfill all the promises I made." Han Fei handed the picture to the old man, but the latter didn't take it. "This picture is very important to my family. I need to thank you dearly." The old man signaled for Han Fei to follow him into room 19. From the outside, there was the sound of cooking and laughing. But once one entered the room, there was only an old dining table and rotten food. The old man led Han Fei into the bedroom. They stood beside the bed and before the 7 death portraits. As Han Fei entered the room, the eyes of the people in the portraits moved to stare at Han Fei. Han Fei stood beside a ghost before a row of death portraits at 2 a.m. It was surprisingly fitting. "Grab the other end of the family portrait, and then we will place it on the table." The old man gave Han Fei an encouraging look with his pupilless eyes. "Okay." Han Fei followed the instructions. When Han Fei placed the picture on the table, all the death portraits started to leak colors and thick resentment gushed out from the corners of the room. The sound of screaming, bones breaking and blood dripping echoed in Han Fei's ears. He was experiencing the despair of the family who died in the car accident. The world was spinning and one couldn't control one's body, but one was still the most concerned about the other family members inside the car. The concern joined all the death portraits together. Slowly, arms reached out from the portraits and they grabbed the family portrait Han Fei brought. The screaming never stopped. The people inside the death portraits had to go through heavy pain to escape from the picture. Their bodies were torn apart again and again, but no one let go. "A family belongs together. That is our final wish." The old man placed his hand on the family portrait. The resentment of the whole family poured into the family portrait. The people in the 7 death portraits disappeared. Even the old man had disappeared. The temperature of the room was rising. Things were returning to normal. Han Fei lowered his head to look at the family portrait. The people in the picture were smiling happily. They appeared to wave at Han Fei. "Now I should be able to bring them out of this room." Putting away the family portrait, Han Fei went to find Boss Gu's younger brother. However, after he entered the room, he noticed something was wrong. All the photographs had been destroyed and the bedroom had been cleared away. "You're too late. When the sun set yesterday, the demon Gu came here already." The old man appeared so suddenly that he frightened Han Fei. Han Fei almost pulled out "Rest in peace." "Sir, when you want to show up next time, can you please notify me? I'm afraid of accidentally harming you." The old man nodded before he continued. "The boss' younger brother knew too many secrets and he had to die so that the boss could rest easy. Looks like the boss has run into some trouble recently to tie up all the loose ends, but you shouldn't pity the younger brother. He wasn't a good man either." The old man's mind was clear and, more importantly, he was very familiar with Boss Gu. They were once best friends. "So what should we do next?" "We'll go to his house. I'll lead the way." The old man was in a good mood because his family had found freedom. If only Han Fei was dead, then he'd take Han Fei in as his family too. The rain poured and thunder boomed. Han Fei walked through the night, surrounded by mutating buildings. With the protection of the old man's family, no monster came to find trouble with Han Fei. They successfully moved from Zone 9 to Zone 1. Even though it was pouring, there was still patrol at Zone 1. In fact, there were double the usual amount of patrols. The guards are more than usual, but what is the use? Han Fei put on the beast mask. When he was about to carve his way in, the old man stopped him. Stop. Haven't you noticed that the boss residence is like an enlarged altar? The old man stopped Han Fei. Yes. The patrols are just for show. To enter your boss room, you have to first destroy the altar. This whole neighborhood is built to mimic the well and the altar. The lake at the center of the neighborhood is the water well, and the residential buildings are the shelves. Building 1 at Zone 1 represents the altar. The old man had lived here for a very long time and was familiar with Boss Gu's dirty deeds. The man sure spared no expenses. Human greed is bottomless. He is no longer satisfied with luck and money. He wants to be God. The old man's eyes focused on the building. Now there are 2 ways for us to get into his room. The first is to destroy the altar itself, and the second is to disrupt the geography of this place. We will go in from the roof. Han Fei cut in. I've knocked out a hole on the roof of the altar at the mall. So the roof should be our opening. The old man was stunned. The altar which represented God had been punctured through with a hole. Yes, I swung the hammer at it, and the top caved in. Han Fei and the old man slowly approached the building. After taking down 2 patrols, Han Fei climbed along the wall and got onto the boss balcony. He sure knows how to enjoy life. He has everything, but has also lost everything. Han Fei entered the room through the window without any problem. He sighed when he saw the lavish decoration of the room. Isn't he lonely staying at such a big place on his own? Following the tips given by the woman in room 13, Han Fei kept moving downwards, but he didn't notice any problems. This shouldn't be. Han Fei came to the first floor and carefully evaded all the cameras. He looked around the house. There are 2 altars at the second-hand shop. The real one is underground, and the one inside the shop the boss built his own. Could the same logic be applied here? The house on the surface is just decoration, and he actually lives underground. Han Fei was good at putting himself in other people's shoes. With the old man's help, Han Fei finally found the hidden path that led underground. Pulling back the carpet and yanking up the board, the familiar ladder appeared before Han Fei. It felt like he was back at the second-hand shop. What a strange smell. Han Fei took out his phone for light, and when he opened the flashlight, a pair of eyes flashed in the dark. Sir, did you see that? Han Fei whispered, but there was no answer. He turned around and noticed the old man had disappeared. He summoned his courage and climbed down the ladder. The underground basement was decorated as a small playground. There were many children's toys and unfinished snacks. Why would Bosco build a playground? He doesn't look like someone who would appreciate these things. As Han Fei moved deeper into the basement, the thicker the smell. Han Fei also heard some strange noises. It sounded like a person munching. The sound of mastication became clearer and clearer. After walking past the row of gaming consoles, Han Fei noticed a ball of shadow wiggling at the corner. The stench came from this thing. What is this? Han Fei shone the flashlight at the corner. Han Fei saw a strange bloated man. He slumped on the ground like mud. His limbs were chained together and affixed to the wall. Meat and snacks littered around him. He stuck to the corner and continued to ingest food. When the monster heard Han Fei's footsteps, he raised his head with difficulty. When Han Fei saw the man's face, he was shocked because the monster had Bosco's face. Don't kill him. His name is Conscience. He is Bosco's conscience. The old man reappeared to press on Han Fei's arms. I didn't intend to kill him. I just feel safer holding a knife. Han Fei walked around the monster. When we describe a bad person, we say he has a dirty conscience. I have no idea it's so literal in this case. As dirty as he is, we have to bring him with us. The old man tried to reach for the chains, but the normal-looking chains had the altar's power, and it almost injured the old man. Let me. Han Fei cut through the chains with rest in peace. Then he carried the boss conscience to the side. How are we going to bring him with us? Don't rush. This playground is not built for conscience, but another monster. The old man searched for a long time before he found a loosened brick in the ground. They pried the brick loose, and in the dark and cramped space, there was a child with no ears, eyes, or nose. He only had a mouth. The boy was as thin as stick. Curled up in darkness, he couldn't respond to external stimuli. Found it. The old man sighed. This child is the truth. He was once the boss biological child. Chapter 471, Soundless Truth. Bosku has a child? Hanfei looked into the small room. I assume with his personality, he would have sent his own child into the well. The child is already dead, or rather he is in the same state as I am, neither human nor ghost. We linger in this world to bear the altar's curse. The old man pitied the child. This apartment building is an altar, and it is used to hide the boy, to bury the truth here. The old man coughed, and his body flickered. I can't stay here for long. You need to bring truth and conscience out as soon as possible. How? Just like how you brought the picture out from the well. To gain the truth, you have to embrace it. Bosku's building was protected by the altar. The old man's body started to disintegrate. Got it. Hanfei looked down into the small room under the board. He took out a chain from his inventory and placed a paper doll beside the chain. You brought a chain with you? Where did you put it? The old man was shocked. Hanfei ignored him. He had the paper doll hold one end of the chain while he leaped into the small room. The small room was covered with pictures. There were children and adults. They were all forced to smile. A boy has been trapped here all this while. Hanfei walked to the child. The boy still didn't give any response. He couldn't hear, see, or smell anything. For him, the world was like a small black box. Hurry up, the old man urged him. Hanfei used soul depth touch to gently hold the boy's arms. There's no emotion at all. Soul depth touch could sense the strongest and deepest emotion within the other party, but Hanfei could only feel nothingness from the boy. He was like a lifeless puppet, allowing Hanfei to do anything to him. Perhaps the boy thought I'm Bosku. Hanfei picked up the boy and looked at his face. The boy lost his eyes, ears, and nose. He only had a mouth left, but most of the time, such was the truth. He could have screamed until his lungs were sore, but he wouldn't know what was beside him. It could be Bosku or it could be chilly walls. Truth was lonely, trapped inside this dark room. Only those who dared to challenge the altar would see the truth. How do I make truth speak? Hanfei had no idea how much the boy had been tormented. He probably didn't dare to speak anymore. Just bring him out first. Hanfei picked up the boy and realized there was a red sweater underneath him. The sweater was real. He has worn the old lady's knitted sweater? This small detail held Hanfei's attention. He also found the red sweater in room 13. The hanging woman and her child had once received Bosku's help. They arrived at this city together, but the child soon disappeared at the mall. The red sweaters had connected many things. Hanfei suspected the child called Truth was related to the hanging woman. Hanfei brought Truth out from the dark, small room. He walked towards the mud-like conscience. When the monster who had Bosku's face saw Truth, he immediately shrunk to the corner and didn't even dare to breathe. With both Truth and conscience, it's over for that goo bastard this time. Even the altar wouldn't be able to help him now. The old man hissed. It was time to collect the debt. Taking out the wishing can, Hanfei placed conscience and truth in it. Then Hanfei left with the old man. The neighborhood didn't look like it had changed, but just as Hanfei crawled out from the balcony window, there was thunder in the sky. A large shadow surfaced at the lake. The truth has seen the light. The boss will hurry back soon. We better don't run into him before we can get truth to speak. The old man offered Hanfei much advice. He really wanted Bosku to die. Hanfei raced back to the van. You're back so soon? You got the evidence? Drive back to my rental. After giving the waiter the address, Hanfei shuffled towards the old lady. Granny, do you remember when you knitted this sweater? The old lady's calloused hands touched the sweater, and then she made a strange gesture. She reached both her arms forward as if to hug a child. It's getting cold, you need to wear more layers. She started to mumble to herself. Everyone in the car thought the old lady had gone senile, but Han Fei was intrigued. Han Fei took out the wishing can and released Truth. He placed the boy in the old lady's arms. Truth, who was unresponsive, suddenly moved his lips when he was close to the old lady. It's working? He is familiar with the old lady? Han Fei didn't force Truth. The old lady hummed a lullaby, as if she was rocking a real child. Drive slower, let Truth have a good sleep. Han Fei looked at Truth in the old lady's arms. The whole van of people looked at Han Fei in confusion. They had no idea who Truth was, but no one dared to ask. The van drove through the night and stopped before Han Fei's rental. Get down. Han Fei waved. He had Brother Snake's people scout ahead before he helped the old lady down from the van. Truth lay in the old lady's arms, enjoying the momentary peace. The gang members held the umbrella for Han Fei, who led the old lady to the apartment. Once they approached the building, Truth started to respond for the first time. His body started to tremble, like he was very afraid. Hush, don't cry. Granny will knit many clothes for you. The old lady was nervous. She kept trying to comfort Truth, but it was to no avail. Granny, come with me. Han Fei felt Truth was really related to the woman in room 13, so he picked up speed. The other men had no idea what was happening, so they just followed behind Han Fei. We're here, this is the room. Han Fei kicked down the door and entered the room with the old lady. The temperature started to drop, and something awakened inside the empty room. Han Fei led the old lady to the bathroom. He placed Truth on the pile of papers with strange symbols. The balls of paper rolled to the ground, and they gathered towards Truth. The paper then parted like a wave, and a pair of burned hands reached out from the paper pile and hugged Truth from behind. The strange symbols on the waste paper slowly disappeared. A woman with tear marks on her neck slowly appeared. She didn't say anything and hugged Truth tightly like he would disappear once she let go. The pupilless eyes had no more tears left. Instead, 2 rows of resentful blood leaked out from the woman's eyes and fell on Truth's face. Truth slowly raised his head. His lips moved, and he uttered, "Mom, please don't cry." Truth, who only had a mouth, managed to sense his mother's presence. The hanging woman refused to let go. In his mother's embrace, Truth finally spoke. "Mom, I saw Dad and many brothers and sisters. They are all Dad's children, and they are all living inside me." A child's voice echoed inside the room. The hanging woman knew that Truth wouldn't be able to hear her, so she only hugged him tighter. "Many brothers and sisters went through the same thing as we did. When Dad was doing charity, he met their mothers. Then they used the lowest price to trade for the things they want. Some brothers and sisters left before they were born. They are envious of me who have seen the world." Truth's words carried no emotion. He was not happy or sad. He couldn't get any reply. He continued to explain himself. "Mom, can you bring me to the garden beside the river? My brothers and sisters always say they want to go there. They say that is where their bodies and Dad's secret are buried." At this point, Han Fei rushed over. He had to interrupt this reunion. "The tragedy on your child is still happening to others. To stop this, we need to stop the boss. I need Truth's help." Han Fei could empathize with the hanging woman. Her child had been turned into a monster with a mouth, and endless spirits lived inside him. Her heart must be tormented, but now was not the time to deal with that. Let Truth speak. We need to find evidence on Boss Gu. To send Boss Gu away, Han Fei had done everything he could. He took out the wishing can and looked at the woman with sincerity. "It is nighttime, the perfect time for us to make our move." When Han Fei first appeared at this rental, he had attracted the hanging woman's attention. The woman had many chances to kill Han Fei, but due to various reasons, she didn't. Because of that, she managed to reunite with her son. After some hesitation, the woman entered the wishing can with Truth. The wishing can was only a grade G cursed item, but it exuded a presence scarier than the paper doll, a grade F cursed item. If Han Fei continued to fill up the can, it could replace the wishing well. Han Fei sighed in relief after the woman entered the can. He helped the old lady up. "Quick! We need to get to the garden beside the river." The group of people rushed downstairs. When they reached the corner between the 2nd and 3rd floor, a door opened. A man in pajama walked out grumbling. "What is all this noise? Do you know what time is it? You. The man's blurry eyes slowly focused on the people in the corridor. They were all gangsters in black clothes. The man took a deep breath and slapped himself. Why am I sleepwalking again? Where are my glasses? I can't see anything without them. Then he slowly retreated back into his room. As he was about to close the door, Han Fei grabbed the man's shoulders. I'm sorry. The man cowered beside the shoe rack. Don't worry, I just want to tell you that. Han Fei pointed at the woman's slippers on the ground. Certain things shouldn't be shared. Okay, I will buy my girlfriend a new pair of slippers tomorrow. Thank you. You do you. Han Fei didn't waste time and led Brother Snake's people back into the van. If he could get the evidence, then he would have the upper hand for the first time in the memory world. Han Fei had passed this garden many times, but he had never entered it because the place gave him the creep. It is just an abandoned park, but it has such thick energy. I knew something is wrong with this place. In the storm, Han Fei's group entered the park. With Truth leading the way, they arrived at the man-made brush deep inside the garden. Han Fei, are you sure the evidence is here? The waiter was afraid of Han Fei, but he had to ask. From his perspective, all they did that night was to ferry an old lady around, and then they somehow arrived here. We better get to moving. We need to find the thing before dawn. Han Fei studied the swaying swings in the rain. He grabbed the shovel and started to dig. If Han Fei didn't appear so imposing, Brother Snake's people would have run already. After all, they only agreed to help Brother Snake and not come digging at the garden at night. About half an hour later, a lot of toys were found inside the hole. Each toy had its own name. Other than these things, Han Fei found a well-sealed box. Inside the box was the account box that detailed the embezzling Boss Gu had done in the name of charity. These things were left behind by Boss Gu's younger brother as a way to save himself. Unfortunately, he was killed by his brother before he could use them. When he wanted to start a new project, he joined hands with gangs to bully the local merchant. His private hospital has many deaths. His charity work is just a way to earn money. He even raped several young female benefactors through his charity. This man is truly the worst. Boss Gu was only good at one thing, which was to be evil. The reason he was so successful was the altar and the well. The god inside the altar is helping such a person. There is no reason for such a foolish god to exist. Han Fei had found concrete evidence. He had the power to help change the fate of everyone inside the memory world. Chapter 472. 3 sentences for a normal horror game. When the players started with the role of a shop employee, they would run into strange customers at the shop and encountered various horrifying events. Due to pressure from death, they had to go look for clues to find the truth. They would explore cautiously, struggling in one after another despairing puzzle. At first, Han Fei was in the same situation, but the normal player was different from the cryptic world player. In just a week, Han Fei made it impossible for the mall to operate normally. He did run into many strange ghosts, but most of them now were on his side. A shop employee managed to evolve into a gang leader in a survival horror game and possessed the power to turn the game on its head. It sounded inexplicable, but strangely fitting for Han Fei. In the pouring rain, Han Fei dug out Boss Gu's evidence of sin. With the brothers cheering him on, Han Fei smiled for the first time. Brother Snake's people still questioned Han Fei moments earlier, but they were now fully committed to this man. I have no idea the famous philanthropist, Boss Gu has done so many dirty things. I've even donated to his charity organization before. What a bastard. Han Fei, what should we do now that we've found the evidence? The waiter was impressed by Han Fei. He served Han Fei like how he'd serve Brother Snake. We need the power of the people on our side. You need to spread these deeds of Boss Gu as fast as possible. When enough people hear about it, we will come out with the evidence. By then, we don't even need to do anything. The angry mob will head towards Riverhead. In the black coat, Han Fei looked like the Godfather. Then how much longer shall we wait? It's best to wait until after 10 Fingers and Boss Gu get into a fight. Han Fei had a huge appetite. He planned to heavily injure 10 Fingers in the memory world so that he could more easily take over the mall in the cryptic world. Han Fei planned to spread his area of influence. After working for a whole night, the sun was coming up. Han Fei led Brother Snake's people to leave. Under the umbrella, He directed the men to clear up the scene. Han Fei's professionalism once again surprised the men. This man must have been a cop. Brother Snake's people moved quickly. Han Fei quite enjoyed having a group of people to do his bidding. After cleaning away the crime scene, Han Fei's group returned to the western city. Initially, Han Fei wanted to drop the old lady home, but the old lady had taken Truth as her grandson and refused to part with him. Han Fei thus had Brother Snake's people look after the old lady. Han Fei left the job of unmasking Boss Gu to Brother Snake's people. After Han Fei had a meal, he retired to the private booth to rest. His mood points would drop if he didn't rest for a prolonged period, and that would affect his physical condition. Han Fei placed the paper doll beside his pillow to act as a talisman, and he soon drifted off to sleep. When the waiter saw Han Fei had fallen asleep, he walked silently towards the old lady. "Granny, if you need anything, just call me. We're only next door." The waiter only left after the old lady had fallen asleep too. He glanced at the sleeping Han Fei and accidentally noticed the moving paper doll. Rubbing his eyes, the waiter slowly retreated out of the room. As expected of the Midnight Butcher, even the stuff he owns is unique. The night departed, but the sun still couldn't shoot through the thick layers of clouds, and the rain hadn't ceased. Han Fei's phone rang at 8 a.m. He woke up from his dream and realized it was a call from his boss. Normally, an employee was that the boss might call them to work overtime, but Han Fei's worry was, has the collapse of the mall been discovered? Han Fei's hand was around the boss lifeline. Han Fei looked at the caller ID, and he hesitated. I can push this on at 10 fingers. After all, they did visit the mall yesterday night. Han Fei accepted the call, and he uttered weakly, "Boss, how can I help you? How did things go at the shop yesterday night? The two tattooed men wanted to kill me. I could only run away. What about the second-hand shop? Did they enter the shop?" Boss Gu sounded nervous. "I don't know. They wanted to kill me, so I ran out of the shop. I am still hiding outside." Han Fei wrapped the quilt around him. "I feel so cold, my uniform is wet. I don't think I can survive much longer. Come to the hospital now. Tell me everything that happened yesterday night." Due to some reason, Boss Gu couldn't leave the hospital. "Now. But I'm afraid. Your mother is at the hospital. The doctor just came to find me. He told me that your mother's condition is worsening, and he wants me to notify her family." Boss Gu's words were filled with concern, but Han Fei heard the threat in it. "Okay, I will go there now." After hanging up, Han Fei removed Brother Snake's coat and put the uniform back on. Hearing the sound, the waiter came over. "Aren't you going to sleep longer?" "I can't continue sleeping since Brother Snake is still out there." Han Fei put the paper doll away and handed the rucksack with the pictures to the waiter. "I will go to Boss Gu to probe him for information. Hide this rucksack well. Don't let anyone find it." "No problem." The waiter thought Han Fei was a friend worth having. "By the way, I haven't even officially introduced myself. Saving lives is more important. We'll talk about this later." Han Fei packed up and left in a hurry. The waiter looked at Han Fei, who disappeared into the rain. He mumbled, "He doesn't even know my name." The world was no longer that dangerous after the sun came up. Han Fei took a taxi to People's Hospital. Han Fei rushed out from the vehicle and ran through the rain. He rushed towards the altar owner's mother's ward. Dripping with rain, Han Fei stood before the ward door. He looked inside. The mother became weaker. In only a few days, she had lost so much weight. "Don't worry, Annie will get better," a female voice said beside Han Fei. He turned around in confusion and saw Lin Lu, dear, in the nurse's outfit, standing behind him. "What are you doing here?" Han Fei pulled Lin Lu into the safety stairwell. "I just quit my work at River Hospital, and this is my first day working here." Lin Lu didn't resist. She sighed. "I have no idea your mother is so sick. You sure have it tough. In the future, you should focus on your job, and I will do my best to help you take care of Andy. You shouldn't be here." Han Fei looked into Lin Lu's eyes. "I will give you money, and you have to ask for a month of holiday. No, 3 weeks should be enough. It's not easy for me to get a job here. This place is more official than River Hospital. Please listen to me. Just skip work for 3 weeks." Han Fei held Lin Lu's hands. "Okay." Seeing Han Fei so serious, Lin Lu hesitated and then nodded. "Also don't tell strangers your name." Han Fei had more things to say, but his phone vibrated, and he could hear footsteps coming from the outside corridor. You need to leave now. Holding the phone, Han Fei exited the safety stairwell door, and he walked into Boss Gu, who was also holding his phone. Boss Gu's face was dark as he stood among the 4 bodyguards. Why are you so late? I didn't feel too well. Han Fei leaned against the wall weakly. How is my mother? The doctor just examined her. You should stay here to wait for the result. In the meantime, tell me what happened at the mall yesterday night. Boss Gu had a lack of expression. He appeared to be suppressing his anger. Han Fei gave Boss Gu the descriptions of the chef and the dwarf. He pinned everything on 10 fingers. Boss Gu had been suspecting 10 fingers, and what Han Fei said verified his suspicion. Them again? Where did they come from, and how did they know about the altar's secrets? Boss Gu's gaze was sharp. He glanced at the weak Han Fei. He told Han Fei to mind his body, and then walked away. The altar needs sacrifice. Both parties want to complete the altar's request, but I want to destroy the altar. Han Fei sat down on the bench. Soon the ward door opened, and 2 doctors walked out. Sirs, how is my mother? It's not good. It'll be hard to perform surgery now. You better be prepared. One of the doctors said. But why did her condition suddenly worsen? It's hard to explain. The doctors prepared to leave, but Han Fei moved to block them. Doctor, I just want to ask you one last question. How much longer does my mother have? About 1 week. The doctors patted Han Fei's shoulders and left. Throughout this interaction, the doctors only said 3 sentences, but these 3 sentences had compelled Han Fei to make his decision. The altar owner's biggest regret is his mother's death. That is inexorable. Even if I collect enough money, that reality won't change. To rectify this regret, the only thing I can do is to claim the altar within the next 7 days and have this memory world frozen before the mother's death. Chapter 473. The last sacrifice. The doctor had no idea that his 3 sentences would bring about the destruction of this world. He was circulating Boss Gu, talking nicely to him. Boss Gu maintained his usual smile and had the bodyguard hand the doctor a bank card. They looked like they were good friends, but each of them had his bad intention. After the doctors left, Boss Gu and his bodyguards came back to find Han Fei. I've requested the doctor to take care of your mother. Keep your chin up. You can't fall at a time like this. Boss Gu's eyes were filled with concern. He had started to act around Han Fei again. Han Fei's body shivered as the wet uniform stuck to his body. He opened his lips to say something, but in the end, he could only utter, "Thank you." After knowing his mother only had 1 week left, Han Fei tried his best to suppress the pain. The despair oozed out of him. Han Fei grabbed the edge of the chair, and sweat slid down Han Fei's pale face. It looked like he was about to surrender to reality soon. Seeing Han Fei like this, Boss Gu was very satisfied. He only needed to apply a bit more pressure, and Han Fei would give up hope and fall into the abyss. Boss Gu's lips curled into a smile, imagining Han Fei's pain. He patted Han Fei on his shoulder. No matter what, life goes on. Come, let's go back to the shop. We have to see if those 2 have destroyed anything at the mall. Boss Gu and the 3 guards walked away, and 1 guard stayed behind with Han Fei. It looked like an act of concern, but it was actually to watch over Han Fei. Han Fei was very suspicious of this arrangement. Boss Gu's acting had attracted Han Fei's suspicion. This old thing is shameless and selfish. There is no reason behind his concern. Like what he said, the altar needs sacrifices. Huangli, Fei Yang are all sacrifices. Based on the looks of things, I am a sacrifice too. Han Fei's name didn't feature any animal, but he was representing the altar owner. So this meant that the altar owner was the key sacrifice. Being stared at by the guard, Han Fei didn't react in any way. After all, he was too weak to even walk. When he was in Boss Gu's car, Han Fei slept due to lethargy. He can sleep like this? Boss Gu had no idea that Han Fei could sleep even in police cruisers. Boss Gu studied Han Fei coldly. He couldn't find any flaw in Han Fei. The latter was like an innocent university student. Sleep well, enjoy your last good dream. Boss Gu toyed with the ring around his finger. The ring had a strange color and design. It appeared to be made from human ashes. The car soon arrived at the mall. It was normal working hours, but there was no one at the mall, only the employees. A bad feeling rose within Bosco. He had the driver stop the car. He opened the door and rushed into the mall. As his first business in this city, he still cared about the mall. The bodyguards rushed over with the umbrellas. Han Fei, who was shaken awake, followed behind. They entered from exit C. Once Bosco entered the mall, he saw the water stains and glass shards on the ground. Many shops' windows were shattered and the escalators were twisted out of shape. Standing in the middle of the mall, Bosco looked up. The banners at the ceiling were torn apart, and the clock had stopped running. The worst situation was on the third floor. Almost all the boutiques were ruined. Bosco felt the world spinning. He was so angry. His fragile body couldn't withstand it. He took out a small bottle of pills from his chest. As he lowered his head to tip out the pills, he saw the cracks on the floor forming the shape of a well. Impossible! Bosco shouted and scared the cleaner auntie beside him. The third floor? She has escaped? How did she escape? Bosco screamed and pushed people off as he raced towards the second-hand shop. The door wasn't locked. As the door chimed, Bosco led the guards and Han Fei into the shop. Most of the shelves on the surface were unaffected. Seeing this, Bosco sighed in relief. He walked towards the altar on the surface. He peeled the black cloth back. The altar was unharmed and looked normal. Thankfully, the well lid is perfectly fine. Then he went to the underground storeroom. When the door was opened, an extremely cold presence rushed out from the ground. Bosco's expression changed, and he entered the storeroom with his bodyguards. Half a meter of water had submerged the storeroom. Most of the shelves were soaked in the dirty water. Bosco was stumped. The high-quality scarf around his neck fell into the water. He shuffled mindlessly into the storeroom. The heavy black cloth was floating on the water. The black altar was still there, but there was a hole on the roof. His eyes almost squeezed out blood. Bosco's body trembled. This was the first time Han Fei saw actual emotion in the man. Who did this? Bosco had owned the mall for many years, and this was the first time he was so angry. Han Fei stood near the ladder. He didn't dare to get too close to the altar lest there was a problem. Boss, there is still a working camera in the shop. Han Fei shouted to get Bosco's attention. He didn't want to stay underground for too long. Han Fei ran to the counter and played the video that he had purposely left behind. 10 fingers were too lazy to destroy the cameras. It was Han Fei who tempered with the cameras. The only camera caught the chef and the dwarf as if on accidental. It also picked up the human head tattoo on the dwarf. Those are the two who wanted to kill me yesterday night. I tried my best to resist, but they are inhumanly strong. Han Fei showed Bosco the footage. He tried his best to turn Bosco against 10 Finger. Bosco had suspected Han Fei before, but how could a normal person destroy an altar? Plus Han Fei's mother was at the hospital. That was Han Fei's biggest weakness, so Bosco was not afraid of Han Fei escaping from his clutches. Due to these reasons, Bosco didn't think Han Fei was the culprit. This has happened again and again. Do they think I won't fight back? Bosco's rotten wounds started to bleed. He stood at the counter for a long time before he made a call. Half an hour later, a large truck appeared in front of the mall. Han Fei had seen this truck once. It was this truck who delivered stock to the underground storeroom. Seal up exit C and stop anyone from coming through. A gang of people came out from the back of the truck. They came with professional tools. They took down the door that led underground. What are they doing? Han Fei studied them behind the counter. Be careful. Don't harm it. Bosco's voice kept coming. He never sounded so nervous before. 10 minutes later, Han Fei could feel the ground shake. Then he heard the sound of water gurgling coming from underground. Several workers carried out an item covered in black cloth. Is that the altar? Han Fei shook his head. Even though there were no ghosts at the mall anymore, he didn't think the altar could be that easily removed. Through the gap in the black cloth, Han Fei saw the frame of a shelf. Bosco planned to remove everything from the storeroom, but Han Fei had no idea why. Han Fei went to look with the excuse of offering help. Most of the shelves had been taken apart. The merchandise was placed at specific locations. Han Fei looked closer and noticed they were arranged according to the neighborhood at Riverhead. After removing the shelves, Bosku noticed the hole in the wall. The water from the storeroom came from the well. When Bosku saw that not one picture had remained inside the well, his face was dark. He coughed so hard that Han Fei was worried. If Bosku died, he had to deal with 10 fingers alone. With the rain pouring, the well water continued to rise. Bosku stood in the water and ordered the workers around. They first sealed up the hole on the wall, drained out the water, and then started to paint strange symbols on the storeroom floor and walls. Han Fei had seen these symbols in room 13 before. They seemed to mimic the symbols inside the altar. The hanging woman's body is made up from these symbols. Bosku likes to leave these symbols on those who died to the altar. Finding the dead, their pictures could only temporarily return them freedom. There was another binding to their souls. All the souls have been priced, and they have been turned into merchandise by the altar. Han Fei was thankful. Ever since he entered the memory world, he had many interactions with the altar. The altar had been forcing him to make a trade, but he had rejected all of them. Even though he was the person closest to the altar couldn't control him. After all the symbols were painted, the underground storeroom changed. Standing there, it felt like one was standing inside the altar. Following the boss orders, other than painting the symbols, the workers brought slaughtered animals into the storeroom and placed them at different corners. After everything was done, they took out their pictures and handed them to Bosku. Only those who gave their pictures would be paid. The workers were used to Bosku's strange demands, plus he gave them a lot of money, so they obliged. The workers left taking a double salary. None of them realized the madness in Bosku's eyes. A few workers gathered together and pointed at Bosku like they were gossiping. This was just normal gossiping, but due to the explosive nature of the content, more people gathered. The conversation became so loud that some of them reached Bosku. Have you heard? Bosku has been doing charity because of guilt. He forced his ex-wife to death and tossed his own child into the well. Really? But I heard from the internet that he is doing charity to swindle people of their money. Indeed, look around us. The mall has no business, but the man has managed to purchase half of the city. I have real evidence. My uncle was a guard at Riverhead. He worked for Bosku when he was young. He said that boss is a very evil person and so many people have died in his hands. What would a security guard know? My sister is friends with a university student who is sponsored by Bosku's charity. She said despite Bosku's appearance, he has many illegitimate children. The workers read the news on their phones and they became more excited. The grumbling surrounded Bosku. It made his hands that gave out money burst out with green veins. Get out. After the underground storeroom had been made into an altar, Bosku chased all the workers out. These people don't even have the value to be traded. Where did they hear these rumors? Bosku took out his phone, and when he looked through it, his blood pressure rose. Who is behind these baseless rumors? Bosku almost slammed his phone to the ground. He stared at the leaving workers and told his bodyguards, "Two of you, break down this wall." The guards obliged. They took down the wall opposite the altar. Behind the wall was a cold, dark room. It was filled with endless pictures. I've done so many charities for you people. It's time for you to pay your debt. Bosku dropped the workers' pictures into the room. If you want double the salary, then you have to pay double the price. Once the wall broke, the load of pictures in the room gushed into the underground storeroom. They lay on the freshly painted symbols. The altar is ready. Now I only need the sacrifices. Bosku stared at Han Fei's back and chased all the bodyguards away. After ensuring there was no one around, Bosku took out his phone to make another call. You didn't complete the mission I gave you last time. Your son is not only not injured, but he also came back perfectly fine. Bosku, I didn't think the little bastard would send Brother Snake's people after me. Stop wasting my time. I will give you 10 times the money, but I need you to do something for me. Tell me, haven't you told me that your wife is a burden? Now is the chance for you to leave behind this burden. What do you mean? She is staying at Ward 401 4th floor, People's Hospital. The doctor will do his round at 2 a.m., and then he will leave. Bosku didn't elaborate. Appreciate this chance. I've placed the money in the same place. Don't disappoint me again. You want me to kill her? But isn't she going to die already? I will not take back the money I give away, but once you take my money and refuse to do my bidding, you know the consequences. After hanging up, Bosku's face brightened with a cruel smile. With this despair, he will be the perfect sacrifice. Walking out from the storeroom, Bosku had 2 guards stay at the shop. He wanted to encourage Han Fei when his phone rang. Bosku frowned when he saw the caller ID. What has happened at home? When I was cleaning earlier, I realized the red sweater has gone missing. Which red sweater? The one in the hidden room. Bosku's hands shook and his phone fell to the ground. Boss. Are you all right? Bosku was reminded of the things the workers said earlier. His face was frighteningly pale, and he was consumed by fear. Truth has been taken. Boss, the chains at the corner of the playground have been severed. There is so little trash today, and the uncooked meat didn't go down in number either. Do I still need to change them? The voice came from the phone, but Bosku didn't answer. He didn't even pick up the phone. After a long time, Bosku seemed to wake up from his dream. He picked up the phone and ended the call. The 2 of you stay at the shop tonight and attend the night shift with my employee. No matter what, the 3 of you have to stay together. Bosku spoke quickly before he left with the other 2 guards. The boss looks so worried. Has something happened to his family? Han Fei stood behind the counter and poured himself a glass of water. Oh, right. Bosku has no family. Truth had been exposed. Bosku looked at his people, but he was ultimately alone. No one was willing to help him. They were there for his money, or were forced to. Han Fei's situation was complete opposite. He looked alone, but many hands were holding him up from behind. After the boss left, Han Fei's phone vibrated. He glanced at the ID. It was Lin Lu. Hello? Why are you calling me? Why did you tell me to get a break from the hospital? You didn't really explain yourself. I can't just yet. In any case, you have to leave there as soon as possible. Han Fei said seriously. I did try to ask my superior for holiday, and he refused. He even scolded me for it, and had me stay for the night shift. Lin Lu sighed sadly. Chapter 474, The City. If your superior doesn't approve, then quit. Han Fei was only doing what was best for Lin Lu. Currently, Bosku and 10 Fingers were fighting over Huang Li, and Huang Li was at that hospital, so Lin Lu might get dragged into it. You have a point. I know you just got the job, and it's hard to quit, but please trust me this time. That hospital is very dangerous. Once you leave, you need to stay at home. Han Fei talked slowly. He rarely communicated with a relatively normal female, so he needed time to process his words. But, your mother is still at the hospital. When I went to apply for leave earlier, I heard the doctors talking about your mother. What did they say? I believe she can still be cured, but the doctor and hospital director have received money from Bosku to not do it. I didn't hear it too clearly. I only know that they are going to change their patrol time for the ICU unit tonight. After Lin Lu said that, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He sensitively caught the problem. What time have they changed it to? Normally, the doctors would check the wards twice after midnight. The first is at midnight and the second is at 4 a.m., but now it has been changed to just once at 2 a.m. Lin Lu shared the info with Han Fei. Then what happens if the patients need help from 2 a.m. to dawn? There will still be staff on duty. As long as there's no problem, they will be resting in the staff room. The time wouldn't be changed for no reason. The doctor is in cahoots with Bosku. This morning he has already threatened me with my mother. Han Fei thought to himself. There is still hope for the mother, but the doctor told me she only has a week left. Looks like Bosku wants to use my mother to get to me. Han Fei saw Bosku's bodyguard walk over, so he spoke quickly. You need to be careful when you're on night shift. Call me if you're in trouble. I'll be there as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Han Fei put it away. His expression didn't change, but his gaze was sharper. 2 of Han Fei's bodyguards stayed at the shop. They would follow Han Fei wherever he went. They had to ensure Han Fei was always in their sight. The altar owner's mother is seriously ill. She needs medication, so she has to stay at the hospital. I can't even move her to a safer place. Han Fei paced around the shop. He wanted to take a look at the underground storeroom to know what he could do next. But once he approached the entrance, one of the guards stopped him. His movement was limited to the shop. He couldn't leave the shop or enter the storeroom. Boss Gu has cleaned out the underground storeroom to build the altar. The next step is to set up the sacrifices for God. The loss of truth was a huge blow to Boss Gu. He had pushed all of his plans earlier. I've smashed a giant hole on the altar. The base of the memory boss is crumbling. We're entering an unknown future. Han Fei looked out the window and studied the city drowning in rain. The sky is turning dark. The night will become longer and longer. Sitting behind the counter, Han Fei took out his phone to message Brother Snake's people. He had them bring the old lady and the rucksack to the mall at midnight. After Brother Snake's people replied, Han Fei was still worried. For double security, he sent a message to Wang Ping'an, but Wang Ping'an didn't reply. What are you doing? The guard who stopped Han Fei from going underground walked over. He extended his hand to demand Han Fei's phone. Who were you calling? Looking at the guard's hand, Han Fei smiled. The landlady was urging me to give her the rent. Han Fei put away the phone and grabbed a second-hand book to read. Slowly the sky darkened. There was no customer at the shop. Most of the shops had closed. At 9 p.m., most of the lights went out already. Do the two of you want to eat something? Han Fei walked towards the guards. They stared at the entrance to the storeroom and didn't reply to Han Fei. Black fur grew on their skin. They looked quite normal earlier. What happened? Patting the guard lightly on his arm, the guard whipped his head around and gnashed his teeth at Han Fei like a mad dog. However, half a second later, he returned to normal. What do you want? Nothing. Han Fei slowly moved away. The two bodyguards sitting at the door of the storeroom had started to mutate, but they didn't realize it. It's only 9 p.m. In the past, the mutation will only happen after midnight. With anxiety, Han Fei looked out the window. The city was darker than before. Through the heavy rain, it felt like the whole city was mutating. No wonder 10 Fingers didn't dare to come too close to the altar. It will change people's destiny, but it will also heighten the mutation. The river in the memory world represented death. The water in the wishing well was where hatred gathered. In this world, water represented misfortune. The already long night became longer. Thanks to the heavy rain clouds, there was no light at night. At 10 p.m., the door of the shop kept opening and closing. Footsteps came from the ladder that led to the storeroom. Many toys and dolls on the shelves started to weep. Much clean merchandise became stained in blood. The floor creaked like someone was walking around. Behind the shelves was darkness. Turning the flashlight on it, and one could see several dark eyes. The tables and chairs were shaking. A heavy sound came from the underground. It sounded like a large heart beating. Han Fei had no idea what was happening underground, but he sensed that all the mutation came from the storeroom. The mission requires me to live for 30 days, and the altar owner's diary only has 30 pages. It means that he was sacrificed on the 30th day. However, the boss has been forced to push his plans ahead. Han Fei balanced the thoughts in his mind. Should I destroy the altar? Thunder boomed, and rain pattered on the glass. The second-hand electric devices were not plugged in, but the screens started to flicker. Among the static, one could see people being pushed into the well, screaming as they went down. At 11 p.m., Han Fei walked to the door. As the door chimed, he heard the system. Notification for player 0000. Your hunger point is 60, mood point is 30. Are you going to start your work for the day? Yes. Just as the system said that, Han Fei felt heaviness on his shoulder. He turned around and saw an arm covered in black fur land on his shoulder. Stay here, don't move. The bodyguards had changed completely. Their exposed skin had long black fur, and they were hunched over like their spines were forcibly bent. They looked more like dogs than men. Okay. Han Fei turned around and silently took out his phone to message Brother Snake's people. He wanted them to come to the mall sooner. But when Han Fei saw the phone screen which reflected the shop's window, he saw endless human faces. Adjusting the angle, Han Fei aimed the phone at the window. There were people leaning against the window. Some of them were crying as their hands pressed against the windows. They looked in. Several of them looked familiar. They were the workers who came in the day. Bang! The windows shattered. The people outside gushed into the shop. They were charmed by a voice from underground. They slithered past Han Fei to enter the storeroom. New footprints appeared on the floor of the mall. but they were soon replaced by newer footprints. The night was dark as ink. The rain was about to drown the city. The shop was full, but there was no human warmth. I can't wait any longer. Han Fei walked out of the shop, but once he did, his mood points plummeted. The speed by which it dropped made Han Fei halt. What's happening? A low growl entered his ears. The sound came from inside the second-hand shop. Han Fei slowly turned around. Boscu's 2 guards had morphed into 2 large dogs with black fur. Their jaws were stained with shredded meat. There was no humanity in their eyes. Around their necks were collars made from money. They've mutated? In Boscu's eyes, the bodyguards were his dogs. They would do anything for money. The 2 hounds' eyes glowed with greed. They gnashed their teeth at Han Fei. Leaving the second-hand shop, and his mood points would drop drastically. The lower his mood point, the greater the mutation on the monsters he met. However, if he stayed inside the shop, Han Fei would have to deal with these 2 dogs. Noticing Han Fei was not walking back into the shop, one of the dogs pounced at Han Fei. The jaws opened. Human teeth and canine teeth formed 2 rows, and a heady smell of blood came out from the mouth. Taking out rest in peace, Han Fei noticed the dog's neck where the collar of money had no fur. It still had human skin. That should be the weakness. The blade of humanity glowed, and the dog was decapitated. The fact that you were killed so easily means that you've murdered a lot of people in your life. Han Fei decided to continue with the aggression and turned to the other dog. The other dog was already running over. It tore through its partner's body to feast on it. It was hard to imagine that they promised to guard the shop together earlier. Black blood leaked underground through the cracks. The dog which was eating his partner suddenly stopped. Its eyes stared at Han Fei, and the altar's shadow was reflected in his eyes. The dog's body expanded as it growled in pain. Finally, it exploded before Han Fei. Blood splattered everywhere. The strange thing was all the clocks stopped at that moment. Han Fei was extremely anxious. He knew the things inside the altar had recognized him. Initially, Han Fei's mood points wouldn't drop when he stayed inside the shop. That was because the altar was protecting the second-hand shop, but after the altar discovered Han Fei was the one who tore off its roof, it wouldn't protect Han Fei anymore. The heartbeat sound from the underground became clearer. Han Fei looked at the ground, and the heartbeat was coming towards him. Han Fei turned and ran. His mood points dropped every few seconds. Before he could get out of the mall, his mood points had dropped to a dangerous level. Many horrifying thoughts crowded his mind. He couldn't even focus. The storm outside the mall was like the sea that fell from the sky. Once he stepped into it, he would drown. Under such extreme conditions, Han Fei forced himself to run out. He had no choice. If he stayed, he would die. I should head west. Brother Snake's people are coming from the western city. Han Fei plunged into the darkness. He had no idea how long he had traveled when he saw a light coming down the street. Brother? Why didn't you carry an umbrella? The stuttering voice entered Han Fei's ear. He raised his head and saw a slightly distorted face. Wang Pingan. I just saw your message, sorry. Pingan, go to the People's Hospital now. Han Fei got on Wang Pingan's bike. The dropping of his mood points slowed down when he was near Wang Pingan. Han Fei's mood points was at 16, everything was mutating. The street at night became the river of death. Occasionally pale hands reached out from the flowing water, the red lights became eyeballs, and hanging figures appeared among the trees. Wang Pingan didn't notice all these. He put the helmet on Han Fei before he started the bike. Brother, my father said he want to give his helmet to you. He said you are a good man. He told you to refer to you as my brother. He wanted me to be your friend. He said that you won't harm me. The storm ravaged the city. Wang Pingan's voice appeared to possess some kind of power. Around Wang Pingan, Han Fei could hold on to his rationality and not be influenced by the mutated ghosts. Your father thinks I'm a good person. What about you? What kind of person am I in your mind? Han Fei's mood points dropped to 15. He grabbed Wang Pingan's shoulders, and his cheeks were wet from the rain. I don't know what are good people or bad people. I feel like you treat me as a person. You make me feel I am no different from you. We are both people. Wang Pingan stuttered, but he smiled happily like it was something cool to ride through the rain with Han Fei. The bike drove past the cement bridge. There were many drenched people squatting on the rails. They all called for Han Fei to bring them home. They chased after the bike, but they couldn't leave the bridge. Pingon, drive faster. When his mood points fell to 14, the city had turned into a different image. He had not seen something like this in his nightmare. The rain washed away the shell of the buildings to expose the flesh inside. Human bodies were encased into the walls. The street flowed with sweat and blood. Human faces floated through the water. All the souls were screaming, but they couldn't hear each other because everything was swallowed by the storm. Brother, you can't fall asleep. I'm not. Good. I once sent a pair of mother and son to the hospital, and the mother kept hugging the son and shouting at him not to fall asleep. Brother, why can't people who go to the hospital fall asleep? Wang Pingon kept talking because he didn't want Han Fei to fall asleep. Han Fei's attention was drawn to the menu. When his mood points dropped to 9, they finally reached People's Hospital. Han Fei and Wang Pingon looked up. The building became so unfamiliar. It was bloated and ugly. The white walls were filled with blood capillaries, like a devil with an angel's mask. In the owner's mind, this hospital took Boss Gu's money and his mother's life. This was a manifestation of the altar owner's impression of the hospital. We're going to the 4th floor. Han Fei's mood points dropped again as he entered the hospital. He didn't even remove the helmet as he led Wang Pingon to the 4th floor. The normal staircase became so hard to hike. It took an entire lifetime to finish climbing the 4 floors of stairs. I know your pain. I am here to change that. I will bring you to the place where you have no chance to see in your life. Han Fei took out the wishing can and screamed, I've helped you and now I just want to see my mother. The red figures appeared. First, it was the old man's family, then the few employees, and finally the woman from the 3rd floor. They walked up the stairs with Han Fei. The white steps were dyed red. The red footprints sent Han Fei to the 4th floor. Han Fei rushed to the end of the corridor and pushed open the ward. In this absurd city, only the mother's ward remained the same. On the clean bedside table, there was a fake flower that wouldn't wilt. The weak mother slept on the clean bed. On the left side of her bed were various medical devices, and on her right stood a drunken man. The man held a medical tube, and he reached over to deactivate the running machines. Seeing the man, Han Fei's fingers pressed together. His nails pressed into his flesh. The bastard. Chapter 475. Madness meets madness. Han Fei had never shown such hatred towards a man before. His voice froze the air in the ward. The man beside the bed shivered and looked at Han Fei with disbelief. Why are you here? The shining blade materialized and Han Fei leaped towards the man with his highest speed. Instantly, the blade was pressed against the man's neck. Let go. If not for fear that the man might accidentally harm the fragile medical tube, the man's head might have fallen to the ground already. Your mother is not going to live much longer. She only needs to die a few days earlier, and we can get a lot of money, enough for us to enjoy the rest of our lives. The man slowly released the tube. Your mother will want you to be happy. If she knows her life can be traded for so much money, she will agree. When the man released the tube, he felt a chill around his neck like the air was rushing through it. However, fear stopped him from checking. He tried his best to persuade Han Fei, but he felt air filling up his throat, and something was pushing up his mouth. He realized that he couldn't speak. He looked down and saw his severed neck and his headless body. You've rectified 70% of the altar owner's regret. The robotic system notification rang in his mind. Han Fei stared at the decapitated body. Not killing his father is the altar owner's regret. Han Fei had Wang Pingon and the old man's families go find a doctor. He guarded beside the altar owner's mother, holding her thin hand. The woman wasn't really asleep. When they were alone, the mother opened her eyes and said, You shouldn't have stopped him. I have nothing to leave you, and I've always been your burden. If my death can change your life, you are the reason I have a life, and the reason I can be my real self. Han Fei was an orphan. A part of his missing memory was becoming complete. The woman shook her head. She didn't want Han Fei's life to be so hard, but there was nothing she could do. For me, you've given up too many things in your life. I am the worst mother in the world. Han Fei stayed beside the bed. The city outside was mutating, madmen and monsters roamed the streets. Everything was twisted by hatred. Only this small ward had remained the same. For you, I can give up everything because you are the only person who loves me for me. The woman in bed closed her eyes. She held Han Fei's hands until she didn't have the energy anymore. The tear flowed down the pale face, and the woman let go gradually. The medical device beeped alarmingly. Han Fei rushed out the door. Pingon, have you found the doctor? Brother. The doctors are fighting. Just as Wang Pingon said that there was a loud crash on the third floor. The building shook like it had been punctured. On the white hospital corridor, a tall man in a white coat was fighting the old man's family. The doctor didn't fit in this mutating world. There was a human head tattoo on his neck. One male and one female. 10 fingers? While the old man's family stopped the doctor, one of the doors was kicked down and several bloody doctors collapsed to the ground. Got the last sacrifice. Head to the mall. This time, we have to make the wish first. We can't fail again. Third finger in black walked out carrying Huangli. Huangli looked a lot smaller, like a bird with broken wings. The two fingers jumped out the window and disappeared into the storm. Han Fei didn't chase after them, but ran to the doctors. He nudged them. Can you help me? Wake up. His hands were stained. To take away Huangli, the third and second fingers had murdered all the staff on duty. Help me. There should still be some doctors at this hospital. Han Fei's voice changed. At that moment, he was Han Fei, and he sincerely wanted to save the owner's mother. What second and third fingers did cause the hospital to tip over. It would collapse at any moment. The situation was getting worse, and suddenly Wang Pingon screamed. Han Fei raced back to the ward and saw Lin Lu standing beside the bed, trying to save the owner's mother. How is she doing? Not so good. Someone has switched off her machines. They have been dead for some time already. Her organs are failing. How much longer will she be with us? Perhaps until dawn. Lin Lu's answer made Han Fei grit his teeth. After some contemplation, he had Lin Lu stay to look after the mother, and he walked out from the ward. Where are you going? Lin Lu didn't want to part with Han Fei. She had a feeling that if they did, they might not see each other again. To do something I should be doing. Han Fei looked out at the crazy city. Destiny has given me the worst script, but no matter, I am born the best actor. Carrying the wishing can, Han Fei walked out from the hospital. He didn't care that his mood points plummeted. No matter what, I have to rectify this regret. Calling Wang Pingon, they left People's Hospital and raced through the mad city. Brother, where are we going? The mall. Everything starts at the mall, so it should end at the mall. Han Fei appeared small compared to the whole city. He was like a lost firefly dancing in the dark. Perhaps he didn't have the capability to shine through the night, but he had the courage to stand up against the darkness. 10 fingers is making their wish tonight. This might be my only chance. The rain poured. The river broke through the bank and tried to swallow the whole city. The streetlights were wiped out. The storm not only washed away the city's false shell, but also the citizens' rationality. Screaming, crying, biting, and rain pattering, all this mixed together to form a horrible song. Everyone was part of the song, and no one could escape from this despairing memory. No one knew if tomorrow or destruction would come first. The bell at the mall tolled. The rain poured into the mall. The familiar streets were underwater, and the mall became like a well. Han Fei looked from a distance. The mutated mall was completely different from before. It looked like a large black altar. Brother, I am afraid. It's all right, just stay with me. Han Fei took out his phone to contact Brother Snake's people, but the phone was no longer usable. Once he switched it on, the screen would only show struggling human faces. They should be here already. Han Fei turned towards the west street, and he saw a van stranded in the flood. The headlights were off, and there was no one inside the vehicle. Have they gone to the mall? The bell kept chiming. As Han Fei was about to enter the mall, a loud boom came from inside like thunder had struck the building. The floor cracked, and the ground of the first floor collapsed. The bricks fell into the water, creating a drumming sound. The altar hidden underground was exposed. On the dark sacrificial table were Huang Li, Brother Snake, Li Long, Li Hu, and two people Han Fei had not seen before. Before the table, Fei Yang in a black robe was holding a sharp knife. His body shook. Go ahead. If you don't kill them, you will die. Behind Fei Yang stood another black-robed man. His exposed hands had no finger. Hearing the man, Fei Yang was reminded of something scary. He stepped to the table to slice through Brother Snake's wrists. Blood slid down the table. The altar in the middle of the mall started to change. The doors slowly opened. Not enough. Kill them. Now. The man's voice was piercing. Fei Yang was dominated by fear. He waved the blade around like he was mad. Blood splattered all over the table, and the doors on the altar opened. As life leaked out from the sacrifices, their eyes became dull. Their soul and blood were absorbed by the altar. Strange blood patterns surfaced on the black altar. Then large capillaries burst out from the walls of the mall. They mirrored the patterns on the altar. The altar underground and the 7 stories tall building was changing. It attracted the attention of endless souls. Don't stop. You need to kill them with your hands. The man pressed Fei Yang onto the table and forced him to kill according to a specific order. Fei Yang's mind was broken, and he slashed about crazily. The blood was absorbed, but the altar's doors didn't open. The blood and soul of the sacrifice were not enough to satisfy the altar. I've done everything you asked. Can I go now? Fei Yang's hands were covered in blood. His body shook, and he could barely hold the blade anymore. Go. The man removed the cape to reveal his face. He glared at Fei Yang like a scorpion. All these years, I've dealt with you more than several hundred times already. I awarded you different deaths each time, so now do you understand why I am so familiar with your fear? The man grabbed Fei Yang's arms so that the knife was pointed at Fei Yang's chest. Now you can welcome release. But this time you won't wake up from the pain again. Fei Yang couldn't even resist. He watched as the blade stuck into his chest. The blood dripped on the table. The altar's doors slowly opened, and the man smiled. He had waited so long for this moment. He spent years to find these few people, and after multiple tries, he figured out the order to arrange the sacrifices. It was time to reap the reward. This is the unmentionable secret. The thing inside the altar was about to be released. The darkness hid the hope to become an unmentionable. The man took a step forward. He looked at the altar in anticipation, but the altar only opened a bit before it stopped. Failed again? Anger surrounded the man. A black flame of hatred burned in his eyes. I've already killed everyone in this world at least once. How come I still have not found all the sacrifices? What is missing? The storm slammed against the mall. While 10 fingers roared in anger, clapping came from the shadows of the first floor. Thank you for helping me gather all the sacrifice. Boss Gu, whose skin had corroded, walked out from the shadows. He coughed, and a horrible smell came from his body. Hearing the boss, 10 fingers' expression returned to normal. His dark eyes glared at the boss. The memory world will only exist for 30 days, and the later it gets, the more powerful you'll be. I admit that I am not a match for you, but I often enter the memory world and seek you out on the first day. I tortured you to your death. Even now, I still like to do that. The 2 madmen made the air frozen. I don't care where you people come from, but I have the responsibility to chase you away since you've ruined the rules of this city. Boss Gu waved, and rabid dogs with money collars leaped out from the shadows. Behind them were the mutated citizens of the city. You always appear so collected, wrapping yourself up as a philanthropist. If I am evil, then you are disgusting. 10 fingers shed the robe to reveal his body covered in human head tattoos. The tattoos on his body came alive. The seal was activated. 10 fingers, burning with hatred, grew out from his hands. Come, my favorite thing is to kill. Can you satisfy me? 10 fingers looked at the wounds on the boss, and he grinned. What a madman. The boss coughed violently. He raised his bloody hands to point at 10 fingers. The mutated citizens charged at 10 fingers. Compared to last time, I can use more of my powers. Looks like this altar is weakening. The black flame burned on his skin, and 10 fingers' eyes filled with madness. It's fine if you don't let me make my wish. One day, I will pry the altar open with my hands. The mutated dogs and citizens would be consumed by the black flame once they approached 10 fingers. The boss knew this, but he didn't care about these creatures' lives. He summoned them to keep attacking 10 Fingers. The sacrifices were on the table. Attracted by the altar and scammed by the boss, more souls poured into the mall. You just an outsider. How can you match me who controls this city? Chapter 476. Fight. Looking at the confident boss, 10 Fingers' lips split open to reveal an exaggerated smile. You will say the same thing every time. Do you think I don't know how you control these creatures? The black flame scorched the mad dogs. 10 Fingers enjoyed murders. Bribe with money, threaten with violence, and then give small charities to those who are of no threat to you. You are very good at capturing people's hearts and are very lucky, but I want to tell you, once you are away from the altar, you are a wastrel who knows nothing. 10 Fingers pierced his fingers into the ground. The strange symbols on the walls were gripped by 10 Fingers, forming black and red chains. You think you own this city, but you are less than a guardian dog for the altar. If the altar hasn't sealed up my power, I would have turned this world red. Each of 10 Fingers' fingers wailed. The man had a special power. The more people he killed, the stronger he was. As the only pure hatred among 10 Fingers, he had no idea how many people he had killed. Using the dead as fuel to the black flame, 10 Fingers wanted to pry open the altar with pure force. A black flame of hatred burned through the chains. All the symbols underground were on fire. 10 Fingers might have succeeded if no one stopped him. Unfortunately, the rain that leaked into the underground contained the well's resentment. The chills suppressed the black flame. Your struggle is futile. God is invincible. When I first saw him, I knew I only have one path left, which is to serve him. Bosku turned to the altar respectfully. The last sacrifice should appear soon, and my wish this time is an extra life. Waving his rotten arms, the mutated monsters from the city rushed this way. This was a despairing moment for the altar owner. He wanted to live, but suddenly everything in the world rushed towards him. The mutated monsters, crazy madmen, crawled out from every corner. They wanted to tear him apart, and then stuffed him in their mouths. The later it was, the scarier the monsters were. Most didn't even look human anymore. He is the one who ruined this city. He is the one who turned you into monsters, and you are still following his orders? 10 Fingers cackled. What an absurd world. This place is too much like real life, far less clean than the world of the dead. 10 Fingers licked the bloodstains on his fingertips and then manipulated all the symbols in the storeroom. The big clock at the mall rang. The capillaries that covered the mall collapsed. The things that flowed out from the capillaries were not blood, but the humans once consumed by this building. The dead bodies slithered out and crashed into smithereens, but the mutated monsters didn't care. They could hear the wailing of their partners or see the darkening sky. They listened to the boss blindly. They couldn't even think for themselves anymore. At this place, humans became merchandise and everyone was priced. Life and death, everything could be traded, and even soul could be sold. Dried humans became the bricks of the building. Their partners didn't care about the souls hidden in the building, but they might be surprised at the low price of their souls. How would a killer like you understand the joy of being human? Bosku's gaze froze on 10 Fingers. I have never forced them or purposely directed them. They are the ones who turn themselves into monsters. Everyone has their ugly side. This world merely amplifies that. I don't get the joy of being human, but I do get the joy of killing humans. You better start thinking about how you die. 10 Fingers didn't leave the memory world because the sudden appearance of the unmentionable in the cryptic world had worried him. He was afraid that if he couldn't get the altar's secret this time, he might be interrupted by the unmentionable next time. Because of that, he decided to stay to fight the altar. While 10 Fingers conversed with the boss, the ground on the first floor collapsed. The remaining members of 10 Fingers touched their tattoos to release their power. They cut through the crowd to charge at Bosku. You've killed me so many times, so how can you not realize that I always know about the existence of the outsiders and have been waiting for the outsiders? Bosku didn't even glance at second and third finger who flew at him. His dark face had a smile. The last sacrifice is the outsider, and this time I finally found him. Tonight, I will welcome a new life. Bosku finally started to mutate. Red arms crawled out from the rotting wounds. Everything that got close would be torn apart. Blood and flesh stuck to his skin, making him grow ever larger. Second and third fingers attacked Bosku. Now that they had used their full power, they could easily destroy Bosku's body, but Bosku would regenerate at impossible speed. Bosku stood in the flooded mall. Arms grew out from his legs like roots. They reached underground to latch to a well. When the bloody arms were connected to the well, Bosku seemed to form a connection with the altar too. As long as you still want to use the altar and to make a wish through it, then you will never defeat me. There was only one way to defeat Bosku, and that was to destroy the altar. However, as the basis of the memory world, the altar wouldn't be so easily destroyed. Bosku's body grew. He was like a tree hung with human heads. Even after he became so scary, the citizens of the city rushed into the mall to help him. They were consumed by Bosku to be his nutrients. Second and third finger couldn't control Bosku anymore. This evil seed had grown into a tree to block out the sun. Even if they took great risks, they could only slow Bosku's growth. Come back. Don't waste your energy. 10 Fingers shouted at his brothers. He is right. Only by destroying the altar, we can kill him, but we need to guard the altar to obtain the key inside so. So what? Second Finger was close to being pushed out from this world. He was not too worried. He still had future chances. So you can die now. 10 Fingers grabbed his partners. I was keeping you around to help me become a pure hatred, but who knew lighting the black flame of hatred would be so easy? Second and third fingers instantly wanted to escape, but it was too late. You won't be dead living inside me, so why are you so scared? 10 Fingers punctured his hands through his brothers. His fingers materialized into corporeality. This is unfortunate. If the rest didn't disappear, I could unleash 100% of my power. Bosku didn't mind. Even if 10 Fingers knew destroying the altar was the only way to kill him, Bosku had confidence that 10 Fingers couldn't destroy the altar. It's pointless. Everything you do is pointless. If the unmentionable's memory could be forced open with brute force, then he wouldn't be an unmentionable. Bosku laughed. 10 Fingers thought the man was bluffing. He refused to believe an altar that had been abandoned for decades could still stop him. The fingers burning with hatred grabbed at the altar. He removed the seal on himself. He used endless hatred to ram at the top of the altar to make the hole bigger. Burning through the mad dogs and monsters, 10 Fingers looked through the hole into the altar. Inside the altar was another well. It was a well that contained the wishes of endless people. It appeared close, but also far. God was hiding at the bottom of the well. Memories of the dead Fei Yang, Brother Snake, Huang Li, and so on formed a rope. They shared the memory of the same person. Because of that person, these people were chosen as sacrifices. Only by sacrificing them that the rope reaching into the well would appear. Looking at the swaying rope, 10 Fingers realized the rope was still a bit distance away from reaching the well water. He needed at least 2 more sacrifices. The altar has never been damaged before. This is the closest I'll come to the secret of the unmentionable. 10 Fingers' eyes were enveloped by hatred. He blasted everything he had at the hole. The pure hatred was pure emotion. The black flame could burn through everything. Just as 10 Fingers entered the altar, Bosku howled in pain like 10 Fingers' hatred was burning through his stomach. The large body collapsed, and the leaves covered in resentment wilted. Bosku shriveled, but his eyes were still gleaming with greed. Let me see, how are you going to get out after you get in? Gripping the rope of memory, 10 Fingers entered the well. However, he couldn't touch the water. Looking at the water before him, 10 Fingers gathered his hatred in his left hand and then released his right hand that held the rope. A ball of black flame crashed into the water. The wishes in the well burst like bubbles. 10 Fingers shouted at the water, hoping to leave his wish behind. But as he voiced his wish, the well and the altar changed. The bricks turned into arms, and the well opened up like a flower. The clear well water turned red, and it reflected 10 Fingers, making it seem like the god in the well looked like 10 Fingers. This is not a wishing well, but a monster that feeds on wishes. Even as a pure hatred, 10 Fingers felt extreme danger. He retreated, but it was too late. The arms grabbed his body. He knew that if he was trapped here, eventually he would be dragged into the well. So he chose the simplest method. His fingers turned into knives. He cut off all of his body and only kept his burning heart. The black flame was extinguished by the well water. After paying a hefty price, 10 fingers escaped from the well. However, his hatred had damaged the altar too. The altar's power had been weakened, and even a normal person could approach it now. You've managed to escape? Bosku's life was connected to the altar. If the altar was injured, he'd be injured too. However, the biggest difference between him and 10 fingers was, Bosku could use the souls of the mutated monsters to rapidly recover. As long as people were willing to believe him, he would never be killed. You undying old man, I've learned your secret. The next time we meet, it'll be your death. 10 fingers was extremely weak. The black flame in his eyes was almost gone. Only the seed of hatred was flickering in his chest. There is no more next time. All the sacrifices have been gathered. I will be reborn in this memory. Bosku sighed. He had used the power in the altar to consume 10 fingers. Waving his arms, the army of mutated monsters charged at 10 fingers. The latter couldn't resist anymore. The only path he had was to exit this world. 10 fingers glared at Bosku with hatred. As the monsters tore into his body, 10 fingers used the last of his energy to touch the tattoo around his heart. But as his fingerless hands were about to touch the heart, someone grabbed his wrist. He looked up. The monsters around him were kicked down. A young man was standing beside him. The young man wore a beast mask, and his gaze was cold. He does not belong in this world. As 10 fingers had that thought, the young man uttered, "Rest in peace, I will avenge you." A blinding light pierced into 10 fingers' chest. The hatred in his eyes dissipated. Looking at the light, 10 fingers felt his core disintegrating. He repeated the words, "You will avenge me?" Chapter 477. Conscience had awakened. Truth had spoken. The black flame of hatred exploded at the mall. The embers were doused out by the rain. A young man took 10 fingers' place. He removed his mask to look at the mutated Bosku. You found the suitable sacrifices, and I've found the right future. Bosku, who was like a tree, cackled shrilly as the heads on his branches swung. Future? The future that you have is the tragedy that has happened before. There is no future in your world. Is that so? The young man raised the butcher's knife. The knife was like the only star in the night. It was a knife that even pure hatred feared. When the knife glowed, the rails of the 3rd floor were pushed down. A woman about 3 meters tall walked out in her red dress. When he saw the woman, Bosku's face darkened. He moved his face away from the woman. Why won't you look at her? She is your wife. She trusted you so much and gave everything to you. Why did you push her into the well? Enough. All the human heads on the tree glared at Han Fei angrily. You shouldn't be the one who is angry. An old man walked out from the shadows of the 2nd floor. He held the hand of a child and was followed by his family. He is your best friend. He helped you when you were at your lowest. But you turned around and sacrificed his whole family to the well. Whenever Han Fei spoke, the wounds on Bosku would grow. Bosku couldn't allow Han Fei to continue speaking. He ordered the mutated creatures to attack. Kill him. Kill this liar. The mutated monsters charged ahead. A red sweater floated down from the sky. Then account books and bills scattered like snow. This is a present your little brother left you. He has kept evidence of your sins. I've photocopied them. The evidence recorded Bosku's every sin, but the mutated monsters didn't care. They stomped over the evidence. What's the point of you manufacturing this false evidence? Bosku's eyes were cold. He needed to kill Han Fei immediately. You use these people as tools. You forget that they are once living humans. Perhaps you have gotten used to treating people as merchandise, so everyone who is around you now is an easily controlled monster. There is no one who is willing to help you anymore. They will heed my orders not because they are monsters, but because they trust me. Most arms reached out from Bosku's wounds. Each arm sought greedily about. All the monsters close to Bosku would be grabbed and absorbed. Bosku was rapidly healing, so Han Fei knew he had to act fast. Since they trust you, then they should believe everything you say. Han Fei took a step back. Glass shattered above him. Between the second and third floor, a giant banner unfurled. A mud-like person was bound on the banner. He had Bosku's face. "Boss, let us hear how your conscience judges you." When the mud creature appeared, Bosku realized the problem, but he couldn't stop it. Bosku's stinky conscience voiced his secret. He was a selfish and crazy man. His greed and desire had overwhelmed his humanity. Most of the mutated monsters were Bosku's followers. They had accepted small charities from Bosku and would only believe Bosku. They were unfazed by outside voices, but when they heard conscience, their eyes flashed with rationality. Their mutated brains started to think and suspect. Hanfei planned to drag this out for 2 more days. He would only take out the truth when the public had reached a consensus. But Bosku was very cunning. After he knew conscience and truth had gone missing, he started to build the altar. He planned to kill the owner's mother that night and forced Hanfei to go insane and become the most suitable sacrifice. Bosku was very hard to deal with, and Hanfei had to push his plan earlier. Conscience's confession made the public start to think. When they started to have a suspicion, Hanfei invited out the last truth. The hanging woman used her scorched hands to place the truth before everyone. Truth, who had no eyes, ears, and nose, became everyone's attention. His mouth opened, and he listed out everything Bosku had done. After the mutated monsters knew the truth, they didn't choose to help Truth, but they stopped coming after Hanfei. Human heart has both the ugly and beautiful sides. Some of you donate to Bosku's charity every month to feel better about yourself. But your kindness has been used to turn this city into hell. Conscience had awakened, truth had spoken. Before the plethora of evidence, the mutated monsters stopped listening to Bosku's orders. Little by little, Hanfei peeled off Bosku's fake kindness. However, Bosku appeared to have anticipated this. When he saw truth, Bosku grabbed all the dazed monsters around him and started to violently ingest until no monsters dared to go near him anymore. Lesser monsters came to the mall from the city. The monsters that remained at the mall had money collars around their necks. Be it human or dog, they were willing to serve Bosku. So what if they know the truth? This world is not black or white. Not everyone minds being in the wrong. Bosku grabbed the loyal monsters. He shoved them into his mouth or tore them into pieces to slather over his wounds. Bosku's body grew, and Hanfei didn't seem to have any more trump cards. Of course, I know the world is gray, but I believe in what is right and what is wrong. Only by correcting the things that are wrong that right things will be approved by more people. Hanfei stood before the flesh tree about 3 stories tall. He didn't retreat because he knew that the blade that he held was the only light on this night. Chapter 478. Torch to unleash his full potential. 10 fingers had consumed his partners. After he was forced out of the memory world, the only outsider in this city was Hanfei. His mood points dropped to 0. Everything in Hanfei's eyes had mutated. All his negative emotions were amplified. If he was feared, he'd collapse immediately. The mall was like an altar about 7 stories tall. The whole city morphed into a lake that reflected the night. The monsters and dogs with money collars snarled. The tree connected to the well grew and expanded. Its arms crawled all over the building and grew into each monster. Taking in the apocalyptic mall, Hanfei didn't feel fear. From a certain moment onwards, he was used to walking through nightmares. Even if he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid, much less when he had friends. Hanfei was not the only one who wanted to kill Bosku. The spirits who were pushed into the well by Bosku couldn't reign in their hatred anymore. Everything was within Hanfei's plan. First, he would wait for Bosku to eliminate 10 fingers. Then Hanfei would use conscience and truth to awaken the public. After removing Bosku's disguise, he knew the public wouldn't follow the boss blindly anymore. Hanfei isolated Bosku step by step. A god that no one believed in was no god. After carving out a path from complete despair, Hanfei now had the right to look the man in the eye. The woman in the red dress was the first to make the move. Her 3 meters tall figure appeared small beside the tree of resentment, but her damage was not to be overlooked. The woman carved out wounds on Bosku's body. The hands that reached for the woman were snapped like twigs. She would not allow Bosku to take anything away from her anymore. We should make our move too. The colored family portrait was torn in the air. The old man's family walked out from it. They destroyed the picture soaked in the well water. If they didn't destroy the altar that night, they would perish. The family walked towards the giant tree. The old man looked at the fluttering photo pieces. Then he turned around to tell Han Fei, "Every one of us has once been pushed into the well. We are connected to the altar. We can't help you destroy the altar. All we can do is to help you stop this madman. Remember, do not make a wish to the altar at any time. Do not be tricked by it. You are the only one who can fulfill your own wish." The old man glanced at Han Fei one last time. "Do not be afraid of the altar. The well is just a normal well." It changed because too many memories and wishes had fallen into it. Then the old man walked towards the giant tree. By then, Bosku's body was covering half of the mall already. The monsters with money collars kept entering the boss body. The boss looked like he could never be defeated. Perhaps to the altar owner, that was indeed how he viewed Bosku. After entering the memory world, Han Fei had experienced the altar owner's life. He was familiar with that despair. Compared to Bosku, who had all the power, connection, and money, the altar owner was like a puppet to be controlled by others. This was reflected in the children's favorite toy. Be it the drowned boy or sixth finger's child, they liked to play with lifelike puppets. Everyone played with puppets, making them assume different poses, but in reality, most people in this city were like those puppets. Destiny was a thread that they couldn't shake loose. The thread connected the desire in humans to the altar. Once one was connected to the altar would force one to seek one's arranged future. Every tragedy started with this altar. Destroying it is the only way. People who were connected to the altar couldn't damage it. Only Han Fei had the power to destroy the altar. Ever since I entered the memory world, the altar has been seducing me to make a wish. It throws many challenges at me. Thankfully, I'm already used to despair. The altar, which was attacked by 10 fingers, had changed. The top of the altar was lifted off. The walls cracked to reveal the well inside, which was constructed from human arms. Han Fei had seen the inside of the altar during the illusion, but once he approached it, he was still shocked by it. The hands that reached towards Han Fei represented greed and desire. It was these arms that formed this bottomless well. Without the outer wall, the well continued to grow. The symbols and sacrifices in the storeroom were torn apart by the arms. The mountain of pictures Bosku left in the storeroom was swallowed by the well. The arms that form this well is lesser than before. Is it because more monsters stopped believing in Bosku? A very thin rope hung beside the mouth of the well. The rope exuded Fei Yang's crying, Huang Li's professional voice explaining the work at the shop, Li Long and Li Hu arguing. Everything Han Fei experienced was weaved into a rope. One could travel down this rope to the bottom of the well. No one knew what was hidden at the bottom of the well. 10 fingers had searched for 10 years and found nothing. The ghost tattoo on his body glowed. 9 lives opened its eyes. Han Fei used rest and peace to slash through the human arms and step on the edge of the well. Holding the rope of memory, Han Fei leaped into the well. Endless arms wanted to tear him apart, to stop his descent. After 10 fingers entered the well, even if he had to give up everything, he needed to escape from the well. Han Fei knew this was a very risky thing to do, but he had to do this. He needed to destroy the well, and he needed to do that before the mother died. The rope of memory still couldn't touch the surface of the water. Han Fei looked at the water that had collected endless wishes. His soul echoed, and he noticed something from his left eye. The water surface was like a blurry mirror. It reflected Han Fei. He had seen his reflection many times in the memory world, but not one time. He was able to see the man's face clearly. Be it at the underground basement at the Western City or the female boutique on the 3rd floor, Han Fei's reflection in the mirror was always blurry. It looked like him, but also not him. He couldn't see his own face clearly until he glanced at the water in the well. The water reflected his figure, and the face slowly clarified. The man was not him, but Han Fei felt familiar to him. The man had been watching over Han Fei. He was very important to Han Fei. "Who are you?" The water surface split reality and memory. Above the water, Han Fei was torn by many arms. Han Fei tried to reach for the water. Below the water, the man looked at Han Fei with confidence. Malicious wishes gathered around him. Many arms grabbed the man, trying to drag him down into the bottomless well. "Give me your hand." Han Fei reached out to the water. The person in the water reached out to him too. But when Han Fei's hand touched the water surface, there was nothing. This was just a mirror, so how could they touch each other? When Han Fei wanted to try again, the well was slammed into and arms fell into the well. Han Fei looked up. The woman in red was bound by tree branches and slammed into the wall near the well. Once Boss Gu neared the altar, he would get stronger, but it was the opposite for the others. The cackle echoed across the first floor. Boss Gu already saw his victory. While he was being surrounded, he kept his eyes on Han Fei. "I've waited so long for this. Do you really think you can win?" Boss Gu's body opened up. More arms reached out like roots. They tried to tear down the mall. Following the crash, the northern wall fell, and from that direction, one could see People's Hospital. As long as you still have people you care about, you will never win. The monsters with money collars rushed towards the hospital. Bosco knew what Han Fei cared about. He laughed. "Extra life. I wish for a longer lifespan." "A wish?" Han Fei looked at the wishes inside the well. They were mere bubbles. "If I start to believe in that, I will lose." Han Fei remembered the old man's warning. He said this well started as a normal well. With more wishes and memories, it becomes like this. Han Fei tightened his grip on the rope. This rope still can't reach the water surface because the number of sacrifice is not enough. Looking down at the person under the water, Han Fei knew what to do. He cut his wrist and dripped his blood on the rope. "I am now the altar owner. I am one of the sacrifices, the most important one." When he did the wishing well mission, Han Fei had once leaped into the well. He knew that feeling. The body fell and struggle was pointless. The only wish then was, if only there was a rope that could help me get out of this cold well. Blood trickled down the rope. It was absorbed by the rope. The rope extended further. Han Fei weakened so much that he could barely hold on, but the rope was still a bit distance away from the water surface. Lin Lu is not here. Han Fei understood the meaning of the third wish. The mission required him to kill Lin Lu at the right time and place. Personally killing his imagined goodness. It was something the altar owner once did. Each mission has a clear goal. They are hints from the memory. Lin Lu was from the altar owner's imagination. She was the last sacrifice. Other than the mother, the owner's biggest regret should be him killing the remaining goodness in him. After struggling loose from destiny, Lin Lu and the mother were still alive. This was the best ending for the altar owner. Looking at the spot where the water surface touched the well wall, Han Fei tossed rest and peace at it. The soul echoed again. The spot where the knife cut through emerged a pair of vicious eyes. "As my evil soul, how can you be so cowardly?" The wall collapsed, and the evil soul struggled loose from the endless hands. He grabbed the rope of memory. He laughed as he looked at Han Fei. "I know your thoughts. Be crazy. Even though I appreciate your help, remember, you are my evil soul. Is this not evil enough?" The evil soul's eyes glowed dangerously. He cut his neck and used his bloody mouth to bite at the rope. At the same time, Han Fei reached his hand towards the water. The rope of memory extended further. When the rope touched the water surface, all the hands went insane. The endless wishes shattered to become the worst curses. "I wish the prettiest girl in my class gets into an accident and her face gets ruined. I wish she loves me only. If she dares to leave, then she will die. I wish for money. Give me money, and I will give you everything. The more important the things I sacrifice, the greater the wish. How much is my family worth?" The bubbles of wishes exploded and exuded nasty curses. The water turned murky, and the figure in the water blurred. "Hold on to this rope. I need to bring you out of here." The figure underwater grabbed the rope of memory. When the false figure touched the memory, it gained corporeality. As the rope of memory dragged upwards, the reflection was pulled out from the mirror of the water surface. First came the pale fingers, then arms, and finally the unfamiliar face. The man's body was stuck with breaking wishes. When the wishes broke, they would turn into the worst curses. They stuck to the man and refused to leave. Why can you have happiness and not me? You were the one who told me to make my wish here. You can't leave. I haven't gotten my wish. You are not leaving. The voices echoed in the well. Endless hands grabbed Han Fei and the man. The simple wishes birthed endless monsters. There were so many of them. I will stop them. You two climb up. Evil Soul let go and pounced at the monsters. He tore at the monsters and fought them with deepest darkness. Holding the rope of memory, Han Fei climbed with difficulty, but he was losing power. There was too much resentment and hatred in the well. The hands wanted to tear Han Fei into pieces. He couldn't hold on much longer. But at that moment, a small hand appeared to help Han Fei push away the curse. A weak boy crawled out from Rest in Peace. Wang Sheng. After the boy appeared, many other hands reached out to help Han Fei. They helped Han Fei hold on to Rest in Peace. Han Fei was never alone. Rest in Peace had gathered the world's most precious humanity. If the souls inside the well were the disciples of the altar, then the humanity in Rest in Peace was Han Fei's partners. They would never abandon him. The figures supporting Han Fei were torn apart, but as people fell, more appeared to take their places. They slowly edged Han Fei upwards. Their bodies were torn apart, but no one stopped. Their hearts glowed, and they refused to submerge into darkness. The ghosts who believed in the well and the souls who believed in Han Fei were fighting. When the last partner in the knife was beaten off, Han Fei crawled to the mouth of the well. As Han Fei wanted to push the man out of the well, he noticed all the curses had gathered on the man's chest. They formed the picture of a well. Even after escaping from the well, as long as someone believed in the power of the well, and people continued to make sacrifices to it, the man would never escape. Someone needs to sustain the resentment of the endless wishes. The altar owner is the person picked by the altar to sustain these curses. No wonder he became an unmentionable. The well on the man's chest was already formed. No matter how hard Han Fei pushed, the mouth of the well was always 1 meter away. If they didn't shatter the well in the man's heart, they would never leave. Han Fei was exhausted, and the partners from Rest in Peace were overwhelmed by the greedy hands. At that moment, Han Fei came to a decision. This would be the last choice he made in the memory world. I never thought I was that good or assumed I could bring any hope. I just want to live and, if possible, bring all of you to see the world under the sun. Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei pierced his only weapon into the well on the man's chest. The blade was like a cleansing flame. Unlike the pure hatred's black flame, this was a flame that had not appeared in the cryptic world before. It was not blinding and it wasn't powerful, but it could travel far in the dark. Endless curses in the well burned away. When the pattern of the well collapsed, the man's closed eyes opened. Han Fei fell from exhaustion, but his eyes were fixed on the bright flame on the man's chest. The torch had fallen, but the flame continued to burn. Chapter 479. Mirror. Endless cursed arms reached towards the well at the center of the altar. They carried the dead's desire and despair as they sealed up the well. The old man's family and the hanging woman wanted to help, but they were stopped by Boss Gu. His large body absorbed the living's greed. The canopy strung with human heads blocked out the ceiling of the mall. Why are you people still struggling? He is the last sacrifice. This ritual is over. When I push you into the well again, everything will return to normal. Perhaps I will use his body to be reborn. Boss Gu's face was uneven like bark. His voice echoed in the night, but his eyes were glued to the well. All the sacrifices had been sent into the well, and the hands of greed were awakened too. They started to consume the sacrifices and added resentment on the stones of the well. Based on his previous experience, Boss Gu believed the ritual should be successful already, but the arms that gushed out didn't decrease in number. If anything, there were more of them. The altar was forced open by endless hands. They kept pulling downwards like they were trying to open the door of hell. It was chaos at the mall. No one could tell this was a human world anymore. Everyone was crazy. At that moment, a silly young man appeared at the entrance pushing his electric bike. Brother, how much longer do I need to hide? Why didn't you come to look for me? Did you forget about me? The mall was filled with mutated monsters, blood, and dead bodies, but Wang Ping'an showed no fear. He chuckled innocently. He pushed the bike forward and looked around, searching for Han Fei. No one minded Wang Ping'an, and no one attacked him. Bosku only noticed him when Wang Ping'an approached the storeroom. But even so, Bosku turned away after giving Wang Ping'an a glance. What can a dummy do? The ground of the first floor collapsed. Wang Ping'an was careless, and he accidentally fell into the underground storeroom. He was unlucky and funny. Many people saw him as a joke, but Wang Ping'an was a very nice person. When people laughed at him, the man who didn't know better would laugh along with them. Climbing up from the muddy ground, Wang Ping'an saw the surging arms. What is everyone fighting for? He carried his helmet and walked forwards. The greedy arms ignored Wang Ping'an. Since he was born, other than his father, no one really paid attention to Wang Ping'an. Everyone saw him as a burden, a retard who could barely look after himself. If not for his father, Wang Ping'an would be a patient who was trapped at home. Have you seen my big brother? He looks like the actor on the television. The arms surged at the well. They could do anything for their desire. They didn't have time for Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an tripped several times as he continued to move forward. He stood at the edge of the arms and saw the light at the mouth of the well. The light was not blinding, it was very warm. It made people want to get close to it. What is that? Even though he was tripped by the arms, again and again, he kept standing up. He had never seen such a gentle flame in his life before. It was like a star from the sky. After falling and getting up repeatedly, he reached the edge of the well. He looked through the gaps of the arms. Han Fei plunged the butcher's knife into the well on the man's chest, and then he fell. Brother! Wang Ping'an shouted. Han Fei heard his voice, but he had no energy left. His body fell, and the man with rest and peace in his chest was sent to the edge of the well. If no one in this memory world was willing to reach out for him, then the man would only have one end, which was to fall back into the well. The flame burned, and the warmth made Wang Ping'an reach out his hands. The endless arms wanted to drag the man into the well. Wang Ping'an appeared to be out of place. He grabbed the man and pulled him out of the well. The memory world, which was covered by despair, changed at that moment. The storm became smaller, and the wind was no longer that loud. When Wang Ping'an pulled the man's upper body out from the well, the water well pattern on the man's chest started to fade. The man's chest and Bosku's chest started to bleed. The eyes opened. The man's left eye had been dug away. The black hole hid a red sea. His right eye was impossibly beautiful. The gem-like pupil reflected a scale that would never be even. The man touched his punctured chest, but he smiled. I am finally released. Lifting his head, the man shared a look with Bosku. Bosku had lost his mind. His large body was rapidly wilting. Wounds appeared on his body to expose the rotten meat underneath. No matter how many monsters filled up the wounds, they wouldn't heal. So it can be done after all. The wound pierced by rest and peace leaked out more blood, and the man laughed harder. The man weakened and Bosku also weakened. They seemed to share the same source of power. A scream escaped from Bosku's mouth. The spirits he harmed started to take revenge. Without the altar's help, the man was nothing. The heavier the wounds on Bosku, the weaker the man, but he didn't mind it. He looked at this scene happily. After the man left the well, the greedy hands lost their lives. They dried up like dying seaweed. Brother! Wang Ping'an leaned at the mouth of the well and shouted down the well. The man heard Wang Ping'an. He turned around with a gentle gaze. It was impossibly hard to destroy the altar. One had to find all the sacrifices and then enter the well with Bosku's constant threats. During the whole process, one would be distracted by the well. If one was slightly persuaded by the well, one would be instantly assimilated by the altar. Should one be tough enough to resist the allure from the well, one had to reach the bottom of the well and pull out the altar owner who had been shouldering all the pain and curses. One had to share the pain with the altar owner. Affected by endless pain and hatred, one still had to carry the altar owner out of the well. And then there was still one last step. The altar owner's memory was dark and painful. To make him see the world again, one had to rely on the help of someone from the memory world. To borrow an analogy, the altar owner was desperate for help in real life, but he never found salvation, so he was unable to wake up from the endless nightmare. Inheriting the altar was impossible. One had to face the whole memory world alone, but Han Fei was very close to the final success. Holding the rope of memory, Wang Ping'an pulled with all his might. He only cared about Han Fei. He didn't mind the man beside him. Don't waste your energy. This world only exists to trap me, and now it is going to disintegrate. No matter what the man said, Wang Ping'an didn't give up. You are the same in my memory and in the real world. But that night, I shouldn't let you see the killer and let you be captured. I have so many regrets. The water well collapsed to reveal the broken black altar underneath. Han Fei and Evil Soul were lying at the bottom of the well. One of them was heavily wounded, the other had his soul damaged. How did you manage to befriend so many people when you were playing me? You still didn't give up in this despairing world? Holding the rope of memory, the man pulled Han Fei out from the well. He stared at Han Fei but couldn't get the answer. Is this how an unmentionable looks like? Han Fei recovered some energy, and he spoke. Get to the 4th floor of the hospital. The people that you want to see are there. I've helped you fix all of your regrets. The word hospital caused the man's calm face to change. The scale in his right eye started to swing. Then he picked up Han Fei and rushed to the hospital. Blood poured out from his chest. It formed a trail from the mall to the hospital. But interestingly enough, wherever the blood splattered, the rain would stop. So in the rainy city, there appeared a dry path. The mutated buildings started to crumble. Only the mall and the hospital were relatively intact. These two places held the deepest desire of Boss Gu and the man. Following the blood trail on the stairs, the man arrived at the 4th floor. He didn't push open the door, but only looked through the window. A nurse was busy around the bed, while the dying middle-aged woman suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to the door. Auntie, what's wrong? My son. He's here. Once the woman said that, Han Fei felt a push from behind, and the door opened. The memory world is dissolving. Help me say goodbye to her. The man leaned against the wall of the dark corridor. Are you sure you don't want to say anything to her? Once Han Fei walked into the ward, his wounds shocked Lin Lu. The latter hurried to get the bandage, but Han Fei stopped her. Han Fei, who was once an orphan, never thought he would experience something like this. Han Fei was tired. He moved over a chair and sat beside the middle-aged woman. He leaned on the bed and accompanied the mother on the last day of her life. The middle-aged woman touched Han Fei's head, but her eyes were looking outside the door. When Han Fei walked in, he didn't close the door. Outside, the corridor was empty. The blood dripped. The storm outside had stopped. The sound of blood dripping sounded like water dripping on the window. The dark clouds parted away. An opening tore through the night that consumed the city. Light pierced through the sky. Daytime was coming. The woman was dying, but her eyes were serene. As the sun was about to climb over the horizon, the woman turned to Han Fei. Child, your friend is outside the door, yes? Can you help me relay a message to him? Sure. No matter what he has become, he is my best son, and he will always be my pride. If there is reincarnation in this world, I wish to be his mother again. This time, I will protect him. The ray of the sun shone into the room and cast a shadow on the figure outside the door. The man lowered his head. He finally entered the ward after standing outside for the whole night. Han Fei stood up and left. He wanted the mother and son to have their last moment together. Looking at the brightening sky, Han Fei tried to pull on the corners of his lips. What is this emotion that I have not experienced before? Actual happiness or envy? Perhaps I should show a simple smile to bless them. The edge of the city was falling. The system rang in Han Fei's mind and interrupted his emotions. Notification for player 0000. You've rescued the altar owner's mother and retained the last humanity in the altar owner. You've rectified all of the altar owner's regret. Notification for player 0000. You have completed grade E altar inheritance mission, Midnight Mall. You've gained triple EXP. Congratulations for acquiring the altar owner's approval and succeeding in inheriting the heavily broken Grade 3 altar. Soul trait. Soul trait. Unique ability of Grade 3 altar. Every soul can be priced to trade for a corresponding item. This ability can only be used once per night. The actual property of the altar has changed due to the change of the figurine inside. Please check after leaving the memory world. Congratulations for acquiring Grade E unique building, Midnight Mall. Midnight Mall. This building, which has acquired plenty of evil merchandise, is now yours. As long as the altar is not destroyed, everyone that enters the mall will be affected by you. Notification for player 0000. All of the altar owner's regrets have been rectified. The former altar owner will fulfill one of your wishes. Notification for player 0000. Since you didn't use the mission reward, unconditional wish, so you can pick 2 extra rewards from the following 5. Raise 1 level. Gain 3 random attribute points. Heal the soul of a spirit beneath pure hatred and gain 10 friendliness level with them. Awaken a Grade F talent in this memory world. Bring out a spirit or an item from this memory world. Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 19 and obtained 1 free attribute point. Han Fei opened the menu, and he was shocked by the wealth of rewards. He added all the attribute points to his stamina before he started to read through the notification. I've raised 1 level. In other words, this mission normally is for people over level 30. Han Fei was forced to enter the altar, and now he realized he was a bit too overwhelmed by it. He was only level 19, but he already had 2 altars. One, level 1, and the other, level 3. If 10 Fingers found out, he would be so angry. The mall is now mine, and outsiders who enter it will be affected. I can use that to deal with 10 Fingers. Han Fei wanted to continue reading, but the memory world was crumbling. The large city was dissolving into a large lake. I will leave this altar to you. You've passed my test and gained my approval. The man walked out from the ward. He joined Han Fei to look at the mall. The people who were pushed into the well by the mall boss were still venting their anger. Bosco had returned to normal. He was covered in wounds and pleaded for mercy. You've accomplished something I can't, but I still need to tell you one thing. Like Bosco, the man was at the edge of death. Only after they fully perished that the altar would belong to Han Fei. Don't do such a risky thing again. The other unmentionables will do everything within their power to take over your body. Understood, I don't want to come in here, but... Han Fei felt like he had forgotten something, or more specifically, someone. This world is dissolving. Does this mean everyone here will perish with it? That's right. No, wait. I have forgotten someone very important. He brought me in here. He sacrificed himself to do that. Han Fei was desperate. He boasted a very good memory, but he couldn't remember this man. I was curious, how did you not lose any memory? So someone has been bearing that price for you. The man smiled. There is only one person who can send you into this altar. I know where he is. Where? Do you remember the mirror in the underground basement in the Western City? The place where my eye and organs were harvested. I do. Han Fei nodded. That was the place where the altar owner turned evil. He was scammed by his father and chose to abandon his humanity to wish at the altar. The humanity that I abandoned is left inside that mirror. The man reached to pluck out his gem-like right eye. Take this with you. Perhaps you can help him get out of that mirror. Chapter 480. Midnight Mall. An imbalanced scale sat inside the gem-like eyeball. The scale rocked back and forth as if weighing different souls. With the man's guidance, Han Fei arrived at the Western City. He hurried into the underground before the memory world collapsed. The dark basement decided the altar owner's life. It was at this place that he surrendered to the altar. Han Fei opened the iron door and saw the familiar mirror. He used rest and peace as a light source as he approached the mirror. The mirror was dirty with bloodstains. Han Fei used his sleeves to wipe the stains off. As the mirror became clean, the person in the mirror clarified. A familiar face appeared in the mirror. His left eye was intact, his ear was uninjured, and his stomach was normal. But he was trapped inside the mirror. You really did it. The man in the mirror could feel the memory world falling. His hands landed on the mirror. The well has trapped everything I am. I thought I would never escape it again. I've seen you before and I know your name. Holding the eyeball, Han Fei's missing memory returned. When his hands touched the mirror surface, he uttered a name. Mirror God. If that is what you wish to call me, sure. But there is no God in this world, only unmentionable ghosts. Mirror God looked at Han Fei with disbelief. After his real self exited the well, he had learned how to smile earlier than Han Fei. If there is no God, why are there so many altars in the cryptic world? Altars are merely the place where human emotions are gathered. Take, for example, the well that trapped me. It was just a normal well, but as people's greed entered it, it became a wishing well, and people built an altar for it. The mirror God touched the cold mirror surface. I was abandoned and trapped inside the mirror. Even though he became an unmentionable, he was also trapped inside the well of greed. Neither of us had freedom. The memory world was collapsing, so Mirror God was finally willing to bring up his past. The former building manager of Happiness Neighborhood, Fu Sheng, helped me kill my real self and made me the new manager of the mall. I stayed at the mall, providing sanctuary to the lost souls until I ran into 10 Fingers. I provided them with a home, but they betrayed me. From then on, I lost hope in charity and understood why my real self abandoned me. Mirror God looked at Han Fei. I turned towards murder and slowly fell into the abyss. I was no longer satisfied staying in the mirror. I wanted to get out to reclaim this altar. When I was going mad, Fu Sheng's memory shard escaped from the deeper part of the city. He had lost completely, and his memory was shattered. He brought me back to Happiness Neighborhood and promised me that one day someone would come to help me get back the altar, and then I ran into you. Honestly, when I first saw you, I wanted to kill you because I saw my past self on you. I hated myself in the past. I was filled with hatred. At the time, I thought it was my source of power, but now I have a different impression of it. Mirror God shared his past. Han Fei didn't expect that this tenant used to be an unmentionable's humanity. The memory world is collapsing. I'm bringing you out. Han Fei placed the eyeball before the mirror. A long time ago, the altar owner looked at the mirror just like this. He swore to take revenge, even if he became the scariest ghost. After so long, the altar owner's right eye looked at the mirror again. To help Han Fei enter the altar, Mirror God had sacrificed himself. He entered the memory world with Han Fei. While Han Fei experienced the owner's past, Mirror God took back his identity. He silently took on the pain of memory loss for Han Fei so that Han Fei wouldn't lose himself. Holding the eyeball, Han Fei made his first wish. He wanted to bring Mirror God out of the memory world. The person trapped in the mirror reflected on the right eye. The mirror shattered, and the eyeball disappeared. Han Fei looked up, and a normal-looking man stood before him. He looked just like the altar owner, but his right eye glowed like a gem. There was a scale in the pupil. So you are missing one eye too. No wonder you formed such a quick bond with Drake. The Mirror God always had Drake carry him when he was trapped in the mirror. Han Fei had missed this detail. After saving Mirror God, Han Fei turned back to the mall. Only the mall and the hospital remained standing in this memory world. Boss Gu, who had lost everything, was heavily injured. He was pushed by his victims into the well. The altar owner stayed with his mother at the hospital. The storm ceased, and the sun rose. The mutated city and twisted memory disappeared into the light. The figures slowly disappeared. Boss Gu turned into ash inside the well. The last image of the memory world focused on the altar owner. He held his mother's hand beside her bed. There was no more regret in his eye. Han Fei was touched. He seemed to have shed some kind of shackles, and the system rang. Notification for player 0000. Influenced by the altar owner's memory fragment. Your masterful acting has reached level 2. After a skill reached a masterful level, it was hard to level it up anymore. One had to complete a specific mission or reach an epiphany. The things that Han Fei experienced in the memory world, even though it was someone else's, affected him deeply. His heart grew bigger in less than 30 days. He also gained an inexplicable presence. His eyes opened, and the light was instantly consumed by darkness. The chill seeped into his bones, but Han Fei didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he felt more at ease. Acting on instinct, Han Fei opened the menu. When he saw the exit button light up, he wanted to cry. I've survived. The shelves were moved, and a large shadow walked out from the dark. He was covered in human head tattoos, and 9 of them were dyed red with blood. Han Fei was so happy that he wanted to share a hug with the enemy before him. Mist unfurled from his soul. The black altar behind Han Fei shuddered with Han Fei's breathing. The mall had formed a connection with Han Fei. If someone tried to harm Han Fei inside the mall, they would be cursed. But these were not important. Han Fei could leave the game now, so he dared to taunt even unmentionables. If he had the exit button, he could take on the whole cryptic world. You have 9 bloody human heads, so you must be 9th finger who didn't enter the altar. Han Fei took out rest in peace. Han Fei activated the ghost tattoo. He stared at 9th finger and didn't once think about escaping. 9th finger had been watching Han Fei since he appeared. 9th finger's eyes strayed to the altar. Whenever he wanted to attack Han Fei, a bad feeling would stop him. After ensuring Han Fei posed no threat, 9th finger pushed down the shelves and took out a strange blade made from human bones. The human tattoos cried. The curse was injected into the body. 9th finger picked up the bone blade to slam at Han Fei. He was very fast, it didn't match his large size. As Han Fei evaded, the blade cut into the ground. Curses crawled on the ground like black worms. A giant hole appeared on the previously perfect floor. Han Fei put away rest in peace and prepared to run. Sorry for disturbing you. Even though he was now level 19, he was still too weak to take on a large lingering spirit. He could only match a medium lingering spirit, but that was already impressive enough. After running for a few steps, Han Fei noticed the man didn't give chase. He turned around and saw that 9th finger was unable to remove the bone blade from the ground. What is happening? The air before the altar slowly gathered. A man materialized before the broken mirror placed in front of the altar. His fingers grabbed the edge of the bone blade and slowly walked out from the broken mirror shards. Mirror God. The curse from the bone blade couldn't hurt him at all. 9th finger's hatred cut through his skin, but he didn't mind. The scale in his right eye moved. Mirror God was placing 9th finger's soul on the scale. The eyes of 9th finger filled with terror. He abandoned the blade and started to run. Han Fei was shocked. He had no idea Mirror God who exited the mirror was so scary, and he was merely the humanity of an unmentionable. Mirror God, you've always been so powerful? Even Han Fei was afraid to get too close. I've inherited the real self's memory and I gained his special power, but I need the altar's help to activate this power. Mirror God didn't find a vessel, but he found himself. With this power, as long as I am inside the mall, I should be as powerful as a pure hatred. As powerful as a pure hatred? Han Fei was relieved. Then we won't need to be afraid of 10 fingers anymore. Don't be too optimistic. Mirror God smiled sadly. My power comes from the right, so my weakness is clear. Plus I haven't gotten used to this power yet. If we fight 10 fingers now, we might not win. Don't worry, I have another wish. Han Fei already decided when he saw the mission reward. He wanted to heal the wounds on Zhongwen. Zhongwen failed in her evolution to becoming a pure hatred. If Han Fei could heal the wounds on her soul, she would have the chance to become a real pure hatred. With 2 pure hatred, Han Fei could turn things around. All the members of 10 Fingers who entered the memory world have been injured. We mustn't lose this opportunity. The strongest ghost at the mall was 10 Fingers. But to fight for the altar in the memory world, 10 Fingers had consumed his brothers and unleashed the seal on himself. He used all of his power, but he still failed to acquire the altar owner's approval. His chest was injured by Han Fei. 10 Fingers was forced out of the memory world, but Han Fei did keep up his promise. He killed Boss Gu to avenge 10 Fingers. 10 Fingers is very cunning. Based on my understanding of the man, once he knows the altar has gone out of control, he will leave the mall immediately. Mirror God signaled for Han Fei to place his hand on the altar to form the bond official. The thing you need to do now is to complete the final ritual to become the only owner of this altar. With Mirror God's help, Han Fei touched the altar. His fingers were sucked to the altar. His connection to the altar grew like an invisible rope had bound them together. The altar doors slowly opened. The figurine inside was strange. It was a man trapped inside a well. When the man saw Han Fei, the fire of greed burst out of his chest. The flame burned through the well and the man. The figurine changed in flames. The man took on a maddening expression and he looked just like Han Fei when he was laughing madly. Notification for player 0000. You've obtained a level 3 broken altar. You can utilize the altar's power. Notification for player 0000. You can't upgrade the altar before it is fixed. After the ritual was completed, Han Fei noticed he could sense every ghost inside the mall. Once they entered the mall, they would form a bond with Han Fei. If they dared to take away the items on the shelf, their bonds with Han Fei would deepen. Chapter 481. Excited the mall was the first building Han Fei owned. With the help of the altar and mirror god, he could sense all the souls inside the mall. Han Fei emptied himself and tried to connect with the building. Souls of varying strength drifted through the mall. Most of them were fixed to the shelves. Only one red resentment was madly dashing about. 10 Fingers is not in the mall. He purposely left Ninth Finger behind. There was a connection between all the 10 fingers. They left behind Ninth Finger. If Ninth Finger could kill Han Fei, then good. If Ninth Finger was killed, they would find another solution. It is as I expected. 10 Fingers became a pure hatred not because of the strong resentment within him, but he is extremely cruel. He stepped on the others and slowly grew from normal merchandise into a pure hatred. Mirror God shook his head. This type of pure hatred is hard to kill, but don't worry, one day I will kill him and make him vomit out everything he has taken from me. Such a waste. I wanted to trade using 10 Fingers' soul and see how much it weighs. Han Fei touched the altar. He revealed a smile similar to the figurine inside. Han Fei took out the phone Drake left for him and called everyone from the tenancy committee to enter the mall. After doing that, Han Fei touched the altar again. He wanted to find Weep and the female streamer at the mall. The mall had the same layout as the one in the memory world, but the one in the cryptic world was scarier and darker. Most of the shelves were filled with strange objects. Just paper dolls alone, there were more than 100 types. There were some valuable at the mall, but 10 Fingers had taken them all when he left. But the leftovers are enough to last my neighbors for a long time. Han Fei looked for a long time when he finally sensed Weep's presence on the 6th floor, near the furniture section. It just so happened that Ninth Finger was running that way. Why doesn't he leave directly and run upstairs? Is something hidden there? Without any hesitation, Han Fei and Mirror God gave chase. When they exited the underground storeroom, Han Fei reunited with his neighbors. They were worried about Han Fei. Mirror God went to chase after Ninth Finger while Han Fei found Zhuang Wen and used the last wish on her. The flame of greed burst from the altar. Zhuang Wen howled in the flames. But after a while, Zhuang Wen stopped. Her split souls were joined back together and rationality shone in her eyes. The key part was her rotten heart was reborn in flames. After the flame of greed disappeared, a weak black flame of hatred burned in her heart. Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Zhuang Wen increases by 10. You are now officially friends. Zhuang Wen's soul, which was tortured by the butterfly, was healed. The presence from the altar weakened immediately. It was a grade 3 altar, but it looked weaker than Han Fei's grade 1 altar. Zhuang Wen didn't go on rampage anymore. At least she wouldn't accidentally kill Han Fei. Zhuang Wen flew to help Mirror God. When Han Fei and his neighbors reached the 6th floor, Ninth Finger only had a head left. The large lingering spirit was nothing compared to the 2 pure hatreds. Don't haste to kill him. Han Fei stopped Mirror God. Han Fei moved through the furniture zone and found an old urn among a shelf for the discounted items. As he opened the urn, crying echoed through the 6th floor. When Han Fei saw the boy in the urn, he sighed in relief. He carried the urn and used Soul Depth Touch to hug Weep. Han Fei was really worried about him. The weeping boy was brought out of the urn. The despair around him twisted. Notification for player 0000. Friendliness with medium lingering spirit. Weep increases by 20. He sees you as his closest friend. He trusts you unconditionally. Do not disappoint him. Weep's father was his killer, and he was fearful of his father. He lived in endless despair. After helping the other neighbors escape, Weep stayed inside the mall and fell into darkness again. Despair fed on his heart. But the ending this time was different. When Han Fei opened the urn, the boy cried for real. But his tears were different from normal tears. A man carried a crying boy out from a ceremonial urn at midnight. It looked scary, but it touched the ghosts around them. Holding Weep by his hand, Han Fei walked towards Ninth Finger. He wanted Weep to take revenge himself, but Weep told him that the red dress had decided to tail 10 fingers after she realized he had been weakened. They left the mall together. 10 fingers grabbed something from the mall, and that something was very important to the red dress. The red dress should be waiting for us. Han Fei took out Rest in Peace and questioned Ninth Finger. However, Ninth Fingers only knew that his brothers had headed towards the hospital. Han Fei believed the man would rather die than tell them the truth, so he fulfilled his wish. The group brought Ninth Finger to the underground altar, and Han Fei used the altar's power for the first time. The black cloth fell, and the doors opened. The scale and mirror god's right eye swayed, and then the flame of greed consumed Ninth Finger. Soul Trade activated. Please pick from one of the 3 options. 1 finger. This finger contains resentment. It can greatly improve the power of a medium lingering spirit. However, the spirit will be affected by the resentment inside the finger, and there is a chance they might lose their mind. EXP. Afterlife Karma +5. Han Fei looked at the options. He eliminated Afterlife Karma. Since he could earn that in real life, why pick it now? The finger can improve the power of a medium lingering spirit, and I have many friends who are on that level. People like Weep and Drake, but it comes with a dangerous side effect. 10 fingers might sense it too. After some deliberation, Han Fei chose the EXP. He wanted to see how much EXP a large lingering spirit could bring. The flame and Ninth Finger disappeared. According to the system, Han Fei had earned basically half of the EXP from a normal grade F mission. I need around 9 grade F mission to go from level 19 to level 20. If I don't do any mission, I need 18 large lingering spirits to gain the equivalent EXP. Han Fei wanted to kick the altar before him, but considering his own figurine was inside, he changed his mind. Is this because I chose to open the black box from both ends? It's doubly hard for me to gain level compared to Fu Sheng, who only picked one side? Han Fei had a feeling that his situation was different from Fu Sheng, but he had no evidence. When I find Fu Sheng's memory fragment next, I need to ask for an explanation. I can't let him slip away again. Han Fei calculated the time. Even though it had been days in the memory world, time didn't pass that much in the cryptic world. The memory world was a frozen place in time. It was more like a temporal cage. Han Fei led his neighbors to check out the mall. If he found something valuable, he would give them to his neighbors. In the past, this mall was only used by 10 fingers, but now Han Fei shared it with his neighbors. Resentment, energy, paper dolls. Han Fei had no use for them, so he gave them to his neighbors. I need to watch myself before I get used to shopping in the afterlife. Han Fei wanted to do more shopping when Laughing, who stayed at Ziggurat, sent a message. A few people entered Ziggurat. They looked like wandering spirits, or perhaps something else. They came out of the room where Butterfly died in. Before the mall was taken down, the Ziggurat was Han Fei's base. Laughing was worried, so he immediately contacted Han Fei. Wandering spirits? Han Fei suspected they might be players. Not only that, the monsters from the plastic surgery hospital are seen wandering deeper into the mist. Understood, we're coming back now. Now that the mall was stabilized, Han Fei only needed to leave Mirror God behind to guard this place. We've already saved Weep. The next location, the plastic surgery hospital. Han Fei's plan didn't change. He was slowly taking down this area. Leading his neighbors laden with many items, Han Fei was about to leave the mall when Mirror God appeared beside him. Han Fei, can you do me a favor? What is it? Do you remember the drowned boy from the memory world? Your first customer at the second-hand shop. Mirror God whispered. The boy's father killed Wang Pinggan's father, and when he was burying the body, Wang Pinggan and I walked into him. We tumbled together, and I accidentally killed the man. Han Fei remembered this clearly. In reality, Wang Pinggan took the blame for me. After his father died, he lost his mind. The police decided he was the killer. I could have told the truth, but I was captured by the gangs from the western city as I journeyed to the police station. After that, I fell into darkness. You mean Wang Pinggan might still be alive? Yes. Mirror God nodded. If you find him, help him. Okay. Han Fei led his neighbors through the alley and returned to Ziggurat. Han Fei found laughing and asked him for updates. We are certain that some of the wandering spirits have entered Ziggurat, but beyond the spirits, there are other weird things. Laughing pointed at the room where Butterfly's dresser was. We have cleaned this area, and there shouldn't be any monsters nearby anymore. The wandering spirits and unknown things charge into the mist after they escaped from the dresser. But I couldn't sense them in the mist. Did they escape to another area? The closest is the hospital. Perhaps they have escaped there. Laughing shrugged. For some reason, all the wandering souls were very excited. I was confused. What was so exciting about a city covered in permanent darkness? Perhaps that's their kink. Han Fei had his neighbors check the area connecting Ziggurat and the hospital. If possible, he wanted to save the wandering souls. Han Fei had done everything he could. The extremely dangerous altar inheritance mission had drained him fully. After bidding farewell to his neighbors, Han Fei found a quiet room and logged out. The blood froze the world. Han Fei saw a blood sea gushing towards Ziggurat from the horizon. A voice came from behind him. The bloody person behind him only said one word. Han Fei's consciousness was pulled away. He wanted to remove the helmet, but he realized he was too weak. It was more than physical exhaustion. Han Fei fainted inside the gaming hub. After who knew how long, Han Fei felt the pain coming from all parts of his body. He moved his limbs and removed the helmet. My physique is already better than most, but even so, it's not good enough. His skeleton felt like breaking. Han Fei had no idea why he was so tired. Han Fei crawled out of the hub and chugged down a big bottle of water. He crawled to the fridge and grabbed the cans of meat. After eating a lot of meat, Han Fei felt better and his brain was no longer that painful. The inheritance mission sure is hard. Sunlight cut through the curtains. It was already noon. Han Fei looked at the empty meat cans that littered the ground. He licked his lips. Why do I fancy meat so much? Is it because of Suchin? But these non-cursed canned meats don't taste that delicious. Something is missing in them. Chapter 482. Reunited with Wang Pinggan, his appetite had grown bigger, and he liked to eat meat. Han Fei looked at the empty fridge and touched his stomach. The other actors have to go to extra lengths to keep fit, but how come I can't gain weight at all? After starting the game, Han Fei's physique and mind had improved. He used to be so defeated, and now even murderers would walk away from him. He had changed a lot. I like to eat meat, especially after I'm tired. Eating meat can help me relax. That might be the influence from Midnight Butcher. Han Fei stood up quietly. If that was the case, Han Fei needed to calm down, or else he might be infected by the despair from the cryptic world. After some rest, Han Fei took out his phone to call Li Shui. Why the sudden desire to call me? Can you help me look for someone? How come I feel like I've heard that before? Shoot, who do you want me to look for? His name is Wang Pinggan. He was once a deliverer man. He has intelligence deficiency and was captured by the police for murder when he was 20. Han Fei didn't forget his promise to Mirror God. If he has a criminal past, then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Li Shui hung up, but called again soon after. Found the man, but he is out of prison now. With the help of a charity organization, he found a new job. You should look for him at Xian Luzu. Xian Luzu. Han Fei took down the address. Is this man related to the butterfly? You sound so nervous. Li Shui was a detective, and she picked out the strangeness in Han Fei's voice. He is not related to Butterfly, but he has saved a world. After a quick shower, Han Fei put on a relatively clean shirt and took a cab to Xian Luzu. In this technologically advanced age, virtual technology could simulate everything: whale watching at the North Pole, flying with the birds in the sky. Therefore, traditional zoos like this had gone by the wayside. The zoo in the old city was not huge. If not for the donation from the government and kind people online, the zoo would have closed down already. Han Fei purchased the ticket. The place had few visitors, but it was very clean. There was no smell in the air. The workers here took their job seriously. I'm sorry, but do you know Wang Pingan? Han Fei accosted a uniformed worker. Wang Pingan. The workers studied Han Fei. Why are you looking for him? Are you his family? I have something to tell him. Okay, come with me. The worker led Han Fei to the enclosure for snub-nosed monkeys. He shouted up the hill. Pingan, someone is looking for you. Han Fei looked up the hill. A middle-aged man in uniform was cleaning the hill. The monkeys around him looked at him quietly. They squatted on his shoulders or hung on his neck. This looked very serene. Hearing his name, the man and the monkeys all turned around. The man looked no different from the man in the memory world, but he was older in real life. When he saw Han Fei, his crooked lips turned up with a smile. Then he ran over happily, calling, Big brother, don't mind him. There is some problem with his mind. He calls everyone big brothers. It was as if this is the only word left in his mind after his father died. The worker beside Han Fei sighed. When Wang Pingan was close, he held Pingan's hands and said in a tone reserved for kids, You are at least 20 years older than him. He is younger than you. We call people younger than us our little brother, so what should you call him? Wang Pingan was happy to see Han Fei. He smiled and kept gesturing at Han Fei. You just like the actor from TV. You should call him little brother because he is younger than you. The worker wanted to add something else, but Han Fei stopped him. He is not wrong. Other than his father, he only trusts that big brother. What? Hearing this, the worker decided to leave the two alone. Han Fei and Wang Pingan walked through the zoo. The animals were very close to Wang Pingan. The giraffes would lean down to lick Wang Pingan's face. The foxes would bounce excitedly when they saw Wang Pingan. The elephants would spray Wang Pingan with water. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. It was like a paradise. Han Fei didn't say anything. Wang Pingan walked beside Han Fei quietly. At that moment, they didn't feel the other was a stranger. Pingan, your big brother didn't save you. Do you blame him? As the sun was about to set, Han Fei asked the question. Wang Pingan shook his head with a bright smile. He didn't seem to remember that incident anymore. Your big brother actually did want to help you, but he ran into an accident when he was on his way to the police station. That was his regret. On the way here, Han Fei asked Li Shui for the case details. Wang Pingan lived in a district adjacent to Ixinlu. When the police found him, Wang Pingan was extremely uncooperative. He was detained for a long time. But not long after that, the police found more bodies near the river. After investigation, it showed that all the bodies were killed by the person whom Wang Pingan murdered. Therefore, the lawyer immediately helped to fight the case on the basis of self-defense. Considering Wang Pingan's mental state and the death of his sole guardian, they sent him to the mental hospital for treatment. After Wang Pingan calmed down, they started to go through the case and helped Wang Pingan to re-enter society. After many years, Wang Pingan was assigned work at Ixinlu Zoo. He started from the cleaner and became the most welcome zookeeper. Many animals would only calm down when he was around. Compared to the altar owner who became an unmentionable, Wang Pingan was lucky. They were once at the same starting point, but they had led completely different lives. Big brother. Wang Pingan remembered something important. I have to go feed the monkeys. Okay. I will come to visit you often in the future. This is my phone number. Come and find me if you have any trouble. Han Fei keyed his number into Wang Pingan's phone. Okay. Wang Pingan ran away because he was worried about the monkeys. But suddenly he stopped. Big brother. I saw you in my dreams last night, really. I know. Go, the monkeys are waiting. Han Fei looked at Wang Pingan, and he really wanted to smile. Okay. Wang Pingan grinned at Han Fei as he ran ahead. Big brother. You really look like the actor on TV. Next time, you should come on Saturday to see the elephants. The setting sun shone on Wang Pingan. He was so normal, but he shone brighter than the gods in the altars. Han Fei stood up and walked towards the setting sun. This world is horrible, but there are many beautiful things too. For you all, I need to guard this gate to the cryptic world. Chapter 483. Han Fei's third movie. Han Fei received another call from Li Shui after he left the zoo. The police hadn't found anything on the altar owner, but they did find out about Boss Gu. The man had gone missing, but his charity organization survived. Today, the organization was very strong and became a famous organization at Xianlu. Han Fei asked for more details about the organization and realized something shocking. After Boss Gu's death, the charity organization soon faced trouble due to a lack of funds. It was Immortal Pharma who invested in them. Therefore, from that moment on, the organization's ownership moved from Boss Gu to Immortal Pharma. Over the years, they helped a lot of orphans and sick kids. Their specialty was psychological illnesses and brain issues within children. Most of the projects were done at Immortal Pharma's private hospitals. Most surprising to Han Fei was the charity organization had a close relationship with the now-closed private plastic surgery hospital. The hospital had helped many orphans with free treatments. Li Shui, who is the person running the organization? The private plastic surgery hospital had been abandoned. All the files had been destroyed. To uncover its secret, one had to seek another route. What do you plan to do? I wish to make a donation and see how they plan to use the money. For his investigation, Han Fei decided to use some money. If the organization really used it for good, the money would increase his afterlife karma. If his afterlife karma didn't change, then it meant that there was something wrong with this organization. The man's name is Kong Dongliang, but he should be very busy. If your donation is too small, I don't think he's even going to meet you, Li Shui said clearly. Plus, I don't think this is a good idea. Don't worry, it's not that easy to scam me. After gaining the ability, Soul Trade, there was an inconspicuous change to Han Fei's mind. He was a lot sensitive to business transactions. He wanted to see if his business acumen had improved and thus wanted to give this a try. Since he was going to have to increase his afterlife karma anyway, why not do something beneficial with it? After hanging up, Han Fei was confused. The police couldn't find anything on the altar owner. Even now, Han Fei had no idea what was the altar owner's real name. The unmentionable in the cryptic world has no name in the real world too? Han Fei thought about it and realized the situation was similar to Fu Sheng. People knew about Immortal Pharma's former director, but no one knew he had an older brother. The lights lit up. Han Fei was about to go home when he got a call from Director Zhang. The movie shoot was over, so Han Fei had no reason to answer the director's call anymore. However, considering Han Fei might work with the director again, he hesitated and answered it. As he pressed the accept button, Director Zhang questioned, Han Fei, did you get into some altercation with Bai Xian? Huh? No. Han Fei was shocked. Then how come he instantly booked a flight to leave the country the moment he heard that he had to attend an event with you? Director Zhang said seriously. You two are very good actors, and we should solve any conflict instantly. It's no use hiding it. I have a good relationship with Brother Bai. In fact, we just caught a criminal a few days ago, and it was Brother Bai who drove me home. Are you sure there is nothing unhappy between you two? To avoid you, Bai Xian has changed his phone number. I thought he was about to migrate. Director Zhang's thriller novelist still hadn't been released. If there was a conflict between the first side character and the main character, it might affect the box office. Something unhappy? Han Fei thought about it, and then it hit him. Director Zhang, I think I know what happened. Tell me, I can help you talk to Bai Xian. He should give me face. Director Zhang offered. It's like this. During the event a few nights ago, Brother Bai drove me to follow the killer to the countryside. Then we discovered a suitcase inside an abandoned building. I was curious, so I had Brother Bai take down a video while I opened the luggage. And then, we found a dead body inside. At this point, the other line became silent. Director Zhang, are you still there? After a long time, Director Zhang said, Okay, I think I can understand Bai Xian now. Think about it logically. If I didn't suspect there is a body inside the luggage, why would I open it? Since I've already prepared for it, what is shocking about finding a body? Han Fei tried to reason with Director Zhang. Han Fei, you are a very good horror actor, but you have to understand that not everyone is as good as you. Director Zhang could imagine what Bai Xian looked like. Can you come to Bai Xiang restaurant tonight? Star Entertainment CEO and Bai Xian will be there. The shoot has been tough. We should try to relax. I'm afraid I don't have the time. All work and no play make Jack a dull boy. Director Zhang chuckled sadly. I worry about self-discipline in other actors, but for you, I worry that you treat yourself too seriously. Just come tonight. Star Entertainment's boss wants to meet you. Even though they are an A-list company, they don't have any famous artists. Other than an action star that can't catch the break, the only star they have is Xia Yilan. If you meet him, you'll get a very good contract. Xia Yilan. Even after staying for so long inside the memory world, Han Fei still remembered this woman. The woman had taken a full-body treatment at Immortal Pharma's plastic surgery hospital when she was young. She appeared to have taken another woman's face. When she was young, she was impossibly beautiful. With her face alone, she became an A-listers. However, due to time and age, she slid down to the B-list. Now she rarely took on new projects and mainly showed herself at public events to maintain her popularity. Han Fei had met her once at Thriller Novelist's premiere. To investigate the hospital, getting to know its patients should be the fastest way. Okay, I will go there now. Leaving the zoo, Han Fei hurried to Baixianggu between the Intelligent City and Old City. The restaurant had many different entertainment amenities. It had the convenience of new technology, but didn't lose the feel of the old city. After giving his name, the waiter led Han Fei to the booth on the top floor. Star Entertainment's boss valued this meeting with Director Zhang. He had booked the most expensive booth. Inside, one could not only eat and drink, but also enjoy various entertainment. You could try a huge party there. As the door opened, music and singing drifted out. The booth had very good sound insulation. No matter how noisy it was inside, the people outside couldn't hear it. Han Fei is here. Director Zhang waved at Han Fei. CEO Li, I'm not exaggerating, but this young man is the best new actor I've seen in the past decade. Director Zhang was not stingy with his compliment when it came to Han Fei. The shot was taken at the 4th floor. Even the stunt double thought it was dangerous, but he just leaped and jumped. His acting and emotion were on point too. You'll see when Thriller Novelist is released. This is bound to be a classic. CEO Li was not that tall. He was a mature middle-aged man with a beard. He was formally dressed. When Han Fei came over, he rose to shake Han Fei's hands. For most agency bosses, actors were just tools. There were not that many who was as sincere as CEO Li. But this also showed that the situation within the industry was not that optimistic. From Twin Flowers to Thriller Novelist, you're the actor whom I've met to have gained the quickest improvement. CEO Li was very kind, and Han Fei responded with professional smiles. Han Fei sat down beside Bai Xian. Brother Bai, nice new phone. Brother, can you just let me go? Now whenever I close my eyes, that image will appear before me. I can't even eat meat now. Bai Xian held the wine glass. He appeared graceful, but he panicked once Han Fei appeared. Why? The body was quite complete. Wait, you have seen incomplete bodies? Basically any shape that you can imagine, I've seen them. Han Fei still had some social anxiety. He didn't like crowds, so he stayed to chat with Bai Xian. Why exactly did Director Zhang call us here? Star Entertainment wants to cooperate with Director Zhang. The company is not doing so well, and they plan to place everything they have left on a movie. They are once the biggest company in the business, but Bai Xian pointed at the booth next door. See those young people? Star Entertainment has been trying to push them, but they are not that good at acting. However, they are quite arrogant. Only someone like Bai Xian would say something like that. After all, he was a senior already. But haven't Star Entertainment produced many A-listers? Most have left after their contracts ended. I have a feeling Star Entertainment wants to use this project to sign a long-term contract with you. Just remember, they need you and not the other way around. Don't get scammed. Bai Xian shared his experience. Han Fei, we meet again. Xia Yilan walked down from the small stage. She was singing earlier. The woman was over 30, but her actions were still very seductive. Her beauty was untouched by time. When Han Fei smelled that soul rot, he knew she had arrived. He smiled politely as he greeted Xia Yilan. Loosen up, we might be in the next movie together. Xia Yilan very naturally took the seat beside Han Fei. I envy you. Based on the pre-sales of Thriller Novelist, it has already broken many records. You are meant for great things. Xia Yilan took away the tea and swapped them for alcohol. CEO Lee wants to cooperate with director Zhang on a movie, using the popularity of thriller novelists to produce another horror film. Horror films are not so easily made. The script has to be good. What you see now is the result, but you have no idea how much effort we've placed behind it. Bai Xian didn't touch the alcohol. He took out his phone to warn Han Fei from drinking too much and signed himself into a disadvantageous contract. Bai Xian was a nice guy, but he was worried for no reason. In the booth, only Han Fei was immune to Xia Yilan's charm because he knew where she got her face, and there was that soul rot. There's no need to worry about the script. We plan to adopt one from real-life events too. CEO Lee heard the conversation and walked over with a smile. A few years ago, during the breakthrough in biotech, there was a plastic surgery wave. Due to humans' endless pursuit of beauty, there were many unlawful companies and sad tragedies. Han Fei originally was not interested, but what CEO Lee said hooked him. He raised his head. The movie you're making is based on plastic surgery? Yes. Real horror might not come from ghosts. Plastic surgery can't change one's soul. Then is the female lead going to be Xia Yilan? Han Fei looked at the woman. Yilan has always been the second lead, but this time we wish to help her. But we are lacking a male lead who can act beside her. CEO Lee caught Han Fei's interest, but he had no idea where that interest came from. Han Fei nodded. If director Zhang agrees, I can help. The movie was secondary. Han Fei wanted to investigate the truth. Making the movie meant that Han Fei would have more time to uncover the secrets of Xia Yilan. Chapter 484. Should be fine. Han Fei was averse to joining an entertainment agency, and CEO Lee believed that it was because Han Fei's former agency didn't treat him well. It was why he had invited director Zhang. One was for the cooperation, the other was for Han Fei. He wanted to build a relationship with Han Fei through collaboration. If the movie was popular, then he'd sign Han Fei. Before the party started, Han Fei was very detached, but since Xia Yilan sat down beside him, Han Fei opened up. CEO Lee noticed this, and he kept giving Xia Yilan signals. Xia Yilan was not a good actor, but she was very clever and was good at social events. She sensed that Han Fei cared about her a lot. At the movie premiere, Han Fei actively came to talk to her, and this made her feel that Han Fei was very willing to communicate with her. She was very happy and felt quite proud. Every man is the same. No matter how frosty they are, their hearts will tickle when they encounter beautiful things. Xia Yilan chatted with Han Fei with great passion. Due to his professionalism, after knowing the movie was related to plastic surgery, he asked Xia Yilan many questions about plastic surgery. To preserve a good image in Han Fei's mind, Xia Yilan answered every question that she knew. She wanted to pull Han Fei over, but all Han Fei wanted to do was to push her down the abyss. With another woman's face, she was acting every day. The booth was a microcosm of real society. CEO Lee, director Zhang, and the guests sat at the main table. The other actors sat at the side tables. They looked about as young as Han Fei, but they were just there for the numbers. Their gazes that shot at Han Fei and Xia Yilan were filled with envy. Music, singing, and alcohol, everyone was laughing, discussing different things. Only Han Fei was intensely focused. He talked to Xia Yilan about plastic surgery and the tragedies that had happened because of it. Xia Yilan was very happy. She assumed that no one knew about her past, so she revealed a lot of info to Han Fei. Xia Yilan even assumed that Han Fei had fallen for her. After all, this man was famed for his reticence, but he had been clumsily starting conversation with her around a movie that hadn't even started. If that was not affection, what was? There were younger female artists in the booth, but Han Fei didn't even glance at them. That confirmed Xia Yilan's thought. She nudged closer to Han Fei as if she was drunk. Han Fei moved backward and his nose twitched. Xia Yilan was charmed by this act of shyness. She was about to say something when the door of the booth opened. A muscular man about 1.8 meters tall stood at the door. He was in branded casual wear. His muscles were well defined. A blanket lay across the man's left shoulder, and a pair of sunglasses hung from his shirt pocket. He was quite arrogant. CEO Lee, why didn't you call me along when you're having such a great party? The man's voice was so loud that it overwhelmed the music. When he walked in, The younger artists from Star Entertainment became honest, and the people stopped singing. Oh Wu. I knew you were in the middle of a shoot, so I didn't disturb you because I was worried that you'd be too tired. CEO Lee stood up and made the introduction. Director Zhang, this is Wei Wu, our company's most experienced action star. He is our top-ranking actor too. He doesn't use stunt double even for the most dangerous shoot. I've heard about him. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Director Zhang wasn't impressed by Wei Wu. He knew a lot of action stars, and due to the pressure from new technology, all action stars had to say that they didn't use stunt doubles. Nice to meet you, Director Zhang. Wei Wu greeted Director Zhang, and then glanced at Han Fei and Xia Yilan who sat together. Wei Wu licked his teeth, and then sat down beside Xia Yilan. He tried to talk to Xia Yilan, but she was all focused on Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't care less about the atmosphere in the booth. All he wanted to do was to destroy the plastic surgery hospital, so he had been talking to Xia Yilan about plastic surgeries. After being ignored multiple times, Wei Wu's hands that held the wine glass pulsed with veins. He suddenly filled up the 2 glasses with white wine. Then he shoved one to Han Fei, interrupting his conversation with Xia Yilan. Brother, I heard that you jumped down from the 4th floor in Thriller Novelist and fell right on the safety net. Han Fei didn't think that was anything to gloat about, so he just nodded. Even action stars like us don't dare to attempt things like that. You're just a horror movie actor, and you dared to do that? Wei Wu's tone was dripping with suspicion. He smiled as he placed the full wine glass before Han Fei. Come, how about a toast? Han Fei glanced at the glass and shook his head. He still had to play the game that night. He needed a clear mind. I have something else to do later. I can't drink. Wei Wu didn't expect a clean rejection. After all, Han Fei was just a newbie. Including Thriller Novelist, he only had 2 projects under his name. If it's driving, the restaurant will find a driver for you. Wei Wu tried to keep his voice even and he added jokingly, This is just a glass of wine. You aren't going to give me face? Wei Wu was an action star, but he was extremely narrow-minded. At Star Entertainment, he was the biggest artist. He had all the company resources, but suddenly the management wanted to pull in a new artist and decided to pour all the resources into the new artist instead. This angered Wei Wu. The singing had stopped and the young artists all glanced at the main table. The atmosphere was awkward. CEO Lee didn't expect this. Director Zhang also shot Bai Xian a glance hoping he could help Han Fei. Before Bai Xian could speak, Han Fei said directly, Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Han Fei just gained Xia Yilan's trust. He was about to get more valuable information when he was interrupted by this man. He was annoyed. Kiddo, one can't get too proud from a little result. I can see that Director Zhang admires you a lot. He talks about your stunt scene whenever he meets someone new. Jumping from the 4th floor into the safety net sounds impressive to an outsider, but I came from a stunt double background. Wei Wu was already angry. What Han Fei did only angered him further. You were lucky to get the chance to work with Director Zhang, but it is rather disgusting that you think that luck means you are a good actor. After Wei Wu was done, Han Fei glanced at his watch. It was time for him to go home. Some people will blame others' real effort on good luck to make themselves feel better. Han Fei buttoned his jacket. I can't jump down a building to prove myself now, so how about this? He extended his hand to Wei Wu. It was impolite of me to reject your toast, so we shall shake on peace. We can use this opportunity to compare our grip. You can use all your strength until your anger dissipates. Wei Wu looked disdainfully at Han Fei's hand. You are an action actor, and I'm just a horror actor. You're not afraid, are you? Han Fei had an innocent smile on his face. He would show this smile in the cryptic world before he killed a spirit. You two need to calm down. It's just a glass of wine. I'll drink it for him. Bai Xian picked up Han Fei's glass. He was the most nervous there because he had seen Han Fei in action. He was not worried about Han Fei being bullied, but he was worried that Han Fei might bully Wei Wu. The youngsters need to be taught a lesson to go far, Wei Wu said, and then gripped Han Fei's hand. His arm bulged with veins as he tried to break Han Fei's bones. He gritted his teeth and used all of his energy. He looked at Han Fei with glee, but Han Fei was only smiling innocently. His brows barely twitched. The glee in his eyes slowly turned to anxiety. Wei Wu had used all of his power. He wanted to pull his hand back, but he realized he couldn't move his hand at all. I hope you can forgive me for my impunity earlier. Han Fei's fingers tightened, and Wei Wu's hand changed shape immediately. The sound of bones breaking was clear in the booth. Fuck. Let go. The pain was intense. Wei Wu's other hand swung at Han Fei's head. Han Fei kicked at the man's knee, and the tall man half knelt to the ground. You're an action actor, and I'm just a comedy actor. Why won't you forgive me? Wei Wu gritted his teeth in anger. He was not satisfied. He believed that Han Fei wouldn't dare to do anything to him before so many people. He wanted to threaten Han Fei when Han Fei leaned in to whisper, "Do you want to lose your other leg too?" Wei Wu looked up and saw a ball of darkness behind Han Fei. It caused him to feel suffocated. Looks like I have to admit that I am getting old. The youngsters these days are very impressive. Wei Wu lowered his head and forced out this statement. I still have something else to do. I'll be leaving. Han Fei finally let go. We'll fight again next time. Let me recover first. Wei Wu's expression was normal, but he was still half kneeling on the ground. Han Fei walked out of the booth. Bai Xian moved to follow him. Han Fei, you don't need to use force to solve every problem. We can rely on a more civil method. I know, but I have something important to do tonight, so I don't have time to waste on him. Han Fei really thought Bai Xian was a good man. He was a senior actor, but he was still so humble. What are you doing tonight? Is there another case? Bai Xian couldn't believe he was asking a fellow actor these questions. I can't tell you the details. Han Fei reached the entrance. Since we're here, Brother Bai, do you mind driving me home? Bai Xian shivered, and he reached for his phone. Damn, I forgot my wallet back at the booth. Bai Xian then turned and hurried away. Han Fei looked at Bai Xian's pant pocket. It looked like his wallet was already there. Han Fei knew Bai Xian was afraid, but with practice comes perfect. Brother Huang resisted it at first too, but later it not only healed his internal trauma, but he also became the top player. Such is human nature. If they are willing to change, they will improve, provided that they didn't die first. Han Fei walked to a deserted corner and called Huang Yin. The dial tone came through, and then Huang Yin picked up. Brother Huang, did any players die unnaturally in Perfect Life recently? A few people have arrived at my place yesterday night. I was about to tell you that. The sound of machine running came from Huang Yin's end. Soon Han Fei received a video file. After hanging up, watch the video. The video will auto-delete after 10 minutes. Did something happen? Your world of darkness seems to be calling after the normal players. Yesterday night, 2 teams of players from Absolute Truth went into the maze at Lost Theme Park at 4:44 a.m., and they haven't been seen since. Lost Theme Park? It's the place Perfect Life built for players who prefer thrillers and scares. It combines many scary, absurd, and gory things. One needs to provide ID, health checks, and has more than 10 sand value to enter the park. One also needs to be older than 18. Huang Yin described, and it reminded Han Fei of the theme park next to the plastic surgery hospital. They were lost inside the maze. The maze is the park's most unique feature. One has to satisfy greater requirements just to enter it. The players who are missing are all more than level 10. They are already the top players at this moment. I have included their info in the file I just sent you. Huang Yin had many identities in Perfect Life. He had already infiltrated many organizations. They are all more than level 10? Han Fei nodded. Good, at least normal spirits wouldn't be able to harm them. Brother, why would you say that? When I was level 10, I was already a building manager. Plus there are so many of them together, they should be fine. Chapter 485, Boss Han Fei. They should be fine. Huang Yin's pitch rose. Are 10 kilograms of cotton and 10 kilograms of gold of the same value? Before level 30, I don't think any normal player can beat even your pet. That's true. Han Fei thought about Big Sin. But I can't beat it too. Han Fei had Huang Yin stumped. Huang Yin paused before he laughed. Han Fei, you look like you're in a good mood tonight. Normally you wouldn't spend time to joke with me, and you always seem like you are in a hurry, but tonight you sound more relaxed. Really? Han Fei didn't notice this, but after he completed the inheritance mission, his presence had changed. He became more confident and calm. He had no idea if this was an influence from the personality fragment or it was an influence from Wang Ping'an. Feels like you've really been healed. Huang Yin was truly glad for Han Fei. The inheritance missions can really heal one's heart. Han Fei shook his head. He felt that it was just a mere coincidence. The other unmentionables wouldn't help him as Mirror God did. After chatting some more with Huang Yin, Han Fei hung up. He was about to call a taxi when a very fancy car stopped before him. The car looked familiar. The car window rolled down, and Bai Xian looked at Han Fei helplessly. Come on, I'll go with you, but this time I'm staying inside the car. Bai Xian turned around halfway. He was up to the booth. He knew Han Fei was very impressive, but he still worried about him, so he came back to find Han Fei. Brother Bai, you really misunderstand me this time. I'm just going home. Really? Bai Xian didn't believe it. Then why didn't you want to drink tonight? I have a game to play later. I'm going to start a new mission with my neighbors, and I need to be in my best condition. Han Fei told the truth. Bai Xian didn't realize that his life was about to change. That's all. Bai Xian was speechless. I thought you were on a case. I did so many things for you. Bai Xian took out the many tools he had hidden in his pocket. Get in, I'll drive you home. Thank you, Brother Bai. By the way, Director Zhang wants me to tell you that the movie festival is only in a few days, so you need to be prepared. This is a big annual event. The awards are very important, so you need to fight for them. Don't be absent when you are being announced as the winner. Bai Xian sighed. He was very nervous earlier. I'll try my best. Han Fei felt some disappointment from Bai Xian. Humans were curious creatures. They wanted action, but were afraid of the consequences. If there was a chance, Han Fei wanted to bring Bai Xian into the game to open a new door for him. At 11 p.m., Bai Xian dropped Han Fei at the convenience store near the neighborhood. After Bai Xian left, Han Fei swept the meat aisle. This should last me some time. After he reached home, Han Fei took a shower, glanced at the city development plan, and then crawled into the gaming hub. I have 2 pure hatreds now. Things should be easier for this period of time. The inheritance mission had drained Han Fei, and he needed to rest for a bit. At midnight, Han Fei put on the gaming helmet. The blood was everywhere. The blood-red city appeared before him. The man behind Han Fei wanted to say something, but he only got out one word. Opening his eyes, Han Fei was inside Ziggurat. He walked out the door and saw Weep and Ingyu. The 2 kids were very nice to each other. Weep was a young gentleman. He gave Ingyu, who carried the fishbowl, to sit on his urn. Ingyu gave Weep her homemade doll to play with. The neighbors at Happiness Neighborhood are slowly finding happiness. After Han Fei left the room, the 2 children followed obediently behind him. He was like a real pipe piper. Using Drake's phone, Han Fei logged into the tenancy chat group to see what had happened when he was away. Laughing found the lingering presence of the wandering souls between the ziggurat and the plastic surgery hospital. They had entered the hospital's zone. All the unruly monsters within the ziggurat zone had been cleared away. It was why those people managed to leave so easily. Those players thought the Misty Ziggurat was the most dangerous, but actually, it was the safest place. After confirming the general location of the wandering spirits, Han Fei asked if they had received any news from Bicinian. Han Fei gave Bicinian and Big Sin the mission of destroying the altars. They strayed from the team and weren't heard from since. Han Fei was worried whenever he logged in, afraid that he might find a new Unmentionables curse on his status bar. After all, for Unmentionables, their altars were their graves. Disrespect would not be tolerated. There is a connection between me and Big Sin, so I can sense its general location. Looking out the window, Han Fei believed Bicinian and Big Sin had entered the theme park zone. They hadn't destroyed any more altars, so they probably ran into some trouble. Brother Huang said the elite players lost themselves inside the theme park maze. I also have a theme park here. But Mirror God can't leave them all. I don't have enough power to go save them yet. Oh well, they are elites. They should be able to survive on their own. It appeared like 2 batches of players had entered the cryptic world. One was the elite players at the theme park. They asked for this. The other batch wandered in through the butterfly's dresser. Han Fei couldn't guarantee they were elites, but they were extremely unlucky. Players with more than 3 luck wouldn't encounter the dresser. After staying at Ziggurat for more than 3 hours, Han Fei and his neighbors came to the edge of the mist. Han Fei had no more missions inside the ziggurat zone, so to log out, he had to complete the mission in the other zone. I hope the other players won't disappoint me. Putting on the beast mask, Han Fei looked more like a wandering boss than a player. Resurrection can only be used on one player. The rest can stay to work for me. Chapter 486. Room service. Han Fei had stayed for 3 hours inside the cryptic world already. He only needed to finish one mission and he could log out. Plus he had his neighbors with him this time, so he was not that worried. After gaining the altar owner's personality fragment, Han Fei became more confident. This confidence had nothing to do with ability. It was a presence imbued in the soul. It was a present from an unmentionable. Han Fei had no idea if the personality fragment had any use. He merely felt his mood had improved recently. It was as if parts of his soul had been fixed, and his personality was becoming more complete. Pure hatred and large lingering spirits would be noticed instantly if they crossed into the other zones. I didn't want to wage war with the plastic surgery hospital yet, so the few of us will go first. Han Fei stood beside Su Qin and assigned different missions to his neighbors. Some would go to the mall to gain items to improve themselves and to inform Mirror God about Wang Pinggan. Some tenants had to stay behind to defend Ziggurat. The rest would follow Han Fei to infiltrate into the hospital zone. Among them, the least easy to be discovered was Han Fei, who was surrounded by soul mist. Even unmentionables couldn't see into his secrets. That combined with the passive of the beast mask was double security. As long as Han Fei didn't show himself, others wouldn't discover him. With absolute invisibility and a number of passives that increased his speed, Han Fei could look after himself already. There has to be more than one grade E building at the hospital zone. We are not going near the abandoned hospital at the center of the zone. Our goal tonight is the residential area connecting the hospital and Ziggurat. Han Fei had memorized the map Fu Sheng left behind. To help his neighbors, Han Fei drew out the map of the hospital zone and the buildings that they needed to pay attention to. Overall, the hospital zone is smaller than Ziggurat. However, there are at least 3 pure hatreds there, so we can't be too careful. We will do this step by step. If we run into like-minded friends, we can get them to join us. If we encounter people who are too stubborn, then we'll consume them. The conclusion is nothing shall go to waste. Every encounter is a chance. Han Fei's words gained everyone's approval. The rise of Ziggurat depended on the tenants' willingness to make friends. After setting up the plan, Han Fei departed. Drake, Li Zai, Weep, and Ing Yu entered the urn. Suyin walked beside Han Fei. They exited the mist and entered the strange cluster of buildings. Sis, thank you for your meat and paper doll. Without them, I wouldn't be able to leave the altar. At the corner of the dark city, beside the twisted buildings, Han Fei and Su Qin walked in the shadows. You don't need to thank me. I'm very happy that you like my cooking. Su Qin's pale skin was covered in curses. She was a unique presence made from endless curses. If her curses were unsealed with 13 table knives, then she was as powerful as a large lingering spirit. The pattern of curses on your body seems to have deepened. Han Fei walked closer to Su Qin. She didn't wear any perfume, but she carried a very special smell of meat. It was very alluring. Perhaps I've assimilated too many curses lately. Assimilated? Yes, the way I become a pure hatred is different from normal. I need to collect 1,000 types of female curses. Su Qin was calm when she said these things. If I can collect 10,000 types of female curses, perhaps I can become a cursed unmentionable. I think you are perfect right now. Han Fei still remembered how Su Qin was when she lost control at Cattle Alley. At the time, there were only several hundred curses inside Su Qin. If a Su Qin with thousands of curses lost control, no one could stop her. Right now is not bad, but to preserve this present, then I have to ingest more curses. The curses in Su Qin's eyes burned. Her red eyes regarded the street. I've been meaning to come here a long time ago. This place hides many curses I want. It hides many people's desire for beauty. This kind of twisted desire is my best food. Hearing that, Han Fei felt like he needed to improve himself too. After all, it sounded like he had to take responsibility for implanting that thought in Su Qin's mind. Walking down the street, Han Fei's group finally came to their first destination. According to Laughing, this is the where the wandering souls disappeared. In front of them was a hotel. It was 11 stories tall. It was one of the tallest buildings inside the hospital zone. There are no ghosts around, so there might be a large lingering spirit inside this building. Once a powerful ghost entered the hospital zone, they would attract the pure hatreds. For the sake of security, Han Fei had Zhuangwen stay at the mist closer to the ziggurat. If they ran into danger, Zhuangwen would rush over. They observed at the entrance and went around to the side door. The few players sure know where to hide. A hotel is a good choice, but in the cryptic world, Han Fei checked the side door. The door had been jimmied with. The lock was on the ground. This signaled that the person who ruined the lock hadn't gone far. At least they know to use the side door. The chill wind blew as the door opened. Han Fei officially entered the building. I haven't visited a high-class hotel before. Who would have thought my first time would be in the afterlife? Han Fei looked at the classy decor and stuck close to Su Qin. I also didn't expect that my first trip to a hotel would be with you. Su Qin's lips parted to reveal a smile. Han Fei felt like there was a deeper meaning to Su Qin's statement, but he didn't have time to linger on it. He took out rest in peace. Be careful. The hotel had 11 floors, and there were many rooms on each floor. Han Fei had no idea where the group of players had hidden. Han Fei found the map of the hotel beside the safe passage. The hotel was called Wanhua Beauty Hotel. It was a modern art hotel. The first floor was the lobby. The second floor had 3 ballrooms. The third floor had the buffet restaurant and art fusion restaurant. The rooms were from the 4th to 9th floor. 10th and 11th floors were the galleries. The decor was highly artistic. Various oil paintings hung on the wall. There were also introductions to the hotel owner. The hotel owner was a talented but also narcissistic person. His artworks and pictures could be seen everywhere. They all came with long-winded explanation. Can the elevators be used? Han Fei was very cautious of elevators in the cryptic world. The enclosed metal box was the perfect space for ghosts to kill. Soon the elevator opened on the first floor. The elevator was empty. No one entered it, but the doors closed and it started to move on its own. Other than the elevator, Han Fei didn't discover anything on the first floor. He led Su Qin upstairs. Normally at this kind of high-class hotel, most guests would use the elevator. The safety staircase would only be used in emergencies. However, Han Fei noticed the safety passage was covered in traces of footprints and heavy objects being dragged. Han Fei planned to stop on the second floor to check out the ballrooms, but he spotted a strange book on the landing between the second and third floor. How to negotiate a good relationship with your mother-in-law. Han Fei picked up the book and to his surprise, this was a skill book from the surface world. This should be left behind by the players. But what kind of players are they that they carry this kind of book with them? Han Fei paused when he reached the 5th page because the latter half of the book was covered in blood. Han Fei looked up the stairs. There were all sorts of trash there. It appeared like the player had dropped everything in their inventory to stop the ghost. Looking at the pots and pans as well as vegetable on the ground, Han Fei believed one of the players was a casual player. They played perfect life to enjoy the scenery, grow some vegetables, and decorate houses. They must have had an exciting night last night. If pots and pans could scare away ghosts, Han Fei's life wouldn't be so hard. He followed the trail of everyday items and stopped on the 4th floor. The trail ends here. The player had gone hiding on this floor. Han Fei pushed open the safety passage door. He didn't walk far and saw a person standing at the end of the corridor. It was too far and too dark, so Han Fei only caught the silhouette. Han Fei blinked, and the silhouette became clearer and closer. Holding the knife, Han Fei was ready for battle when the figure disappeared. Has it entered one of the rooms? Han Fei walked down the corridor, and he realized the paintings had changed. They became gory. The paintings had the same style, so they seemed to be telling the same story. The first painting is a travel group arriving at the hotel. The 5 laughed happily. Then from the second painting onwards, the style changed. The people in the paintings became less and less. More red is used. They appeared to have turned on one another. Han Fei stopped before room 404 because a bloody statement was written on the door, Do not enter the room at the end of the corridor. Perhaps it was the influence from Ziggurat. Han Fei was sensitive to every room that had the number 4 in it. Han Fei pushed the door and realized the lock had been destroyed. He easily entered room 404. The scary scene didn't greet him. There was no dead body on the floor. The only interesting thing was the electric stove on the table and the poker deck on the bed. They sure know how to have fun. Han Fei was about to leave when the phone in the room rang. In the dead silence, the ringing was scary. To prevent the ringing from attracting more ghosts, Han Fei answered the call immediately. The static was piercing to the ear. It sounded like the other party was grinding meat. After about 10 seconds, a female voice said, "Hello, did you call for room service?" Before Han Fei spoke, the system said, "Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F mission, Special Room Service. Special Room Service. Wenhua Beauty Hotel near the Plastic Surgery Hospital offers a very special room service. No user has given it a negative review before. Mission requirement: find out the content of the room service within the next 90 minutes. After the system notification ended, Han Fei was rather disappointed that it was just a Grade F mission. Oh well, at least I can log out after doing this mission. With this in mind, Han Fei became re-energized. He said into the phone, "What kind of service do you offer?" "I want the most special kind." "Hello, did you call for room service?" the woman repeated. The woman kept repeating the same question. Eventually Han Fei surrendered and said, "Yes, I did." "Arrange it now." The call ended right after. Such a horrible attitude, and they have 0 negative review? Is it because no user is left alive? Han Fei turned around and saw Su Qin sitting on the hotel bed. Her red jacket was a great contrast to the white bed. It doesn't feel right being alone with her inside a hotel room. Han Fei moved to the study table. He was about to sit down when the doorbell rang. A cleaner appeared at the door, pushing a cart filled with toiletries. Chapter 487. Zero Luck. The woman looked around 40 plus. She wore the hotel's cleaner uniform. Her lower body was blocked by the cart. "Do you need your room cleaned?" The cleaner's voice was very young. It didn't match her appearance. Han Fei frowned because he noticed the cleaner had the same voice as the person on the phone earlier. The cleaner is also the receptionist. Han Fei walked towards the cleaner with a smile and his hands inside his pocket. "I don't need the room cleaned, but I did call for a room service." "Room service? What room service?" The cleaner looked like she had heard that for the first time. "I'm not sure. The person on the phone recommended it to me. I felt bad rejecting her, so I took her offer." Han Fei looked like a shy young man. "You better be careful." The cleaner looked down the corridor. When she was sure there was no one there, she whispered, "This hotel's former boss was a pervert. He always went around charming young people. As long as the person was good-looking, he would approach them regardless of gender. Then he would kill them. The police found many dead bodies at the hotel, and they were all his victims. Sounds like I'm in great danger." Han Fei's investigation had reached a dead end, so he decided to chat with the cleaner. From then on, the guests at the hotel would receive strange calls, and the guests who answered would die in strange manners. The cleaner's face turned pale. "Auntie, are you sick? Why do you look so white? You better worry about yourself." The cleaner's voice lowered. She slipped Han Fei 2 bottles of water. "Don't come out at night, and don't open your door to random people." Han Fei extended his hands to receive the bottles. When he touched the cleaner's hand, he felt like he was touching ice. "Auntie, if you don't feel well, why don't you come in to rest?" Han Fei opened the bottle. "Drink some water." When he opened the cap, a black worm crawled out from the bottle of mineral water. Han Fei handed the bottle to the cleaner. "We can't take items from the guests." The cleaner wanted to leave, but she was dealing with the kindest person in the cryptic world. Han Fei used soul depth touch to hold the cleaner's arm. "Where is your manager? How can he let you work when you are sick? Bring me to go see him. I'll talk to him." "There's no need, let go." The cleaner flung Han Fei's hand back. She pushed the cart and ready to leave, but Han Fei rushed out of the room to block her way. "What is it that you want?" The cleaner finally noticed something was wrong. She saw Han Fei take out a hilt from his pocket. "Auntie, don't worry. This knife only kills bad people." "So?" The cleaner looked at Han Fei in confusion. I want to see if you're bad people. Han Fei smiled innocently. Sunlight glowed in his right hand. Warmth bloomed on the cleaner's neck, and her body dissolved into nothingness. The cart tipped over and revealed the other side Han Fei hadn't seen. The cleaner's lower body was connected to the cart. It was a mess of guts and flesh. It looked disgusting. You are a bad person. The Yin energy was absorbed by the urn. Han Fei squatted down to inspect the cleaner's weapons. The inheritance mission was very hard, so coming back to do these grade F missions, they were very easy for Han Fei. Just a normal animated regret. Looks like the ghosts here aren't that scary. The probability of the players being alive is very high. After some rummaging, Han Fei found a bracelet inside the woman's clothes. It had many charms and talismans. The handicraft is bad. It reminds me of the things Huang Yin first brought from the surface world. The surface world provided the players with many ghost-fighting items, but actually they were just decorations. Shaking his head, Han Fei lost all hope of relying on items from the surface world. For Han Fei, there were only two ways to kill a ghost. One was to gain help from another ghost, and two was to become a ghost. Han Fei pushed the card into room 404. Han Fei used the broom to recover the scene outside the door, and he returned to the room. Su Qin was still seated on the bed. She stepped on her pet anaconda. Sis, shall we? Before Han Fei finished, there was another knock at the door. But different from before, there was a weak glow that accompanied it. It felt like someone was walking around with a flashlight. Is anyone there? A man's voice came from outside the door. The man was very cautious, like he'd die if he was too loud. Han Fei walked to the door and opened a small gap. He looked at the man outside the door silently. The man was dressed in a suit. He looked like an office worker. He looked handsome, but his glasses were cracked. I heard you talk to the Slayer earlier. Are you a player too? Slayer? Only a player would give an animated regret such a name. Han Fei put on the beast mask and slowly opened the door. The man looked anticipatorily into the dark, but when he saw Han Fei in the mask, he was frightened. He staggered back a few steps. You are a player, right? You can say so. Han Fei walked out of the room. His voice was comforting. Why are you doing in the hell difficulty hidden map? One has to satisfy very difficult conditions to arrive here. Han Fei's casual words hinted to the man that this was a very unique map, and only the top players could be here. Hearing Han Fei, the man sighed in relief. Oh my god. I finally met a player. Big brother, my friends, and I got here by accident. We have been trapped here for a night already. Can you lead us out? I'm more curious about how you and your friends got here. Han Fei extended his hands. My name is Wei Youfu. What is your name? Shenluo. I'm a financial expert. The man shook Han Fei's hand. Han Fei successfully saw the man's status. 0 luck point. How did he manage to survive to level 8? Chapter 488. The Lucky 5. Han Fei pulled back his hand and then rubbed it against the cart by the door. Huang Yin's 1 luck point was ridiculous enough, but now there was a 0-1. To have luck be 0 was very special because a player's starting value for luck in the surface world wouldn't be in the negative. The lowest was 0. The urn vibrated. Li Zai sensed the presence of misfortune. The others had a hard time keeping the urn's lid on. Han Fei took a step back before asking Shenluo, "Where are your friends hiding?" "I don't know. We got separated." Misfortune followed this man. They said to meet up at the 7th floor, but I didn't dare to wander around due to the Slayers. So I haven't reunited with them. Are you sure they didn't abandon you on purpose? No, they are very good people. Shenluo looked curiously at Han Fei. Brother Youfu, why can't I see your status? What level are you? My mask is a rare item that can hide my status. It's normal for you to not see it. Han Fei checked Perfect Life's ranking that morning. The player with the highest level was still Huang Yin. He was level 19, and the second place was level 17. After some thought, Han Fei said, I just reached level 15. My god. Shenluo didn't dare to make too much noise, but he was very excited. We're saved this time. Shenluo started to play when the game entered OB, but even now he was only level 8. Don't be too excited, level doesn't mean anything. Han Fei glanced inside the room. The urn was moving on its own. He was worried that it might frighten Shenluo. Come, bring me to the 7th floor. We'll meet up with your friends. We're going like that? Shenluo was worried. This hotel is very dangerous. The slayers are everywhere. It's like a horror movie. Don't worry. For someone as lucky as you'd be the main character in horror movies. Han Fei could read the man's status after he touched the man. Other than the 0 luck, Shenluo's intelligence was very high. Its starting value was 7 and he added all the attribute points from leveling up into it, so his intelligence was now 15. However, Han Fei noticed through his observation that player attributes in the surface world and the cryptic world appeared to be different. At least Shenluo didn't look like a player with 15 points in intelligence. However, it was worth nothing that Shenluo had a level C hidden talent, rescue during desperation. Only players with 0 luck had a chance of obtaining this hidden talent. The effect was simple. When the player was in an absolute death situation, there would still be a chance for rescue. For the casual players in the surface world, this talent was absolutely useless, but a light flashed across Han Fei's eyes. Without any talent related to the supernatural, and he has gotten here based on pure bad luck. That is amazing. After Shenluo knew Han Fei was level 15, he was filled with confidence. He turned to lead the way. A clink came out of room 404 as the urn fell to the ground. Li's eye was crawling out, but was slapped back into the urn by Su Qin. Brother Yofu, did you hear that? Shenluo's voice shook. Don't be afraid. Let me make some introduction. Han Fei held Su Qin's wrist. This is my family. Her name is Su Qin. We came to do some missions tonight. Another big boss? Shenluo greeted Su Qin. Just looking at Su Qin, Shenluo knew she was a powerful character. The beautiful face, the incomparable presence, the red-colored contact, and the penetrating, chilling presence. Shenluo felt something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. In the end, Shenluo chose to trust Han Fei because he had no other choice. Shenluo was very cautious as he led the road ahead. Han Fei and Su Qin walked behind like they were on holiday. Shenluo, what is your life goal in the game? What kind of profession will you choose? Han Fei asked casually. I'm in finance in real life. The pressure is very high, so I want to change a career in this game. I plan to become a landscaper. Shenluo answered. There's a company who dares to take you in? I mean, you must be lucky to have found a workplace. Han Fei tried to make his words sound less offensive. Of course, my bonus is always the highest at work. Wow, do you have any money-earning secret? There is no shortcut to earning money. Shenluo became more professional when he talked about his job. Every day, I have to spend a lot of time doing market research. I attend meetings at big companies and interact with financial analysts. When I have all the info, I would come up with my report. And that's how you earn money? Then our company's other investment manager and foundation manager would come over and look through my analysis. They will avoid my choices and invest in the opposite choices. Then they will give me bonuses. Shenluo said with a smile. I once thought about changing company, but my boss and colleagues refused to let me go. They said I am the company's lucky charm, even though I have been losing the company money. Your company sounds kind to its employees. But things are not going so well now. The boss has just been arrested. I have no idea when he'll be able to come out. I was worried when he was brought to court. I went to see him. His lawyer was a horrible one and my boss was given an extra 5 years of imprisonment. Shenluo shook his head. My boss treated me very well. After leaving this map, I plan to use my own money to hire a lawyer for him, hoping to lighten his sentence. Are you planning to get him executed? Han Fei didn't dare to stand too close to Shenluo. He moved closer to Su Qin. The trio reached the 7th floor. Shenluo looked at the room number and stopped before room 709. Brother Iron, Ah Tang, are you there? He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Shenluo looked embarrassed. Are you sure you haven't been abandoned? I don't think so. He pressed on the doorbell. About another 10 seconds, footsteps came from room 710. Then the door of room 710 opened a gap. Xiaoshen, come over here. It sounded like a middle-aged lady talking. Shenluo turned to room 710. But after Shenluo got in, the door closed in Han Fei's face. Then a thick male voice demanded, Who are the people behind you? You did bring the ghosts to us. I knew we should have separated, or you'd bring us all down. But he's a player too. You'll be able to see the level and status of a player. You have to know how cunning these ghosts are. He has an item that can hide his level. The brother is level 15 already. Shenluo was agitated. It was not easy for him to find Han Fei. What nonsense. Do you know what level 15 means? In our tactical group of 5,000 people, our highest level player is only level 15. The man sighed. The nature of perfect life is not a casual game. That is only used to fool normal players like you. The main purpose of the game is to explore human nature. I've been a part of the CB. How dark human nature is equated to how dangerous this game is. Shenluo was stumped, but he tried to say, "Why don't you ask him yourself then? See if he's really a player or a ghost." The room was silent before the man said, "Fine, I'll trust you this once." The door slowly opened, and a very large and muscular man appeared at the door. The man was alert, looking at Han Fei in the mask. He grabbed a chair from his room and used his body to block the door. "I'll ask you a question. If you can answer it, I'll believe you're a player." The chill wind blew in the corridor. Cold sweat slid down the man's forehead. The atmosphere was tense. "Listen carefully." The man lifted one finger. "You only have one chance." The clock ticked. The man asked, "Who is the current president of America?" "Biden." Hearing that, the man sighed in relief. "Okay, he is a player." This was common knowledge, so Han Fei was quite confused why the man would ask that. Then he realized that the ghosts in the cryptic world wouldn't have cared about the politics and current events in real life, so this was a good strategy to tell if the person was a local or a player. The man opened the door with some embarrassment. "We've really run into a top player. It was my fault earlier. Boss, I hope you don't mind it. Caution is good. After all, we're in a hellish difficulty hidden map." Han Fei led Su Qin into the room. When the man heard the word hidden map, his eyes glowed. Han Fei looked at the players in the room and shook their hands. 5 players entered the cryptic world this time. The player with the highest level was the Muscle Man. His ID was Iron Man. He was level 12 and focused on stamina. His profession is a fighter. He was part of the CB, and he was a professional gamer. His luck was 2, and he had a level D talent called Doesn't Believe in the Supernatural. With this talent, he would be targeted by the supernatural. The second highest level player was a student called Yin Tang. He was level 10, his starting intelligence was 9 and luck was 2. He hadn't acquired a profession. He had a strange grade B talent, called Daydream. The more he worried about something, the more likely it would occur. This was a very strange talent. Other than Han Fei, this was the highest grade talent Han Fei had seen on a player. The third highest level player was a TikToker called Seaglass Cat. She was about to reach level 10 soon. Her luck was 1. She normally liked to sing and dance, and she would release videos of her dancing and singing at various maps in Perfect Life. Other than the luck, Seaglass Cat's other attributes were normal. Han Fei had seen her talent before, sleepwalking. The last player surprised Han Fei. She was an auntie over 60. Her ID was Auntie Lee. Her son was the manager of a big company. Since he had no time to accompany her, he bought her Perfect Life to play. But this son probably didn't expect that Auntie Lee would be sent into the cryptic world when she was only level 3. The auntie didn't know anything about gaming. She was the one who left behind the trail of garbage on the staircase. However, among this group, Auntie Lee had the highest luck at 3 points. Her talent was Mourn. The stronger her desire to meet someone, the more likely she would meet them. This was a very rare grade C talent. Looking at the room of lucky players, Han Fei didn't know what to say. They were unlucky because they were dragged from the surface world into the cryptic world where they could die at any moment. They were lucky because they managed to run from Ziggurat to the hospital without dying. 5 negatives make a positive. Han Fei calculated the time. He planned to lead the 5 players back into the mist, and then return to finish his mission. "Come with me. I'll bring you to somewhere safe." The players wouldn't expect that the safe place Han Fei meant was the place they just escaped from. "Boss, can I add you as a friend?" Iron Man walked to Han Fei. He wanted to find out more about hidden maps. "Based on my knowledge, there are many deleted maps in Perfect Life. These maps contain the things mentioned by the Immortal Pharma CEO in his will. On the day before the game's OB, Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma CEO's will. All the players were willing to trade the thing in the will for the company's share. We'll talk about that when we're safe. Han Fei felt a chill from his ring. He knew something was rapidly approaching. Shush. When I give you the signal, you need to run downstairs as fast as possible. Chapter 489. Focus on stamina. The people in the room didn't notice anything out of place when Han Fei suddenly tensed. They looked at each other. They had no idea what Han Fei meant. Go downstairs. But there are slayers down there. Iron Man reminded Han Fei. From his perspective, the cleaner was already a very scary boss. The other players were casual players. They didn't have this kind of experience before. We don't have time. I'll help you delay the enemy. You need to go down the stairs. Han Fei kicked down the door. His eyes stared straight down the other end of the corridor. The other players helped each other as they shuffled out of the room. They looked around. But there's nothing? Iron Man focused on his stamina. He was a fighter, so his senses were sharper than a normal player. I can't tell where the enemy will come from. But remember, once it appears, run down the direction opposite from it. Han Fei spoke quickly. The chill came from the landlord's ring. From the intensity of the chill, he could determine the enemy's strength. This was between a medium and large lingering spirit. If Han Fei didn't have his neighbors, he would have a hard time. At least, he didn't have confidence he could protect himself and the other 5 players. All the players were in the corridor. The darkness and silence were anxiety-inducing. Auntie Lee's legs were weak. She just wanted to grow some flowers and vegetables in the game, but once she opened her eyes, she was here. Sister Lee, we'll definitely get out of here. Brother Yofu told me that this is a hidden map. Most players can't even get here when they want to. Shenluo was very kind. He guarded the auntie as they stood beside the elevator. When Shenluo approached the elevator, the signal light suddenly came on. Han Fei felt the Yin energy coming. It's the elevator. Han Fei whipped his head around. As the doors opened, black hair crawled out of the gap. Instantly, the hair consumed Shenluo and Auntie Lee. Why did you stand beside him? Han Fei rushed forward, but Su Qin was faster. She grabbed Auntie Lee and used her knife to slash through the hair. The elevator door closed. The hair and Shenluo disappeared. Auntie Lee collapsed on the ground. She couldn't stand on her own anymore. The 5 just reunited, and now one of them was missing again. But based on the others' expressions, they were used to this already. Whenever there is danger, Shenluo would be the first to be targeted. He has separated from us a few times already, but he appears to have the highest luck among us because he'll always return to reunite with us. Seaglass Cat explained. Should we go downstairs first? The scariest thing hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps because the 5 had gathered together, their misfortune had amplified. The scarier ghosts inside the hotel were awakening. A twisted shadow appeared at the end of the left corridor. It stood inside the dark corridor and left blood under its feet. It had a human silhouette, but its limbs were twisted into impossible angles. Instead of a human, it was more like a human worm. After the figure appeared, the temperature in the corridor dropped. I've seen her in the oil paintings on the 4th floor. Yin Tang spoke. Every floor of this hotel features different artful painting, but each floor has a different number of paintings. The 4th floor has 5 paintings. They describe a travel group of 5 coming into the hotel. One of them was a killer, and the crazed killer murdered the other 4 travelers. Yin Yang, who had high intelligence, had been observing the surrounding. The figure is wearing the clothes of the people from the travel group. In the 3rd oil painting, a female traveler was killed and then had her limbs broken as she was stuffed under the bed. The killer slept on top of her through the night. Yin Tang added quickly. There is an interesting detail in the 4th and 5th paintings. In the 4th painting, the killer murdered the other 3 travelers and fitted them under the same bed. The 4 bodies were twisted and bent to fit under the bed. This is only one of the ghosts. I believe the other 3 are also out there. As he finished, the safety door on the other end of the corridor opened. 3 figures crawled out with their limbs shuffling on the ground. In the last painting, the killer was shown lying on top of all the dead bodies. He encountered a devil with an apple. This painting is very interesting because it told us that as scary as the killer was, he was not the real culprit. The scary one is the devil with the apple. The killer was an outsider. The real scary element is this hotel filled with dead people. After Yin Tang said that, a door slowly opened. A hand covered in blood and holding a knife reached out. Brother, you have a point, but I need you to stop analyzing. Han Fei had to agree that Yin Tang was right, but the things that Yin Tang analyzed could easily become the truth. If Yin Tang continued to ramble, he might attract the pure hatreds from the hospital. Han Fei originally didn't believe that luck could affect destiny until he met these 5. You guys better head down. I'll open the road for you. There was 1 figure on the left corridor and 3 on the right. Han Fei was about to turn left when Yin Tang spoke again. I noticed that the ghosts at this hotel are very cunning and they share some kind of connection. The key point is, have you noticed that they also share the same voice? Even though Yin Tang was afraid, he calmly shared his thoughts. I suspect there is the scariest ghost controlling everything here. It might be looking at us through the cameras. It creates an opening for us on the left, but that is a trap. Hearing that, Han Fei immediately changed his direction and turned to the right. Since Yin Tang had said that, even if the culprit didn't have that intention, the left side would be dangerous now. Iron Man was frightened when he saw Han Fei charge towards 3 ghosts with no weapon. Brother, calm down. He's just analyzing things. Iron Man was a good person. He knew this was a dangerous moment. He took out boxing gloves from his inventory and put them on. I'll help you. Iron Man took the fighter role in the surface world, so his skills and attributes were to protect his team. As a CB player, he knew that Han Fei, who was level 15, was stronger than him, but there was only a 3-level difference between them. Plus, he focused on fighting, so he believed he shouldn't be weaker than Han Fei. As an old player in this hidden map, Han Fei only knew more about the map than he did. Without thinking about it, Iron Man followed behind Han Fei. At this point, they had to give it everything. They got to escape from this place. It's rare for us to get into a hidden map. It's a waste to die like that. The punishment for death in perfect life was extremely harsh. Once the character died, all the collected resources would be gone. It was like real life. There was no chance to restart. Iron Man was a professional player. If he died, then he would be kicked out of his gaming guild. For my life in the game and in reality, I have to do this. Gritting his teeth, Iron Man roared as his skin turned red. He punched at the ghost closest to him. Die. Iron Man activated his skill. His punches left behind shadows. He hit the enemy's head heavily, but the enemy didn't evade at all. The punches eventually pierced through the head and then landed on the wall. The oil painting was shattered, but the figure before him was uninjured. The person even tilted its head to look at Iron Man, as if asking, "What are you doing?" But my boxing gloves are a grade G rare item. While Iron Man was shocked, pain bloomed on his abdomen. A pale hand landed there. Energy blossomed on his skin like a flower. Chill froze his stomach. He couldn't feel his lower body. The figure was leaning towards him when a force knocked him away. When he came to his senses, he saw Han Fei occupying his original space. Brother, thank you for saving me, but what about you? He looked at Han Fei, who was cornered. He thought it was over for them this time. He couldn't do any damage to the monsters, so what could the man who was only 3 levels higher than him do? Iron Man had no hope. He knew hidden maps were dangerous, but he had no idea it'd be so dangerous. The female ghost was approaching from the left. The 3 figures hadn't been dealt with, and the armed killer walked out of the room. It's over. Iron Man was in despair. He tried to get up, but he heard Han Fei say coldly, "If you don't want to die, stay there quietly." Han Fei was gentle with them, so Iron Man didn't think Han Fei was different from other players, but when Han Fei gave this order, Han Fei carried an inexplicable pressure on him. It was like Iron Man would die if he didn't listen to Han Fei. "Let me help you. I only focus on my stamina. Even though your level is higher than mine, your stamina should be lower than mine." Iron Man tried to get up using the wall. But before he did, Han Fei already made his move. The bright blade glowed in the dark corridor. The warm light pierced through the ghosts. When one of the men screamed, the 2 other ghosts bound to his body pounced at Han Fei. They blocked all exits, but Han Fei wasn't afraid. He cut at the other ghost's neck. Wiggling inside the narrow space, the bloody fingers could only graze Han Fei's clothes and not the man. Not only Iron Man, but the other players were also stunned. The gnarly ghost tattoo moved on Han Fei's skin. His cold presence and the light from rest and peace bound together. Han Fei in the mask was like a god. He's level 15, and you're level 12? Yin Tang's eyes wandered between Han Fei and Iron Man. Finally, he turned to Iron Man uncertainly. You sure you haven't been holding out on us? Of course not. Iron Man held his stomach. He started to suspect his eyes. The blade pierced through the shadowy figure's hearts. A trail of blood floated before Han Fei's eyes. He used his other hand to grab the figure by his neck. He closed his fingers, and with the buff from 9 lives, Han Fei yanked the figure out of his friend. Compared to pain, your heart consists of more fear. Someone is indeed controlling you. Han Fei decapitated the figure. He charged ahead. Follow me. Yin Tang and Sea Glass Cat picked up Iron Man. The 4 players raced towards the stairwell. What ability was that? He tore through the ghosts with his bare hands. I haven't seen such a cruel attack ability before. Iron Man was a CB player, but Han Fei had turned his world upside down. Han Fei suddenly stopped on the stairs. What's wrong? Look at the room number in the corridor. We've been running for a long time, but we are still on the 7th floor. Han Fei was calm, because this was not his first time encountering something like this. What? How can this be? Iron Man wanted to cry. When he led the other players out of the mist, he thought the hidden map was boring because there was not even a ghost around to scare them. But just as they entered this hotel, so many supernatural events occurred. Then what should we do now? Yin Tang turned to Han Fei. He was very clever. He knew their only hope was Han Fei. A scary ghost is hiding inside this hotel. He killed everyone. He is controlling everything. This endless loop should be his doing too. Han Fei thought about it and said, we shouldn't waste our strength. We need to observe the strange happenings inside the hotel to figure out the ghost's location to kill him. Only Han Fei would come up with such a plan. The other players were shocked. I have something to say. The pale Auntie Lee suddenly raised her hand. I don't know much about this game, but I think I've been to this hotel before. Chapter 490. The gallery. Auntie Lee's words grabbed everyone's attention immediately. Han Fei was shocked too. Auntie, you mean you've been here in real life? Yes, I felt this place looked familiar when I first arrived. I confirmed that I've been here after seeing these paintings. Auntie Lee referred to the paintings on the 7th floor. All the paintings on this floor had to do with human anatomy, paintings like severed limbs, and so on. My husband was a famous doctor at Xian Lu. He had brought me here to stay before. At the time, I was shocked by these paintings, but he thought they were beautiful. He wanted to find the manager and offered a high price to purchase them. Then, did the hotel sell them to you? No, the paintings were the hotel owner's artwork, and they were not for sale. Auntie Lee shared the story from when she was young. I can't remember the details. This happened 30 years ago. At the time, my husband was still alive. He loved me, but ever since we came to this hospital, he had more out-of-town duties and became stranger in person. Could he have an affair? Iron Man's EQ was as low as his muscle was large. Auntie Lee glared at him immediately. My husband loved me. It was the luckiest thing in my life to have met him. Until now I can't forget him. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see him again. Auntie Lee was sad. It was obvious that she still hadn't walked out of the grief. It was to make her happy that her son spent a lot of money to buy her the gaming hub. This was a happy family. The couples loved each other, and the child was filial. But something went wrong along the way. Auntie, do you mind continuing? Han Fei signaled everyone to quiet down. He originally just wanted to send these people back to the surface world to earn some afterlife karma, but he felt like he was onto something. My husband worked for Immortal Pharma. 30 years ago, Immortal Pharma wanted to build a high-class nursing home in Xian Lu countryside. The place would serve the rich and famous. My husband was one of the first batches of doctors sent there. The whole thing was strange. The nursing home was not that far from Xian Lu, but it forbade its employees from leaving the premises. I couldn't even go to see him. We could only meet at the hotel close to the nursing home. Auntie Lee pointed to the wall. I saw this painting at that hotel, and it was since then that my husband's taste became very strange. Auntie Lee adjusted her emotions. After we left the hotel, my husband was moved from his original post because he met me in private. He needed to leave home more often. Sometimes he didn't come home for 2 weeks. When he was at Xi and Lu, he would go and attend some strange gatherings. Then it became stranger. He sent our young son to a relative's home and severed all connection with his son. I asked him why, and he said because someone wanted to kill our son. I could sense the pressure he was under, so I tried my best to look after him. But not too long after that, he wanted to divorce me. The reason was crazy. It was because he was afraid that I'd die because of him. Naturally, I refused. My husband gave up on that idea, but he started to self-mutilate. I asked him about it, and he said it was the only way he could pay penance. I had no idea how I survived those days. They were filled with pain, everything was gray. My husband would hug his head and cry like a child. He would kneel and plead for mercy inside an empty room. My heart pained seeing this, but I didn't know how to help him. About 1 month after that, he suddenly returned to normal. He personally cooked a delicious meal for me. We talked about our history together. At night, he put on his suit. It was very formal. It felt like he was preparing for his own funeral. Before we slept, he told me something. He said I shouldn't buy any white shoes for our child, and if there were white shoes suddenly appearing at home, we should move immediately. Until now I have no idea what he meant, but I did follow his orders. Auntie Lee pointed at her black shoes. But when I woke up the next morning, my husband was gone. Our bedroom was filled with children's shoe prints. Children's shoe prints? Yes, they were about the size of my palm. They covered the walls, the floor, the ceiling, the bed, everywhere. It felt like a group of kids had infiltrated into our home to steal my husband away. Auntie Lee looked at the other players. I know what you think, but this is not a story. It's real. I don't know where the shoe prints came from, but they are real. Sister Lee, I believe you. Han Fei stood beside Auntie Lee. He memorized the woman's face. You should still love him, right? Do you still miss him? Han Fei now understood why the woman was in the cryptic world. Her mourn talent was triggered. She might be able to see her husband, but her husband would be a different person already. Of course I wouldn't forget him. I always felt like he wasn't sick, but he was trying everything he could to protect me and my son. So I have to find him no matter what. Auntie Lee smiled helplessly. I've spent years looking for him, but there's nothing. Now our son is old and has left home. Sometimes when I am alone, I would talk to my husband's picture. Han Fei comforted the woman and turned to remove the painting from the hall. The painting loved by the auntie's husband was very strange. It used an abstract style to distort a person into 7 pieces, and each piece was added with beautiful details. Sister, do you remember if your husband has said anything when he saw this painting? I can't remember now. He just kept on praising the broken human body parts. He said it was beautiful, and the human body is an art. Auntie Lee thought about it. Right, when my husband said he wanted to purchase this painting, a server led him to the 11th floor. The boss was there. 10th and 11th are the galleries. I believe the artwork there is not for normal eyes. Han Fei asked, Sister, after your husband disappeared, did you come to this hotel to find him? I did come a few times, but this hotel was very unique. It only served the customer from a mortal pharma plastic surgery hospital. For outsiders, one had to make a booking, and even so, we could only stay in rooms below the 7th floor. Auntie Lee was confused. But why would the hotel appear inside the game? The game is made by Immortal Pharma and Deep Space Tech, so it's normal for buildings related to them to appear here. In real life, the art hotel only served the private plastic surgery hospital. In the cryptic world, the art hotel was within the plastic surgery hospital's zone. The connection between them was deep. Han Fei had a new plan. He was going to take over this hotel. There are 3 pure hatreds at the hospital. The white shoe appeared the most often. Let's start with him. This hospital built by Immortal Pharma was very special to Han Fei. Based on his investigation, he had visited this hospital when he was young. Perhaps he had even received treatment there too. Immortal Pharma's CEO's brother found him, and the scene from his childhood orphanage was rebuilt inside the hospital. These seemingly unrelated clues were slowly being weaved together. Han Fei felt like he was slowly uncovering the truth. Happiness neighborhood is the starting home. The plastic surgery hospital is when the personality starts to change as the child moves away from home. After the personality is formed, the child will be sent into the lost theme park to play. The map appeared in Han Fei's mind. He believed Fu Sheng had explored the world according to this order too. How many things have that old man been hiding from me? His memory fragment can be found at the plastic surgery hospital too. This time I have to catch him and ask him everything. Even though Fu Sheng was Han Fei's guide, Han Fei had problems with his teaching method. Iron Man coughed twice. He held his stomach. Guys, what should we do now? His stomach was touched by a ghost. Energy poisoned his body and his life points were dropping. On Iron Man, Han Fei saw the fragility of the human body. He started to understand why Fu Sheng chose to become an unmentionable. Han Fei dragged an anaconda out of the shadow from underneath Su Qin. Han Fei placed the thing on Iron Man's stomach, and soon all the energy was sucked away. How did you do that? Is that a special skill from the hidden map? Iron Man touched his stomach. That was my family member's pet. Han Fei was thinking about something else. He took the painting and walked down the 7th floor corridor. A pet? How did you raise such a pet? Is there a secret? Iron Man's eyes glowed as he followed behind Han Fei. Not much secret, you just have to be tough. Boss, then what is your pet? A kitten. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to Iron Man. He collected all the paintings on the 7th floor and placed them before Yin Tang. What can you see from these paintings? Death, desire, and a twisted beauty. Yin Tang studied them and then moved the paintings. There are 7 paintings on the 7th floor, and each painting looks isolated from the rest, but they can be pieced together to form a whole picture. I feel like they are telling the same story. The people in the 4th floor paintings have painful expressions. Only the killer was smiling, but look at these paintings. All the dismembered people look like they are in penance. I feel like they volunteered to be killed. Yin Tang placed the picture favored by the auntie's husband together with another painting. Look at these two. The first is the one liked by auntie's husband. In the second painting, the man was lying down. However, he was not lying on a bed but a white coat, so he might be a doctor. Then look at his clothes, it's a Western suit. This fits Auntie Lee's description. Her husband was a doctor, and he was last seen wearing a suit. So my analysis is that this dismembered man in the second painting is Annie Lee's husband. Auntie Lee shook her head, refusing to agree with Yin Tang. After placing all the paintings together, you'll find another similarity. All the dismembered people are doctors. Everything in the paintings is related to hospitals like scalpels, white coats, and bandages. I can't figure out why. All the doctors are in penance. Could the killer be their former patient? Once Yin Yang said that there was a strange sound coming from behind the safety door. It sounded like a blood capillary bursting. They hurried over to look. The door was normal, but there was a new pattern on it. It looked like a face. Han Fei stabbed the face using Rest in Peace. There was no response. Xiaoyan, you mean my husband has caused someone's death? He was paying penance for that? Auntie Lee hadn't played a VR game before. She was impressed by the realistic nature of the game. Based on your description, I believe your husband's patient was a kid who liked to wear white shoes. His husband's death was probably related to the child, and he might be related to the child's death. Yin Tang looked at the 7 paintings on the ground. What I say next might be uncomfortable, but I believe they are the truth. Go on, I wish to hear your thoughts. I am used to seeing things from the worst angle, and reality proves that I am always right. Yin Tang continued to analyze, and Han Fei didn't stop him. Perhaps your husband did love you, but from a moment on, he had changed. It's not that he didn't love you anymore, but something inside his heart had been replaced. He was a normal person, but from his reaction at the hotel, when he saw these paintings, something had changed. When a normal person saw a dismembered body, their first reaction wouldn't be admiration. The first reaction should be a sense of danger because their kin had been brutally murdered. But your husband's reaction was the total opposite. He was excited and happy. This was how a predator would react after it had gotten the prey. So your husband had become a predator and the other humans were his prey. Yin Tang looked at Auntie Lee. I don't deny that he still loved you, but that didn't mean he won't hurt other humans. those two feelings aren't mutually exclusive. Auntie Lee was not expecting this. She looked at the other players, hoping someone would counter Yin Tang. You said he had met with the hotel boss in private and visited the boss gallery. Now you know how many people have died at this hotel. What do you think the gallery would be about? Yin Tang continued. You said he joined some special meetings. What do you think those meetings were like? Seeing the pressure on the woman's face, Yin Tang didn't continue. Of course, this was just my speculation. Don't mind it. The auntie had tears in her eyes. She played the game to relax, but this was pulling up all of her bad memories. We'll go upstairs to take a look ourselves. Han Fei walked to the woman. He could use resurrection once per night. If I say you have a chance to meet your husband in this world, you... Really? Auntie Lee interrupted Han Fei. Her eyes were red and her body shook, but it was hard to tell if it was due to excitement or fear or something else. If you survive, you'll meet him. I'll do my best to help you reunite with him. But when that happens, I need you to do something for me. Han Fei's voice was alluring. He was like the devil with the apple in the paintings. No problem. The husband was the thorn in Annie Lee's heart. Her pain throughout the years had to do with her husband. Han Fei knew that Annie Lee would agree. When he used Soul Depth Touch to shake these players' hands, Han Fei realized that living players who accidentally wandered into the cryptic world had shadows in their hearts. Auntie Lee's shadow was related to her missing husband. Huang Yin's shadow was because of his mother. Seaglass Cat had problems with her eyes. Her soul was like a cracked cat. Perhaps it was because she was bullied a lot when she was a child. As Han Fei met more players, he started to grasp the theorem behind this. Other than the players who voluntarily seek death, the other players had to satisfy a few conditions, and they might be pulled into the cryptic world. Their luck must be low, their talents must be related to the supernatural, their heart had shadows, and they once thought about dying. The cryptic world might serve a purpose. Certain people have found themselves here for a reason. Han Fei led the players to the 10th floor. Since they were caught in an endless loop, there was no need to hurry. If this loop was made by a large lingering spirit, the only way out was to have Su Qin force her way through it. But unless necessary, Han Fei wouldn't take that risk. There was still 1 more hour until the end of his mission. Han Fei's arrived at the 10th floor. They all wanted to see the gallery. As the safety door opened, the chill rushed in. The scene before them had nothing to do with art. At least that was what Han Fei thought. The layer between the 10th and 11th floors was removed, so the 2 floors were connected. The 6 meters tall lobby was filled with refrigerators and freezers. They were placed in a disorderly fashion. Freezer mist oozed out of them. They seemed to be operating normally. The hotel boss is a killer, so these things are probably used to keep the... Iron Man used his hand to close Yin Tang's mouth. The players stood there, and all turned to Han Fei. This art gallery is different from what I imagined. I expected more paintings. Seaglass Cat held Auntie Lee. They were at the back of the group. Stay close to me, and be careful. Han Fei's eyes scanned the lobby. He touched his ring. The chill was strongest at this place. The lobby was dominated by fridges, and they created a maze. A dead smell lingered in the air. A wire above them suddenly snapped. The spark lit up the darkness temporarily. Han Fei saw one of the fridges open. There was a pale green face inside. Taking out Rest in Peace, Han Fei stood beside Su Qin. Sis, don't worry, I'll protect you. The gallery was larger than they expected. Han Fei's group didn't go far when the footsteps became more flurried. It sounded like something else had mixed into their group. After turning a corner, Han Fei turned back to look. Iron Man and Yin Tang were now at the back of the group. Behind them was the darkness. The two of you need to move faster. Han Fei waved at them. Han Fei felt like something was different about Iron Man's back, but he couldn't tell what. Iron Man opened all the fridges they came across, but most of them were empty. Iron Man was losing his patience. He heard Han Fei urge him, so he turned to run forward. At that moment, Han Fei saw 2 more legs appear behind Iron Man. The gate was similar to Iron Man's. Han Fei used his eyes to signal for Seaglass Cat and Auntie Lee to go first while he stayed to block Iron Man. Brother, I need you to follow my orders. Han Fei took out Rest in Peace. What do you need from me? Iron Man was passionate. He knew now was the time for him to contribute. When I count to 1, I need you to bend down as fast as you can. The knife chased away the chill. Han Fei grabbed Rest in Peace and pierced at Iron Man. Seeing the knife fly at him, Iron Man quickly squatted down. Behind him came the sound of ice being melted by a hot brand. Didn't you say you'd count to 1? Iron Man hugged his head. He was scared. He collapsed to the ground and realized he was sitting in a pool of black blood. He turned back to look and a frozen head fell to the ground. It's fine now. Han Fei pulled back Rest in Peace and started to study the dead body. He didn't tell you the truth, lest you got scared. Yin Tang helped Iron Man up. Don't you feel warmed? Chapter 491. Kitten compared to Iron Man. Yin Tang felt like he belonged here. In real life, he was a very impressive person, but due to his childhood incident, he had very few friends. As he grew up, he became more reclusive and arrogant. His arrogance was to hide his inability to fit in. He didn't belong to any circle, and he didn't want to dumb himself down to fit in. He was clever, observant, and smart, but he was aloof, cold, and arrogant. His words were often cutting. Before he started Perfect Life, he was always alone. He also didn't think he'd get any friends. But everything changed since yesterday night. Ever since he entered this city covered in darkness, he realized every cell in his body was trembling, but he couldn't tell if it was from fear or excitement. He had to communicate with his teammates to survive. Yin Tang felt his heart filling up. He now had teammates and a goal. Yin Tang moved his eyes away from Iron Man to look at Han Fei. The man appeared to represent the secret of this world. His existence was itself a mystery. Yin Tang never saw anyone better than him, but he had actual respect for Han Fei. He believed that if he made Han Fei angry, the latter could easily dispatch their whole team. Yin Tang was never wrong when it came to his bad predictions, so he followed Han Fei's orders obediently. Did you find anything? After Yin Tang picked up Iron Man, the two walked towards Han Fei to look at the dismembered body. There is a black thread around the body's heart. Once you cut it, the body will collapse into pieces. Han Fei used Rest in Peace to pick up the thread. It was filled with strange characters. The thread was called Life Thread. It was something unique to the hospital zone. Most of the animated regrets and small lingering spirits were bound by life threads and controlled by large lingering spirits and pure hatreds. It's a good thing that they came after us. This means there's a higher chance for them to expose themselves. Han Fei put the knife away and turned to study the fridges. Freezers, refrigerators, and ice sculpture. The art was the bodies inside the freezers. Their bodies were frozen in the last moment of their lives. The dead bodies became the hotel owner's collection, and he made them into a gallery. I thought art galleries are supposed to be glamorous. This is my first time attending an art gallery. I didn't expect it to be like this. Iron Man carefully moved away from the freezers. Opening the freezer was like trying for lottery, but if you won, you lost. What kind of art is this? This is just a perverse hobby of a group of mad people. They see cruelty as beauty and see pride in that. This is sick. Han Fei kicked the freezer down. A body that held a hotel room key fell. The black blood in his body gathered at the heart to form a life thread. Life thread can control ghosts, but ghosts are needed to make life threads. The resentment of a ghost is twisted together to form a thread. Han Fei carefully observed the making process and then sliced through the thread. When the life thread snapped, the frozen body collapsed. Before his body shattered, he appeared to smile at Han Fei. The black characters on the life thread disappeared. A bit of light dissolved into Rest in Peace. Han Fei noticed that whenever Rest in Peace severed a life thread, it would absorb something from it. Perhaps it was the little humanity left in the victims. Looks like not all ghosts could be made into life threads. They have to have a bit of humanity in them still. For the locals of the cryptic world, humanity was their shackles, but also the most precious thing in their souls. For survival, most had given up on their humanity. Only a small part still hung on to them. But their persistence wasn't rewarded. Instead, they were hunted by stronger ghosts, and their humanity was made into life thread. After Rest in Peace slaughtered the butterfly, it upgraded to a grade E item. Han Fei had been wondering how to level up the blade further, and the life threads provided the perfect opening. The blade had rescued Han Fei many times. Most recently, the humanity inside the blade had helped Han Fei push the altar owner out of the well. Rest in peace was Han Fei's most important item. Han Fei's eyes glowed. He forgot that he was there to save people. He gripped the blade and walked at the front of the group with Su Yin. He used his passive hide and seeked to its maximum. Waving the blade, Han Fei hummed a children's ditty. Iron Man looked at the dead bodies chopped by Han Fei and then at the man who was humming happily. Han Fei didn't look like he was a player. He looked more like a ghost looking for survivors inside the freezers. Iron Man nudged Yin Tang. Do you think it's possible that he's the real hotel owner? I don't think so, but I wish to become someone like him. Yin Tang chased after Han Fei. Is it just me? I'm the strange one. Iron Man was clouded by self-doubt. When he saw the freezers around him, he quickly chased after the group. If there were police in the cryptic world, the hotel owner would have called them already. He had spent a lot of effort to produce his ice sculptures, but a madman infiltrated into his property to destroy his work. The man didn't steal. He only came to destroy the artwork. Han Fei was not in a hurry to leave as he cut through the life threads. He enjoyed this very much. Even his teammates started to be afraid of Han Fei. After all, what kind of player would go searching for dead bodies? Han Fei didn't seem like he was doing any mission. He was doing this because he liked this. Nobody could escape Han Fei's eyes as he sliced through the life threads. The group easily reached the center of the gallery. The surrounding was stacked with freezers. Many circuit lines crisscrossed on the ground. The dark gallery appeared to be welcoming them. My husband had been here? He was being shown these things? Auntie Lee breathed out in disbelief. Your husband is the doctor in the second painting. I doubt there are so many artworks when he died. Han Fei consoled the woman. These have been collecting for a long time. There are no rules in the hidden maps, so you can see sin run rampant. Then Han Fei turned to the mountain of freezers, and a smile lit up his face. I don't know how he created the endless loop, but as long as I continue to cut through the life threads, his power will weaken, and eventually the hotel owner has to come out to face us. There was a small stage in the middle of the gallery. The stage had a surgical table. It came with all sorts of equipment. The hotel owner probably spent his time here to sew the bodies into shapes that he preferred. The owner has spent so much time creating the artworks in the freezer, he is one crazy lunatic too. Walking onto the stage, Han Fei pulled off the white cloth of the surgical table. A man covered in knife wound lay on the table. When Han Fei saw the man, his eyes narrowed. He saw the picture of this man in the lobby of the first floor. The man was the hotel's first owner and the person who built Wenhua Beauty Hotel. Han Fei raised rest in peace when Su Qin suddenly moved to guard him. At that same time, the man on the table opened his eyes. Endless souls crawled into the man's body through his wounds. The Yin energy was so intense that it broke the surgical table. With accompanying screams, the man stood up. Black life threads reached out of his wounds to bind around his body, turning him into a puppet. His skin was torn open and souls collided inside his body. The man pleaded, "Please kill me." The man pleaded as he charged at Han Fei and Su Qin. He was very fast. Black, nasty blood poured out of his wounds. Su Qin nudged Han Fei away and she used her knives to cut through the man's arm. Curses crawled into the man's skin. He screamed in pain, but he couldn't control his body. From the new wound, another life thread peeked out, and the man became faster. Su Qin fought with the puppet man, while crying echoed in the gallery. In the dark shadows, strange figures appeared. Holding rest in peace, Han Fei's brain spun. The hotel boss was placed on the surgical table. He originally used the table to cut up and sculpt his victims, but he was now one of the victims. The only reason to apply the same torture on the man was that the new owner was once the first owner's victim. Han Fei thought of all the paintings he had seen and then remembered the woman's voice on the phone. Be it the receptionist or the cleaner, they have the same voice. The first owner was just a puppet. To break this endless loop and become the hotel's new manager, he had to kill the real culprit. Han Fei even suspected that this whole hotel only had one ghost, and the rest were just its puppets. Boss, your partner is very strong. While Han Fei was thinking, Yin Tang and Iron Man were in awe. Su Qin fought head-on with the first owner. The red figure stepped on endless curses. She was gorgeous and deadly. The players thought Han Fei was already the top player, but the real boss was actually the woman in red. She was the reason Han Fei was so fearless. The hotel owner is distracted. Now is the time to make our moves. Come and help. Han Fei stared at the life threads that gushed out of the wounds. After the life threads left the man's body, they would slither upwards into the dark ceiling. The real culprit is using the threads to control the first owner. The culprit should be on the other end of these threads. Han Fei and the players climbed on the freezers. They saw the life threads slither through the ceiling of the gallery. There was a black cloth there. The real culprit is behind the black cloth. Han Fei turned to look at the stage. Su Qin had left many wounds on the first owner and had severed his arms, but it was pointless. The black threads continued to grow out of the man's body. The man's broken body attacked Su Qin continuously. If this continues, Su Qin might be injured too. Han Fei stopped hesitating. Iron Man, you are the strongest. I need you to help me up to cut through that black cloth. Be careful. The black cloth is bulging. I suspect something is hiding there. Iron Man was on the highest freezer. He was ready. Light gathered in his hands. Han Fei stared at the spot where the life threads gathered. He imbued Su Qin's pet into his ghost tattoo. When Yin energy consumed him, Han Fei charged forward. Han Fei stepped on Iron Man's shoulder and activated the ghost tattoo. He slashed at the black cloth at the ceiling. A beast growls echoed inside the gallery. The tattoo on Han Fei burned to form a giant cat monster. Iron Man felt his shoulders were about to break. He stared at the fire in the sky. That is the kitten he mentioned? Chapter 492. Sea Glass. The gnarly cat shadow floated on Han Fei's back. It transformed the Yin energy from the black anaconda into Han Fei's strength. The black anaconda was necessary to unleash Han Fei's full power. Han Fei also just realized he hadn't tested how powerful his full damage was yet. Rest in peace. The blade was activated. The hands reached out to grab the hilt with Han Fei. The blinding light slashed through the black cloth at the top of the hotel. It left behind a gash about 3 meters long. Horrible wails came from all around. The piercing female screams were about to puncture everyone's eardrums. As the black cloth was torn open, endless life threads were severed as well. A black rain descended on the gallery. The humanity in the life threads was absorbed by rest and peace. The voice is similar to the one on the phone. It's her again. After all the life threads were severed, the puppet man fell to the ground. He was wounded. He looked at Su Qin's shoes and pleaded, "Kill me, please kill me." Su Qin raised her feet and was about to stomp on the man's heart when another mad laughter came from the black cloth. Slowly the black cloth slid away. Everyone was shocked to see the wall of pictures behind the cloth. There were males and females. Some were taken when they were alive, but most were after they were dead. Auntie Lee and Sea Glass Cat sat on the ground. They didn't dare to lift their head. This was torture for normal players like them. With a dry heave, Iron Man collapsed as well. Yin Tang's face was pale, but he was curious because Han Fei didn't have any reaction. The mask had hidden most of his face, but his eyes were calm. They were like a deep pond in the forest. There was not even a ripple. "Brother Yofu, aren't you afraid? I have a similar wall back at home." Han Fei was talking about his investigation wall, but when the other players heard his answer, their hearts skipped a beat. Han Fei had seen too many pictures of the dead in the cryptic world, so, at this moment, he was not afraid. He even widened his eyes to observe each picture. Perhaps it was a lingering influence from the memory world, or it was the influence of the personality fragment. Han Fei realized he could spot something special from his left eye. For example, when the woman laughed, Han Fei caught the people in a few pictures were smiling too. The women in these few pictures looked similar. From left to right, the woman became more and more beautiful. In the final picture, she was flawless. She had unparalleled beauty, but when she smiled, it looked like she was crying. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and her lips dripped with blood. "She feels so familiar. I think she was a singer." But why is she the only one laughing? Han Fei pulled Yin Tang beside him. After you arrived at the hotel, did you receive any room service calls? We did. It rang 7 times, and Shun Luo answered all of them. Yin Tang had no idea what was Han Fei trying to say. Can you see the largest pictures at the top? Everyone in the picture looks ghastly, but this woman is laughing. Han Fei hadn't been inside the hotel that long. He hadn't checked all the rooms, so he had to rely on Yin Tang. Even though this player's luck was low, he was highly intelligent. He might spot some clues. The laughing woman. Yin Tang studied them and gasped. I've seen her before. Where? In the hotel staff break room. Be it the employee's room or the boss' private guest room. There are artworks about this woman. Yin Tang remembered the details. When we entered the hotel, I rushed to the security room. Even the place where the security slept had the picture of this woman. At the time, I felt something was wrong. And then, we met many slayers. Some of them are cleaners, others are guards and receptionists. They look different, but they have the same female voice. Yin Tang pointed at the pictures, and then pulled Sea Glass Cat over. Brother Yofu, Sea Glass Cat knows a little bit about this woman. Sea Glass Cat hugged herself. Her face was pale. She was weak from being scared. The woman in the pictures was a singer. She wasn't popular, but her voice was amazing and she was very talented. She was scouted by a company when she was young. The company admired her voice and talent, but they thought she looked too normal, so they had her write songs for another female singer. Of course, the woman wasn't satisfied. She wanted to release her own songs, but her songs wouldn't get popular. In reality, it was her company who was suppressing her. They didn't allow her to promote, so that they could use the lowest price to utilize her service. The girl was still young at the time. She released her own songs on the internet, but she was attacked by 50 Cent Army. They even attacked her family. After that, she disappeared. No one knew where she went. The song she left behind got popular many years later, but no one could find the singer anymore. Sea Glass Cat told Han Fei everything she knew, and this surprised Han Fei. What was the singer's name? And how did you know these things? Han Fei stared at Sea Glass Cat, as if trying to read her mind. She was not a professional singer, and no one knew her real nice. Everyone knew her by her online handle, Sea Glass. She had such a wonderful voice. It was like she had been kissed by an angel. But her discography became more despaired as it progressed. She was like a lost bird. Sea Glass Cat sighed. I study music and my experience is rather similar to hers. Even though she was not popular, she was the best singer in my mind. Why would a singer appear here? And why would she hate the hotel boss so much? Yin Tang tried to think of the connection. As a surface world player, he still wasn't used to the way of thinking for the cryptic world. While he was thinking, Han Fei already had the answer. Earlier, Auntie Lee said that this hotel only provided accommodation for the patients of the plastic surgery hospital. The singer was here to do plastic surgery. In the pictures, she became more beautiful and her smile became sadder and more pained. While she gained beauty, she lost other things. From the way she tortured the hotel boss, I believe it was the first boss who murdered her in the cruelest way. Han Fei grabbed Yin Tang. You said you saw the woman's picture in the hotel boss' private guest room? Yes. Yin Tang's eyes brightened. His mind was slowly aligning with Han Fei. Bring me there now. Han Fei grabbed Iron Man and Yin Tang. They raced out of the gallery. Su Qin, who was pondering whether to kill the boss, saw Han Fei leave. She grabbed the urn and threw it at him. Han Fei caught the urn. Han Fei and Yin Tang arrived at the 9th floor. Even though the 9th floor had guest rooms, but outside guests were not allowed here. The electric locks on the rooms were different from the rooms downstairs. This is it. Kicking down the door of the innermost room, Han Fei felt a chill coming from his ring. He pulled out his blade and entered the room. The hotel boss transformed the 9th floor into his special guest rooms. The rooms looked normal on the surface, but each room had a hidden door. All the rooms on the 9th floor were connected. In the hidden pathway, there were many torture tools. Based on my prediction, the hotel boss would invite his prey to the 9th floor and then kill them here. Yin Tang led Han Fei into the main bedroom. Sea Glass picture was hanging above the large single bed. She was smiling her sad smile. Stepping on the headboard, Han Fei was about to remove the picture when Yin Tang stopped him. We tried to remove the picture last time, but once you touch the picture, something bad would happen. It's fine. Han Fei used his hands to pull down the picture. The picture looked light, but it weighed about the weight of a normal adult. Sticky hair and blood were on the back of the picture frame. There was another picture stuck to the back of the frame. The bloody picture on the back showed a normal-looking woman. She was tied to a chair with a blindfold. Her lips open like she was singing. Behind her was the surgical table. A man was producing his artwork. The blood splattered on the woman's face. She was afraid, but she didn't dare to stop singing. This should be the real truth. The frame slipped from Han Fei's grasp and dropped to the ground. When Han Fei bent down to pick it up, he noticed blood splatter out from under the bed. Han Fei turned the bed over and realized someone had written a bloody message under the bed. November 9th. The hospital told me that I am not qualified, but the male boss of the hotel thought my talent shouldn't be buried. I was happy, and so I followed his suggestion and decided to stay one more night at his hotel. He said he would help me persuade the doctors. November 11th, at around 1 a.m., the phone rang, asking if I wanted room service. I declined politely. Soon they called again. I was rather angry, so I reminded them not to disturb me. I thought that would stop them, but they called me soon after. I pulled out the phone line. I played on my phone and slept. After don't know how long, I felt something beside me. My eyes flew open and all the lights in my room had been switched off. I couldn't sleep in full darkness, so I always kept some lights on. I was so afraid. I reached out to find my phone, but suddenly a man's voice echoed beside him. Do you require room service? At that moment, the phone in the room suddenly rang. It shocked him and Yin Tang. Brother Yofu, should we answer it? Yin Tang was still young. This arrogant and proud student was so obedient around Han Fei. Why shouldn't we? Han Fei picked up the phone. There was a grinding sound and finally, a woman whispered, Do you require room service? Han Fei swung his knife to his left, as if predicting that an attack would come from there. The black life thread was severed, but that appeared to only anger the woman. The whole room started to change. The woman cackled on the phone. The television, the mirror, the picture, the window, every reflective surface showed a woman's face, which was shedding blood tears. She repeated the same question as her twisted body slowly approached. This scene shocked Yin Tang. His mind was blank. Don't be afraid. She is surrounded by us. Han Fei pressed on Yin Tang's shoulder and pulled him behind him. Brother, have you lost your mind? Yin Tang held onto Han Fei's sleeves. His body couldn't stop shaking. You are extremely talented and have a high intelligence, but you are too self-centered in your thoughts. Follow me, and I will change your life. Han Fei opened the urn, and the shadow in the room appeared to come alive. Han Fei blocked Yin Tang's sight and turned around to continue reading the notes under the bed. November 11th, yesterday night. The hotel boss led me to the gallery on the 10th floor at midnight. He told me he was an art aficionado. He called his artwork the feast of the human physique. The madman was once a plastic surgeon at the hospital. He liked to use the human body as material for his carving. He got addicted, and he needed more freedom of creation. Conventional beauty couldn't satisfy him anymore. But he couldn't cut his patience, so he started to branch out. The 10th and 11th floors are his art galleries. In the morning, they display his paintings. At night, they display his sculptures. The demon was not wrong. He did value my talent. He didn't want my talent to be buried, so he wanted to make me into his personal music box, to be part of his art. December 30th. I have the world's most beautiful voice and the world's most beautiful face, but beyond that, I have nothing else. Every night, the demon would create his art while I sing. I was forced to watch his process, and I knew I had become a monster too. I no longer had human emotions. I couldn't sing the songs I once loved. I was numbed by despair. I bit my tongue and died like a bird in a cage. Han Fei read all the notes. All the shadows in the room were defeated by Han Fei's neighbors. When Yin Tang came to his senses, there was only chaotic aftermath in the room. When the last shadow was destroyed, the woman's picture and the frame cracked. It bled, and a weak song leaked out. Come, we need to destroy all of her picture frames. Han Fei was a reasonable person, but he was afraid the other party was not reasonable, so he needed to weaken the other party as much as possible first. This large lingering spirit is hard to deal with. With Yin Tang leading the way, Han Fei cracked all the picture frames in the break room and workroom with rest in peace. As more pictures bled, the woman's expression slowly returned to normal. The large lingering spirit didn't mind Yin Tang and Han Fei. She allowed them to roam freely. Yin Tang was a very observant person. With his help, Han Fei managed to destroy all the picture frames in the shortest amount of time. When the woman's last frame was ruined, the woman's shrill laughter came from the top floor. Underneath the mad laughter, there was singing too. We need to go back to the 10th floor. With rest in peace, normal animated regrets couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei kicked down the door. In the gallery, plenty of life threads hooked the bodies inside the freezers to attack Su Qin. Destroy the pictures on the ceiling. Han Fei shouted. His neighbors moved, and the woman couldn't hold all of them back. The pictures were punctured. When Han Fei leaped to slice the last picture, the remaining life threads in the room wrapped around the picture and then slammed at Seaglass Cat. Seaglass Cat only knew how to dance and sing. She didn't know how to fight. She didn't expect she would meet her idol in this manner too. The life threads were like a reaper's scythe. The woman already lost her mind. Her face was bloody and ruined. Her lips that once evoked such a beautiful melody now only poured out blood. I've always wanted to meet you. It was too late to evade, and Seaglass Cat didn't look like she was about to evade. She opened her arms and hummed a special melody. There were no lyrics, but the melody danced on people's hearts. It was moving and sad. I'm experiencing your former despair. I can't hold on much longer. Seaglass Cat's skin started to crack. She didn't seem to mind dying as long as she could finish humming the song. That was her last wish. Hearing the familiar melody, the woman's eyes struggled with pain, but she didn't stop. The picture bound by life thread swung at Seaglass Cat, but eyes suddenly opened on Seaglass Cat's clothes. The hollow gazes appeared to come from hell itself. A girl hugging a fishbowl stared at the woman in the picture silently. A boy's cry overwhelmed all the other voices. A bright blade cut through the picture and the life threads. A woman without her tongue materialized on the small stage. She was tied to a chair, and a golden music box was placed before her. Inside the golden music box was a severed tongue filled with curses and resentment. Notification for player 0000. You've completed the mission, Special Room Service. You've gained 3 skill points and grade F talent, Art Appraisal. When the woman appeared, the chill dissipated. The tension in the air was torn apart. The oppressive feeling lifted. They had broken the endless loop. The gallery changed back to normal. The freezers became normal paintings. The only thing unchanged was the stage in the middle. Art Appraisal. You have unique taste for art. You can easily see the flaw in any artwork. You can use this ability 5 times per night. Chapter 493. Luck. The woman's body was connected to the hotel. To become the manager of this hotel, she became part of the hotel. Her shackled arms raised. As she struggled, the whole hotel shook, but she couldn't change anything. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Her tongueless mouth was like a hollow hole. Staring at Seaglass Cat, the woman's lips trembled as if singing the melody from her past. The life thread behind her bound her to the other black life threads. The black life threads coursed through her body like blood vessels before they bound around her heart. The woman was not like a ghost or a human. She was more like a trapped monster. Let me help you find release. Han Fei took out rest in peace. When he walked to the back of the woman, what he saw made him frown. The life thread that grew out of the woman's heart was connected to darkness. Her back was wrinkled as the life thread fed on her. You control the animated regrets at the hotel through the life thread, and then a pure hatred at the hospital controls you. The hospital zone was different from Ziggurat. The 3 pure hatreds didn't have Butterfly's special power. To ensure the safety of the hospital zone, they connected all the buildings with life threads. They could coexist, but they decided to put shackles on others. Is it because they are afraid of being threatened? Raising the blade. Han Fei aimed it at the life thread on the woman's back. Before Rest in Peace could touch the life thread, 7 shadows crawled out from the thread. They were all in white coats. They were all plastic surgery doctors. Sea glass was their handiwork. When she saw one of the shadows, Auntie Lee stood up from the ground. Her eyes filled with shock. It's really him? The doctors were just shadows. They couldn't stop Han Fei. The thread made from resentment, humanity, memory, and despair was cut through by light. The 7 doctors dissolved into a false but beautiful face. Sea glass memory morphed into a black mist that echoed with screams. Despair became an injured soul who struggled aimlessly in the black mist. The last humanity became a song. It sang one last time in the black mist before entering rest in peace. After the black mist disappeared, so did the injured soul and the doctors. Rest in Peace gained a humming woman. She was very weak, but she attracted the attention of the other souls inside Rest in Peace. The souls surrounded her and listened to her songs. The woman finally had her audience, both in real life and the cryptic world. After the life thread was severed, the woman's body wilted. All the pictures shattered and the humans inside the pictures faded away. The shackles fell to the ground. There was a growl in the dark. It felt like the pure hatreds at the hospital had sensed something. Pure hatreds are on the move. We need to leave. Han Fei could deal with large lingering spirits, but not pure hatreds. After all, this hotel is going nowhere. One day it'll be part of the happiness neighborhood. The neighbors agreed with Han Fei. They used the last bit of time to find Shen Luo and took away all the valuables at the hotel. Picking up the music box, Su Qin took out her knife and pierced through the tongue. She absorbed the curse from sea glass. Su Qin's body shook before she smiled. A voice's curse is quite beautiful. After removing the curse, Su Qin placed the music box inside Weep's urn. Since the pure hatreds might arrive at any moment, Han Fei's group needed to leave. They searched from the 11th floor to the 1st floor and cleaned up everything, but they couldn't find Shen Luo. Where's the man? The other players looked at each other before Yin Tang offered. When we were trapped inside the endless loop, could he have left the hotel? After all, he was dragged into the elevator by the hair and should reach the lobby before we do. Yin Tang stopped himself from sharing his thoughts on the low chances of Shen Luo being alive because of his talent. Anxiety lingered in the air. Pure hatreds were coming. They had to give up the search for Shen Luo. He's so lucky. I'm sure he'll be fine. Han Fei picked up the urn and led the players back into the mist. When Iron Man saw Han Fei lead them into the mist, he was shocked, but then he soon realized the place with the mist was safe. Don't wander around in the hidden maps. It's best to stay at your spawn point. Interesting enough, the ziggurat was now the player's spawn point. It had given Ziggurat a new life. Brother Yofu, I have a question. Seaglass Cat suddenly spoke. It has been 20 hours since we entered the hidden map. I purchased the cheapest gaming hub. It can only run continuously for 24 hours. If I can't leave the hidden map willingly, then can I kill myself to leave this place? The girl was strangely calm when she said that. Compared to being killed by ghosts, I'd rather choose my own way to die. After you die, all your data will be erased. All the connections you've made will be gone. The account Seaglass Cat will be gone permanently. Are you sure you want to do that? Han Fei noticed that every player who accidentally entered the cryptic world carried some kind of pain on them. They bought perfect life to seek healing. A long time ago, I joked with my family that if I entered a supernatural world filled with ghosts, it's better for me to kill myself than being tortured. Seaglass Cat smiled. Plus, I have no regret now. I named myself Seaglass Cat because I adore Seaglass since I was young. I didn't expect to meet her in-game. The 7th generation photon computer is amazing. It can even look into people's hearts. She took out a pair of scissors. Before she did anything, Yin Tang grabbed her wrist. You need to calm down. We still have a chance to leave. Your hub can still run for 4 hours. Yin Tang never cared about others in the past. People thought he was arrogant, and he thought the others were boring, but he was slowly changing. He was acting on instinct when he stopped Seaglass Cat. Life and death could prove a person's nature. Auntie Lee and Iron Man also went to console Seaglass Cat. Han Fei looked at them silently before he said, I can tell you the way to leave, but this is something me and my friend spent weeks discovering. We've tested this since the game's CB. It is our guild's biggest secret. All 4 players turn to Han Fei. If you want to know this method, then you'll have to trade it with your friendship. I need you to swear that you will never leak this secret and do anything to harm my guild. Normal vows were not binding, but Han Fei had soul trade. I swear to heed your orders. Yin Tang had already made the decision when he was at the hotel. He even wanted to join Han Fei's guild to explore the unknown world together. You've saved us from the hotel, so we'll listen to you. Sea Glass Cat nodded. Auntie Lee looked at the mist. After some hesitation, she walked towards Han Fei. Child, I know I am very old and I don't know much about gaming, but I can give you money and anything else you want. Can you let me join your guild? What? Han Fei was surprised by the auntie's straightforwardness. The auntie probably didn't know what a guild meant. I didn't want to leave just like that. I've searched for my husband for 20 years already. I don't care if this game is real or not. I have to see him again, or I'll never die peacefully. Auntie Lee cried. The events at the hospital had evoked the past in her. I don't need money or anything else. I only need you to keep this secret for me. Han Fei finally turned to Iron Man. What about you? I know you are a professional player, but there are different levels to players too. If you can do things others cannot, then you can join the top gaming guild too. Top. Iron Man was very intrigued. Don't worry, I will keep this secret. The 4 players willingly followed Han Fei to the mall. Brother Yofu, do top players like yourself have your own circle? Then do you know Huang Yin? After Yin Tang asked that question, Iron Man walked over too. They were very curious. The godlike player had the whole world's eyes on him. Huang Yin? Han Fei switched on the masterful acting button in his mind. He sucked in a quick breath as his eyes moved up to the night sky. There are different levels of professional players, and Huang Yin occupies his own level. He is above the top. No one can reach his height. Huang Yin is like the night sky above us. He will always look down on us. Han Fei's words shocked Iron Man and Yin Tang. Even a powerful player like Han Fei had a high admiration for Huang Yin. Soon they arrived at Midnight Mall. They entered the storeroom and gave their vows to the altar with Mirror God watching. The 4 players didn't notice that their souls were bound to the altar. The trade was the vows themselves. We are now friends, so I will not hide anything from you. Han Fei took out the wishing can from his inventory. There are many ways to leave the hidden map, but the method found by my guild is to look for the keys. Keys. Iron Man and Yin Tang were confused. You need to find the keys yourself. They come with unique patterns. When you find the key, you only need to open this door to leave. Han Fei took out a key from the can. This was a key he swiped from the shelf when he entered the mall. I have a key I kept for myself. I can only give it to one of you. You need to decide who will have it. I don't need it. I will stay. Auntie Lee shook her head. I use Company Gaming Hub. It's not the best, but it can run for a week. Every day, there will be people who come to renew our nutrient pods and remove the excrement pods. Iron Man said. He was basically an office worker, but instead of working in a company, he gained fixed paycheck gaming for his boss. Then we shall give it to Sea Glass Cat. My gaming hub is top of the line. I don't need to worry about these. Yin Tang didn't plan to leave either. Han Fei was surprised that they came to a decision so soon. Han Fei handed the key to Sea Glass Cat. Along the way, she didn't speak. She was thinking about painful things. The horrible memory bound around her like vines similar to the life threads that shackled Sea Glass. Han Fei inserted the key into the lock. He signaled for Sea Glass Cat to push open the door that wasn't even locked. I will keep the secret. Thank you for saving me, Sea Glass Cat said as she grabbed the doorknob. As the girl pushed the door open, Han Fei used resurrection on her. Your voice is amazing. I am sure many people in the world share my opinion. After sending away Sea Glass Cat, Han Fei walked out of the darkness. He looked at the other 3. The keys are only one of the ways to leave this world. There are many other methods, but don't try suicide because most hidden maps are deleted maps. Killing yourself here might cause damage to your brain. Understood. After that, Han Fei took out the music box from the urn and placed it before the altar. He used the special ability, Soul Trade. Notification for player 0000. Sold trade successful. Please pick one reward from the following four. Option 1. EXP. Option 2. Heavily damaged grade F cursed item. Music box. Option 3. -1 charm. Option 4. A random talent from this special large lingering spirit. Han Fei was ready to pick EXP when he saw the last option. Of course, I'll pick the ability. Notification for player 0000. You've acquired grade F singing talent. The voice bound by a devil. The voice bound by a devil. Your voice is very melodious like a devil charming the innocent. Your singing is very despairing. Every note reeks of pain and despair. Your song is very loud. It can break through the shackles fate has placed on you. After Han Fei gained this new talent, his speaking voice didn't change too much, but when he hummed some simple melody, his notes appeared to be dancing. I've obtained cursed words at Ziggurat, and now with this new talent, does this mean I'll be able to heal the enemies with just words and singing? Han Fei was happy to have gained a new ability. He led the 3 players back into the mist. At the same time, a haggard figure crawled out of one Wa Beauty Hotel's elevator shaft. How did I survive falling from such a high spot? Shenluo looked at the hair that covered the elevator. He shivered. Who controlled this hair, and why aren't they moving anymore? Shenluo looked out the shaft. The tables, floor, and walls were covered in blood. He looked closer and realized the blood had many children's footprints. The footprints were everywhere. The blood looks fresh. Are they from my teammates? Am I the only one alive? Endless loneliness overwhelmed him. Shenluo sat back down. After death, everything related to the in-game character will be deleted. That appears to be the only way to leave. He collected the black hair and rolled them into a black rope. Is it really a good idea to hang myself using another person's hair? He looked at the swaying hair. Oh well, death is inevitable, so why should I hurry towards it? After all, there's nothing waiting for me in real life. The company is going bankrupt. The boss is arrested, so I have plenty of time to find the way to leave. Shenluo crawled out of the shaft. Looking at the bloody ground, he couldn't imagine what had happened here. The hidden maps are so scary. Avoiding the blood, Shenluo decided to leave the hotel. When he reached the hotel entrance, he noticed more children's footprints. He looked down the distance and saw a child wearing white shoes and white clothes at the junction. The child had fair skin and his face was perfect. Such a cute child. Shenluo was amazed. When he came to his senses, the child was gone. Now is not the time to mind others. I need to take care of myself first. My teammates are all dead. I have to face these things all on my own. Shenluo hesitated when he reached the junction. The left would lead him to Ziggurat, the right deeper into the city. After some hesitation, Shenluo took out a pen. I'll leave it to fate. He spun the pen on the ground. When the pen stopped, the tip pointed at the mist of Ziggurat. My luck tells me to head into the mist, but my luck is always bad, so the right path is the opposite. Shenluo looked into the city. If I do everything opposite my normal way, I will become the luckiest man in the world. After all, when God closes a window, he will open a door. He strode deeper into the city. Whenever he arrived at another junction, he'd spin the pen again. He saw more and more ads for plastic surgery. I haven't met any slayers. Looks like my decision was right. This is the correct way to play. Chapter 494. Sea Glass Cat. After telling the 3 players what to look out for, Han Fei left them to their own devices. He could only use resurrection once per night, so Han Fei needed 3 nights to send these players away. With regards to the player with 0 luck, Han Fei wasn't holding out hope. They searched the hotel for a long time, but they couldn't find him. They shouted his name and got no reply either. Just like Yin Tang predicted, if he wasn't killed by the ghost, he would have left the hotel before them. Han Fei could only hope that the man's luck would get better and was hiding in a building near the mist. The worst thing was for him to venture towards the plastic surgery hospital. Han Fei finished a grade F mission and saved 4 out of 5 players. It was a fulfilling night for Han Fei. When he returned to Ziggurat, his neighbors were still digesting the merchandise from the mall. They were getting stronger. Han Fei didn't disturb his neighbors. He had Feng Ziyu and the Ziggurat guards look over the players, and then he left the game. The blood fell. Han Fei was very familiar with all these. When he felt something approach him from behind, he wanted to greet the man, but before he could say anything, his consciousness was pulled away. Opening his eyes, Han Fei removed the gaming helmet and crawled out of the gaming hub. If only every night can be so relaxing. Han Fei looked at his investigation wall and was reminded of the wall at the hotel. As long as I continue to become stronger, eventually I will turn this game into a real Iyashikei game. A good Iyashikei game could not only heal oneself, but also others. Even though it was not yet dawn, Han Fei didn't feel tired at all. He switched on the light on his study table and started to read. After he entered the cryptic world, Han Fei understood something. Reading was key. In the past, he only focused on acting and had missed out on many things. He thought that acting was everything, but now he had a different perspective. To survive in the cryptic world, he needed a wealth of knowledge, from criminal psychology to business management, from first aid to city planning. He had so many things to learn. I have to study hard and crush those unmentionables with my knowledge. Han Fei became energized when he realized that this knowledge might save him at unexpected moments. The sun drifted through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Han Fei, who had been studying detective methods, stretched lazily. He realized that as his stamina increased, his brain also rarely felt tired anymore. His body had to be resilient to sustain the pressure brought on by the Alter Inheritance mission. Li Shui should be awake now. Han Fei glanced at the time and took out his phone to call her. Before he spoke, Li Shui's voice said, "You're looking for someone again? Your calls are even more punctual than my alarms. What time do you wake up anyway?" "I go to bed at midnight every day, but I wake up earlier than most." Han Fei brought up the info of the few players in his mind. He wanted to know what kind of people tended to be attracted by the cryptic world. After explaining the situation to Li Shui, Han Fei hung up. He then messaged Huang Yin. He wanted to know if Huang Yin had encountered anything special in the surface world. Huang Yin was Han Fei's most important friend and assistant. If the passage between the cryptic world and the surface world opened, Huang Yin could use his identity as the top player to do many things. Be prepared for the worst. Han Fei also didn't know what would happen to Perfect Life in the future. The video call was connected. Huang Yin didn't look so well. The last time he looked so haggard was when he encountered Butterfly. "Brother Huang, what happened to you?" "I reached level 20, and I was doing my profession upgrade mission yesterday night." "Speaking of, I need your opinion." Huang Yin sent another new document to Han Fei. "I can now take on a second profession. I have two choices. One is to upgrade Blood Doctor. As Blood Doctor, I am now wanted by the whole city. Blood Doctor is a very powerful profession." "Did you trigger a different hidden profession?" "Yes, thanks to my nightmare talent. I learn abilities related to dreams very fast. Since Perfect Life doesn't have a limit for a player's side profession, I studied all the professions related to dreams that I can find. When I reached level 20 yesterday night, the system told me that I have triggered a unique hidden profession, Dream Watcher." Huang Yin trusted Han Fei unconditionally. He shared everything with Han Fei. "Dream Watcher? What power does it have?" "I am not sure, but I believe it is not so different from hypnotist and psychiatrist, right? But for the profession's mission, it is quite impossible. I need to enter NPCs' dreams and help them find the things they have lost in their dreams." Huang Yin ruffled his hair. In Perfect Life, each player could only have one main profession, but at every 10 levels, they could choose to upgrade a side profession. I am now conflicted between Blood Doctor and Dream Watcher. Which is more suitable for me? Blood Doctor is Feng Ziyu's final present for me. It is a healing hidden profession that is hard to find, but Dream Watcher corresponds more with my talents. So if I manage to unlock this profession, it will be my unique profession. If a normal player triggered even the lowest level of hidden professions, they would be so excited that they couldn't sleep, but Huang Yin had to choose between two hidden professions. He was truly the top player. Don't abandon Blood Doctor, but try to unlock Dream Watcher too. You need both professions. If you lack resources, you can come to me to get them. Don't worry, I have your back. Han Fei heard of Dream Watcher for the first time. He had no idea how this profession was like, but since this was going to be Huang Yin's unique profession, they better hold on to it. Okay, I know what to do now. Let's talk about something else. What happened to the players who have disappeared inside the maze? Han Fei cared about those people. They are still missing. Thankfully, they are top players and belong to big companies. Every day, people will take care of them. They will be fine for another week. Huang Yin was paying attention to them too. Actually, for professional players, being in games for days is quite common. So no one really takes this seriously yet. Their boss probably thought he was lucky because his people managed to find the hidden map. Hopefully they can survive. The theme park is very dangerous. Even I am not strong enough to go there yet. We're not responsible for them. They sought this out themselves. Huang Yin was older than Han Fei. He was familiar with the working of the society. They were the ones who put their chips on the table. They only had themselves to blame if they lose everything. Han Fei nodded. He wanted to ask Huang Yin something when he received a call from Director Zhang. Han Fei ended the call with Huang Yin and accepted Director Zhang's call. Director Zhang, how can I help you? I'm sorry to disturb you so early. Director Zhang had no idea Han Fei had been awake for several hours already. Did something unhappy happen between you and Star Entertainment yesterday night? Their boss wanted to talk to you in private. Star Entertainment? When Han Fei first saw them, he injured their star artist. CEO Li admires you greatly. Their company plans to collaborate with us to make a movie related to plastic surgery. There is a great chance that you'll be the male lead. Director Zhang's words were alluring to all actors. I'll be the male lead. This was the first time Han Fei got such an invitation. This was different from his previous projects. He was going to be the main character for a whole movie. Star Entertainment is an experienced company, but their luck is going downhill. They have been deteriorating, but with this collaboration, they might turn things around. Director Zhang persuaded Han Fei. He really admired Han Fei and liked actors like Han Fei. His price was reasonable, but his acting skill was amazing. He was a born actor. Okay, I will meet him tonight and look at the script. All right. The location is still at by Xianggu. I'll be the host this time. Director Zhang then hung up. Looking at the phone, Han Fei shook his head. Compared to Director Zhang was more business-minded. It was why Director Zhang was a top director, while Director Jiang was still working with small internet dramas. Han Fei scanned his ranking on the internet. Thriller novelist hadn't been released. With Twin Flowers, Han Fei became the highest-ranked actor among the D-list actors. He was close to moving to the C-list. The popularity ranking is always changing. It's pointless to look at it now. When I am a B-list actor, I should help Director Jiang make a movie that can really show off his talent. When Han Fei was down on his luck, it was Director Jiang who helped him. Han Fei hadn't forgotten about that. Han Fei looked through his unread messages when Li Shui called him. Found something so soon? Looks like they don't have many secrets. Han Fei accepted the call, and Li Shui said with confusion, how come there is no Yin Tang in the citizenry database? Are you sure he is alive? Han Fei was startled immediately. Yes, he's alive. Haven't I told you his appearance and physical property? You can't find him? Then pay attention to this Yin Tang. At least I don't have the clearance to look into him. Li Shui took down info on Yin Tang. But other than him, I found info on the rest. The auntie Li you mentioned used to be a professor in law. Her husband worked for Immortal Pharma, and her son is working for Deep Space Tech. They are a family of elites. But after her husband disappeared, she gave up her job. Due to her illness, she stayed at Immortal Pharma's hospital for some time. Seaglass Cat is an orphan. She once stayed at the orphanage built by Immortal Pharma. When she was 10, she was adopted by an old lady. She likes to dance and sing. After the old lady passed away, she never laughed again. Strangely enough, even though she has inherited the old lady's estate and money, she didn't spend any of them. She insists on working to earn her own money. Actually, it's quite touching. The old lady knew she wasn't long for this world, so she spent a lot of money to purchase the gaming hub for Seaglass Cat. The old lady donated her brain and her digital asset to Immortal Pharma. Shen Luo is a professional investor, but he has no active projects. However, he has 2 houses in the intelligent city. Even I have to suspect if he is money laundering. Iron Man is a professional gamer. His father is a manager at Immortal Pharma. He ran away from home when he was 17. He still hasn't returned home. Han Fei memorized everything Li Shui said. He noticed with shock that other than Yin Tang and Shun Luo, the other three were all related to Immortal Pharma. Han Fei, the people that you look for are all related to Immortal Pharma. Do you think Butterfly is hiding there? I can't be sure, but I do know that once a company with the top technology loses control, it'll be scarier than the Butterfly. Han Fei chatted with Li Shui for a while before he hung up. Too many players had slipped into the cryptic world this time, or else he wouldn't be curious to find out more about them. Immortal Pharma. Han Fei logged into his computer and started to search for Seaglass Cat. The girl used to stay at Immortal Pharma's orphanage, so she might have been given a personality transplant. Han Fei logged onto a video-sharing platform and searched for the user Seaglass Cat. A user with about 100 fans appeared before his eyes. Most of the videos were of the girl singing. 2 videos had higher views. They were both of her dancing. Han Fei clicked on the video. Seaglass Cat had a beautiful voice, but she didn't cover popular songs. She sang her own music. Every song sounded melancholic. This appeared to be her way of communicating her feelings to the world. Her singing videos had very low views. There were 1 or 2 comments. Some praised her for her voice, but most people found her to be rather creepy and annoying. Sounds like her voice is getting more and more despaired. Han Fei started to watch the videos, beginning from the first. The videos at the beginning were fine. There were few viewers, but she looked at ease. But as more people saw her, strange comments started to appear. Seaglass Cat started to upload dancing videos, and to Han Fei's surprise, she was a very professional dancer, but most of the comments were about her body and face. Han Fei frowned as he read the comments. He was only halfway through when the website told him that the video he was watching had been deleted. When Han Fei refreshed the page, he realized Seaglass Cat's videos were rapidly disappearing. The girl was taking them down one by one. Why is she doing this? Han Fei quickly looked through the remaining videos. The latest video was released 2 days ago. The video was black and white. Black words appeared on white background. Seaglass Cat shared a story with strangers online through the video. My world is now only black and white. She grew up in an orphanage. She was bullied. She was fragile like a glass toy, but no one was willing to protect her. In her memory, she had never smiled happily before. Since she was 5, she was brought to different places. She started to become lethargic. She felt like she had forgotten many things. She became more sensitive and fragile. Many times, she imagined her heart as glass and a small touch, and it would break. This situation worsened after she was 8. She couldn't look after herself. She felt like everything around her could break her. She often curled up at the corner. She felt safe leaning against the wall. She lived this life until she was 10, and an old lady adopted her. The old lady was an employee at Immortal Pharma. The pair started their life together. The old lady used 5 years to open up Seaglass Cat's heart, to help her forget her childhood pain. She taught her how to sing and danced with her. Seaglass Cat felt happiness for the first time, but not long after she had her 19th birthday, the old lady died. The scariest thing was on her deathbed, the old lady finally told her the truth. Actually, the girl's life was an experiment. After the old lady died, the experiment result would be revealed. The world collapsed. Seaglass Cat tried to stand up, but her personality was like broken china. She couldn't support herself anymore. Endless pain swallowed her. At the end of the video was a row of black sentences. She didn't have a name. Her number at the orphanage was 031, so she decided to return everything on the 31st of this month. Not many people watched this video, but there were still few comments. None of them take it seriously. Some even commented that the script was very well written. Seaglass Cat didn't say that the video was referring to herself, but Han Fei knew it was. He stood up and rushed out. He called Li Shui. Where does Seaglass Cat live? She is very unstable mentally. She might do something stupid. Chapter 495. 10 minutes. When Han Fei saw Seaglass Cat in the game yesterday night, he felt something was wrong. She had a very low desire for life. She even wanted to kill herself to leave the cryptic world. She didn't care about the things she had. She had lost interest in everything around her. She had no hope. That was a very scary thing. Han Fei used 20 minutes to reach Seaglasscat's place. It was an old neighborhood. It was placed between the old city and the intelligent city. Room 1031. After getting the address, Han Fei raced into the neighborhood. Are you a tenant here? How come I haven't seen you before? The guard at the door stopped Han Fei. I'm here to look for a friend. She lives in room 1031. Han Fei moved so fast that the two guards couldn't even keep up with him. Stop. The guard spoke into the walkie-talkie. He fixed his eyes on Han Fei, afraid that he might disappear from view. We need help. We have a trespasser. What does he look like? He ran too fast for me to get a clear look. Han Fei entered building 1 and scanned all the room numbers. His brain was a calculator. Without wasting any time, he made an accurate choice. He came to the 3rd floor. Han Fei knocked on the door and shouted Seaglasscat's name, but there was no answer. This made him very anxious. Stop knocking. Seaglasscat's neighbor opened the door. A middle-aged woman walked out with a spray can. The girl is not at home. Do you know where she is? Not sure. Ever since her family died, she rarely comes out. This morning, when I was watering the plants on my balcony, I was shocked to see her out of her room. The woman thought about it. She was on her phone, but the other person didn't seem to answer her. She carried a school bag with the name of an orphanage. She was acting very weird. A school bag with an orphanage's name? Han Fei was reminded of the girl's parting words in the video. She planned to leave this world in a unique world, to return the present the world had given her. She would start with her despair. The orphanage built by Immortal Pharma. Han Fei turned and he ran into the group of guards. Who are you looking for? We can help you. Thanks. Before the guard finished, Han Fei grabbed his arm. Let me see the surveillance footage at your gate. The guard was only saying that to delay Han Fei, but when he came to his senses, he was already dragged away by Han Fei. He widened his eyes. The guard turned to his colleagues, and they were still standing there shocked. Don't worry, I was once a neighborhood guard too. I will not hurt you unless you don't cooperate with me. Han Fei entered the guard room and stood before the computers. He looked through the footage. He controlled the machines better than the guard. Soon Han Fei discovered Seaglasscat on the footage. It was from 1 hour ago. She held her phone, lowered her head, and carried a ruined school bag. Who was she talking to? Even at maximum enlargement, Han Fei couldn't see anything, so he gave up. Immortal Pharma had built 2 orphanages. They were all at the northern side of the old city. She was heading that way too. After leaving the guard room, the 3 guards set up a strong defense like they were against a toughened criminal. However, Han Fei only nodded his thanks politely at them and ran out. He called a taxi to head to the orphanage. He still had a minor impression of the place. Sir, can you drive faster? Han Fei felt like he should use his own money to buy a car, or else it was very inconvenient. If a car was too ambitious, he could start with a motorcycle. 15 minutes later, Han Fei arrived at the orphanage. Even after so many years, the place still looked the same. Even though the outside had been updated many times, the inside hadn't changed. Although from appearance, the place looked more like a children's hospital than an orphanage. After paying the cab fare, Han Fei ran towards the orphanage. He was only halfway there when he realized a big crowd had gathered on the street across from the orphanage. Someone is jumping. There's a girl on that building. Quick, call the police. Various noises came from the crowd. Han Fei stopped to look up the building opposite. The building opposite the orphanage belonged to Immortal Pharma too. It was 7 stories high. No one knew what it was for. It had no sign or anything. Han Fei's eyes moved up, and he saw a girl on the rooftop of the building. She carried the school bag and stood at the edge of the roof. She swayed in the wind like a leaf in the fall. Seaglasscat. Han Fei had met many suicide patients in his life. Some of them were agitated. Their suicide was a call for help. They couldn't find a reason to live. They were destroyed by reality's cruelty. This kind of people was easier to persuade. The other kind was the difficult one. They were numb to death, or rather they had considered their death for a long time. When they chose to commit suicide, their brain had already simulated the situation thousands of times. They tried to persuade themselves from not doing it until they couldn't persuade themselves anymore. She walked up the steps and the light left her eyes. Sea Glass Cat was the latter. She had gone through the worst childhood. She participated in some kind of experiment, was led to different places until she wasn't herself anymore. Perhaps if she hadn't seen the light, she could still live in the dark. She was like a cat stuck in the storm. When she was almost dead, the old lady adopted her. The old lady slowly pieced her broken personality together, using love and care to mend her. Perhaps her personality was still broken, but at least it had been pieced together. She gained a reason to live. But the cruelest part of this experiment was once the old lady died from illness, the pieced-together personality would shatter again. When the old lady lived with Sea Glass Cat, the old lady really took her as her granddaughter. She gave the child all her love and slowly forgot the purpose of the experiment. The old lady told Sea Glass Cat the truth at the last moment of her life. At that moment, the old lady probably did want to save Sea Glass Cat. It was why she told her the truth, or else she could have come up with a lie so that the girl would continue to live in the falsehood. The hope was fake, but the love was real. Either way, it didn't matter to Sea Glass Cat anymore. Move away. Move away. The police arrived, and then the firemen. The siren shattered the silence. The airbag was dispensed. The firemen entered the building with various tools. The building's manager walked out. He was a fat, middle-aged man. He was nervous and sweaty. He kept telling the police things. Why would a girl so pretty do something like this? Probably because she was dumped. The kids nowadays are incredibly fragile. I don't believe that she dares to jump. Watch your words. The girl doesn't look like she is joking. Plus, she doesn't look sad at all. There is no tear on her face, and her eyes look shattered. You are kidding. You can tell so much from her eyes. Are you a doctor? The people on the street took out their phones to record. Some of the people zoomed in so they could see the girl's face. Is she going to jump or not? I'm almost late for work. I've been recording for so long already. I don't think she really wants to die. She'll be safe. I'm depending on her for clicks. A very nasty-looking man was recording when his screen turned black. He turned around and saw Han Fei standing before him. Han Fei covered the lens with his hand. Are you sick? If you want people to jump that much, why don't you go up in there and jump? Han Fei's voice was even, but it caused the man to shiver. The man wanted to counter, but he was pulled away by his friends. The two guessed correctly that Han Fei was not to be trifled with. They cursed Han Fei and disappeared into the crowd. After memorizing these people's faces, Han Fei slipped through the crowd to enter the building. The elevator was used by the police, so Han Fei used the safety passage. He climbed all the way to the rooftop. Hey, what are you doing? You can't be here now. A young officer stopped Han Fei. Han Fei stopped and asked about Sea Glass Cat's latest update. When he was communicating with the young officer, an aged officer came down from the roof. What are you still doing here? Have you contacted her family? She is an orphan. The old lady who adopted her died not too long ago. I believe that is why she is doing this. The young officer sighed. She has no family left. Then we will be her family. Now is her saddest and lowest moment. We need to find a way to help her calm down. The aged officer looked over to the edge. A female officer was trying to talk to Sea Glass Cat. The wind is very strong there. Why don't you come down here so that we can talk? No matter what the female officer said, Sea Glass Cat didn't react. Her eyes were transfixed on the orphanage opposite. From her vantage point, she could look into the orphanage. Even after all these years, there were still children abandoned there. They had some kind of deficiencies, either mentally or physically. Feels like she's waiting for a specific moment. Han Fei was reminded of something. He held the officer beside him. Have you looked into the time of death for Sea Glass Cat's grandmother? Was it in the morning too? How much longer until that time? The young officer wanted to ignore Han Fei, but when the aged officer heard Han Fei, he turned around in shock. Han Fei, I didn't recognize you earlier. Why are you here? You know me? Han Fei relaxed. Oh wait, perhaps you've seen my movie. I don't watch movies. The aged officer said. When we were going after Butterfly, the superior has shown your picture to all of us. They told us to protect you. Then I have to thank your superior. Han Fei walked towards the aged officer. I have seen this girl before. She lived in the orphanage opposite when she was young. You've seen her? The old officer was shocked. We don't time for the details. The girl is not just facing a simple mental breakdown. She has lost all hope for life. Normal persuasion won't work. She will not listen. Han Fei glanced at his watch. Help me find her grandmother's time of death. I suspect she is trying to match that time. Found it. Her grandmother died at the hospital at 10:34 a.m. It's now 10:24 a.m. We have 10 minutes. Han Fei looked at the officer beside me. Can you let me go over to talk to her? Sorry, but we can't do that. Only experienced people are allowed to talk to suicidal people, or else it might make things worse. The officer immediately rejected Han Fei. Han Fei was very kind and clever, but one needed professional knowledge, experience, and empathy to deal with suicidal people. The firemen were ready on the 7th floor. But there was still distance between the 7th floor and the roof. On the roof, a male and female officer slowly approached. When they were 5 meters from Seaglass Cat, they couldn't go any further because the girl's body was tipping forward. Time ticked by, and the situation reached a stalemate. When it was 3 minutes to 10:34 a.m., Han Fei charged onto the roof. He wanted to save the girl, but he was risking a lot doing this. If the girl died when she talked to Han Fei, the bad press would ruin Han Fei's career. His former agency would make sure that Han Fei was made into a murderer. The 50-cent army would come in full force. It was why most people chose to be silent, because words and actions could be easily misconstrued. But at that moment, Han Fei chose to make his move. I know where the old lady who adopted you is. I've seen her, and I can bring you to go and meet her. Han Fei's voice echoed in the roof. Then he said the other sentence. Your voice is amazing. I am sure many people in the world share my opinion. Seaglass Cat, who was unresponsive to the outside world, slowly turned around. This was what Han Fei said when he sent Seaglass Cat back from the cryptic world. Chapter 496. Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Thursday, June 9th, 202, 2496. Colorful, if not pushed by despair, who would have stepped onto the roof? The wind fluttered the scarf around Seaglass Cat's neck. No one present expected the girl to respond to Han Fei. If there was a chance for communication, then there was hope. The young officer who raced to pull Han Fei back was stopped by the aged officer. The female officer on the roof also retreated to give Han Fei space. Yesterday night, you saw your idol. You should know that I am not lying. Han Fei stood in the middle of the roof. His expression was sincere. She is not waiting for you at heaven, because I've seen her at that place. Seaglass Cat's eyes were still dull. Perhaps she was really tired. She was like China, who looked perfect but was covered in cracks. Her life was an experiment. The love that she cherished was just a scientific observation. I've met the person who loved you the most. Think about it. It is because she treats you as her family that she would tell you that secret at the end of her life. She violated her own promise, gave up on the experiment, and was willing to destroy everything to tell you the truth. She loves you, and we can go look for her together. The colorless eyes looked at Han Fei. While Seaglass Cat thanked Han Fei, she shook her head. This was her first time responding to another. Han Fei's words were working. Not only Han Fei, but even the officers beside him were also nervous. The wind blew harder, and the crowd below was noisier, but all these had nothing to do with Seaglass Cat. There was only 1 minute left to 10:34 a.m. Seaglass Cat took out her phone and placed it beside her ear. Han Fei saw that Seaglass Cat has been calling her grandmother. The call was never meant to go through. The caller's tune for the old lady's number rang in her ear. That was Seaglass singing. The familiar melody danced on the roof. Despair rose to one's ankles. Seaglass Cat opened her mouth to hum the melody that no one would sing again. There was no anxiety. She faced death openly. Before her body fell, her soul had fallen into the abyss. She was like a kitten curled up at the edge of the cliff. Her fur was wet from the storm. She had given up on the struggle and allowed the despair to crawl into her body. Her legs moved forward. Rubble dropped from the roof. When she was ready to close her eyes, her own song rang from behind her. Her songs that no one loved echoed on the roof with a special melody. Each note carried inexplicable despair, The pain was like a black sea. Seaglass Cat turned around with disbelief. Her voice intertwined with Han Fei's voice. The kitten who was trapped in the abyss looked into the darkness. She saw a cruel demon. Resentment danced beside him, and despair was his attire. He used his bloody hands to pick the kitten up by the back of her neck. The demon toyed with the cat, but the cat couldn't even struggle. The song weakened. The demon got bored. He looked into the kitten's despairing eyes and eventually placed the kitten on his shoulders. He wanted to crawl out of the abyss with the kitten. Dragging the endless darkness, the demon gripped the walls of the cliff and looked up. His dark eyes reflected the sun and the sky. When Seaglass Cat came to her senses, Han Fei was standing before her. The demon in the song held her wrist, and the eyes reflected the whole world. "Come on, let's go home." Han Fei pulled Seaglass Cat from the edge of the roof. It was then that the police snapped out of his voice. They rushed to the two. After standing in the wind for so long, Seaglass Cat's legs were frozen. Han Fei carried her on his back and ran downstairs. "Move, move." The young officer helped Han Fei evacuate the workers of the building. The others followed behind him. Han Fei placed Seaglass Cat inside the cruiser, and then he crawled into it himself. The officers following them were stunned. One of them went to the driver's seat and the other to the passenger seat. "We should head to the police station first. I'll warm up the car." The aged officer was very nice, and his tone was friendly. The engine started. The crowds were noisy. Some were thankful and cheered for the police. Others were bored and disappointed. Seaglass Cat hugged her frozen legs, curled inside the car, and looked out. The despair and pain in her eyes were still thick, but the first thing she did after entering the cruiser was to apologize to the police. She wanted to die in peace, but had troubled everyone. The two officers were surprised. Why would such a kind girl be forced to commit suicide? The car flew down the road. Han Fei silently took out his phone to message Li Shui. After getting the reply, Han Fei placed Seaglass Cat's childhood school bag and phone in the middle of the seat. The phone suddenly lit up. Someone had messaged Seaglass Cat. Seaglass Cat picked up the phone. She had no family left, and the only number in her contact list couldn't be called anymore. Her messages would be spam. "I was not lying to you earlier. I will bring you to go to see her." Han Fei held his phone and smiled. Seaglass Cat thought Han Fei's smile was warm, but she kept mistaking him for the demon in the song. With a small nod, Seaglass Cat clicked open her video homepage. She wanted to delete her last video. But when she clicked on the video, she noticed there was a blue comment. "The world is not only black and white, but the sky is also blue. I'll be your sky." Seaglass Cat turned around to look at Han Fei, who was on his phone. Her eyes focused. "Did you do this?" "Did what?" Han Fei exited the video platform. "Other than you." Seaglass Cat just said that when there was a green comment, "The grass is green. I'll be your grass so that you'll have me in your world." And then more colorful comments appeared on the black and white videos. The sky was blue, the soil was brown, the sun was gold, the flower was red, the rainbow was colorful. "Little sister, don't give up. We're here for you. I've been your fans for 3 years already. Your songs have accompanied me through my lowest moment. I'll gift you a red rose. Don't give up. River is blue. I gave the rainbow. Yes, you have a fan base among the LGBT community too. Yes, little sister, you are amazing." More comments appeared on the video. Seaglass Cat looked at the colorful screen. The warm comments melted the numbness in her eyes. Her eyes watered. Tears flowed down her face. The pain that she had suffered after her only family had died exploded at that moment. She curled inside the car and cried her heart out. Han Fei patted the girl's back. He didn't say anything. During Twin Flowers' press release, Han Fei, who suffered from severe social anxiety, was forced to take the stage. Someone was out to get him, and the whole screen filled with comments to slander his name. At that moment, he felt like his heart was sliced. But he survived through it. After that, people who supported him came to help him. The cheers washed away the malicious comments and his fear of the stage. He was once healed, and he tried to use the same method to heal others. The cruiser drove through the city. When they reached the police station, The officers led Sea Glass Cat away to do a simple statement. Han Fei leaned on a free officer's table to play on his phone. Suddenly, he saw himself on the hot topic. Chapter 497, A Song with the Demon. Why am I on trending again? Han Fei clicked on the link, and it led to a video which had been rapidly shared. The video was of Han Fei singing on the roof as he slowly approached Sea Glass Cat, before finally saving her. The video taker was probably a worker at the building. He took down the whole process from the entrance of the roof. From his perspective, Han Fei's song weaved together with Sea Glass Cat's humming. The encounter at the deep abyss was hard to describe with words. Compared to Sea Glass Cat, Han Fei's singing was normal, but there was a unique charm to his tone. Inexplicably, he matched her song. If Sea Glass Cat was an elf in the dark, then Han Fei was darkness itself. Once the video was uploaded, it was shared madly. The video taker didn't know Sea Glass Cat was saved thanks to the words Han Fei said earlier. The video started from Han Fei singing along with Sea Glass Cat, so those who watched the video had the impression that Han Fei managed to save the girl from singing alone. Using a song to save a suicidal person? All the comment sections exploded. When I saw the title, I thought it was clickbait, but after watching the video, I believe the title is not real enough. Such harrowing event. Such voices. No, I'll come up with a more epic title for you. My mother asked why I was kneeling before my phone. Damn, isn't that Han Fei? Isn't he a bounty hunter? I have no idea he's such a good singer. Han Fei has clarified many times, he is not a bounty hunter. He is an informant for the police. Wait, are you too serious? Isn't he an actor? Damn, we're going to see him on the law program again. Han Fei had done many such things before, but every time he would bring people surprises. This time, he shocked everyone with his melodious voice. The video was still gaining views. Han Fei was thankful that Sea Glass Cat's face was blocked off in the video, so no one came to harass her. I've gained more fans, but it feels like they're not my fans because of my movies. Han Fei looked at his social account when he received a call from Director Zhang. Director Zhang, how can I help you? You know how to sing. Why didn't you tell me? You are a treasure. Director Zhang was very excited. Thriller Novelist was about to release soon. Han Fei's action was a great promotion for the movie. I only know a little bit. Don't be so humble. If I knew you're such a good singer, I'd have you sing the movie's theme song and end song. Instead of hiring a singer, I'd rather give you the chance. Director Zhang was really considering that. You should branch out. As you release more projects, you'll eventually become a A-list actor. Furthermore, a few variety program producers have reached out to me. They want you on their shows, and they are paying very good price. If you have time, you should go to play on their shows. Anyway, I was calling to check on you. I was afraid that you might be injured. You sound fine, so that's wonderful. Remember to come to Baixianggu tonight to discuss the script. After hanging up, Han Fei waited for a long time before Sea Glass Cat was released. Her eyes were no longer so dull, but they were very puffy. She kept apologizing to the officers that some of them were embarrassed. We are not afraid of troubles. When you trouble us, it means that you trust us, and that is where our values come from. The aged officer comforted Sea Glass Cat. Then he turned to Han Fei. Look at him. I heard from my colleagues from another district that there was a period of time when he came to work earlier than most of the officers. Even so, they welcome him whenever he shows up. I can prove that he is right. You can always trust Xianlu police. Because they hadn't caught Butterfly in real life, the police were still watching the old city to ensure Han Fei's safety. Go home and rest. If you need anything, call us. The aged officer patted Han Fei's back. I don't know how you two meet, but you need to accompany her. She needs friends. The officer asked Han Fei some questions and went through the routine and let the two go. It's already noon. Are you hungry? My treat. Han Fei walked ahead, and Sea Glass Cat followed behind me. I'll treat you since you have saved my life. Hearing Han Fei, Sea Glass Cat raised her head carefully. For some reason, when she saw Han Fei, she would be reminded of the image from her mind. A cat wandering in the abyss looked up at the extremely scary demon. The cat was afraid, but the demon picked up the cat and placed her on his shoulder to bring her away. She was afraid of Han Fei, but she also felt Han Fei was the only person she could rely on. A cat and a demon. Sea Glass Cat uttered. Then she picked up her pace. What did you say? You ran into a demon? Where? Perhaps I can help you. The two walked and stopped until Sea Glass Cat led Han Fei to a small restaurant at the street corner. The shop had simple decoration. It was run by a pair of couples. Sea Glass Cat walked up the stairs to the second floor immediately. She glanced at the wooden table beside the wall and walked towards it. She picked up the menu. After Grandma adopted me, the first meal we had outside of the orphanage was at this place. We sat at this table. The boss at the time was a large uncle. Sea Glass Cat ordered the same food, but this time her company wasn't her grandmother, but Han Fei. Her adoption by the old lady was when she saw a light in her life for the first time. Returning back here probably meant that there was going to be a new start to her life. After they had their fill, the two got to know each other better. During the meal, Sea Glass Cat kept looking at Han Fei, and in the end, she couldn't help but ask, "What should I call you then? Is it Han Fei or just call me Han Fei?" There was no one around. He looked into the girl's eyes. "Remember not to tell anyone about the secrets from yesterday night." Sea Glass Cat nodded. She had sworn not to tell. "I will help you see the old lady again, but before that, I have many questions for you." Han Fei placed the girl's school bag on the table. Other than the orphanage's name, there was only a number, 031. "In exchange, I need you to tell me some things." Han Fei moved his hands away from the school bag. "I grew up at the orphanage too, but my memory of that time is blurry. I can only remember it being related to a mortal pharma, but I can't remember my own code number." "You grew up at the orphanage too?" Sea Glass Cat was surprised. "You look only 1 or 2 age older than me. If we grew up in the same orphanage, I would have remembered you." The orphanage I was at had been abandoned. It was burnt down in a fire. All of its walls and tables were painted red. Han Fei shared the image he saw from the memory fragment. "I only remember bits and pieces, but I can't even tell if they are real or not." Han Fei told Sea Glass Cat everything he remembered about the orphanage. Sea Glass Cat was surprised. The orphanage Han Fei described was similar to the one she grew up in. However, how could they not see each other and have an impression of the other if they grew up in the same place? "Your number is 013, but what does it mean?" "Should be my test subject number." Sea Glass Cat opened the school bag. Inside was a picture of her and the old lady, as well as some songs she wrote. Sea Glass Cat looked through the pages and handed a page to Han Fei. "Look at the back." The first thing Han Fei did after entering the restaurant was to check for cameras. He knew there was no camera on the second floor. He turned over the script, and the handwriting was completely different on the back. "Child number 013. Perfect personality failure? My grandmother left this behind. She worked for Immortal Pharma her whole life, but in the end, she believed she had done wrong." Sea Glass Cat was sad whenever she mentioned her grandmother. "You are supposed to have a perfect personality?" Han Fei studied the girl with confusion. "Do you remember the tests you've been through?" "I was too young to remember much." Sea Glass Cat shook her head. "It also feels like the more tests you've taken, the less you'd remember about them. You're number 031, so there are 30 children before you. Do you remember them?" Han Fei wanted to find out his past. The wounds were deep on his heart, but he couldn't remember the people who left them there. "I remember their young faces and their corresponding number, but after I was adopted, I lost contact with all of them." "Well, we still have something." Han Fei tapped the table and finally said, "These people have experimented on our lives and treated our humanity as something that can be manipulated. Our lives are ruined for no reason. They injected endless pain and despair in us. We need to use our whole lives to mend the childhood wounds, but the culprits are still out there, using our pain and memory to exchange for money and status. Do you think that's fair?" Sea Glass Cat shook her head. "No. I think so too, so we need to survive to fight for what we're owed." Han Fei smiled at Sea Glass Cat. "Are you willing to help me?" The demon was smiling as he reached out his bloody hands. Sea Glass Cat looked at Han Fei. The demon in the song and Han Fei overlapped. She knew the man was dangerous, but she nodded seriously. "Yes." The cat lost in the abyss encountered the demon looking for light. She padded behind the demon, having chosen to walk with him. Chapter 498, The Perfect Face. "What can I do for you?" Sea Glass Cat placed the lyric back in her bag. She sat up straight before Han Fei. Focus on perfect life. Use your talent and get stronger. Han Fei finished the drink and stood up to leave. But I only have dream walking as my talent. I don't even know what it can be used for. I haven't even used it once in game. Any talent is useful and they correspond to some kind of hidden profession. I'll let you in on another secret. Han Fei pointed at the picture of Sea Glass Cat and the old woman. Many NPC in Perfect Life is based on the digital data and memory of real people. It is why Immortal Pharma has been madly purchasing citizenry data and a large amount of digital footprint of the dead. You mean the people who died in real life will reappear in the virtual world? That's right. Han Fei looked at the old lady in the picture. Your grandmother was an employee at Immortal Pharma. Since she was the caretaker of one of the 31 children, then she wasn't a normal employee. Also, she donated her brain to Immortal Pharma after she died and spent a lot to buy the gaming hub for you. That means that she wants you to play Perfect Life, and she must have a reason behind that. Sea Glass Cat was deep in thought. She tried to remember everything her grandmother had told her. She chose at the last moment of her life. Compared to the company's experiment, she wanted to protect you. Go and explore in the game. Perhaps you might find the things you're missing. Han Fei told Sea Glass Cat to put away the picture, and then they left the restaurant. Sea Glass Cat invited Han Fei to her house so that he could see for himself the traces of her life with her grandmother. Immortal Pharma is a big corporate. No one can stand up against them alone. The old lady probably has hidden something at a place where they can't ever reach. Han Fei stood inside the small room. The room was very warm and welcoming. The old lady really did love Sea Glass Cat. You are the person who understands her the most in the world. You should be able to find the things she left for you in the game. After ensuring that Sea Glass Cat was fine, Han Fei exchanged numbers with her and left. The video about Han Fei saving a suicidal person was viral on the internet. If he stayed with her for too long, it would lead to unnecessary misunderstanding. He didn't want that. Other than Huang Yin, I've gained another friend. After his experience in the cryptic world, Han Fei was very good at reading people. He could sense that Sea Glass Cat trusted him fully, but in that trust was fear. I haven't done anything to frighten her. Why is she scared of me? Honestly, Han Fei was envious of Sea Glass Cat. At least she once had a family who took care of her and gave her warmth. Han Fei had nothing. He kept failing until he fell into the cryptic world. Hopefully, she can be healed by the game. Han Fei walked towards Baixiangou. After staying in the cryptic world for a long time, Han Fei knew it was a luxury to walk under the sun. Han Fei arrived early. He found a quiet place to sit. He took out his phone to study books like Understanding of Consciousness, Education, and Neuroscience. At around 7 p.m., Director Zhang showed up with CEO Li. They didn't spot Han Fei. They took the elevator up to the top floor. Han Fei stood up and followed them so that he could go home early to play the game. He pushed open the door. Other than Director Zhang and CEO Li, Xia Lan, 3 young actors, and 2 scriptwriters were there. Please sit. Everything's casual today. CEO Li walked towards Han Fei. I apologize for Wu Wei. After he has something to drink, his brain will be muddled. I've already lectured him. After he recovers, I'll have him come to apologize to you in person. CEO Li gave Han Fei plenty of face. He did bring up Wei Wu's injury, but he was willing to go for a truce. It was not his fault. I normally spend my time with the police, so I was careless to have accidentally injured him. Han Fei was kind with his words. It was mainly because he didn't care about these things. He was more interested in solving cases with the police. No wonder your acting is better than most people your age. They can't mimic this presence you have. CEO Li invited Han Fei to sit beside him. Xia Yilan walked over and sat on Han Fei's other side. Do you mind waiting for a moment? We still have one more guest. As CEO Li said that, the door opened. A man in a black outfit and mask and cap walked in. Why are there so many people? CEO Li, this is different from what you promised me. The man frowned. He stood where he was. He didn't give CEO Li face at all. They are all main casts for this movie. CEO Li had the waiter close the door and tell the waiter that no one should disturb them anymore. Let me make some introduction. CEO Li pulled the man to his side. This is Xin Lu's most famous plastic, sir. There's no need for the introduction. The man waved his hands. There are too many people here. I'll say my piece and leave. CEO Lee wasn't mad about being interrupted. In fact, he invited the man to sit. The man pushed away the drinks on the table. He took out a metal flash from his bag. He had his own drinks. You are still the same after all these years. CEO Lee shook his head. He was about to sit when the man said, "He will sit next to me." Me? Han Fei was confused. He didn't know this man. CEO Lee smiled awkwardly at Han Fei. Honestly, Han Fei was intrigued, so he swapped seats with CEO Lee. Director Zhang sat on the man's left side. The man's right side was Han Fei, and opposite him was Xia Yilan. The man in black removed his mask. There was a nasty scar on his left cheek. It tore through his face. Seeing that, the three young actors were shocked. Scared? Then you can leave because it'll only get scarier. The man was brusque. He glared at the three young actors. Before I begin, I need to warn you. I am against you making this into a movie because this is not some legend. It is real. You are the main actors, so you better watch out, or you'd end up like those people who died several years ago. Stop scaring them. Nothing frightens me in the world more than poverty. CEO Lee joked. I believe everyone can agree with me. Haha, when it happens for you, then don't say I didn't warn you. After the man said that, he glanced at Xia Yilan. The unnaturally beautiful woman didn't look so comfortable that night. I hope you are right, because that'll be great promotion for the movie. Director Lee joked. The scriptwriter added, aren't we here to discuss the script? Why make the atmosphere so serious? Everyone surrounded the table. The man sighed and told a story that happened many years ago. I was a doctor. About 20 years ago, there was a biotech boom. I very sensitively caught onto the field of plastic surgery. No matter the age, the pursuit of beauty was always going to be there. Therefore, I quit my hospital and started my own plastic surgery clinic with some partners. There were many people who shared my thoughts, so similar beauty clinics were everywhere. The plastic surgery field was a mess. Many people were scammed, but it did nothing to stop people's desire for beauty. Think about it. You have been mocked your whole life for your height, weight, or some physical deficiency. Suddenly there is a technology that can fix all that. Will you not take it? Perhaps most people could resist the temptation, but as long as 1 in 10 people fell for the temptation, the field could survive. We had many technologies. We could fulfill your every desire as long as you had the money. You probably couldn't imagine it, but we could manipulate every aspect of a person just like how you'd create a gaming character. As technology continued to grow, we could do more and more. The darker side of the field also dipped into crazier experiments. To earn clients, they wanted to create a perfect human to use as in. The man paused. He twisted open the metal flask, and a heady smell of medicine leaked out. However, the man didn't seem to smell it. He downed 2 big gulps. Everyone's definition of beauty is different, so the perfect human is just a concept. But a hospital tried to put that concept into reality. They created an almost perfect human. Her beauty was like a whirlpool that could suck you in. Everyone would breathe out praises in her presence. The woman existed for real, but her perfect face and body only lasted for a week. On the 8th day after her bandage was removed, her body started to react strangely. Her perfect face started to crack. The woman couldn't accept this. She felt someone was trying to harm her, to take away her perfect face. She started to undergo more surgeries to attempt to piece the face back together. But the surgeries were futile. She became a crazy monster and died on the operating table. When the man said that, his eyes kept moving to Xia Yilan. No one knew her name, and her info was sealed. However, many plastic surgery agencies took pictures of her face. Her perfect face that only lasted for 7 days. After that, many women wanted to have her face, and then the real scary things happened. Everyone who had that face would have their faces slowly crack, and they would find pieces of their flesh in their bedroom at night. Xia Yilan accidentally knocked over the glass beside her. The wine splattered like blood, and the shards of glass reflected her broken face. We'll get people to clean that up later. The man took another sip of his drink. A certain pharmaceutical company has been searching for the limit of humanity. They want to create the perfect body and soul. According to rumors, they have referenced that woman's picture too. Other than that, I also heard that the plastic surgery hospital that created the perfect woman also belonged to that pharmaceutical company. With the help of two young actors, Sia-Elon wiped away the wine on the chair. She didn't seem to hear the man. The story will definitely be a hit. I feel like we can hold the celebratory party already. My mind is filled with inspiration. The two scriptwriters started to whisper among themselves. Can you two be silent? The man stopped looking at Sia-Elon. He continued. The real scary incidents are to come. Everyone who took surgery to look like the woman said that they have seen her. They said that she has moved into their houses, living in their mirrors. When they used the mirror, they would see her. I know you do not believe me, and I don't believe it at first too until I saw her. The man pointed at his scar. 10 years ago, I fell in love with one of my patients. She came to make her face look like that woman. Can you give us more details? Han Fei was very interested. This was more fun than attending some press releases. My wife loves me, but I had no idea what she looked like. When she met me, she was beautiful. I fell inexorably in love with her. But not long after our marriage, I realized she has a unique habit. She likes to look at the mirror at night. There were a few times when I woke up in the night, and I realized she was still awake. She was looking at herself in the mirror. I asked her what was wrong. She didn't say anything. I walked towards her to kiss her hair, but when I turned to the mirror, I realized the woman in the mirror was not her. It was a stranger's face. The woman's face was stuck to the mirror's surface like she was trying to come out. Chapter 499. Mirror Clinic. When the man in black started the story, no one minded it that much. They treated it as a story. But as the man continued, everyone's focus was drawn to him. Certain things couldn't be told at night, because they might just turn into reality. My wife was looking at the mirror, but she was not in the mirror. I was beside her. I still cannot describe the fear I had. At that moment, I was stunned. When I came to my senses, my wife had returned to normal. My wife was 5 years older than I was, but she looked younger than me. In the past, I thought her face was beautiful, but from that night onwards, the more I looked at her face, the more terrified I was. Normally, the longer you look at something, the more familiar it will become. But my wife's face was the opposite. Fear tormented me, and my wife noticed my anxiety. But she had no idea it came from her. Under my suggestion, we decided to go under the knife and return my wife her original face. I returned to the hospital and prepared everything myself, but the surgery failed. Her face was injured, and she had to wear a bandage every day. She started to act weirder and weirder. She kept shoving things under the bandage and locked herself up inside her room. By then I couldn't care less how she looked like. I just wanted to be with her and spend a quiet life together. No matter what happened to her face, I would accompany her. When she was in pain, I tried my best to make her happy. I brought her to many places, to try new things, but it only made her distance herself from me. About a week later, my wife removed the bandage on her face. Do you know what I saw? The man's fists gripped together. I saw a broken face. I would never forget that moment. I was so afraid that I couldn't even move. The woman seated before the mirror started to cry, but her tears couldn't even slide down her cheeks normally. Instead, they flowed into her flesh. She suddenly grabbed a knife to charge at me. She left this scar on my face and ran out. When I saw her next, she was dead. Before she died, she ruined her face. Do you think it ended there? The real horror is only coming now. After my wife died, laughter kept coming out of the mirrors in my house. At midnight, a woman would appear in the mirrors. I went to see the doctors, and they said I was hallucinating due to trauma. They gave me a lot of drugs. I cooperated fully with them, but it was pointless. Once you saw that woman in the mirror, you'd be forever bound to her. There is no escape. The pain was evident in the man's eyes. Until now, I can still see her. All right, everyone has heard the story. CEO Lee clapped his hands. That's the general plot. I've sent out people to scout the major locales that he has mentioned in his stories. We will try to create it as close to 100% as possible. We'll make the shoot at the places where the actual events transpired. The adaptation for this movie was different from Twin Flowers. CEO Lee was not after the truth, but the background and atmosphere of the real-life story. The story is not bad, but the plot is still quite weak. The scriptwriters will have to work hard. Director Zhang gave his opinion. It was clear that he was not that satisfied with this story. If not for the funds provided by CEO Lee, he probably would have rejected this movie. We've come up with the main framework, but we need to fill in the details. So we'll have to communicate more with this gentleman. The two scriptwriters stood up to exchange numbers with the man in black. They had already taken out their phones, but the man didn't respond. Brother, we'll have to talk more in the future. We should exchange numbers for convenience. The man in black didn't answer. He stood up. I knew you wouldn't believe me. You'll regret it when she shows up for real. Picking up the metal flash, the man looked at Xia Ilan. And when that happens, none of you will escape. Then he put his mask back on. He left, slapping away the hand of the scriptwriter who tried to stop him. Perhaps he is actually crazy. The scriptwriter grumbled. I've been in this business for decades, and I've not met someone that strange. If he is really crazy, then it's perfect. We'll write him into the plot, and that will make our movie even more real. A young actor who stood behind Xia Ilan joked to ease the tension in the room. But no one said anything in response. I need to use the bathroom. Xia Ilan didn't look too well. She grabbed her bag and ran out. After Xia Ilan left, Han Fei stood up with a smile. I'll go to take a look. Han Fei walked out of the booth to find the man in black, but the man had disappeared. I wanted to have a talk with him, but no matter. I've memorized his appearance. The police should be able to help me find him. Everyone in the booth thought the man was making up stories, but Han Fei thought the man told a bit of falsehood and reality. Immortal Pharma did want to create the perfect body and consciousness. Both ends faced some problems. At the plastic surgery hospital, the woman should represent beauty and body. The child in the white shoes the consciousness and personality. But what about the worker with the paint? There was pure hatred at the hospital, and Han Fei was slowly unveiling their secrets. Han Fei planned to return since he couldn't find the man in black, but when he reached the end of the corridor, he saw Xia Ilan standing facing the wall. She held her phone and stood at the corner. The woman was not on her phone, and she kept mumbling something. She spoke low but fast. Kill him. Have to kill him. He knows I will die. He has seen the broken face. He knows my face. The lips trembled and the cheeks shook. Xia Ilan suddenly turned around. There was no one behind her. She turned back and continued to mumble to herself. Leaning against the wall, Han Fei silently slid back into the booth. CEO Lee was very confident in the movie. He made many promises. Director Zhang also started to discuss the script with the writers. Han Fei, come. Sit with me. CEO Lee was passionate. What do you think of this movie? If you are willing to be part of the cast, I've already prepared the contract. You'll be the lead. I am interested. But I'll decide after the script is out. Mainly Han Fei wanted to see the woman in the mirror. He felt like he'd be more likely to see her with these people. Plus, if something happened, he'd have his colleagues to share the pressure. CEO Lee was happy after hearing that. He downed a few mouthfuls of wine. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Han Fei smiled. He told Director Zhang and departed. He pulled open the door, and Xia Ilan was coming in. She was surprised to see Han Fei. You're leaving so soon? We still have other activities after this. Why don't you join us? I have something else to do. Han Fei was a very boring person. Even the paparazzi had given up on him. The man either spent his time at work or stayed at home to play games. He never left home after 10:30 p.m. Even high schoolers had more fun than this man did. You're too cautious. You should enjoy your youth when you still can. Xia Ilan tried to brush against Han Fei as she walked through the door, but Han Fei stepped back to allow her to pass. My youth is already colorful enough. After Xia Ilan entered the booth, Han Fei took his phone and left. He noticed the rod on Xia Ilan had gotten thicker. Han Fei left by Xianggu and was about to call Li Shui when he felt a sharp gaze on him. Han Fei looked around and spotted the man in black at the street corner. The man hadn't left. Hello. If you don't want to die, don't accept that movie. The man in black lowered the rim of his cap. I'm not kidding or making up stories. Why are you only telling this to me? Han Fei was more curious about that. Earlier, the man demanded that Han Fei sat beside him. He appeared to be afraid, and Han Fei could calm him. No reason. The man turned to leave. Do you need my help? After Han Fei said that, the man stopped. If you watch the Law Channel, you know that I've helped many people. You remind me of most people I've helped. The man in black turned around. After a long hesitation, he left a number with Han Fei. The name's Ugly Scar. There are things I can't say at night. I'll tell you more in the morning. As if worried that he might be spotted, the man turned and disappeared into the night. Things one can't say at night? Unmentionables? Han Fei shook his head. There are only pure hatreds at the hospital. He doesn't dare to say anything because he's guilty. Memorizing the man's number, Han Fei took a cab home. There were 3 players still stuck in the cryptic world. Han Fei was worried about them, so he entered the gaming hub before midnight. Players that accidentally entered the cryptic world have to do with Immortal Pharma. Is this Fu Shang's doing too? Putting on the gaming helmet, Han Fei's world turned red. When blood dripped, Han Fei opened her eyes. Broken furniture decorated the darkroom. Han Fei exited the door and saw Weep and Ingyu seated on the urn outside the door. Weep held a handful of black buttons. He seemed to have Ingyu pick 2. Are you trying to help her find her eyes? Han Fei touched Weep's head. He thought the boy was very cute. With Weep and Ingyu, Han Fei found Feng Ziyu. As a former game tester, Feng Ziyu was very familiar with the game mechanics. He was the perfect NPC. He led the Ziggurat guards to interact with Iron Man and Yin Tang. After ensuring all 3 players were safe, Han Fei received good news and bad news. The good news from Mirror God. He had sensed traces of Big Sin and Bicinian on the rooftop of the mall. The duo was at Lost Theme Park and they wanted to come back. The bad news came from Mirror God too. He sensed an unmentionable's presence on Big Sin. He believed Big Sin was targeted by an unmentionable. Thankfully, there's only one. Han Fei sighed in relief. To obtain reputation point to upgrade his altar, he allowed Big Sin to ruin other people's altar. He knew this was a debt he had to pay eventually. Putting on the beast mask, Han Fei wanted to go check on the few players. Then he'd find a chance to send Auntie Li away at midnight. The cryptic world was too dangerous for the middle-aged woman. At her age, she couldn't suffer too many stimuli. With Feng Ziyu's guidance, Han Fei had a chance encounter with the players. Han Fei switched on his masterful acting. He didn't look like he had been offline for a whole morning. He looked tired. His tone and voice were more lethargic than before. Brother Yofu, we meet again. The 3 players surrounded him. You haven't found the way to leave? Han Fei was surprised, but he soon came to an understanding. Then again, it's hard to leave this place with your current ability. We've found many keys, but none of them is useful. We've tried all the doors in this building, and we're still stuck here. Iron Man sighed. He felt like he had brought shame to the professional players. Keys might not be keys, but keys are keys. Han Fei said something that no one understood. The 3 players thought about it. I just came back from the dangerous zone. After I finish the mission, I'll go out again. You should stay here first. If I find extra keys, I'll give you them to you. How can you survive being at such an oppressive place for so long? Yin Tang was very curious about Han Fei. Then would you prefer to stay inside your comfort zone for life? Han Fei's tired eyes glowed. I get it now. Yin Tang looked at Han Fei with admiration. Yin Tang had no idea that Han Fei had gone offline to attend a meeting, saved a cat, got on trending, and had several scrumptious meals. If Han Fei could stay inside his comfort zone, he wouldn't leave, but he had no choice. Yin Tang got the wrong idea and thought great things about Han Fei. You guys better stay here, and I'll venture out of the fog. Han Fei was about to leave when the haggard-looking Auntie Li walked towards him. Sister Li, what's wrong? I believe I heard my husband's voice. Can you bring me to go see him? Auntie Li seemed to know how hard her demand was, so she gave Han Fei her number in real life. I don't know this game. I don't have treasures and items. I can't give you much in-game, but if you bring me to go meet him, I'll pay you in real life. Han Fei was surprised that the auntie was rich. While he could empathize with her, it was too dangerous outside the fog. If one died in the cryptic world, one might die for real. I'm not lying to you. My name in real life is Li. Wait. Han Fei interrupted her. Sister, you need to remember not to expose her information from real life when you are in-game. I just want you to believe me. Can you bring me to see him? Auntie Lee looked at Han Fei with anticipation. She had been searching for her husband for 20 years already. She finally got a lead, so she was not going to give up so easily. Can you tell me, how did you hear his voice? Han Fei was curious. The ziggurat was covered in soul mist. If an outsider entered the zone, as the altar owner, Han Fei would sense it. It seems to be related to my talent. Ever since we separated from you yesterday night, I kept hearing his voice. It sounded close. He said he wanted to see me. Auntie Lee's talent was called mourning. She could transmit her emotions and memory to the dead. Let me think about it. Han Fei stared at Auntie Lee. The auntie's husband once worked for Immortal Pharma. He was a doctor for the plastic surgery hospital. If he could bring Auntie Lee's husband back into the fog, then perhaps Han Fei could find out more about the hospital. Okay, I'll bring you with me. You have to listen to me. It's very dangerous outside the fog. Once you die, you will lose everything. After Han Fei said that, both Yin Tang and Iron Man admired him further. As a professional player, Iron Man understood how important one's gaming account was. But Han Fei was willing to risk losing his account to help an auntie who was only level 3. He was too kind. It's too dangerous for you to bring her alone. I'll go with you. Iron Man volunteered. Yin Tang did the same. Han Fei wanted to reject them, but then he thought about it. Yin Tang's info couldn't be assessed by Li Shui in real life, so he should have a secret identity. Iron Man's father was a manager at Immortal Pharma. There was a reason he was pulled into the cryptic world. Furthermore, Han Fei felt like this was a chance to train the players. Only through training that the players could be his real assistants. It was easier for surface world players to level up. After they had higher attributes, they would evolve from low-level cannon fodder to high-level cannon fodder. Okay, I'll bring you all with me. But it's very dangerous outside the fog, so I need to be prepared. Han Fei told the 3 players to prepare too, and they would meet after 3 hours. During these 3 hours, Han Fei studied all the skill books Huang Ying left behind. He was different from the players from the surface world. He had too many skill points. Lockpicking, scuba diving, sewing, explosives, gardening. Han Fei learned a little bit of everything. 3 hours later, Han Fei found the 3 players. Han Fei carried the urn, and they walked towards the edge of the mist. The voice comes from this direction. I can hear it clearly now. My husband is asking for help. Auntie Lee jogged, and the rest followed. They ran past the beauty hotel. Wait. Han Fei signaled them to stop. He stared at a bloody shoe print at the junction. It was a child's shoe print. It's going to get more dangerous from here. Be prepared to run back into the mist. Han Fei pulled Auntie Lee behind him. He pulled out Rest in Peace and walked in front with Su Qin. We're close. The voice is strong. It's coming from the end of this street. The auntie was excited. She believed she would see her husband soon. It's crucial for us to not act recklessly. Han Fei moved through the shadows. Before he approached the building, the landlord's ring chilled. The ring can sense the ghost from so far. Han Fei slowed down. He looked at the building pointed out by the auntie. The building at the end of the street was a neighborhood clinic on the first floor of an apartment building. It was not that large, but the chill from the landlord's ring was intense. There was something scary hidden in that small clinic. The child's shoe prints have disappeared. The white shoe didn't come to this place, so it shouldn't be a pure hatred. Han Fei slowly approached. When he was near the clinic, the system rang. Notification for player 0000. You found a unique building, Mirror Clinic. Light up your first building at the Plastic Surgery Hospital Zone. Mirror Clinic? Han Fei slowly walked in, and he understood why the clinic had that name. In the small clinic, there were many mirrors. Even though there was no one in the clinic, figures stood inside the mirrors. They all faced away from the mirrors. They were of varying sizes. Everyone from this building is here. Han Fei was the first to enter the clinic. The atmosphere inside was oppressive. The mirrors blocked off all the paths. To walk through the clinic, one had to edge between the mirrors. The clinic uses mirrors in its treatment of patients. Han Fei touched the surface of a mirror. It was cold. The system rang again. Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F Hidden Mission, Mirror Clinic. When you cry at the mirror, your reflection will smile. It likes to see you see. It keeps on coming up with ways to make you cry. It moves to your bed and reaches out its hands from inside the mirror. Mission requirement. Find a smiling reflection of yourself in the mirror. Chapter 500. Who are you? Find a smiling version of myself in the mirror? But I have never laughed before, so the mission wants me to find the real ghost among the many mirrors? He looked around. The dark clinic was filled with an anxious presence. The people in the mirrors felt like they could turn around at any moment. Yin Tang and Iron Man had not seen this before. The two men stopped at the door and didn't dare to get in. In contrast, Auntie Lee walked to Han Fei's side. Compared to ghosts, she wanted to see her husband more. 20 years of searching, she just wanted a result. Even if he had become a ghost, she wanted to see him. The voice that called me is here. Would he be hiding in one of the mirrors? Auntie Lee was the first to walk into the clinic. She strode through the mirrors. She couldn't recognize anyone. Come on. Han Fei waved at the two men. He carried the urn and slowly moved forward. Han Fei's palms were chilled by the urn. The ghosts inside the urn sensed something extremely dangerous here. Auntie Lee looked through the mirror one by one. Han Fei followed closely behind her. The group moved through the silent clinic quickly. Their reflections also showed in the mirrors. Did you guys hear that? Iron Man, who walked at the back, commented. I hear someone calling us to go in, but they didn't say where. Iron Man's voice shook as he took in the mirrors around him. Do you think it was the people inside the mirror telling us to go into the mirrors? Don't scare yourself. The more you worry about something, the more likely it's going to happen. Yin Tang took a deep breath. He was highly alert because if he was careless, his daydream talent would make his fear a reality. Understood. Iron Man picked up his pace. He followed closely behind Yin Tang. After they all entered the clinic, the front door closed. Their shadows fell on the ground. Then there was a cat screaming. Then one of the mirrors started to bleed from the bottom. The blood dripped on the ground. Tiny hands reached out to use the blood on the ground to draw small stick figures. Not him too. Auntie Lee's talent was triggered. She studied the people in the mirrors, and she became more anxious. She looked through the mirrors to locate a specific person inside a dark clinic. This was terrifying for Auntie Lee. Big sister, are you sure you can't tell his location? Han Fei pressed on Auntie Lee's shoulders. Whenever you look at a mirror, the people inside the mirror would look back at you too. You are looking for him, but they might be looking for you too. Auntie Lee didn't notice how strange she was acting, but Han Fei did. He felt something had been taken from Auntie Lee by the mirrors. But he couldn't pinpoint what. He just felt like Auntie Lee became different after she entered the clinic. She was the same person, but she became different after she looked through the mirrors. The auntie was gasping for air. She pointed at her ears. He is here. I can hear him. He is close. They pushed open one of the doors. The doctor's table was filled with gauzes, a stethoscope, a blood pressure reader, and other medical tools. The strange thing was, at the place where the doctor should sit was a mirror instead. There was a doctor in a white coat standing inside the mirror. Like the rest, he stood facing away from the mirror. But different from the others, there were shoe prints around the doctor. Comparing the doctor's leather shoes and the shoe prints, they could confirm that the shoe prints were the doctor's. He appeared to have walked out the mirror before. Sister, is this doctor your husband? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. An inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. It was a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. The back looks like him. Auntie Lee stood right in front of the mirror. She was practically leaning into it. Is it really him? The room was small, and it was already occupied by a few mirrors, so after Han Fei and Auntie Lee went inside, the other two players had to stay outside on the corridor. Yin Tang kept taking deep breaths so that his mind wouldn't wander. Iron Man stuck close to Yin Tang. He was very afraid. He could at least see the monsters at the hotel, but it was completely different at the clinic. The Yin energy soaked into his every fiber. The strange feeling could make a person go crazy. His eyes wandered over the mirrors. Iron Man's gaze slowly moved back to the entrance of the clinic. He noticed that the door had been closed and a mirror was placed there. The man was standing facing away from Iron Man, and he wore a dead people's funeral clothes. Iron Man rubbed his eyes. Then he remembered there was no mirror at the entrance. So the man was not a reflection. Iron Man's legs weakened. He grabbed Yin Tang's arm. Look at the door. Yin Tang, who had been adjusting his breath to keep calm, turned around. There was nothing at the door but that it had been closed. What is it? Yin Tang removed Iron Man's grasp on his arm. Don't scare me, because if my talent gets triggered, it'll be bad for all of us. There was a man in funeral clothes standing facing away from us at the door, so I thought he was a reflection in a mirror. Iron Man wiped away his cold sweat. Trust me, I really did see it. Turning around, Iron Man was going to persuade Yin Tang further when he saw the mirror behind him from the corner of his eyes. His eyes froze because he noticed a man in funeral clothes standing inside the mirror. The man was just standing behind him. Iron Man fell to the ground, and he knocked over the mirror. The sound startled everyone inside the building. Not only Han Fei's group, but even the figures inside the mirror also trembled from shock. What's wrong? Hearing that, Han Fei quickly rushed out of the examination room. He was standing at the door earlier. Iron Man pointed at the mirror beside him. He stammered, and his face paled. You mean the man inside the mirror has walked out? Han Fei grasped the situation immediately. He looked at the mirror shards on the ground and took out "Rest in Peace." He was from this mirror? Yes. Iron Man nodded. Get back. Han Fei raised the blade made from humanity and aimed it at the mirror where the man and the funeral were inhabited. The mirror cracked and shattered. Is the man dead? Iron Man looked at the other mirrors. He was very afraid. He should still be inside the mirrors. Rest in Peace didn't make any kill. Han Fei frowned. He bent down to pick up the mirror shards and placed them inside the urn. The man in the funeral clothing should hope that he had already left that mirror, or he'd be in for a crazy night. Sadly, Mirror God is not here because he needs to look after the altar. Han Fei's group appeared to awaken something at the clinic after making two shattering sounds. They heard footsteps coming from above them. It sounded like a crying woman running down the corridor. The cries sounded harrowing. It sounded like the woman was looking for something. Be careful. Han Fei hugged the urn and returned to the examination room. The situation with Auntie Li was not optimistic. Her face was sticking to the mirror, and she murmured a name, but the doctor in the mirror didn't seem like he was going to turn around. It's not him. Several minutes later, Auntie Li stood before the mirror and shook her head. The voice comes from a deeper place. The clinic was not that large. Other than the examination rooms, storeroom, and therapy room, there was an office at the deepest end of the second floor. Other than that, the clinic was also connected to the apartments. The path that led to the office also led to the apartments. Auntie Li checked all the mirrors at the clinic and failed to find her husband. The voice called her to go towards the apartments. The apartments feel like it is the clinic's wards. The people trapped in the mirrors are most likely once tenants at the apartments. After Yin Tang shared his thoughts, he quickly closed his mouth. Then what should we do now? Iron Man was really afraid. He just wanted to leave. He felt that the man in the funeral clothes was still around. Since we're already here, we better press forward. Han Fei also wanted to meet Auntie Li's husband. Plus, he needed to complete the mission. Grade F hidden mission often rewarded rare talent or item. Either was useful to him. Thank you. After leaving the game, I will repay you. Auntie Li was very sorry because they wouldn't be there because of her. It's all right. I can understand your feeling. Han Fei patted the auntie's shoulder. I've been searching for my family too. If I have their news, I would do anything to find them too. Hearing Han Fei, Auntie Li didn't know what to say. She was very thankful, but felt sad for Han Fei too. The group of four didn't stop and entered the corridor that led to the apartments. The corridor joining the two places was only several meters long, but passing it felt like one had passed to a different world, a mirror world. Water kept dripping. The old building reeked of mold. Auntie Li, who walked ahead, suddenly stopped. She looked around with lost eyes. Sister, why did you stop? The voice is at this building, but I can't tell where it comes from. Auntie Li touched the yellowed walls. Haven't we been here? Don't you feel this place is quite familiar? No, I just feel uncomfortable here. Iron Man and Yin Tang shook their heads. Calm down, we have time. We'll look through all the rooms. Han Fei wanted to complete his mission, so he needed to look at more mirrors. There should be only one scary ghost here. Don't be blinded by fear. Han Fei noticed that the tenants of the old apartments didn't lock their doors at night. Outsiders could go in and out freely. There are a lot fewer mirrors here. It's quite normal looking here. Han Fei and the auntie entered the first room. Yin Tang followed, but Iron Man, who stayed outside the door, was worried. He turned to look at the clinic filled with mirrors. The figures inside the mirrors appeared to have just turned around again. This place is too strange. Iron Man shivered. He rushed into the room. He missed Shen Luo dearly. When Brother Luo was around, all the ghosts would target him first. The room appeared to be occupied. There was still laundry on the balcony, unfinished homework on the table, and the signal of the television was still blinking. Entering the bedroom, the wedding portrait on the wall was slashed. The white wedding dress was ruined with paint. It wrote, "Who are you? There's blood here." Han Fei used his finger to pick at the bloodstains between the tiles. The scab is thick and the splatter is uneven. The victim should be lying on this side of the bed when someone cut his artery. He wanted to escape, but the killer chased after him. They moved from the bed to the bedroom door. The bloodstains had been cleaned, but the job is very unprofessional. Han Fei walked to the vanity table and sat down. He realized with a shock that there was no one standing facing away from him in the mirror. The mirror reflected Han Fei's image. This appeared to be a normal mirror. Han Fei tried to smile at the mirror as he picked up the cosmetic on the table. The lipstick had been snapped. The bottles had scratches. They looked like knife marks. "Brother Yufu, look at this." Since the television was not closed, Yin Tang found the remote and switched it on. Han Fei rushed back to the living room. Inside the television, there was a woman who stood before the vanity table inside the bedroom. The woman was in her pajama and she held a knife. She looked at the mirror and demanded repeatedly, "Who are you?